You see, to grow cotton for just one cotton t-shirt, you require 2,700 liters of water. And 35% of total microplastic pollution comes from fashion industry alone. And there's nothing innovative being done in this industry. We have been wearing same cotton and synthetic apparel since centuries. And third, value for money in this industry is seriously lacking. We will be discussing more about this point later in the pitch.
So how do we tackle it?
Well, the answer is our magic blend. A blend made up of banana and bamboo fiber in 50-50 ratio. Why we do this? Because first, it's really good for environment. Banana fiber comes from stem of banana trees, which is an agricultural waste. And bamboo fiber consumes 1/3 of water compared to cotton. And they both have significantly less carbon footprint. But they have some unique properties too, like banana fiber is known for its softness and antibacterial properties. And bamboo fiber is also known for its moisture wicking properties, and these both properties also complement each other and result in a blend of really premium qualities. For example, a t-shirt made from our fabric will be silky soft, will be UV protective, will be very breathable, will have antimicrobial properties, and because of that it will be anti-odor too. It's so good. We both are wearing our own products right now. Well, remember the value for money point? Let's discuss it. In this illustration, on x-axis, I have price, and on y-axis, I have plotted quality and comfort. At lowest price and lowest quality comes synthetic t-shirts. Then comes 100% cotton t-shirts. But the problem starts when we talk about branded t-shirts. They are still 100% cotton, but are priced really high just because of their brand value. This was what I was referring to when I said value for money was lacking. But our t-shirts are of much higher quality thanks to our fabric. And they are also very affordable too. At just 999 rupees price point, we have covered everything from fabric cost to miscellaneous cost, and we are still walking away with decent profits. Market size in India. For TAM, we considered all the urban households because they will be the most aware market. For SAM, we targeted all the rich and upper middle class of urban households, keeping our price point in mind. And for SOM, surveys and researches said that 64% of such households were willing to pay more for sustainable products, making our SOM to be $1.28 billion. And all these data is from census 2011. So actual market will be much bigger right now. So how do we work?
As we all know, Maharashtra is one of the largest producers of banana and bamboo. So we have collaborated with fabric manufacturer based in Thane, which will be providing us the fabric. We also collaborated with the manufacturer who will be converting those fabric to the desired apparels. We got a team of designers from NIFT and design schools who are currently working on our designs for our catalogs. We are also marketing ourselves online and will be launching through various e-commerce platforms. We are also working on a tech-enabled feature, Vuitton, the virtual try-on, which we'll be discussing later in the pitch. We come from Varanasi. Varanasi is a city of artisans. So we have met various artisans and tailors and even showcased our product to them. They were all amazed by the quality and comfort that our fabric provided. We have also set up a stall in our own college where 300 to 400 people visited our stall and even 190 gave the pre-orders for it. We also showcased our product to Vaishali S. She was one of the first Indian women to present at the Milan Fashion Week. And we also showcased it to the G20 delegates also.
So what's next?
Next, we will be launching our product initially in our college first because first, there will be no marketing cost. Second, we have already collaborated with various clubs of IIT PHU to launch their merchandise through us. Third, there will be no requirement of heavy designers as we will be getting initial designs from them itself. Fourth, it is a closed community, so getting the feedback will be much faster. Then later on we will be expanding our catalog and launching in Tier 1 and Tier 2 cities through different channels. We always wonder while buying clothes online, like will it look good on us or will it fit? Worry not, we got Vuitton, the first virtual try-on, which will enable our customers to try clothes virtually on them and will also predict the size correct for them. This is the early prototype what we are trying to build. The world needs us, as we have already told, the banana fiber is produced from banana stem, which is an agricultural waste. Our fabric consumes 60% less water than cotton, which saves us 13 trillion liters of water. Our fabric also produces 30% less carbon footprint, which results in saving 800 million tons of carbon released. It is also biodegradable. We are the best team as we got the right people, right mentors. We really wanted to showcase our product to you, but due to the restriction, we are unable to do so. So we have curated a video of our journey and the mixed responses of people trying our clothes.
Hi, myself Akshat Srivastava. I am pursuing mechanical engineering from IIT BHU.
Hello, my name is Akshat Rastogi. I am pursuing pharmaceutical from IIT BHU. अरे थोड़ा सा
संकट मोचन आए थे हम, फंड्स लेकर जा रहे हैं संकट मोचन आके।
हनुमान जी भी लाइक ओह तुरंत
These are the products we showcased.
We'll try on.
College stalls.
There's a moment in your bones when the fire takes over. Blood is running, hearts beating, as the battle gets closer. They can say what they want now, 'cause we'll be screaming now. We can be.
These are the raw reaction of people touching our clothes. This was a hostel room we worked from. Thank you.
Thank you.
Akshat and so one thing I was wondering was that there are other brands existing with similar solution. You have Ecoline, you have Asli, to name a few. So what is your differentiation from them?
Yeah. What you said, Ecoline and Asli, I guess they are working on 100% bamboo fabric, right? But our like how we pitched, our fabric is banana bamboo blend. Yeah. Yes. No, we didn't find any brand working on this specific thing in this industry. This is first time being launched in industry, right? No one is working on that fabric right now.
It is a blend of banana and bamboo fabric together.
And it's being blended while in the weaving process. And they are working either on banana fabric and 100% bamboo fabric. In 100% bamboo, there are companies working, and in banana, it's really early stage. But on this banana bamboo blend, literally no one is working right now.
And worldwide?
Worldwide, no. In India, at least bamboo is being worked on, but internationally, bamboo is also not known that much.
Okay, thank you.
Can you give us an idea of how much it costs you to make the product and how much you sell it, or you think you can sell it for?
Yes, so currently what we got was after all printing and all, we were able to make our initial prototypes for around 350 rupees, and for launching in college we are planning to do it at 500 rupees approx, because in college basically people don't buy expensive stuff. So yes, at 350 we are able to get it.
Right, but you haven't yet sold any. Have you already sold some, or you haven't
No,
sold?
we have made a community of interested people who want to buy from us from stalls and all. We will be selling it soon, but not yet. Yes.
Thank you.
I just found.
Good. I just found a couple companies who have banana and bamboo blend. So I just found some in India. So you might want to double check your research on banana bamboo blended fabrics.
Did you find
Just
Redan
found-
by
I
any
have a-
chance?
have a list right
Because
here. So anyway, I would just double check your research. One of the things, real quick feedback, video doesn't help in a pitch because what it does, it shows you what, but it doesn't tell us who or how or some of the key things that we need as investors or evaluators to understand your business. So in your pitch alone, you didn't cover competition, business model, slightly business model. So there's things that were missing that your video took expensive time from. So just feedback on that. I didn't really get a clear picture, and I think one of the things I'd like to get a sense of is, you're starting with your college for good reason, right? They're there. It's a good test, and I would call it not so much a market as a trial or a test of your products and value proposition. Who is your target audience? Who are you say? Is it men, women, men and women? Is there an age group? Well, who's your segment, and why would they buy it?
yeah, our major target market is 15 to 40-year-old sustainability enthusiast people who prioritize comfort, right? And why will they buy? Because of all the great benefits of our fabric we told, and it's actually really comfortable to wear. We are wearing it right now, and I hope we could show you, but it's really very premium feeling cloth. We want to market it as a premium replacement of. That's why we basically compared us to branded t-shirts there, right? We want to replace that premium market segment with our product.
Gotcha.
And also the college part, we will be connecting other IITs where our friends. So we will be launching there also. Then the IITs which in tier 1 and tier 2 cities, we will launch from that.
Gotcha.
And why are we launching in IITs? Because in IITs, how the market works is like you first take pre-orders, then you take your processing time of 1-2 weeks, and then you deliver them. So in IITs merch, you don't have to make an inventory, right? That's why we targeted colleges first, and to get our own confidence up too.
Yeah, there's pieces, like you said, there's pieces in there that your pitch can cover. So good job.
Thank you.
Now we have a QR code on the screen for this team. I request the audience to take out their phone, scan and vote in case you wish to recommend this team for Dr. Leben Johnson's People Choice Award. The next team, AgroDroid Private Limited, please be ready.
This is Mahesh Uppu and I'm here with AgroDroid. We believe that technology plays a significant role in overcoming any challenge out there. So we aim to address the problem of labor shortage in cotton farming, which is also impacting the profit margins of farmers due to high labor costs. And to address this, we are introducing AgroDroid, an advanced technological solution which is going to automate and streamline various cotton farming activities, which include sowing, weeding, fertilization, and harvesting of cotton. And our way of solution is we wanted to provide our service to farmers, and which can increase the profit margins of farmers and also reduce the labor dependency. We have a short product animation about what our product does.
Welcome to the future of cotton farming. Step into a new era with Cultivox, the AgroDroid solution that is set to revolutionize the way you cultivate cotton. Cultivox is not just another farming robot. It's a modular rover robot designed to adapt to cotton farming needs. With its innovative design, Cultivox can be easily dismantled and reconfigured to perform a range of precision tasks, revolutionizing the way you sow seeds, weed, fertilize, and harvest cotton. Powered by advanced computer vision and AI, Cultivox's cutting-edge technology ensures unparalleled accuracy and efficiency in every farming operation. Say goodbye to manual labor and hello to effortless farming. Cultivox's precision seed sowing capabilities, driven by actuators, guarantee accurate seed placement, optimizing germination, and maximizing crop yield. Cultivox takes weed management to the next level. Its mechanical weeding system, powered by computer vision and AI, ensures targeted weed removal, preserving the health. When it comes to fertilizing your cotton crops, Cultivox has you covered. Its innovative system offers both solid and liquid fertilization options. The solid fertilization mechanism ensures precise distribution of granular fertilizers. Cultivox's liquid fertilization system works wonders for your cotton crops. With precise measurements, it delivers nutrient-rich liquids directly to the plant from top to bottom, ensuring maximum absorption and growth. Say goodbye to guesswork and hello to thriving, nutrient-optimized cotton fields. Harvesting cotton has never been easier. Cultivox's state-of-the-art technology combines computer vision, AI, and a versatile robotic arm to pick cotton with unparalleled precision, minimizing damage and maximizing productivity. Cultivox is the game changer you've been waiting for in agro-droid farming. Say goodbye to the challenges of traditional farming methods and embrace the future with ease and efficiency. Agro-droid farming made easy.
India covers world's 1/4 of the production of cotton. Around 5.6 million bales of cotton is produced in India, with 6 million farmers out there, making a total market cap of 457 million rupees. And keeping this in mind, we wanted to provide our service all through India, making our initial footprint starting from the Telangana and making initial footprint starting from the districts of Mahabad and Medak. Our customers are farmers who are under cotton cultivation. We are going to connect with them to offline channel points, awareness campaigns, FPOs, and local channel points, and by creating awareness campaigns. The value proposition which we are going to provide them is reducing in labor dependency, increasing in profit margins, and reducing in operational time. And key activities are, we are going to develop machine according to the farmer requirements and create a customer network which can further access us for testing of a product. To make these key activities to go without any due diligence, we need human resources for research and development and local influencers who can educate about smart farming activities for farmers. And the modes of revenue which we are focusing is to provide a robot on services for fertilization, weeding, sowing and harvesting of cotton, and data monetization to our stakeholders. But this is done once we attain our entire TAM. Data monetization includes monetization of farm data which we have collected by our robot to farmers and stakeholders. For farmers, we are going to create a predictive analytical tool which is going to give real-time assistance on weather patterns, moisture levels, effective insecticides and herbicides, crop yield predictions, problem predictions such as disease predictions, and unexpected rainfalls. Coming to the stakeholders includes agriculture input providers, crop insurance providers, crop loan providers, and ethical insourcing of cotton. And coming to our competitors, Joshi AI Solutions have successfully developer systems for boom spraying, precision spraying, soil fertilization, cotton harvesting. They wanted to license the technology and outsource it. And coming to Green Robot Machinery, they have successfully developed a prototype for cotton harvesting. And coming to X Machines, they have automated the weeding mechanism and precision spraying mechanism of trailer weeding mechanism, and also they are claiming they could be able to do seeding. Coming to Nico Robotics, they have made attachments of liquid fertilization and mechanical weeding for tractor. And what makes us stand apart from our competitors, we are creating an ecosystem where we are coming up with an end-to-end solution with less carbon emissions. Coming to the roadmap, we started in the September 2022. We initially thought to develop a drone which can only harvest cotton. But after studying the marketing, it is not feasible and there is no scalability factor to make a drone. So finally, in the month of November, we came to a conclusion that we need to develop a robot. Later, without exhibiting a solution to our customers, we went on ground and we took surveys with the farmers. We explored our pain point to understand the pain points of the farmers to validate a problem statement. And later, we know that crop starts from July to January. So we could able to collect the data of after harvest and before harvest, which led us to get the data of making the dimensions of the robot to maneuver over the farm, which led to a design to make a conceptual design to a virtual design and turn into a video in the July. And now currently we are developing a physical POC, expecting to complete by the end of September. And as I said you that crop season starts from July to January. We are dependent on crop growth. Like we need to collect data for 3 sets for fertilization, weeding, machine learning models, and for cotton harvesting we need to collect 3 more sets. So in this year we wanted to develop a prototype and test the prototype to get the data for MVP development. In the next year, we are going to develop an MVP and test it to create some initial market access and traction, which can fund our startup so that we can able to complete a product and launch it with the clear certifications in July 2025. Coming to our passion of pursuance led us to achieve the milestones of getting recognized by DPIIT Startup India, letting it to top 32 startups and top 8 here, and completing 2 acceleration programs for Vadvan and Ignite and J-Hub Idea Acceleration Program, winning in the events of AIC T-Hub, Frost and eHunt. And with the 4 young passionates, where Naveen coming from agriculture background, 2 strong mentors, Manoj Kumar Badagarwala and Suhas Desai. Manoj Kumar Badagarwala is a product development mentor in T-Hub, Alip, VHub, NCAM and Unido and Voxen University too. And he has practical experience in working development and working of in Caterpillar machines in USA, and he has made he was the project manager of one of the Tata Hitachi. And coming to Suhas Desai, he is the production leader at Africa. He is from BSc Agriculture background, where he is providing us the entire agriculture insights which are required. And with the accelerating partnerships with Microsoft, Vengalaya Motors for mechanical development, AWS Activate, EcoOrbit for AI integration parts, and EDAM for talent acquisitions. And with the supporters of IIRI, Srinidasan and eHub Mahendra, we are looking forward to create a game-changing business of 21st century. And thank you. And I'm open for questions.
Can you give us an idea of what this product would cost? And from the farmer's perspective, I think you've surveyed the farmers. What have you learned from their perspective of using this kind of a product instead of labor, and how have you incorporated that feedback in your strategy?
The point is the robot is going to cost around 6 lakhs. Sir. They couldn't able to afford that robot. So we are creating an offline channel point in each and every village, and where we will be servicing a model. There are 2 types of services. In my solution slide, I have showed you. In my solution slide, I have showed you there are traditional and commercial, right? In traditional, they will be having 7 different activities, and commercial, they will be having 14 different activities. Where farmers will be doing fertilization in their own presence if the land is in lesser scale. So, and when the land is in larger scale, they will be doing it on a commercial scale. So, coming to the on-ground surveys which we conducted, we found that 10 acres of land is at one place, so that we came with a service-based model where we can afford a service-based model to farmers. And coming to the activities which I said you, it should be done in 3 to 4 days of due diligence of time. And I think so I covered your question, sir. Is there anything?
So you're not going to sell the product, they're going to rent it?
Yeah, we are going to service the product.
You have a sense of what it's going to cost?
6 lakhs, sir, for one robot. We are going to establish 2 robots in each and every village.
Right. If I use it, a rental pay, or how what's the model?
It's about the operation. Like for sowing, you need to paying some X amount of money. For weeding, you need to paying some X amount of money according to acres. How many acres? Prices we couldn't reveal right now, sir, because initially we are at the POC stage, and prices vary from one village to another village. Because one village, the labor prices are 500 rupees. In some villages, labor prices are 1,000 rupees. So we wanted to keep the prices according to the village, because in some villages we can make some X amount of incredible profit margins. So it varies from village to village. There are around 10,000 villages in Telangana, and 100 acres of land is being cultivated in each and every village.
Thank you.
An extension to what just Professor Ravi asked, I wanted to understand. So you are saying there will be 2 robots per village.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So I'm sure that will vary depending on the village size.
Yeah. Yes.
You will have to take that into consideration.
Yes.
That is my one point. Now the second thing is, how will you regulate or at least manage the time of using this machine?
Okay. So when it comes, okay.
Basically, my point is that the farmers would want to do it at the same time together, the two machines. One would want that part, other part. So how will that be managed?
Ma'am, when it comes to seeding, they will do only seeding. When it comes to weeding, they will do only weeding. And coming to what you have said, when it comes to seeding for 1 acre, if one labor is there, it goes up to 3.3 hours. So in our robot, we are estimating to keep it 30 to 45 minutes. So in that scale, we'll be decreasing the margin. And as I said, 10 acres of land is in one scale. We can do the activity in 10 acres of land in one scale. And our robot is in modular approach. We can dismantle and reconfigure it to take it to the farms.
I saw that. So you'll have to deploy some human resource on ground to manage that as well.
We have an offline channel point each and every village.
Okay. My other question was that where will you pilot this solution, which is starting next month?
We are going to pilot in the districts of Mahbubabad and in the Medak.
And are the soil and weather conditions same or different? Because that's when
it's different, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. And what about the post-sale service?
Post-sale service. I didn't get you exactly.
So once you've sold your product,
we are not selling the product. We are going to provide services.
The lease. The basically, what if there any deficiency comes in? What are the mechanisms to address that?
We could come up with solutions like. If there is if they are asking, initially we'll be testing our prototypes, right? Coming to the product, we'll be testing our pilots. So once there is a 2 level of checking. Once in this year we are going to check our prototype. In next year we are going to come up with MVP. And once the entire data is accurate, then we will be deploying the product with accurate.
Okay, I'm just trying to give you a direction towards the insurance model. So you might want to look into that also in addition to what you are thinking. Great job.
Yeah.
Can I have one? Thank you. I want to make a couple quick comments, and then I don't know if I have a question. Great job, very clear. I would suggest looking at Green Robot Machinery. Are you familiar with them in Tamil Nadu? They have a very similar product to yours.
Green Robot Machinery.
Yes, Green Robot Machinery already existing. I like the ecosystem model, collecting data. You may want to look at monetization through sale of data and give it to the farmers for free or at cost.
Predictive analytical tool is going to cost them as a service model. And coming to what the data which we are going to sell to our stakeholders, it is different type of data. Each and every stakeholder requires different type of data. And we are including 7 to 8 different sensors in our robot to collect that data.
No, I think it's a great idea. I think there's a lot of value there. When you're presenting these kinds of pitches, especially at this stage, when it's in the ideation stage, which I think you did a great job, there's information that you need to share. For example, the current process using labor, how much is that costing them? You said you don't have to answer. You said it's, a shortage of labor and there's some issues that are preventing the farmers from being successful that this replaces. And then when you talk about your solution, you're giving us a view then of how this solution will not just solve it, the one problem of shortage of labor, but prove that it's going to be cheaper, right? So you tell me it is, you don't show me it. So that's something I would suggest. And beyond that, I think a good job with the team. So excellent work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Namaskaram, judges. My name is Anup Paigrai. I'm from Neurotech Solutions. So first of all, I want you to imagine you are in your childhood at your village and your grandmother is making delicious dish. You are enjoying it. And the dish is made from this traditional cook stove. We call it the chulha or sigdi or angethi. But what do you see in the screen right now? Darkness, isn't it? The same cook stove that you saw in your childhood is keeping 2 billion people all over the world in darkness. People, especially from regions such as Africa, India, Bangladesh, Philippines, or underdeveloped or developing country are still using biomass burning stove or mud stove even today. So let's start the presentation with this punchline. 2 billion women find relief, no more toxic fume which you live. So let's talk about the problem. WHO reported that more than 2 billion people all over the world are still using biomass burning stove or mud stove to cook food. And the toxic fume produced by this mud stove kills around 3 lakh women every single year, which is more than the death caused by serious disease such as malaria and tuberculosis. And finally, it produced 1 billion tons of carbon emission annually. Now let's deep dive into the current scenario in India. What are the existing solutions that we have? The first solution is the LPG stove. The central government is providing first free cylinder under the Ujjwala scheme. Then we have another option, that is induction, as 97% of India is electrified. And the third option is smokeless stoves. There are countless companies such as EnviroFit, Greenway, BioLite, and many more. Still, with such great solutions present in the market, 30% of India's population in the rural areas are still using biomass burning stove. 5 lakh death every single year, it means 1 death per minute. Unfortunately, in the next 15 minutes of presentation, somewhere around 15 women would have lost their life. So how we are going to solve this problem? How we are going to create a solution that is frugal, at the same time affordable? A solution that can solve this problem once and for all. And that solution is Chulev. Chulev is the world first automatic air blower. So this is an example of a primitive mud stove. As you can see, the woman is sitting uncomfortably and using a blowpipe or a cylinder to blow air. I thought, why not to replace that? And we created a very small device. The cost is only 500 rupees and it is the world first automatic air blower. I think you have all seen electric air blower. You connect to the socket and it will blow the air. This air blower completely operates on the heat that is produced by the chula. And there is a fan that is present inside and a Stirling engine mechanism that converts the heat into the kinetic energy of the fan, and the fan sucks air from outside and push air into the chula. And we know from the basics of combustion, if abundant amount of air present during the combustion process, it leads to a far cleaner combustion. So this is the clear example of how our simple solution, a very frugal innovation, can create a change. In the left, you can see the primitive mud stove, and in the right, you can see the same mud stove with Chulev attached to it. Now, ideas are great. I understand that. But what the great Thomas Edison said, idea without execution is hallucination. The moment I got this idea, I was not like, okay, I get a breakthrough idea and it's going to be successful. I thought, why not to create a POC or a proof of idea? Let's see whether this device is going to work in the first place or not. Let's see whether this idea is really a innovation or just a thought of my mind. So this was the earlier model that you saw. And this is the new model that we are working on, and both of them has shown good result. But of course, they are not in a prototype stage or in advanced stage. But in the next 6 to 1 year, we believe that we will be able to make a design or a product that can reach up to 30 to 40% efficiency of the mud stove. Now moving on to the impact, what impact our product will bring in the future. 30% more efficient means reduced in the wood consumption, means less trees will be cut. Then the smoke is reduced by 2 times, means the potential of getting those toxic fumes in your lungs will be reduced. One of the major problem, that is stove stacking. Stove stacking means if the government provide you the LPG and government believes that you are going to shift to LPG, but what rural people do is that they simultaneously use the LPG as well as their primitive mud stove, completely destroying the motives of the government with this technique. Then the time of cooking is reduced by 20%, means the woman will have more activities to do. And finally, faster adoption. Our device can not only be used in the primitive mud stove, but also in our competitors' smokeless stoves, such as EnviroFit and BioLite. If they will use our device, their efficiency will be increased by many folds. Moving on to the market size, 2 billion plus people all over the world are still using it, especially in the region of Africa, Philippines, Bangladesh, and many parts of India. Then 30 million stoves are distributed every year under many schemes such as USAID, WHO, United Nations. And our vision is that in the next 1 year, we want to distribute 1 million equipments of Chulev. Now, moving on to the competitive analysis, this is one of the interesting fact. In terms of the equipment cost, we are the most affordable at 500 rupees. All the other smokeless company like the Envirofit, their product starts at around 2000 rupees. And of course, as government is subsidizing the LPG, the cost of the LPG cooktop is around 1000 rupees. Maintenance is low in terms of the chule, whereas in LPG, in case there are any leakage or any type of blockage, you have to call a professional to get that done. Finally, efficiency, we are far better than the existing smokeless stoves, but of course, LPG is the most efficient solution. The adaptation is very easy because it's a simple plug and play device. You don't need any manual, you don't need any instruction or training, anything. And finally, the risk is very low because we are the solid fuel being used in the chule, whereas in LPG, any leakage or any type of issues that happen, it might cause to major issue. And one of the major reason why majority of the population in Africa and minority of the population in India are still using the biomass is the cost of the fuel. If you have a cow, the cow dung is free of cost. If you are living close to the forest, the wood is free of cost. How you are going to convince the people that you should purchase a LPG cylinder on quarterly basis when you can cook the same food and even more tastier with the wood that is readily available? And finally, our solution solves the major issue of stove stacking. Moving on to the unique selling points, we are the first mover, we are the world's first automatic air blower, and we are the only device in this segment that is creating an additive device rather than selling a complete stove. Then the affordability, we are going to make it extremely affordable for the population to make sure that they can easily procure it. Then easy to manufacture because of its very simple Stirling mechanism. Ease of use, it's a simple plug and play device, nothing else is required. Easy to transport, one of the major factor, because in rural areas, bulky things are very hard to transport. Because of our small size, it can be easily transported. And we also have a provisional patent on this product. Moving on to the business model, of course, we are not doing it for charity. The first is the NGO channel, in which we will be directly collaborating with major NGOs such as Rural Carbon. We are already in talk with them, and they will be distributing our product in their area of action. Then we have the corporate channel, in which we have the CSR method, the corporate social responsibility. And then we have the carbon credits, that we are reducing the carbon emissions. The carbon credits that we generate could be sold to the corporates. Then we have the government procurement. Last year, Maharashtra government procured more than 50 CRs of smokeless stove to be distributed in the rural areas. And then we have the soft financing method, in which we can provide them a small loan of 500 to 600 rupees, and they can repay that loan in the next 10 to 12 months. And the reason we put the ICICI Foundation logo, because we have pitched to them and they are ready to have our product tested in 10 of their villages, and if it performs well, they can give us a bulk order in the future. Now, this is our brilliant team, majority of female entrepreneurs, and it's me. These are our mentors. Sridhar sir, he's a researcher at XIMB Bhubaneswar. Professor D.V. Ramanna, he's a senior professor at XIMB Bhubaneswar. And Sudhanshu Sekhar sir, he's one of the top mechanical engineers having highest number of patents and research paper in Odisha. Now, moving on to few of our partnerships, or you can say collaboration, that we have done in terms of manufacturing. CTTC is helping us right now, the same organization that manufactured the Chandrayaan 3 rover. Then we have technical partner KIT TBI. In terms of patent, the provisional patent has been filed through the NRTC. Then research is being held by CSIR IIMT, and incubation is through IIM Bangalore and SRCL. And these are few other recognitions and collaborations we have received from major international organizations such as 3M, EOGSCA, IIT Bombay, IIT Kharagpur. Now, also we have placed in front of personalities like Governor of Odisha, Ganesh Lal sir, and he was also very impressed with our product. And these are few of the media appearances that we had in the recent times. Now, finally, ending this presentation with this thought. Old ways will not open new doors. For the last 50 years, we are doing the same thing. Freely distributing LPG, freely distributing stoves, freely distributing electric cooktops. What has it changed? Nothing much. I believe there is a requirement of a disruptive technology. A technology that is affordable, easy to use, and is understandable by the rural population. And I believe Chuliv is the new ray of hope for thousands of people or billions of people all over the world. Thank you so much for your patient hearing. I'm open to any questions now.
Very good job.
Thank you so much.
I learned a lot, which is important when you're pitching, especially at this stage of your development. Provisional patent, great, especially with this concept. That was going to be one of my questions until you got there. I was going to say, have you protected yourself here I think that's probably one of the key requirements for you to keep moving forward. Are you the questions? I guess the questions I have are business model questions that you're going to resolve later. But in your mind, are you producing? Are you partnering with production? And I think picking the right channel to distribute. So, can you tell me a little bit about that step in your mind? Where are you?
So basically, in the initial stage, when right now we are at POC stage, and soon we will move on to the prototype and the market MVP product. So at the initial stage, we want to outsource our production. As I said, CTTC, it's a government organization. So through their approach, we can have extremely precise, you can say, fabrication and manufacturing. Once we understand all the mechanisms, once we understand all the things that are involved, then we can move on to our own setting of our manufacturing. But in the initial stage, it is better to take the outsourcing part than to setting of manufacturing by you.
I agree. My only advice would be, I think you're on the right track here. It's an excellent concept, great problem. Think about product lines and product categories as a business, right? So otherwise you're a product.
Yes.
Do you see what? And so what's, in your vision as you start to form the nature of your company, think a little deeply about the product extensions or the product line that you want to move into. But nice work.
Just a small comment to that, sir. Sir, Niruptech is not just a chula manufacturing or equipment manufacturing company. In the future, we believe to expand into different horizons of the rural entrepreneurship. Let's say rural manufacturing, let's say rural agriculture, and many other sectors, as n numbers of problems are there in the rural areas. But this is our initial product to see whether we are able to understand the rural market or not, whether we are able to get into the rural market or not. Once we get experience, we will, as you said, we are going to make our own catalog of different products and different.
Yeah, to add to Greg's observation, I think I like your approach. One of the things I like is you're thinking of this as a global opportunity and not just an India opportunity, because you said the problem applies in many other parts of the world. I think that's very important. Many solutions that we come up with in India can have value and applicability across the world. So I really welcome that. You also come up with a simple solution, a low-cost solution, which again is very appropriate for these. And I also like the fact that you're trying to sell the product could even sell to people who are using other products. So it's an add-on and that expands the scope of your use. I didn't follow your point about how this is environmentally superior to the gas, because I think the gas is even less. When you say 30-40% efficiency, that's still polluting a lot. I appreciate that you have understood the consumer behavior, that the people who have the gas may still use this. Therefore, the product may still have some value. But I'd be curious to know how many people who have gas are actually also using, stoves? And if the government is going to give gas for free for the people below a certain income, can you even compete with the...
Sir, regarding the government scheme we are talking, so the first cylinder is only free, sir. After that, they have to purchase all the cylinders in the normal market. So the reason why I'm not a competitor of LPG. I believe that after 20 years, 30 years, LPG inductions and electrics cook stoves are the future. Chulib is not going to be staying that long. I don't want to be like that. Reason being, for this next 20 years, I want to smoothen this transition. I want this transition to be as soft and as feasible as possible. Instead of directly jumping from the existing chula to induction, why can't we just jump from chula to chulif, from chulif to induction or LPG? And with that transition, I think it will save a lot of lives, because we can't just expect after 20 years, everybody will have LPG. So let's just die, let the people die for the next 20 years. I don't think that would be a approach. Yes.
Good answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I think you've answered most of the questions.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to understand, what do you think is a loophole for your startup, or might be a loophole going forward?
Yes, ma'am. So basically, the only thing that I see as one of the, you can say, major issues that we might face in the future is the copycatting of the product when it goes, let's say, international, or maybe even in India. There are many chances, because if you want, I also have the proof of concept. I can show you outside if possible. The design is very simple. Like, you can make it at your own, like if you have a workshop or something, you can make it. So the copycatting is one of the purpose or maybe issue. Major player may not copy it, as we have the patent for that, but small scale player, let's say in district level or maybe in rural, their village level, as well as we are currently have the patent for India, not for you can say our major segment, which is Africa and other countries. Chances that if other competitors see that yes, there is a great product working in the India and he hasn't moved to Africa, we might take his concept and do that. So that is something I believe with the progress we are making right now, we will be able to figure out some way to tackle that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Alex.
Good morning, everyone. For a moment, let us all practice and picture each and every individual that they have, irrespective of their abilities, that they have a right to maintain their health and hygiene with confidence and dignity. Now, let me take you all in a journey where we will be shedding the light with a largely overlooked issue, that is women's perennial hygiene. Yes, absence of such hygiene will always lead to few serious issues like sepsis. We have to understand and realize that globally, per annum, almost we have 11 billion deaths due to sepsis, which is a very huge number and it is a very huge problem. Now, we the team COACT embarked in a mission to ensure that we have to maintain this women perennial hygiene in a most accessible as well as affordable manner to each and every woman. We understood that the most impacted group in the complete group, on all of them, will be the visually challenged women because they lack the sense of sight. So here we wanted to start our journey in achieving the perennial hygiene to all the women by understanding and solving the problem of visually challenged women menstrual hygiene. Here, our target users will be the visually challenged women within the age groups of 15 to 55 years old, and we help them by identifying when they got their periods. In general, we women have two types of discharges. We have vaginal discharge as well as menstrual bleed, and we feel the same when the discharge is happening. Even the normal woman needs a visual check to confirm accurately that we got our periods. But what would be the case of visually challenged? How much dependent they are? It's a question that has made us that this group has to be targeted immediately and we have to solve this. When, as a part of our interactions with our end users, we understood that they are currently depending upon few suboptimal procedures, like they are using the sense of smell and touch to identify that they are getting their periods, and they have to track their dates as well as the premenstrual symptoms has to be used as an indicators. But in very rare cases, they have to use the sense of taste too, like we are having a menstrual bleed with taste metallic in nature, vaginal discharge, that is leucoera, that will be a taste bit salty. They're tasting it to differentiate when they're getting the periods or not, and this is very inhumane, even to think of. So, in our journey and understanding our end user pain points, we have interacted with 25 caregivers who detailed us that most of the school-going girls are skipping schools just because of the fear of stains over their dresses. Most of the girls in the stages of menarche, that is where their periods and menstruation starts in a girl, they are finding it very difficult for visually challenged girls in habituating a certain mechanism in identifying periods. We have also interacted with few gynecologists as well as the pathologists in understanding various parameters that will help us in distinguishing various discharges within a woman, like urine, vaginal discharge, as well as the menstrual blood. Coming to our target market. In our target market, we are concentrating, our target market TAM is 3,500 million rupees. We have to understand that it is the population of India of visually challenged women within the age groups of 15 to 55 years of old. Our SAM consists of the visually challenged women within that age group in the states of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, that is 455 million rupees. Our SOM is 91 million, that is 20% of our SAM. Since our product is useful and unique, we are expecting at least 20% of our market can be obtained. Coming to our business model. We would like to have key partners as an undergarment suppliers, sanitary pant suppliers. We are having few sensors suppliers has to be required. Generally, we want to have an online distribution model where our customers can buy our product through our website. We're also providing an instruction manual in Braille so that this will help them in using our product independently. When it coming to the point of value proposition, we, the team Coact, wants to ensure to solve the latent need of our user, that is accurate identification of periods that will allow the socially inclusive at all times. We deliver the value of comfort, hygiene and independence. Coming to our customer segments, it is broadly categorized into two groups. We are having B2B, that is business to business, which includes hospitals, charities and the institutions for visually challenged women. When it comes to the second category, that is B2C, which includes the independent users, the parents and the caregivers. And this is our business model. Coming to our solution, BI. Our BI consists of two components. Our solution consists of two components. The first component is an undergarment, which is fabricated sensors and an detachable electronic module to it. And the second component will be a panty liner with conducting patch. Here you can see the very raw basic prototype, which is illustrating the mechanism that I'm saying now. That is like when she gets her period, the blood will be sensed by the sensors which are fabricated within the undergarment, and that will be further communicated to the electronic module, and the indication will be given in the form of vibrations. We choose the form of the identification or the indication should be in the form of vibrations, because it will make them more it will be more accessible for them, and only the other person will not get to know, so that she won't be feeling embarrassed even if it is in the workplace or at school. This is our flow of use. Our user can buy a product from our website. They have to start using it at least from expected date of period 2 to 3 days before. Once they use it, and the indication will be provided when she gets her period. The panty liner can be safely disposed of after using it, but when it comes to the undergarment, it can be reusable by simply washing it and removing the electronic module. Coming to our competition analysis. We all know that there are multiple players in women menstrual hygiene, like sanitary pads, menstrual cups, tampons, as well as the period panties recently. But the thing we have to remember is all of them have failed in providing an indication of period. This is where our BI stands. Here we are providing an indication of period, and we are having a first mover advantage in this case. Here when it comes, after all our interactions, we understood that they wanted to be easily used, as well as there should be no leakage problem. So BI provides that, and all the options are economical. These are achievements where we have been recognized as Student Innovation Awards by APSHE and been into semi-finalists of TIE University. Coming to our roadmap, we are having an idea generated in May 2022. We are currently in our prototype designing. We are having regulatory compliances completed by 2024 of September, and we are ready to launch our product by Jan 2026. Yes, we do have our future vision. We want to expand our product into when to change their sanitary pads next, by developing an indicative menstrual cup by providing more options to our users. And finally, we want to achieve our overall mission of providing better menstrual and parental hygiene for our users in a more affordable and accessible manner by expanding our product compatibility to all the disability spectrums, especially concentrating on the bedridden as well as the mentally retarded women. Coming to our core team, myself K. Ushasri Devi, my co-founder P. Sushma Devi, we are having our technical team to be M. Rahul and Shrikant. Yes, we have our mentors who have been the strong pillars who are into the departments of biochemistry, biotechnology, and a professor with having 4 years of hands-on experience in sensor fabrication. And yes, I'm a girl who bleeds every month, and I would not like to limit my opportunities. Then why should the visually challenged? It's a high time where we realize everyone deserves a happy period. Thank you, and we are open for questions.
Great presentation and a very interesting as well as relevant topic. Firstly, I wanted to ask, what was your inspiration behind this problem statement?
Hello, ma'am. We are currently in the shoes. Like, even we face problems during our menstruation. Then one day it strike, like when we are facing such difficulty in managing periods, then what would be the case of visually challenged? Because now we are having a visual check, we can understand if there is a stain on our cloth, but visually challenged do not have such. So then we thought of developing this product, and this has paved our way.
Okay, great thought. Second thing I wanted to check was, you talked about the vibration sensors. Is that safe? What is the safety measures around that? And second will be the comfort factor, even if for a few days, but will that be comfortable?
Currently, we are thinking of giving a vibration because we thought that it will be very safe even there in public also. But even if, still we will go further into customer insights and we'll also ask them what is their comfort indication which they're preferring. But now, for now, it is considered safe, and we are also following all the regulations and compliances also.
Okay, health-wise safe.
Yeah.
There we go. Nice presentation. Good job. Good problem to solve. I think you've done a good job articulating that. I also enjoyed hearing the feedback. I enjoyed hearing the concept of extending the business into other products and services. So I think that's important early on, even as you're starting with your first project, so you know where you're going. I think that was done well. The business model, a little confusing to me. You said you were going to be online to sell your to sell your products. I think that's a big challenge. To how are the visually impaired going to find you online? I think that's a slow growth market methodology. You have the B2B and B2C. So I think clarifying and being a little bit more specific in the go-to-market and having identified, I think, where they currently are finding and buying their current products might be a good place to start and think about where you start. But good job overall. Thank you.
Yes, sir. When we are talking about the website, sir, we are thinking of inculcating AI bots into them, which can talk with the visually challenged. It's not necessary that they need to have a visual check to use our website. And when we are also thinking of expanding our products to the other other disability spectrum, we are also thinking of people who are having low vision. Our website will also be it will also have the invert color option also. So our website will be useful for all the disability spectrums. We are developing our website in such a way.
Yeah, just a quick question. What is the likely cost of the product and the affordability? Because that's probably important for people who are visually impaired.
Currently, we have not yet reached the stage where we can calculate the cost of the product, but for sure we'll be making it economical for the users, because it will be a very difficult shift for them from shifting to sanitary pads if it will be very costly. So definitely our product will be economical and user friendly too. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to everybody present here. I'm Tejaswi. I'm Mridula. We are from RBVRR Women's College and our product name is Tech Ready. We usually see our mothers complaining about the vegetables that they purchase from a local street vendor. So a similar situation happened in our houses, and my mother one day was complaining me about the vegetables that she purchased from a nearby local street vendor. And she was telling me that the street vendor wasn't ready to lower the price of the vegetables even though they were not so fresh and rotten. So my friend and I found a problem in this, and we went to know the problems of the street vendors. We prepared a questionnaire, like we prepared some questions about their basic demographic data and to know the problems they were facing and also the problems they were facing in carrying on their business. And we found out that due to the pushing of the heavy cart, the street vendors were facing many health issues like back pains. Also, they are not able to maintain the freshness of the commodities for a longer period of time. And when we look this at larger scale, this is leading to the post-harvest losses at the retailer level, and in India, it's currently 12.3%. This is an ongoing customer survey that we are doing, and these are the areas that we covered. This is the questionnaire. This is the proof pictures of our customer survey. And we found out the other existing problems like spillage of goods and also overloading. And then we did our research, literature survey research, and we proposed a solution.
Our solution consists of cabin and mobility part. For vegetables and fruits, they need to be maintained at certain RH level for the longer period of shelf life. So we did a research and we took the average relative humidity and temperature, and we are maintaining that in our cabin with the help of evaporating cooling pad and sprinkler system. We install polycarbonate sheets around the cabin so that sunlight and harmful sunlight and pollution and heat won't enter into the cabin. And for vegetables like root vegetables, mostly potato, garlic, ginger, they don't need any moisture for shelf life. So we have created a space under the cabin so that the vendor can put his vegetables under the cabin, and there is also space for keep his belongings over there. And coming to our mobility, we are using renewable source of energy, which is solar energy, and we can also charge our cart like a normal electric vehicle too and ride it as a normal EV vehicle. We are sustainable, we are dual powered, we are eco-friendly, and the commodities inside the cabin will not be exposed to the harmful environment. And we are also giving inbuilt the compost bin and solar dryer, which helps the vendor to generate extra revenue. This is our market size. Our TAM is in street vegetable vendors who are stationary as well as mobile vendors in South Asian countries including India, and our SAM is South Indian states, and our SOM is Hyderabad and nearby areas of the Hyderabad.
As a part of our market research, we carried out a competitive analysis and we found out the similar existing carts in the market, and we came to a conclusion that no cart present in the market solves the increasing of the freshness of the commodities issue. It only solves one issue, that is the mobility, and most of the carts are highly priced, ranging from 80,000 to 1.8 lakh, and it is really hard for a normal street vendor to afford it. Coming to our business model, our target customers are the street vendors, the stationary commodity sellers, also the government, in which they introduce schemes to help the livelihood of the people, and we can sell our cars to them and they can distribute it to them. Our value proposition, we are eco-friendly, and the costing aspect, we are low cost compared to the other carts in the market, and we can make our carts more affordable to the street vendors by going through the CSR funds and also renting our product. And we have extra features like solar dryer and compost bin for the leftover vegetables. And the mobility issue that we are solving, the cart can be run like an EV vehicle, and it can also be run by the solar energy. Our key activities would include product development and improvisation based on the customer feedback, improving our marketing activities. The revenue streams would be the revenue earned from the carts sold, renting the carts, partnerships, and the advertisement. The marketing channels would include word of mouth, social media marketing, events, and campaigns. We have developed our proof of concept, we tested it, and then we prepared a 3D model of a product prototype, and in the future, we are aiming to do the minimum viable products, deploy it in different parts of India, test it, and then prepare our final product. These are the test results that we did on our proof of concept. We did a vigorous testing for more than a month, and we did testing in all the weather conditions like the extreme sunlight and also on rainy days. And those are the tests, the relative humidity and the temperature internal and externally at that point of time. And we came to a conclusion that we are able to maintain a more than 5 degrees temperature difference inside our cabin compared to the external environment. And also the relative humidity inside our cabin is always 75 to 80.
From idea generation to idea validation, developing proof of concept, applying to Smart India Hackathon and winning Smart India Hackathon 2022 under the problem statements, smart and sustainable supply chain. Then we applied to HeartStart Accelerator and we got shortlisted. We applied for a trademark and we started building a prototype. And we got selected for IDE Bootcamp, which is held in Guwahati. And we got selected for TSIC in Tinta Innovator. And this is our product prototype. Smart India Hackathon 2022 and HeartStart Accelerator Program. We are all women's team and we are a team of 4. We are graduates and we are from forensic science, biotechnology and chemistry background. These are our roles in the project, and our mentors are Dr. P. Jansi Lakshmi Madam and B. Manoj Kumar Sir. Thank you.
Good job. One comment I have, it was good to see your product, and there were 2 things that popped into my mind. I think and you'll get there in your next step of development, is the cost structure of this cart versus, I'm sure they pay almost nothing for the little hand carts they're pushing. So I think because of that, you need to talk about something else. And what you need to talk about is how much more money are the street vendors going to make if they have fresh produce longer, right? Because right now, I think what I heard the problem was the produce gets bad quickly, so then they have to lower the price to get rid of it, or they can't sell it, one or the other, right? So now what you're saying, and I don't know because you didn't tell me, but it looked fresher. How long is it fresher? Are they going to be able to sell those at a higher price or sell them at all? And what is that amount? And that's a way to maybe offset an increase in the cost of the bike itself. So I would change a little bit of your focus from cost to helping them increase income or revenue. And that would be a more clear pitch, and a value proposition would be a little bit more powerful to the street vendors. So I think that area I would like to see a little bit more on. But otherwise, I thought you did a nice job.
Thank you, sir. So, but when we introduce our cart into the market, the street vendors can increase the price of the vegetables and then sell them, because the commodities are not exposed to any pollution. They are fresh. Yeah.
And people will be willing to buy fresh vegetable, and they prefer fresh vegetable more than the withered vegetables.
Yeah. You need that in your pitch, though, right?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. I get it. I think you can, but you have to tell everyone.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, my instinct is that this is going to be very hard to justify as a financial investment for the vendors, because it's very sophisticated. I think for the amount of extra income, they probably could make that, but that's just a guess. So you probably need to think of this as you said, CSR funding or government funding. If there's some way to bring down the cost, absolutely the lowest cost at which you can make this, as opposed to make the argument that it'll pay for itself. Maybe you can't make the case that it'll pay for itself, but you may be able to say, we have the best cart you can make at the lowest cost. And if somebody wants to fund a social program to help these vendors, realize higher income, save some of the waste, and avoid some of the pollution, then you have a solution to offer. So it may be a different proposition than some of the other traditional businesses. Just a thought.
Yeah. Dr. Shanta will take my question. No. You can take it. Okay. So, I agree with Greg's question. That should be the focus in the presentation. I had a similar question. Besides that, if you could tell me more about the manufacturing and how will you do that? So I've seen your prototype, but what are your manufacturing plans? Large scale manufacturing.
Ma'am, if we get funds, we'll try to manufacture in bulk so that the cost can be reduced. And we are using we will use the made in India products. Like that, we can reduce the cost. And till now, we are thinking like that, ma'am.
Okay, so that's one food for thought generally. Yeah. And second thing is that in your business model, I realized you have said almost everything. You will do B2C, you will do B2G, you will do B2B. So a more focused approach there will help you go a longer run. These are my two comments.
Yes, ma'am. We will mainly focus on the campaigning, ma'am, because the vendor has to know about it, educate them, and will conduct more and more campaigns. That will be the main focus. And for expanding our marketing, we'll use other marketing strategies.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
The next team that will be joining us is Agro India, followed by Polyfueler.
A very good afternoon to honorable jury and one and all present here. I am Ruta Mali, founder of Agro India, co-presenting with my co-founder Poonam Patil. So before jumping into the actual presentation, I would like to share a very small story with you all. A story about a boy who was preparing for his Olympiad exam and he got stuck in one of the chapters of the NCERT, that is crop production and its management. He was unable to understand what are the cultural practices that farmers follow in his field. And this is how our journey started.
So, let us move towards the problem. Why agricultural education is important? As we all know that we are living in a country in which maximum population is engaged in agricultural activities directly or indirectly. Our country contributes 17% of its GDP towards agriculture and provides 58% of the 58% of the population is provided the marketing and employment by agriculture only. As we all know that India is the biggest exporter of cotton. It is the largest producer of vegetables, that is bhindi, potatoes, onions, etc. And the next thing is India is the largest producer of wheat and rice, which are the staple food of our country. But still we are facing many problems like food grain crisis, lack of infrastructure, then lack of market knowledge and market crisis. So to face all these problems, we need young minds. So how can we get students interested in agriculture education?
So we have come up with a solution, that is Agro India. Agro India is basically a board game which is specifically designed for the age group of students in between 7 to 15. So if any student is there, if he or she don't know anything about agriculture, if he or she will play this game, they'll get to know what exactly means how agriculture works. Apart from that, Agro India serves many features, such as it promotes critical thinking in the students. Then it builds their teamwork abilities. Then Agro India showcases the India's rich agriculture heritage, and definitely it will be act as a gateway for several agriculture careers.
Moving towards the product and service we provide. Now, I will talk about the features and how it works. As you can see in the video, this is a foldable game. It consists of sections and dices. It can be played by 2 to 4 players at a time. Each section is divided into 2 columns. Each column, one column consists of agricultural activities right from sowing, irrigation and raising the crops. And the another column consists of disasters and problems which are faced in agriculture, like market crisis, then acid rain, then we can say that any disaster. So in each stage we are given some percentages. As the player proceed, he or she will be earning some percentage, so which makes the competitiveness in them. Along with this, we have added some fun and knowledge element in this game. The fun element is we had given one lifeline for them, and the knowledge element is we provided information cards in this game, which will give them extra additional information or extra knowledge about agriculture, like MSP, that is minimum support price, then Fasal Bima Yojana. Also, there are many schemes of NABARDs which we are unknown about. All these things will be get to know. So we can say that this is the perfect combination of education with fun. That is edutainment.
Then, talking about our market size, as I said, our target market segment is kids from age in between 7 to 15, where we are mainly targeting schools, educational institutions, and homeschooling parents, which are mainly focusing on STEM education and environmental education. So, here our total available market is, as I said, we are mainly focusing on schools, homeschooling parents, and educational institutions. So, if we talk about Indian scenario, their number is huge. Do you know how many schools in India? More than 1.5 million schools. More than 250 million students are there. 8.5 million teachers are there. You can imagine the potential. Huge it is. Then, if I talk about our serviceable available market, for now, we are targeting Maharashtra and nearby states. And our serviceable obtainable market is, here we will follow bottom-up approach, where we will start from taluka, district, division, and then we'll cover entire state. So here we'll mainly focus on Zila Parishad schools, government schools, and private schools. So for launching our product, for now we are launching our product through online sales, and latter part will move on wholesale and retail selling.
Let us talk about the competition. Before moving, I can proudly say that this is the only game present in India which is physical and which is based on agriculture. Up to now, there is no such a game made physically with respect to agriculture. So there is no competitors for us in India. Further, it may be developed with the digitalization. And the unique selling point of our product are, it is foldable, cheaper, it is made by 100% recyclable material, and the most important thing is our startup ecosystem is 100% carbon neutral.
Okay, then talking about our business model. So our key partners are educational institutes, schools and homeschooling parents. And furthermore, we'll collaborate with subject matter specialists, industry expert, and definitely our STEM toy experts for refining our game. Then if I talk about our cost structure comprises of research and development cost, manufacturing cost, marketing and advertising cost, distribution and logistics, and other operational cost. If I talk about our value proposition, so it is highly interactive and innovative game in the agriculture field. Then definitely it will give a hands-on learning experience while playing this game, that how exactly agriculture operations are done on field. Then if I talk about like how we will generate our revenue, we'll generate our revenue through direct sales. So mainly we'll go for online and offline sales and physical stores. Then we'll form some educational partnerships with educational institutions and schools. And then we'll go for conducting several workshops and events.
Now, moving towards the achievements and milestones. As the idea came to our mind, we make 4 prototypes of this game till now. And the latest one is the one which we had shown you earlier. And talking about the achievement, then the achievement is that we won the national level toy development competition, Toycathon 2022.
Then, talking about the most important thing, the team behind all of these. Our team comprises of 3 members. I am Ruta Mali, founder of Agro India, currently pursuing BSc Agriculture Honours 4th year from NMIMS School of Agriculture Sciences and Technology.
Myself, Poonam Patil, and I am also pursuing BSc Honours Agriculture at School of Agricultural Science and Technology, NMIMS, Shiripur campus. And we both are working in Sophos Innovation Cell of our college.
Then talking about the most important member of our team, co-founder Yash Mali. He is the only one guy I was talking about in my story, from whom only our journey started. And he's the only one guy who represents our team in national level toy building competition, that is Toycathon 2022. Thank you so much. That's it from our side. We are open for the questions.
Yeah, I'm wondering, in the age where everybody's going digital, do you really want to be producing a board game? Can you find a version of this that might be easier to sell, sell much cheaper, and even less carbon footprint than what you are proposing, and find some clever way to get people to play the game online and maybe even compete with each other and play remotely with people in other locations and so on. So I'm wondering if a different approach might achieve your goal, which is, increasing awareness. If I understood you correct, you want to make a board game, right? You showed us it's foldable and so on. And then you have to sell it somehow, or get it, which is a very cumbersome and expensive way of doing it in a digital age. So you can have a similar game that you could play on your phone or on your computer. Wouldn't that be a more effective way to make and sell and get adoption of the product? And then you have to create some buzz so people want to play the game, and maybe you have a prize or something, and they compete with each other and get adoption. Because getting people to sit and play a board game may be hard in this digital age.
Sir, we will make the model hybrid so that it will be comfortable to each.
And so this is our strategy also to beat our competitors if we'll keep it hybrid. But for now, we want to keep it like physical only, because for now we are targeting only students.
Okay, thank you.
I was just wondering that this is easily copyable. So
Yes.
what are your protection strategies?
So, ma'am, we are trying for patent and all. Patent and all stuff.
But what will you get the patent on?
This game, ma'am.
The entire game?
Yes, please.
Yeah, board games are actually popular. So I mean, there's an increase, especially, but I don't know about that age group, but I know they're popular. What's the Battle of Catan, or there's tons of board games that are becoming more popular. I think the interesting question is, and I think the strategy is a little bit missing. I see this first game, right? But I'm not sure the game, the concept should be a little bit more robust. Data changes, information changes, and you don't have ownership of the information. You're curating the information that you're going to put inside the games. And as you notice, many of these board games have card packs that you can buy, right? That give you additional data.
Yes.
And so I think thinking along those lines would be an interesting way to go. The other thing that I wonder about is your alignment of your segments. So schools, the different groups that you want to maybe have these in, and your channel online doesn't make sense, right? So the schools aren't going to go online to buy your products. They're going to be part of a catalog. They're going to be in some other mechanism where they're already buying products for their classrooms. You might want to think about looking at those types of channels to find a better way to distribute and get your products in front of schools. I think online is not going to help you at all. So I would look a little bit about how do schools buy products for their classrooms. They're either online catalogs, or they're probably through other retailers. So I think those two areas were missing, and then having a strategy. I would also talk about. I mean, this is agriculture information education. I would have loved to see you pitch a line of education board games like this. So I have an ag tech one. I might have a space tech one. Things that are interesting for these students to start to learn about and gain as your kind of the vision of your school. So those are some comments I have.
Okay. Hello everyone. This is Vinit Kumar from Team Polyfueler. Basically, we have developed an integrated automatic machine which convert waste plastic into fuels. Nowadays, as we see, the very biggest problem in the world is waste plastic. We use the waste plastics and then we throw that plastic into the open environment. But effect of that plastic, as we see now in our daily life. Here are the problem that we have faced due to the plastic waste, like the effect on human health, contamination in food, climate effect, and these are the several effects that you see nowadays in your daily life. So here are some pictures that I have collected from our locality regarding the plastic waste effects. So moving to the solution. So I have developed a machine, Polyfueler, which convert waste plastic into fuel. Basically, in this machine, we have developed a catalyst and several extra process, that is depolymerization with catalytic reduction. For this process, we have developed our own catalyst through which it's convert the 1 kg of waste plastic into 800 ml of fuel. Only the cost investment of the 30 rupees per liter production. It has the zero waste it has very low processing cost and zero pollution from our machine because it is totally integrated and fixed module we have developed. I will show in here is our products picture that you can see in the lower side. These are the products that we got from our machine, like petrol or BS6 grade. We have tested our fuel from IIP Dehradun. We have gotten certificates from there regarding this fuel. Diesel, which have high calorific value as a normal fuel. Charcoal, LPG, as wax, lubricant. This is a distillation process where we got this type of products, and that should be used in as a normal fuel in a vehicle or as an industrial fuel. Basically, we have demonstrated our project to the PMO secretaries and the PMO's team, and we have also visited to ministries and we have gotten appreciation from there. And after the converting waste into the fuel, we got some assays, and that assays we use for the making fireproof bricks and tiles. So this is a totally sustainable and unique project where we use all type of waste coming from the waste plastic. So this is our prototype video that we have developed. So the process you can identify here. This is a fuel that we are getting from the machine. This machine is totally developed by our team at our home. So this is a prototype. These are the testing. You can see the flames of LPG burnings. These are the testing which we have used in our vehicles, and we have also got certification regarding this fuel from the different institution. Our project has been tweeted by the ministries. So here now come to the market size. Innovative, basically we have the innovation, like after watching the video, how many have gotten like this is the same as a pyrolysis? Because you all know about the pyrolysis. Pyrolysis is a process that people are converting waste into fuel. This is totally different. We are using the depolymerization with catalytic reduction, in which we use our own catalyst through which we got the 800 ml of fuel, best quality fuel that should be used as a normal fuel. In the pyrolysis, they got the slaggiest fuel that can't be used in the vehicles or any other purposes. So that is innovation that we have done in here. So our technology convert 1 kg of waste into the 800 ml fuel. It has high demand. Basically, we have supplied our samples to the industries and some local farmers to use this fuel. So they have the given pre-orders to us, and they are interested to buy. Even we have talked with the nearby cement plant, steel plants, factories, and they are interested to buy our fuel. They are already using that kind of fuel with the much higher cost and very the similar as efficiency. So they are interested to buy our fuel also. Even we are getting the orders for the machines also regarding this technology. So we will sell the fuel as well as machine, and after selling the machine we have the buyback guarantee of the fuel. So we have the huge amounts of order right now, so we will manage it. So here is the market side that I have mentioned. That is that TAM is 3.4 million per annum, and SAM is 1.1, and we are right now we are covering the TAM only for the India or basically segregated plastic we want. So we are covering the very low areas right now for the West. So this is the 0.5 million per annum. These are our unique proposition that has been satisfied by the different institutions, CSIR and IIP Dehradun, regarding it has high burning capacity, basically less pollutive comes from the sulfur. Basically the sulfur contamination in our fuel is very low. Because we don't use the PVC in our plastic, we extremate, and due to the catalyst which we have developed, it reduces the effect of sulfur in our fuel. So this is a very eco-friendly fuel that should be used in normal vehicle. So it can be reduce our fuels also, pollution also. High mileage, it have the very best grading regarding the BS4 grading. So it could be also increase the mileage efficiency of the vehicle. Industry demand can be used in transportation vehicles. We have collaborated with some transportation company regarding nearby district. They are interested to buy our fuels for the dumpers or some big vehicles. Okay, this is our business canvas. Basically, right now we are purchasing our plastics from the Nagar Parishad, Nagar Nigam, and NGOs. And you after converting that plastic into fuel, they sell that fuel to the Nagar Parishad and Nagar Nigam. They use that fuel for the vehicle regarding Gaadi Wala Aaya, Ghar Se Kachra Nikal. And they are interested. They sold their plastic to us at 6 rupees per kg we buy. And after that we sold our fuel to them at 70 rupees per liter, and they are using it. So they are interested. We have the industry is also interested. We have given the samples to them, and they are interested to buy. Here is our go-to market plan regarding we will just want to introduce this as an industrial fuel where industries have the demand, and then after we will collaborate with the nearest filling station. So where we will supply our fuel, and they will supply to the nearest farmers and all using peoples. So here is our future plan. I want to develop a mobile polyfiller. Basically, this is right now the problem is to collect the waste plastic from the different places that we need. So we will develop this kind of machine which go to the different places and collect the plastic directly convert into the fuel and store that inside this, and that should be supplied to the area. So we are working on this along with IIT Patna, and we have got an incubation for this project there, and we are working on. So these are the achievements. We have demonstrated our project to the PMO and gotten the Swasthya Sarthi Fellowship last year. I'm the fellow of and then we have presented our project to the 30 countries and 7 countries and invited me regarding the technology and catalyst that I have developed in this project. We have demonstrated at several levels. We have gotten an award from the Petroleum Ministry and Agriculture Ministry regarding this. So this all from here is my team. I'm Vinit Kumar, and my co-founder is Manish Bibu, and I'm the SSF fellow last year 2022, and our mentor is MN Mishra, assistant professor, and Pankaj Kumar Singh, research scholar, IIT Mandi. They have helped me to develop the catalyst, and now I'm open for the questions.
Congratulations on all the work you've done. The heart of your idea is the catalyst, I think. The heart of your idea is the catalyst.
Yeah.
And usually it takes a lot of research to come up with a catalyst. If you have, in fact, such a catalyst, the potential is enormous because it's not limited to your regions that you're drawing in your map. It could be sold maybe in every corner of the world. So how did you come up with this catalyst?
So basically, we have researched over this project from 2019, and then that time when I was working on this project, getting the slaggiest material that like the pyrolysis the people got. Then I have come with the different paper researches and all things. Then I got our mentor Pankaj Kumar Singh sir from IIT Mandi. They suggested that we have to work on catalyst. Then we are working along with him, and then we have developed a catalyst. That catalyst is developed by us from the local material that we found in our locality, and that is a liquid form that mixed with the batch processing plastic waste and then feed into the machine.
Yeah, I think very exciting, very interesting. If it's a unique catalyst, as you imply, right? This is, I don't know why you would waste any time on creating and making the fuel. The fuel is an operation, capital expense, can become very competitive just to make the fuel, but to sell the catalyst and to build a business around the catalyst, patent that catalyst, and then use that as just like Coca-Cola. They don't make, they don't bottle, they don't make the soda, they sell a syrup. I don't think you need to make the fuel. I think you need to really focus on building a business around this catalyst. And then you can scale that extraordinarily quickly. And you can see these fuel production factories built anywhere. You don't need to worry about that. That's, you need to be selling on the catalyst. Just like, Intel inside, you want to have polyfuel inside. That's you. So it really, if it indeed is unique and you can get a patent on it, a really brilliant idea, I would change my focus and I wouldn't make the fuel.
Yeah, we have filed the patent in the collaboration with the IIT Patna Incubation about that catalyst. So right now I'm not disclosing that. This is the reason. And for the another unique is the process that is depolymerization with catalytic reduction. That process is only done in our technology that we have developed in this. So this is another unique module that we are applying in this for getting the best fuel on low processing cost. Yeah.
Okay, so Vineet, you are the tech guy. Where's your marketing person?
Actually, he have the university examination on same date. That's why he didn't come.
Okay, because he would have done the right selling. So you should play on your expertise as well. So that's one thought for you. The second thing is, what are these government pre-orders that you have sourced and where are they from? If you're okay to name them.
Yeah, sure. Actually, we have collaborated with the Nagar Parishad, nearest Nagar Parishad. They have signed MOU. We have 5 district MOU right now. We are buying their waste plastic and supplying our fuels to them. Right now, we have 20 kg batch processing unit as a prototype unit, and we are supplying our fuel. They are using normally, and they have given the feedback. Even I have the district magistrate report. Then they are happy to use this fuel. I have taken with us. And another reports regarding the fuel testing and all from governmental bodies. We have gotten the certificate. Last time, PMO has awarded at Delhi in SSA fellowship regarding Parminder Mani. They have awarded me regarding this fuel technology, and they have also supported from the ITC collaboration regarding that, and we are working with them.
Okay, great, and all the best for your patent.
Yeah, thank you.
A very happy noon to everyone. We are the team Medicandi. I'm Yoga from Kumaraguru College of Technology, and he is Ramanan from Bannariamman Institute of Technology in Tamil Nadu. So this is our ventures logo. Usually, diabetic people are restricted to their food habits. Yet some people go for unhealthy snacks, which is caused by their psychological factors. Our vision is to provide healthy and natural product that can also satisfy their sweet cravings and can serve as a better snack option. Hence, our vision statement is food and medicine are indistinguishable.
The problem we have worked on is about diabetes mellitus. It is a global health concern chronic metabolic disorder. As per the statistical data provided by American Diabetes Association, in 2019, nearly 12% of the American population had diabetes. it is gradually increasing. It is gradually increasing today. Synthetic drugs prescribed for this condition have several side effects. So, synthetic drugs prescribed for this condition have several side effects, and so diabetic people do have sweet cravings.
Since diabetic people do have sweet cravings for due to various reasons such as fluctuations in blood glucose level and due to some psychological factors. Who doesn't like sweets, right? Nowadays, even small age children are getting diabetes due to the junk food habits in this modern lifestyle.
Our solution is to provide a convenient anti-diabetic food in form of gummies, candies, and cookies, which can able to satisfy the sugar cravings of the diabetic person. It has a proof that it has anti-hyperlipidemic, anti-diabetic, and antioxidant properties. We have extracted the plant from the underutilized products like seed, leaves, and fruit peel, which can help in improved absorption, reduced side effects, and also convenience for the patients. Our target users are both diabetic and non-diabetic persons who wants to maintain their spikes in their blood sugar level. Technically, our product helps in inhibiting the enzymes that break down carbohydrates, which can increase the blood sugar level. The main feature of our product is to satisfy the sweet cravings of the diabetic persons as a good snack.
This is the example image of a similar to our product, which is already existing in market, but it is used as a sweet gummies for children. We have taken a survey regarding customer acceptance and market size analysis. From this, the results are as TAM, nearly 35 million people in a state, for example Tamil Nadu, are targeted to be the users. SAM, 3/4 of the people in a city can be reached and benefited. This is a short-term analysis. For SAM, for SOM, that is serviceable available market, out of 100 people, 80 people can be the target customers in the short term. In the long term process, we could provide service to the entire country. That is 1.42 billion people in the country. There is 20% population affected by diabetes.
From the results of this survey, it is sure that diabetic people have likely to have most sweet cravings. According to our survey, nearly 78% of people have accepted our product, and most preferred by the people are gummies, cookies as a medicinal product.
So this is the according to us, direct competitors of us are diabetes gummies producer, which is already existing in the market. But the thing is, this is too expensive. For 30 gummies for a monthly pack, it is around 750 rupees, which cannot be affordable to wide ranges of people. Yet it is clinically proven as a diabetes management product. Our indirect competitors are diabetes care supplement producers, diabetes care herbal tea producer, and other cookies producer, which is available in the market for diabetes care. Our product can be affordable to wide range of people. We are using the underutilized part of the plant, which is going to be healthy and tasty using the natural sweeteners. And our product's cost would be around, for candies, it will be around, for 30 gummies, the production cost is rupees 45. For gummies, it is around 60 rupees. For cookies, we are going to use millets, which is of high fiber and low glycemic index, which is better than the wheat and maida cookies existing in the market. So it will be around 90 rupees, the production cost. These images show the process flow of our product. We used seeds for our prototype model. We are also planning to use leaves, and also the fruit peel, not the fruit, because fruit can be consumed directly. The fruit peel and leaf and also the seeds can be used. We used seeds for the chocolate extraction. Then we prepared the extract. Then we added sweeteners and we prepared the gummies. These are the images of gummies. Then we tested it for sensory analysis. From that, we could conclude that the taste of the gummies were similar to the gummies and jellies in the market. Then it was a pleasant smell, and appearance wise, it is like translucent and no colors were added. Artificial and natural colors, no colors were added and no preservatives. Then taste wise, it was good. This is the business model canvas of our venture. Our key partners are mainly farmers who are the suppliers of sweetener and parts of the plant. We encourage using underutilized product, and the distributors of the product are also the key partners. Our key resources are since we are using seed fruit peel, we can dry it and store. Hence, the extract can be brought from it, and throughout the year, we ensure the production and for the consistent supply. Then sweetening agent should be of good quality with zero sugar, zero calories, since we are using it for diabetes. Our key activities are choosing the best quality product for the people. Our value proposition includes the pain relievers and gains that are fulfilling sweet cravings, providing a healthy snack for all the diabetic people, and also the people who wants to control their spikes in blood sugar level. It can be included as a part of balanced diet where sweet plays a major role. And customer relationship, we ensure guaranteeing and branding the product by accessibility and convenience assurance. Then channels by which we can connect with our customers or by direct sales, which are the most important thing in our first step of the startup. Then online platforms like e-commerce website. Then we have segmented our customers into diabetic and non-diabetic who wants to control their spike in their blood sugar level. Then cost structure, as I already mentioned, it is affordable to wide range of people. Then the most expensive material is the only natural sweeteners in it. Then low cost structure than competitor. Revenue streams by which the company can be benefited are sales of the medicinal gummies or cookies or candies. Then we are using the underutilized product. So it drastically reduced the capital cost where other biotech food companies face difficulties. We are the team Medicandy. This is our first stage. So this is going to be our achievement of our first step. We thank our guides and our institution for providing facilities to do this in the research phase. And we also thank Gitam University for giving this opportunity to meet the brightest minds of the nation and also share our ideas and refining our ideas. Thank you.
So first question that comes to my mind is that a diabetic patient would usually want to go for naturally available things such as gur, jaggery and other products. Though I understand your product will also be naturally made, but there are usually fears of adulteration there, or just depending on a gummy and external source. So how are you planning to combat that thinking?
Ma'am, we can ensure the customers by food safety testings, by which we ensure that no preservatives or adulterants. Since we are using 100% vegan part of the plant, which is 100% vegan, then a sweetener jaggery cannot be used, ma'am, because it contains sugar, a lot of sugar in it, which obviously increase the glucose level.
And my second question is with respect to the price, that if I understand that you found that right market gap. So what is it that is stopping other players to enter this market? Why? Because there are gummies for hair, skin, multivitamin. So why is this area niche? What is that thing that is stopping players to enter it with that low cost? What are you doing differently? Do you want me to rephrase the question? What I'm trying to ask you is that what are you doing differently that you are giving everything that the other players are giving and still your market cost is low, and why can't the competitors enter into that low cost area?
Yeah, ma'am. We are using the underutilized parts of the plant, seeds or fruit peel. We go for direct extraction using the water as solvent. So I think it is the main thing that reduces the production cost. In a large scale, we can also use water. In other companies, there are also chemical solvents. They will use that. But why we didn't go for chemical solvent is, as an edible product, as we are the biotechnology students, I don't think we can use solvents like chemicals for that.
Thank you. I think I'm going to follow up on the cost question because there's ways to, and I enjoyed the presentation, and I think the diabetes arena is an ever popular and even growing problem facing not just, globally, it's a huge growth issue. And I think it's probably one of the most significant health issues that the globe is facing. So I think tackling this issue is a very good idea. Cost is interesting. If you're going to say you're going to come in, and at least the cost difference, it was like $750 versus $60.
Yeah.
So what that tells me, I can't follow it unless you break it down, right? So how much is the cost? How much of the cost of this product is material? And you're telling you're using these underutilized materials. Okay, so what's the difference just in the raw material between the typical product and your product? It's probably not very much, is my guess. And then what's the cost of production? And how much of that is in that price, and so on. So if you break down your cost structure and map that against the current cost structure, they're at a super high volume already, right? Then that can help us understand how you're getting to this mostly not believable cost difference, right? I think that's the problem that I feel. So if you can figure out a way to break down and show what's the current model, how does it work, and why does it cost this much? And it could be things like brand and other elements that's a different problem, right? You're going to have to brand your products as well and go to market, and there's other things that you're going to have to pay. So so I would suggest looking at before you get to saying cost, you need to break it all down and make sure that you really can do that. So I would just, that's my guidance, because that's the area that I struggled with the most.
No, you're talking about a consumer product, and so the branding and distribution of it, I think, would be a challenge, and I'm not sure how you plan to do that. How will the diabetics know about your product? How will they buy it? How will they keep buying it over and over again?
Like branding or direct sales, first we have to give an awareness to the people. So most of the people who are diabetic are skipping their proper meals and adding more junk in their food habits. So we can make an awareness in this idea, so which can help them recognize about their critical condition. So they will understand the importance of our product.
Okay, thank you.
Our heartfelt congratulations go out to all the teams that participated at the grand finale today. Your passion, hard work, and dedication have brought you to this point. We extend our sincere gratitude to the esteemed members of our jury. Your commitment to meticulously evaluating each idea, your insights, and your expertise have been invaluable. We kindly request our President, M. Shri Bharat, to felicitate our partners for Smart Ideathon 2023, Northeastern University Center for Entrepreneurship Education and Northeastern University Center for Emerging Markets, Professor Ravi Ramamurthy and Professor Greg Collier onto the dais.
So now that you've seen Smart Ideathon pitches, I would like to announce that what do the winners get? So the winning team gets a cash prize of 2 lakhs rupees, a fully sponsored trip to Boston, US for 2 weeks, both the founder and co-founder. The runner-up team gets an exciting cash prize of 1 lakh rupees and a partly sponsored trip, which is a 2-week trip to Boston again. We also have our social-led impact team getting a cash prize of 50,000 rupees, our women-led team getting a cash prize of 50,000 rupees, and the founder also gets to travel to Boston for 2 weeks again. We also have Dr. Leben Johnson's People Choice Award, which is again a 50,000 rupees of cash prize. So please stay tuned to see who gets these exciting cash prizes, and we'll get back to you shortly.
Hello, everyone. I really want to say a few things. First, students, wherever you are, I see a lot of you still here. Thank you so much for your participation in this event. We don't do this just for the teams. And getting a chance to have you sit and watch and learn along with us, the judges, and the other members who are here is really exciting. And it was an honor to have you join us and listen and learn, and I was amazed. I actually have made several comments about how well it went today, so thank you. Thank you very much. The second thing I want to say is, if you get a chance next year and the next year to visit and watch, you'll see what we saw. A significant improvement in the ideas that are being brought forward by the students that are involved across the country. The idea generation was so much more interesting and exciting for us to listen to. It made it very difficult for us to go through a process and try to pick these things. In fact, I don't like to pick winners. I really don't. It feels like a beauty competition when everyone's beautiful, right? It's very difficult to try and make that call. So we do our best, but you know, if I was so good at picking winners, I'd be much more wealthy than I am right now. So it's a hard process to do. Hopefully, as observers of what you saw, it gets you excited to want to participate in the entrepreneurship ecosystem that's in and growing inside of India. It's extraordinary. And also for those here at GITAM, obviously, the ecosystem that your university is building and committed to is also phenomenal, and take advantage of it. This is a system that doesn't exist at universities around India or even around the world. I spend time in countries all over helping build entrepreneurship ecosystems and getting universities involved in it. And so you have a great opportunity and a great advantage amongst your peers to really experience something they can't and to participate in something they can't. So please take advantage of it. The minds here, I mean, India is, you know, if you look at the tech companies around the world, they're all being led by Indians, right? We have a lot to learn from the leadership, the culture, the capabilities that India is developing with the most recent landing on the moon, right? These are amazing and significant steps forward that the country is making that can not just lead now, but lead for the next 20, 30, 40 years. And if I was a student in India, I'd be super excited. I'd be super excited about my future and what we can do. The only thing I would add is I want to see climate technology focused on next. We have to solve this problem. I've spent the last 18 months looking at climate solutions around the world. And I think that's, if we don't solve this problem tomorrow, all the other problems that we have don't matter. So thank you so much for your patience and participation with us. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I want to again reiterate what Greg said. Congratulate all the teams that made it this far to come to Hyderabad, and then to the finalists who had a chance to get and present in front of all of you, and to the audience for being as patient as you have been. Let me just say a little bit about Northeastern, why we're involved in this kind of endeavor. It's a long way from Boston to Visakhapatnam or Hyderabad, but when you think about it in a different way, it's actually very close. So I founded at Northeastern University the Center for Emerging Markets about 15 years ago. And the reason was simple. In the US, in the business schools, particularly, we were not paying enough attention to countries outside the G7, the most industrialized countries. And it was very obvious 20 years ago that we were seeing tectonic change, that the center of gravity of the global economy was shifting from the north to the south and from the west to the east. If you could literally, put the GDPs of countries geographically, you would find the center of gravity had moved. And yet what we were teaching and what we were researching and the companies we were engaged with were too US focused. Today, it's very obvious that the engines of growth, the dynamism of the global economy comes from the emerging markets. You've all seen how things have played out with China. China has gone from being 1% of the world's GDP to 15% of the world's GDP in the last 30 or 40 years. That's a very significant, substantial shift. China's growth is now slowing. It's now India's turn to try to do what China did. And that means we could be and should be entering a period where we have high single digit and hopefully at some point double digit rates of growth. But this shift in the growth away from the industrialized countries to the emerging markets, so the developing countries, creates a lot of challenges and opportunities because, most importantly, the purchasing power of the average consumer in emerging markets like India is much lower than that of the developed countries. Per capita income in the US is over $60,000. Per capita income in India is about $2,500. So you're talking about maybe 1/20th the per capita income. So how do you take the products and services we've already developed for the advanced countries and turn them into products that are affordable and appropriate for countries like India? That is the huge innovation challenge and opportunity that we face. And that is one reason why Greg and I, coming from this opportunity in two slightly different perspectives, Greg being very committed to startup and entrepreneurship, and in my case, very interested in the whole innovation process, because innovation is how you actually produce growth. And innovation is how companies have sustainable competitive advantage. So innovation is very important. And a lot of the innovations are going to come from countries like India going into the future. I call that reverse innovation, by which I mean innovations that India will develop that will become relevant to the rest of the world. This morning we heard about a space company. They're not only going to be a lower cost player, they will probably do other things that are very innovative. And we see that in other examples that we have studied, that, of course, innovation in India is going to, number one, involve affordability. And we saw in our examples today, you were thinking of local problems, but also affordability at the local level. So that's very important. And when we say affordable, we're not talking 5 or 10% cheaper than products in the developed countries. We're talking about 50, 60, 70% cheaper than the products. Because look at the per capita income, I told you, it's 1/20th. That means 5% is the per capita income in India compared to the US. So you can't take a product and just take 5% off its cost or price. You have to take 50, 60, 70% off. Those kinds of radical innovations cannot come just from cheaper labor. Of course, India has cheaper labor, right? Everything, all services, all employees, almost all, not all, almost all employees make a lot less in India than they would make in the US. But lower labor cost is not enough to get prices down by that much. So you have to engage in all kinds of process innovations. And that is the huge opportunity that India has going into the future. This kind of ultra low cost operation. So that's one important kind of innovation. Simplicity of products is another kind of innovation that will come out of emerging markets like India. Because again, consumers are less sophisticated. People who use products are less sophisticated. The supply of technical talent is limited. So you have to find ways to make products simpler, so cheaper and simpler. And the third driver of innovation in countries like India is going to be leapfrogging. Whenever you can leapfrog, you can always leapfrog, but whenever you can, you should. And when you do leapfrog, you get to the frontier of your industry overnight. So the best example is what we did with telephony. We went from having no telephone. For most of Indians, the first telephone was a cell phone. But as working and living in the US for many years, I had a landline for a long time before I ever got a cell phone. And the cell phone for me was a very expensive product, even in the US. But the cell phones sold in India and China and so on, they were based on a completely different business model. So once you've created that platform of the mobile phone in the hands of close to 1 billion people in India or another 1 billion people in China, all the innovations that build on that platform, countries like India and China have an advantage over the industrialized countries, because the industrialized countries are held back by the legacy technologies that are already widely used in those countries. So think about e-payments, right? India is much more sophisticated. I still use cash. I use credit cards when I'm in the US. But when I'm come here, I feel like I'm coming from an underdeveloped country. Right? I'm still using some old habits. So the leapfrogging can happen in so many areas. It can happen in renewable energy. It can happen in electric vehicles. It can happen in banking. It can happen in health. It can happen with education. Name it. Every industry has potential to be radically reinvented by countries like India. And so the resulting innovations are going to be of interest not only to India, and this is a very important thing I hope you'll keep in mind, and that is, when you innovate for India, you are maybe innovating for not just 1 billion people, but 4 or 5 billion people. And in some cases, it might even be innovations that is relevant to the affluent 2 billion people on the planet. So that is the prospect, that's the promise, that is the opportunity before all of you. And that is the reason why we at Northeastern University want to be engaged with this kind of initiative, which is encouraging young people across the country. It's not just limited to Geetam, it's not just limited to one state, but really we've seen here today presentations coming from students from all over India. And I think that's just wonderful. So we're very happy to be part of this. And I look forward to, we've heard some terrific ideas today, but I look forward to the day when there will be, one of these ideas will turn into a real big hit. And then we can all take great pride and satisfaction that it started here through the Smart Ideathon a couple of years back. Thank you very much.
Now we will be playing a video in the loving memory of the first BDC director, Dr. Leben Johnson. And now the moment has come, something we've all been waiting for. We'll be announcing the winners of all categories. The first category is the Dr. Leben Johnson People's Choice Award. Now I request our president, M. Shri Bharat sir, to kindly come on stage and present the award.
So the Dr. Leben Johnson People's Choice Award by popular vote goes to Medicandy.
Give it up for them, guys.
The second category is Vivek and Vandana Sharma India Initiative Best Social Impact Business Idea Award. We request Professor Ravi Ramamurthy to come on stage and present the award.
Before I announce the winner, and I know the tension is getting to you, I want to thank Vivek and Vandana Sharma, who are great friends of the Center for Emerging Markets. They made a generous gift, endowed gift of $1 million to the center, and from that we've been able to support activities like this. So thank you, Vivek and Vandana. And the winner of the Best Social Impact Idea for the Vivek and Vandana Prize is AgroDroid.
The third category award is Vivek and Vandana Sharma India Initiative Best Women-Led Entrepreneurship Idea. We also request Professor Ravi Ramamurthy sir to present this award too.
Okay, the Vivek and Vandana Sharma Award for Best Women-Led Entrepreneurship Idea goes to Coact.
Give it up for them, guys.
Now we have the runners-up of Smart Ideathon 2023. I request Mr. Chandrasekhar Sarma from Control S and our Pro Vice Chancellor, Mr. Krish Nagegada.
For this runner-up award goes to Polly Fuller.
Give it up for them, guys.
We now request all of the jury to join us on the stage. We also request Dr. Shantana Tautam, CIO Telangana Government, and Dr. Surabhi Gupta to also join us to announce the finalists.
Guys, this is the final award. Any guesses for this one?
Before I make the final announcement of the grand prize winner, all of the teams and all of you, and I think, I'm going to steal some words that I heard just a moment ago, but don't stop here, right? Don't stop here. You win an award, it's amazing. But that's not what it's about. It's about making that product and going to market and solving these really interesting problems that you all identified. So please don't stop here. Keep making those things. So please build your product. All right. Oh, I got the all right. Smart Ideathon winner 2023, New Rup Tech.
Give a huge round of applause for them, guys.
We'll see you in Boston. We'll see you. I'll be there. I'll see you in Boston. Congratulations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we draw the curtains on this event, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to each one of you for gracing us with your presence and contributing to the success of this remarkable gathering. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our partners, Startup India, Northeastern University Center for Entrepreneurship Education, Northeastern University Center for Emerging Markets. Our sponsors deserve a special mention for their unwavering support. Control S, our title sponsor, Grey Quest, our platinum sponsor, Moschip, Thinking Forks, Global Tree, Indian Bank, Nutrify and Coemt, our silver sponsors. Heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable President, Mr. M. Shri Bharat, for his continued belief in our entrepreneurship journey. Our Pro VC Hyderabad, Professor D. Sambasiva Rao sir, for graciously hosting this event and providing all the necessary help. Our CIO, Mr. Krish Nangegadda, for his leadership and guidance throughout, and the members of the leadership team of Geetham for extending their constant support in Smart Ideathon 2023. I would now like to thank our grand jury, Professor Greg Collier, Professor Ravi Ramamurthy, and Dr. Surbhi Gupta. I would like to thank our esteemed guests who have graced our event, Mr. Rajesh Mantena, Mr. Pavan Kumar Chandana, Mr. Chandrasekhar Sharma, and Dr. Shanta Totam. Encouraging young innovators of India was the core focus of Smart Ideathon 2023, and I would like to extend my thanks to all the 1,009 participants who contributed towards this event. A special thanks to all the jury members and the ecosystem partners that we have collaborated this year. Not to mention our entire VDC team, our hospitality, our marketing and e-club, and beyond everything, Partha Sardi for going above and beyond in arranging everything for Smart Ideathon 2023. Tanushree and Kingshuk for doing a fabulous job in hosting the event. As we conclude, let us carry the knowledge and connections we've gained and hoping to see you all soon again. Thank you everyone and have a good day.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi everyone. Today at Geetham, August 25th, we are hosting the Smart Ideathon competition in partnership with Startup India. So Geetham is hosting this competition for the second time in a row. Last year and this year also we got pitches from about 1,000 startup ideas around the country. And out of the 1,000, we finalized 32 ideas that come and participate in the semi-finals, which happened yesterday. And out of the 32, we select 8 finalists who are going to be presenting today to our jury members, consisting of experts from various sectors, including our partner university, Northeastern University, where we have 2 professors, Professor Ravi Ramamurthy and Professor Greg Collier, being on the jury. And we hope that the best of the 8 is going to be selected. As chief guest, we got Mr. Pavan Kumar Chandana, who is very popular in India for launching the first private rocket into space. His company is called Skyroot, and it raised about $70 million of funding. Mr. Pavan is here as our chief guest and just enthralled the audience with his journey of dreaming big, space being the next frontier for Indian youth to dream about, and opening up the skies for the future of the country and its citizens.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are lucky to have the beacons of Startup World India amongst us today, who will be taking part in a panel discussion. Just imagine, all of them coming together onto one stage and sharing their wisdom.
We would like to invite Dr. Sushmita Sundar, Head of Life Sciences, RICH. RICH is an ecosystem partner. Dr. Sundar, Head of Life Sciences, RICH, is a health tech and ed tech researcher and innovation enthusiast, and also happens to be a specialist in life sciences and management generalist with a passion for entrepreneurship.
We would also like to invite Ms. Srujana Chadalavada, Director, Strategy and Partnerships, WeHub. WeHub is our ecosystem partner. A graduate from IIT Madras, Ms. Srujana started her career as a business analyst at Dell Global Analytics and then moved to Quickwell, a startup acquired by Practo. She was instrumental in launching Quickwell in Hyderabad. Currently, she's working as a director for the strategy and business development with WeHub, an initiative by the Telangana government.
we would also like to invite Mr. Dhruv Gupta, COO ITIC Hyderabad, who is our ecosystem partner, from researcher to entrepreneur, and now an innovation management consultant. He has earned the Gandhi and Young Technology Innovator Award in 2016 at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. He was hosted by the late President Shri Pranab Mukherjee.
We would like to invite Mr. Suresh Krishna, AVP, ISB Programs and Partnerships. He leads the innovation and entrepreneurship programs curated for startups at various stages at ISB.
So it's just about noon, so good afternoon everybody, and welcome to this panel of very eminent experts. I know that maybe the teams that are going to pitch this afternoon are not going to be fully engaged because they're worrying about their presentations. Nevertheless, we'll try to make it exciting and useful to you. You've heard a lot about what we are doing, what this event is about, and why we are doing it. I think we want to explore a little bit more of the why. That's why we said let's have a discussion on how and why is it important to set up a kind of a pre-startup or pre-incubation and incubation ecosystem in higher education institutions. Yeah, we all are aware of the conventional degrees and the conventional paths that we go to for our careers, whether it's becoming a doctor, an engineer, or whatever. But what we have consciously introduced here in Geetham, and I think there are lots of other places where this happens, is an additional career track where you can become an entrepreneur, bring your dreams to life yourself, not rely on many other people. And doing that, not only are you doing something for yourself, you're doing something for society, and you're creating jobs. So I think that's a very attractive proposition. I know there are a lot of challenges with people, and we'll discuss some of those in terms of how do you convince your parents, how do you deal with the uncertainties, the risks, the problems that happen. So they are all there, but how do we encourage this kind of an ecosystem? One of the things that we have said at Geetham and through our Venture Development Center and the courses we run is that we are not teaching you how to become an entrepreneur. We are teaching you the skills that will allow you to do whatever you like, whatever you wish, and do it well. Okay, so please keep that in mind. So as a result, when we started the Venture Development Center, we have an undergraduate course on personal discovery through entrepreneurship that is mandatory to everybody who enters the university. So in the last 3 years, I think we have trained close to 19,000 students. And that's something that helps us get, it's a very rich source for our pre-incubation activities where students come in with their ideas. So before I go on any further, let me start off by asking you your as an introduction, your views on why it is important, or do you feel it is important to have this kind of an ecosystem, and how do you see it developing from your own experiences, whether it's something that you got into this ecosystem by accident, or is it something that was planned? So I'll start, right? Sushmita, you could...
Yeah, my personal experience for entrepreneurship definitely started off by accident, not by choice. But I'm glad that I took that journey, and definitely it started off from a higher educational institution. So I kind of envision an higher educational institution being able to give you the launch pad in making your career choices. So it all started way back when I was doing PhD at NUS, National University of Singapore, as enthusiast researcher, where all my lifetime was spent in the lab doing research. There were phases of the time in the lab when I was pretty empty because my cells were growing, taking their own sweet time to grow in the lab. So that's when I decided, let me go explore the different part of the higher education, which was the management side or the business side. And thankfully, I had a course which could give me that launch pad. So we had a Singapore-Stanford biodesign program happening in the university, which was a mix of group of people from engineering, management, sciences, medical, So 4 students from the multidisciplinary group were made to form a team, tackle a solution, tackle a need of a clinician, and develop a product for that. So that's where my first glimpses of a biodesign design thinking began. And then that's when I realized there are so many needs which the users face that needs to be met by designers, by the business world. And that's where the journey of entrepreneurship in some ways began. Then by the final year of my PhD, I came to a program called Launchpad, where we started interacting with different VCs for funding, angels for funding. And during my 4 years of PhD, parallelly doing research, I kind of experimented with the management world. So as unpredicted as it could be, in the final year, there was a fire accident in the lab, and all the research that I did for 3.5 years came to a standstill. The last 8 months was only spent on doing theses, writing the theses, but I couldn't publish well, partly because all my samples were gone. But serendipity was that I had a parallel line which was going on into entrepreneurship and management. So it definitely helps when an educational institution gives you the choice, gives you the freedom or the encouragement to experiment, try new things. By design, there are programs where the students can explore. And as it has been from last 7 years, I'm in this innovation and entrepreneurship space, and I totally understand, especially for life sciences and the healthcare startups, it's a long journey. The gestation is quite long. The pieces that you accumulate in your education helps you to make the puzzle complete. You need to find the right team, you need to have the right knowledge, you need to find the right market need that you want to address, you need to understand the process for it to be entering into the marketplace. All this takes long, and if you can cover half of that during while you are studying in a risk-free environment, then you are in a good position after a couple of years to launch it. So my encouragement to you all as well is experiment as much as you can. Try, if you can do many multidisciplinary activities, you will definitely be able to excel in your, at least quench your curiosity in terms of understanding what entrepreneurship is all about. So yes, I definitely agree it's necessary.
Okay, that's great.
So entrepreneurship and students, right? I'll start off with a small story. I was one of the first hires of the startup called Quickwell. Very first, as in I was the 5th person into the company. That includes the cleaning lady and and the product was ready, we've tested it, everything was sorted. Quickwell is an appointment management system and a queue management system for hospitals, healthcare service providers. So we had to get people downloading the app and start booking appointments through us. Right? Market penetration, huge challenge at the point in time, because there is no market validation. No hospital has already signed up with us, and if we had medical representatives have spoiled the entire system rotten by giving freebies to everybody, every doctor. They wouldn't sign up until we give them something. And we were a startup, right? Struggling with funds at the point. This was pre-Series A, and we had one doctor sign up with us who said, I will not pay you anything, but you can do my queue management system in the hospital. So we were literally standing outside, and people entering into the hospital, we were like, sir, appointment nahi hai, to humse book kara do at 1 rupee. You will get immediate access to the doctor. You will not have to wait in the hospital, right? This kind of a challenge was there because we did not have a system that was backing us at that point in time. We literally had to go sell appointments for 1 rupee, right? But right now, imagine the same situation if I was a Geetam student and I had to have some hospital validate my product. It is very easy because Geetam Incubation Center chief would have probably connected you to the hospital to experiment your product on. right? A platform is much needed because at some point in time, your muscle or your brain is not just enough for market penetration. And incubation centers today are much, much, much needed because at that point in time, any support is massive. And let me tell you one more thing. When a startup needs money, 10 rupees is the exact same as when you don't need money as 100 rupees at that point in time. The right time, right kind of help is very, very, very much needed. And the incubation centers, be it college incubation centers, be it non-academic or plain business incubation centers, provide you that particular platform. And please utilize all of them. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so I think I have a completely opposite story. I'm here because my institutions doesn't supported me. So I started my first startup when I was 18 in 2008. And I was not liking the way I was being taught, and I didn't like the ecosystem in my institute. And everybody likes money. I like money more. I'm a pure capitalist, I can say. So I started, that time people used to find people to format their computers. So I started formatting computers for people. I started making basic HTML websites for them, and that's how the first startup Fuzon Doubleworks started. Okay, we were doing smaller IoT solutions and all, and we made decent amount of money in first year, lost decent amount of money in second year, then we thought, okay, let's shut it down. That's the first entrepreneurial stint I had, because I was not liking how I've been taught in the college. Okay, so that's how it started. Second one started because I did a lot of research during my master's and I realized it's going nowhere. There has to be an actual use case for the market for it. I figured out 2 more junior students with me. We started this company. We did a great technology, pathetic product. The award they were talking about was for that same company, which didn't made a single rupee. Okay. So I still remember the day. I was sitting with the late Pranav Mukherjee on the dinner table. He asked me, how's the business going? I said, it's going fine. While I'd already shut down the company 6 days back. So on 10th of March, I shut down the company. On 16th of March, I got this award in the Rashtrapati Bhavan. And I'm talking like, yes, it is going good. Okay, so those days comes. Third one worked out well. I sold it off to a North American company. So what I'll say is, it's not that you cannot do it without an ecosystem. But this ecosystem is going to accelerate you. I was fortunate enough that my parents allowed me to do all these things with my life. How many of your parents will allow you to do something without earning a single rupee for next 5 years? It's not easy. Entrepreneurship is not easy. I think if you are in third year, you're already in pressure from your parents, what is going to happen with your placements. I'm pretty sure that your management is already under pressure, what we are going to do with the final year graduates this year. How we are going to get placements for them. The world is brutal. So this platform, what even Geetam has with the name VDC, they are also representing some similar platforms. They just help you. They give you a safety net. They let you try what you cannot try after graduating in these initial years itself. That is very much required. So if you have dreams, if you want to make, one thing which Sir missed out was about money. He talked about creating jobs. He tried about fulfilling your dreams and everything. One thing he didn't talk about is money and the adrenaline rush you get. When you build something with your own hands, when somebody say like, yes, I need this, I'm going to pay you for this, that feeling you're not going to get in any other format. Whatever else you do, you'll not get that feeling. When you just make a small thing, you're sitting across the table with somebody and say, look, this thing can solve your problem and I'll charge you 2 crores for this. It recently happened with one of our startups. We were negotiating a deal, and this guy was said last year, I had not even thought that I will ever hear that somebody is going to write a check of 2 crores for me. Think of that feeling. That is what this platform can lead you to. Okay? Thank you.
Suresh.
Right. So I think the question posed by Sir was, how did you get into where you are or what you're doing today? So I consider my career as a startup again because I've been investing in it from the time I got introduced to the idea of entrepreneurship. Immediately after I finished my master's from UK, I came back to India and I was just wondering, what next? Abhi parents bole hai ki you have to do computer science, you have to get a better, great job and stuff. So to make them happy, we did that. But once I came back, I was looking at exploring things. I was open for everything. I was not like, mujhe nahi jana hai wo the same old IT stuff where I don't want to get stuck. So I was exploring things. I had this mindset for exploring what could be the future or what I can value somewhere in a different manner. And that's when I stumbled across one of my friends working in an incubator. And he said, Suresh, I think you should give this a chance because with the way you think about things, this could be something where you can share your expertise with students or individuals, ideators who are ready to do something, right? It can be very helpful and you will also enjoy the drive. So I was thinking whether to go the usual path of the IT world or should I myself explore into a different venue or different thing, because entrepreneurship 15 years back was not as big as it is today. 15 years back, people didn't know what startup is. People didn't know what entrepreneurship in the first place is. It was just business. It's not a startup culture. It is not making ideas into business or anything. It's just build something or make money. So I ventured into it. I took the chance because I found potential in this. There was a huge future to it because the way the policies at that time were coming out, how the government was thinking, and how our country's demographic dividend was going to build over the next 10-15 years. So I had these conversations with a lot of my peers, my friends at that time, in various incubators or institutions, and what do you think about this? I want to give it a try. And I took the jump, and for the last 15 years I've been from time to time reevaluating and improvising or looking at how I can contribute myself in a better manner through different institutions or different partnerships for the benefit of entrepreneurship. So it has been successful, and why I said it itself is a startup is you start with exploring. You don't want to go the usual way, the path that is already laid out. And I see all the students that have come here today, shortlisted for semifinals, as such, because you're not going in the usual path, do the studies, prepare for interviews, get jobs. You're trying to build something, you're trying to do something different. So, and that's what I was at that point of time, exploring new things, trying to build something different. It was not for somebody else, but for my own self. I don't want to, get into something usual. I want to do something different. I want to be different. So you have chosen that path, and it's not easy. Entrepreneurship, all agree, is not easy. It's a tough path, but I think the end results, if you focus on it, are going to be certainly worthwhile, and you are going to motivate furthermore, because the youth entrepreneurs that I see in you guys are the future of a country, as our earlier speakers or chief guests have mentioned. So, point institutions, the higher education institutions, are very important. They play the most important role in entrepreneurship if we have to achieve the goals of what the government or what the country is looking forward to. Because we as incubators may not be able to completely do everything from the scratch. The institutions should work as a breeding ground for ideators, ideas, or the basic validations that can come out. And once they are prepared for jumping into entrepreneurship, we as incubators are all there to support them to scale further, right? So going by the topic, right? I was just wondering while I was driving here today, it's a very interesting topic because what Geetham VDC is doing is exactly that. Building a student-centric entrepreneurship ecosystem, and they have already put in place something that kind of defines how it should be, and it kind of spells out the core elements of what a proper student-centric ecosystem could be or should be. So I think we are here merely to see what progress is happening and how we can contribute to the further growth or in our whichever bit possible.
As you've heard, there are different paths, I guess, to get into the entrepreneurship domain, whether it's serendipity or the fact that you didn't get the right support system, whether it's the adrenaline rush plus the fact that, and that was a very important point you made about this providing, academic institutions providing a protected environment where people can actually take risks rather than going out and spending your money or even somebody else's money. And then like Suresh said, having the dream to actually succeed. So if you look back on your journey, is there something that you could talk about saying that if this had been there when I was doing my education, things would have been much different. I know the environment is different. Now there is a lot more focus on entrepreneurship and startups. But how do we encourage our students? Now, I talked about 18,000 plus students having done the entrepreneurship course. Barely, well, less than 1% or even less than that are actually wanting to do or set up any businesses. How do we get them to become more progressive in that? Is there anything we can do, and how do we fit? It's a three-part question, I guess. How do we fit into the larger ecosystem as an educational institution? Because do you measure success by the fact that there are so many startups that have come out of the education institute, or is there some other measure? Who would like to start out?
So I'll spill some beans here. So I was a BTech student from Geetham. 2004 to 2008 batch, Geetham Vizag. That's where I did my BTech Biotechnology. If you ask me what I would want back then at Geetham that I would have leveraged, is we had mechanical engineering department, civil engineering department, ECE, dental college at that time. Wish I had the courage to walk into their places and see what is happening there. Wish I had the courage to just go talk to them and ask, what's your problem that you want me to solve? We were very siloed in our thinking, but I am glad that right now the silos are breaking down. Colleges by design are getting into multidisciplinary courses, electives where students can go into different departments and explore. I come from biotech, and we used to joke that we are jack of all trades and master of none. In some ways, that was a blessing in disguise because we learned thermodynamics, we learned heat transfer, mass transfer, name it, we learn all those things. And that helped to understand the problems from various angles. A lot of time, things For instance, the problem that we were solving in Singapore for one of the eye surgeon, the solution came from the automotive industry, the reverse backing system, where you get the sound when the cars back or the two-wheelers back. That solution we tried deploying it while doing retina eye surgery. So a lot of time it is the multidisciplinary ways of solving problems which requires a multidisciplinary team. So that's something which I would encourage. Like in Geetham, we had a BMAS canteen, but we always used to hang only our class. We had hostel where also again we used to hang out with our friends. So wish now even the medical school can open up doors for the engineers to walk in and see. Indigenization of medical devices is the way. I encourage the college to do certain programs in that scale. And on the question of whether, should number of entrepreneurs be this metrics, I don't agree to that, because especially if you see, I'll talk to life sciences vertical, you are in a space where it is heavily dominated by entrenched incumbents, where the startups will not even understand the technology. So for the startups, especially trying to bring healthcare problems, I would say developing the entrepreneurial mindset is important at the college level, and let the startup or the student or the team of the students who have the desire to solve the problem choose a career path, say go into an industry, go into a healthcare facility, become a biomedical engineer in a hospital or a company, join as a sales team, BD team. Make the team in college, but go explore the world and then come back and solve the problem. That would be something, and for that you definitely need the mindset to be developed in the college. I just got to interact with a couple of students. They said they are childhood friends who have become a team to solve the problem. So you never know when those combination of people that you make, how you can solve the big problem. So that's one metric. I would differ, it's the number of startups, but it's the mindset that you can cultivate. How you track it depends on the strength of the alumni network that you can build on. Yeah, so that's it from my end.
I hope our VDC coaches are listening. It's not just numbers.
Sir, with your permission, I would like to answer it slightly differently. I did have an incubation center in my college. I've been in the college from 2007 to 11. And the idea of entrepreneurship, when it's inculcated at that age, just to say it makes a lot of difference. From the time I was in college to the time I've graduated, there are a lot of ideas that went. We had this center called C5, Center for Innovation, and some of the startups have turned unicorn, at least 5 to name, people who have studied there, and some of them are celebrities today. One of them is a chief guest. So Dhruva, Skyroot Aerospace, Bharat is my batchmate in the college. His idea for entrepreneurship started then. You have Medibuddy, which is a unicorn today. You have Swiggy, that is a unicorn today. Funikishan, again, is a batchmate of mine. Then we have Hasura, which is IT-based unicorn, again came out of C5. And this is just Vinita Singh, Sugar Cosmetics, who's also a celebrity today. So these are the output of the right entrepreneurial mindset at the right age. So these was all 7 to 12. Cut to 2021, you have all of these unicorns today amongst us, right? So it is the right mindset, risk appetite, and the right support system at that point in time. Maybe 10 years later, this is the result that we are seeing. And today we are having an incubation ecosystem in Geetham. Maybe 10 years down the line, somebody from here will be going and talking about so many unicorns that came out of Geetham, right? And this is just the 5 unicorns are the big ones I'm talking about. There are also people like me where my company was sold at 90 crores in 2016. There are infinite number of people like this who also came out of an incubation ecosystem that was built in 2007. So yes, sir, absolutely. So what you do is, I think you are not having the baggage right now of responsibilities or anything. You're just a free mind today with a lot of possibility, right? And at this point in time, if you start off looking for solutions to the world problems, not creating problems like NFTs probably that tank, but actually identifying the right problems and creating solutions for them. Start building it today, be persistent, keep at it, and there's a lot of potential for you. Thank you, that's me.
Okay, so this is not just coming from, like what I learned from studies, this is coming more from the experiences I had. So one thing which I observed is to be a successful entrepreneur, the most important thing is ruthlessness. You have to be ruthless. If you've decided to do something, you have to do it by any way. That's the only way to do it. And I think academic institutions doesn't encourage ruthlessness. There's one question I'm posing, but academic institutions doesn't encourage that. You say, I want to do this. Academic institution will put 5 constraints first. Okay, these are the constraints. Now tell me, will you be able to do it? They're not even following this. What they say, this cannot be done because these are the constraints. I just wish if my educational institution would have changed the language and told me, yes, you can do this, but make sure that it is within these constraints. Make the problem to me even more challenging. That is one thing. Second is, actually nobody told me till my 2 failures that technology is not the product. Technology is not a company. Technology is less than 10% of the company. That is something which I think every engineering college or every engineering student is missing on. Third, the problems you have are not the problems of the world. Like all the developing countries say the same for Europe, that the problems European has are not the problems of the world. The same thing. आपको अपने कैंटीन का खाना पसंद नहीं है, इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि वो एक प्रॉब्लम है और वो सॉल्व करने के लिए कोई आपको पैसा देगा. नहीं होता है ऐसा. Okay, you have to go out. You have to see people have already solved the problems, and giving a solution for cheap is not. This is a thing we learned later, that cost and price are 2 very different concepts. They should not be compared. These are different things, but yes, 3 things. First, ruthlessness. You have to be ruthless. We all would have seen that video of Steve talking about how he gave a call to Packard for a single chip. Packard was the co-founder of HP, much larger giant of the time. He was just a 14-year-old kid. He gave a call to Packard saying, I need this one chip, can you give it to me? And next summer, he got an internship offer from HP. He was ruthless. He was not shy of asking for things. So you should ask. You should be ruthless. Second, technology is not the product. Third, you should understand that, even I forgot the third. Okay. No, so, sorry? Yes. Third is the problem you are solving, you think you are solving, is not the problem worth solving. I'm repeating it again. Problem you are solving, you think you are solving, is not the problem worth solving. You should figure out what is the problem worth solving. Okay. So the second part of the question, how we measure success. As I told you earlier, I'm a capitalist. I measure success by how much money my startups have made. I don't care whether they're unicorns or not. I would like to bet more money on SMEs than unicorns, because valuations are just a number. When I sold off my company, I know what were our valuation, at what value we sold it off, and why we sold it off. A deal is much more emotional in nature than what is there on the paper. Okay? So I measure success by how much money my startups have made. Till now, we have supported 142 companies who have made 1,200 crores in last 1 year. Last financial year, the revenue was 1,200 crores. That's how I measure my success. So I think these were the two major questions. Or
more about how do you measure the success of an academic institution?
So we are an academic institution. We have our, so you must have seen pure EV scooters on the road. Might be few of them are standing in the parking here. Pure EV was our first investment. Today they are a 3,000 crore company. How many of you hold a 5G phone in your hand? Almost everyone. So every 5G phone in India comes with a chip called Koala. This Koala was made inside IIT Hyderabad, one of a company called Vysig. Okay. So you must have not heard of these companies. So Vysig will never get a name as like they are a unicorn. They are a much larger SME. Same is with Pure EV. So if you see like why we chose this metrics is because if you see in last 12 to 15 years, how many Fortune 500 companies which were Fortune 500 in 2010 are still Fortune 500? And how many new entrants in Fortune 500 were even existing 10 years back? They're not by valuation, right? So that's why we chose this matrix.
Thank you. Suresh Garu.
Right. Now, the 2 points. The first one, what I would have loved to have back then, right? I think it's the infrastructure and the guidance, certainly. We didn't have anybody to tell us, this is something you can work on, you can build. The infrastructure and guidance is in the, and again, when you say academic institutions, again, we have tiers in them as well, right? So we are talking about different institutions having different goals and outcomes. So that's for the second part. But then what do you think would have helped back then? So it again depends on the institution level we are talking as well. When I say institution level, the templates to graduation, MBA or other grades, right? So if you talk about the second point to the second point, a school which is secondary school has a different success measure. A 10+2 thing has a different measure. An engineering college has a different measure. A business school has a different measure. So it's not that one size fits all. So it comes down to if you are encouraging entrepreneurship, if you are doing something into entrepreneurship, what's the vision of the institution? It comes down to that, a clear vision. What do you want to do with the infrastructure that you're building? What is the outcome? Do you have an outcome? What is the outcome of VDC? If somebody asks you what's the outcome of VDC, do we have a clear, single, crisp line answer key? This is what VDC is here to do. So for me, I'll take example of our own organization. So we have been supporting startups for the past 7-8 years through incubators, but it's not that we've not done that before. But if we take the time that we've done through the incubators, our vision has always been impact on the society. What is the impact that the startups we are supporting are going to make on the society? So if you look at the kind of startups that have come out of ISB, we are talking about Sirona Hygiene, we are talking about Check Renovation, we are talking about Jai Kisan, we are talking about Turbo Hire, we're talking about startups that are creating impact on the ground. It's not just the money, right? It's about what we are creating or solving for the society, how we are making it a better place to live, how we are solving a problem. Money has various shapes or sizes or things to it, but for our institution, that's the vision, how the startups we support are going to sustain in the market and create an impact in the market. It's not just making money, but at the same time, we can't rule out the commerciality of the product. If it is really impacting the society and making a mark, it obviously has a commercial component to it. And if you look at that component, again, we have some amazing startups close to 11 unicorns from the alums of ISB. So that is always there. So it's both things. Money, impact, both go hand in hand. If you are completely looking for a social cause, that's a different story. But if you're trying to build products, if you want to measure the success, every organization has its own path. So we'll have to look at what's the vision, and the success parameter is going to be dependent on the vision.
That's fantastic from all of you. A lot of rich experience and knowledge and, and advice coming. So we'll take 2 short questions from the audience. Maybe students might be interested in asking. This is a good opportunity for you.
Good afternoon, sir. Like, this question is not addressed to anyone specifically, but just a general question. Like, if we look around right now, like, there are a lot of opportunities, but we can say very less time. Like, personally, I'm a student pursuing Bachelor of Technology in Mechanical Engineering. But when I look around, I find people exploring so many different areas. Let's say somebody is exploring computer sciences, somebody in electronics, somebody is experiencing like quantitative analysis and trades. So it's like when I just try to dive into these things and try to know about a particular field, I just have this feeling that I'm missing out on these things, on every other things. So I'm not able to focus on any single field with all my focus and stuff. So like, what would you like to say in this, that how should I choose a field without the fear of losing in it, that it's not made for me? Like, that's the question.
Who would like to take that?
Which sport do you play?
Sir, table tennis.
Table tennis. That's not a team sport.
Yes, sir, it isn't.
That's why you are having this problem. If you start playing basketball or volleyball, you'll find the solution. That's a problem with Indians. Like, we don't play team sports. We don't understand how to work with others. We don't understand how others work. Okay, because you're a chemical engineering student, right?
Yes, a mechanical engineer.
Mechanical engineer. So whatever is supposed to be done or innovated in mechanical engineering by itself has been done in last 200 years. Now, whatever new will be innovated will be done only with the help of some other stream. Okay, so you can make a new kind of engine only if a metallurgist is working with you. You can improve the efficiency of an engine only if a computer science guy actually gives you a better way of controlling your engine or controlling the fuel, of I don't know what all. So you need to start understanding how to work with others. You don't need to understand how they are working. तुम्हें कंप्यूटर साइंस सीखने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, तुम्हें ये सीखने की ज़रूरत है एक कंप्यूटर साइंटिस्ट से बात कैसे करते हैं and how to work with them. Okay, I think that's one way of solving the problem.
I see. So like learning to talk to others, like what would be the worst step? Like networking?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay.
Like, I think Ravi can help you out. He'll make a small team of other engineers with you, give you a problem to solve. Do it, you'll understand how bad it goes. You will be talking about something, your friend with electronics will not even understand what you're talking about. You should understand how you talk, how you communicate, not just talk, like how you communicate. What is your body language? I'd seen this thing, computer scientists or particularly people working with AI, they come from a superiority complex. They say we are the better engineers. A mechanical engineer will say no, we are the better engineers. If that happens, it is not going to work. Okay, so you need to first learn. So working in teams doesn't mean you know electronics engineering, you know computer science and everything. Okay, working in teams means you know to respect the other and tell them precisely in their language what you need.
Sushmita, you had to add something quickly.
Let me add it and make it more real to you. This is the problem of first world. Too many choices around. Way back morning when we get up, there is only one breakfast. We are made to eat that breakfast. Now, if you don't want the breakfast, you can do Swiggy, come to canteen, eat, or you can even go for a buffet and eat. This is the problem. So the best solution is you understand when you are forming a team what is your competitive advantage. Why should the other person stick with you? So find your strength, excel in your strength. If you're not bringing anything on the table, you can be replaced the very next moment. So strategy is not just about coming together and networking. Strategy is also making choices what I'm not. In fact, that is a major thing. When you know what I'm not, I'll bring and form a team for including all the best competitive advantages. In the end, the startup is a group of people trying to solve a problem. That group of people have to bring in the best competitive advantage of each. So find your complementary teammates, first find yourself, what is your strength. There are a lot of psychometric tests as well. Gallup strength test is one of them, for you to know what you're good at. Excel in that. Let your weaknesses be handled by somebody else, but also know how to deal with them. In the end, everything needs to be together. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Hello everyone, I am Srishma, a second year student of BTech Computer Science. Now, we Indians are very much familiar with the term jugaad. So I would ask you as entrepreneurs, your point of view or your take on this jugaad as an ignition or a kickstarter to many ideas of those startups or unicorn startups in India.
Sujana, would you like to take that?
Yeah, when you say jugaad, we are trying to get a solution for something that is stuck, right? So if jugaad can be both the ways, it's just for solving that, and then the second thing is, do you want to make something out of it? So if you're talking as an entrepreneur, I am talking jugaad is to make money. If you're a problem solver, it's not monetized, you're just trying to solve it and leave it there. So in both the cases, jugaad is idea, the sprouting of an idea, and from that, how do you want to grow it is something then you will have to decide, right? As I said, two things. If that jugaad, you see the solution you have come up with, that jugaad you have made can actually be structured into a business, can be commercialized, is there scope for it? These are all things that follow. Right. If that is the case, yes, jugaad is the starting point of creating an enterprise.
Was it of any one of you guys, did it lead to your eureka moment in your startups?
Yeah, that when I initially started, right, I said my career, like that was a jugaad for me. I saw pain, and although I did masters in managing information systems, I didn't go through that. And I was just looking at what can I do. And there's another choice. This is something you can do. You're bypassing that and still making something happen and creating a career out of it. IT or software was not the only career, right? So jugaad is always something that is going to solve things and make things easier. That's something you can take as a jugaad.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll just put it in more formal words. So in a journey of a startup, okay, it always starts from a problem, right? And the first thing you find is a problem solution fit. Whatever solution you're thinking of, is it solving your problem or not? But that doesn't make an organization. That doesn't make a unicorn or a large venture or something. Okay, from problem solution fit, you always go towards a product solution fit. And then you go towards a product market fit. So jugaad is usually is this problem solution fit. You solved a problem like that, and it works. It is going to work. Just for an example, I think most of you doesn't know, till the date, Flipkart reached 1,000 orders a day. They didn't have an ERP system. They were managing everything manually on Excel sheets. Nobody even realized that it is not an automated system. When you place an order, Benny Bansal used to get an SMS on his phone. And there was one guy who was entering the data into an Excel sheet. And from there, things used to start. To deliver a product, they used to make at least 12 phone calls. Right? From the initiation to the final delivery of the product, 12 phone calls were used to be made. Right? You can say that was a jugaad. But that was a problem solution fit. It was working well. And it was not an optimal solution. achieve a scale, they needed an ERP system. But they validated their product that way, that what value we are going to ultimately deliver, is it required or not? Okay, so jugaad is not the right word. Okay, it's a solution. It's a solution which works for you. It will work for 10 people. It will fail when you reach 100 or 1000 for sure. So getting a jugaad is your first step.
But it's never sustainable.
But don't depend on it. You have to convert it into a product and then a venture later.
No, if we look at jugaad as a quick fix, then no.
Not a quick fix is what I meant.
If we look at jugaad as, more often than not, what happens in startups is we hustle, right? Because the resources are limited, the human headcount is limited. Sometimes maybe Binny Batsal did not think of automating it because he was hustling every day, right? And the moment he realizes that he has to build an ERP, all of this previous data has to be entered into a system, all the analytics had to be built from scratch. That's an extra mile of running for him because he probably missed something at the initial point, right? Jugaad is something that we go to, but is it optimal? Not in any way. Is it an extra mile that you have to run to fix it the right way again? Then yes. When for most of the startups that we are engaging with right now, I always insist on one thing: if you're building something, build it right. If it takes 2 extra days, if it takes an extra month, not a problem. But initially only do the right solution for it. Do not go for a quick fix. That usually happens with a lot of tech startups. The moment their order goes up, the moment a lot of our startups, for example, we recently did the show Nenu Superwoman. Suddenly our startups became popular, and when people started hitting their app very often, they've all started crashing. Because initially they adapted a simple hack, Shopify low, build a shopping platform, and then you're starting off, right? The moment more than 10,000 people hit your app, then you're crashing. So jugaad is not something that we would advise anybody to go with. But even if you're adapting to something because your turnaround time is very low, take that, once you have turned around, take that exact time to fix it right. Thank you.
My question was, can it be a kickstart or an ignition if we try to scale up after?
For sure.
It is.
Okay, let me just give 2 examples in this case from the product side, not from the software side. So you all know the jugaad of making Maggi in the kettles, right? We all hostelers do that. But in China, there is a company which has started off that brand of electric heater for making rice and everything, which started coming to India. But it was not there. So it is a jugaad which started, but eventually, as all of them said, it needs to be converted into an innovation and it has to be commercialized. Second example that I wanted to see, good old days, we used to store food under the sand to keep it cool. And you all know this product called Mitti Cool, the very popular frugal innovation example. It didn't stay that way. It has morphed into a very good product which people in rural places can still take it. So tier 2, tier 3 cities are using this. So you need to, it is a kickstart, but definitely it's not gonna be something sustainable. It has to be morphed into a product which can be innovative and be able to capture the market in the right segment in the right way. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the questions, and thank you everyone. It was a really rich discussion, and I hope that you will all contemplate on some of the things they have said and understand and appreciate the whole path of entrepreneurship and innovation. So thank you once again. Big round of applause for the panel. And now I will hand it over to our very efficient, very capable MCs.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Welcome to My Startup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty.
We are at the Geetham Deemed University and for the Smart Ideathon 2023. And I have a very special guest with me, Pawan, founder of Skyroot. Pawan, welcome to the show.
Hi. Amazing to be here. Yeah.
So, what I found was the students were spellbound listening to you. And I think one of the things probably take away is how a teacher can make impact, and create somebody like you, right?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, in my journey, I think my teachers played a major role. So that's what I told. In fact, the message was that, the teachers should have a very great, encouraging relationship with the students, and that can shape their future as well. So probably I think that is one of the key messages from the journey. Yeah.
And very rightly, being at a university and you're coming from you, students and teacher, that the message goes both, right? So that's very important. So now, we had an amazing historical moment, landing in the South Pole. Your thoughts? I know you've been asked this a lot, but I still want to hear from you.
Yeah, no, I think it's a very proud moment for every Indian. And in fact, I was watching it live and was so proud. I was swelling with pride, and because I know that it's not an easy feat. It's a very complex thing to actually even land on the moon. Forget about South Pole, and we landed first in the world on the South Pole, and with amazing precision. I think this is a phenomenal journey of our scientists in India. Over the last 50-60 years, the kind of capabilities they've built, and and also this mission was done at a price of $75 million, which is unprecedented in the world. So it is a fraction of cost of any similar mission across the globe. I think that makes us very special. That very high-tech, deep precision missions, that too of the scale of the interplanetary space exploration mission, at such low cost and with high precision is amazing. Very proud to be an Indian because of this. Yeah.
So that's one part. The other important you kind of alluded to was your own stint with with the space agency. Yeah. Would you, as a for the students, would you say that that's something if they're trying to do something like you had done, to go and get that experience under the belt and then kind of attempt at something very big as you did?
Yeah. So I think so it's a people's choice. And today, if I look back, I think probably even without an experience, we can start a company and build it over the first for a couple of years. Because the world has changed. You can get access to a lot of information, a lot of knowledge. You can access to get a lot of great people who have that experience. Learn along with them. And so I think it may or may not be essential to actually work and start. If you're really willing to start, you can probably just straight away start kicking. But of course, recommend it's always to play safe, good to play safe, and then have a relevant experience of few years would really help in building, shaping the startup so that you don't make mistakes in the first initial years. Yeah,
I know you have busy schedule. I'll keep it last question. Timing of this event, and you being at Geetham and landing on the moon, all of that kind of comes up. Looks like they all kind of the universe conspired to make this happen. Yeah. Your message for the event and from the
I think it's phenomenal to see that such a big startup event has been made, arranged, successfully executed. I think really congrats to Geethams on that. And my message to everybody is like I mentioned in the talk as well, always think big. Target big things. I think there's huge amount of potential for India, and in fact the next century is India's century. I think sky is no limit for any youth in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Pawan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
My name's Arnav. I go to Oak Ridge International School in Hyderabad. I'm in 11th MPC, and I've actually written a book for ISF. It's a book on quantum physics, astrophysics, and engineering. I've been writing a book for the past 3 years. I've compiled scientific studies, lectures, author journals, author biographies, and different theorems from across about 50 to 60 years, and I've compiled all of them into my book. I've actually published it last month. It's called Unveiling the Cosmic Symphony. With the book, I plan on getting it published in scientific journals, scientific research, biologies, and different scientific catalogs. I want to put the extract of my book and everything I've written into maybe college studies as well. I've actually been contacting Caltech, Stanford, Harvard professors about this. In general, I want to be a physicist, so I've been working on God equations and superstring theory to create a unified framework. I've been researching unified frameworks. So in the future, I'd love to develop and work on unified frameworks.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Welcome to My Startup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We are at the day 3 of India Startup Festival 2023. And I have a very special guest with me today, who's Abhirami Sukumaran, who's the developer advocate at Google and also a mentor with startups. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Major. I'm a developer advocate at Google, and additionally, I also mentor startups as part of Google Startup Accelerator program. From a technology perspective, I do that as part of my role as well. So that's a little bit about me.
So you are today here at the round table. Just share a little bit about your experience. What was the key takeaway for you from the startup? All those people who stalwarts who come from in different capacities who were at the round table.
I should say I was overwhelmed with the amount of experience, and majority of them were serial entrepreneurs. Some of their ventures are startups and some of their ventures are already very well established businesses. So it was really a lot of stuff to learn from their experience, predominantly in the areas of what kind of customer experience is required and how to scale for startups, and also like skill and how do they scale their skill set, their resources, how they maintain it. So all those things were very interesting for me from different industries and backgrounds as well. There was obviously very hyper local industry like agriculture specific to India, and there were industries ranging from beauty, cosmetics, and security and all such areas. So that was very interesting for me. And one other thing which was fascinating was how every industry today is able to use technology and AI to grow from where they are to take that leap with their businesses. So that was exciting.
Very, very true, very true. So we've been hearing this through the event, through the festival. As a mentor yourself, you mentor startups. What has been your experience in the since you started? What kind of progress have you seen among startups when it comes to use of technology and especially AI?
That's been a very interesting experience for me, working or interacting with startups, because they are starting from, there are different range of startups. Some already know what exactly they want. Some envision a future with certain specific technology. And there are some who don't know what they want. So I learn from people who already know and already are right there, and they just come in for, hey, I have a few questions. Will this work with this? How do I integrate this? Mostly all from technology perspective is what I mentor them on. So particularly Google Cloud specific topics. And I predominantly focus on data, databases, and that area, AI, ML. So around data and databases and use of machine learning, use of technology for doing data analytics and all. So I take that experience from people who are already established and startups who know what they're doing and how it adds value, and also engage them or encourage them to fix certain things that they are having gaps with, and also showing them opportunities to integrate their existing solutions. That way they eliminate the waste and use only focus on the things that they really need to grow their business. And I use that experience and I use that knowledge with people who are still discovering what they want, and also with the startups who are white paper. They know they have the business idea, but from a technology perspective, they get fascinated by the things that technology provides. For example, Google Cloud in the different services that we have, they get excited about. Oh, I can do this with BigQuery. I can do this with Vision API. Oh, I want to read video. I want to be able to extract details or insights or metrics from my video images. So that kind of excites them. So different kind of audience. So yeah, that has been the experience for me so far.
So in that capacity, I'm sure startups have benefited from your understanding, your knowledge and experience with technology. Has it been for you also learning from the startup and taking it into your profession?
Definitely, because the kind of challenges, technological and platform challenges that startups face can easily, if you think startup in a way is if you're running a project in a big organization, for example, if it's your brainchild, if it's your idea, you're pitching your idea to your leadership and they accept it and they say, go run it. Here is your team. It is very similar to running a startup, except that there you'll have the approval and you're guided and you're funded or sponsored, I should say, by your leadership. And in startups, you're doing it, but with external folks to begin with, right? So it's very much there is so much to learn. And definitely, like how they are looking at things and how they scale things or what are the opportunities that lie ahead of them is something that I always learn from. Yeah. It has been a thorough learning experience for me.
So India Startup Festival, how has that been for you? I know you come today for the event.
Yeah.
So far, whatever you've seen, experienced, can you share your thoughts about it?
Definitely. So I just came in here for the third day of the event and like I said before, it was overwhelming for me to see the place itself is gigantic. It's happening here in the outskirts of Bangalore. So it's a huge space and there are so many booths with startups and other sponsors who are pitching, who are talking about that to people who are walking around. And for me, it's one, overwhelming, and two, a lot of networking experience, a lot of connections with people, both from a technology perspective and also it's really fun. There were a few colleges who have this incubation center or they have this innovation wing. This college from Chandigarh, I forget the name of the college, but it's really interesting that they have the final year of the college dedicated for doing startups or building ideas. So I found that very intriguing because that should be the way. That's the way forward for India. That's like building for India, like grooming them then and there and allowing them the opportunity. I think most universities should start doing that if that is that way. Correct.
Isn't it?
Yeah. And the ideas that they have, it's amazing. I don't want to talk about their ideas for them, but definitely very fun ideas, like customized. I mean, I don't want to talk about the ideas, but it's really fun. I enjoyed every single moment of it.
And finally, any advice you have from a technology standpoint for the startups? About what should they see in coming time, or what should they start doing now to be there with the technology?
This is one thing that I always emphasize. So there is a thin line between ideation or execution is always a contemplation for startups or anyone who has an idea. People always, I can only speak from the technology perspective because I am not an entrepreneur myself. I work, but then ideation is where people keep grinding their ideas and talking to people about it, which is good. But at some point, you've got to start executing and you have to start somewhere from a technology perspective, at least. And yes, don't jump straight into building your product, straight into writing the code for the product if it involves technology, your business. Always, it is important to have a balance between ideation and do the design considerations, design discussions, see what kind of data you're using, how else can I pivot it? Like, what is the future? 3 months down the line, 6 months down the line, a quarter, half a year or a year or 3 years. Just have a plan for all the things that you could do with the data that you have right now. And you might be even creating data out of your business, which might be looking like it's waste of storage, but think about the ways that you can repurpose that into your own business or pivot into something that could be useful. And also do all the design considerations for applications or database or whichever data that you're building and storing. And make sure you think about the security perspective, privacy, regulatory requirements and everything. Think about all the design considerations and then rinse and repeat and build your product. And not build, before finalize your architecture. And one important thing is, I would say, after you rinse and repeat and do this brainstorming within your team, whether it's a one-person team or a big team that you have, make sure you identify the things that you don't need, because majority of the time, startups or any project gets stuck or gets fascinated by all the things that you can use. But make sure that you are using the things that you need, not really just because it's there. So that will save a lot of effort, resources and cost as well. So yeah, that's one thing I would.
So would you say at what stage technology should start becoming part of a startup? At what stage? Because very early stage startups probably don't have the kind of funding required, and there also, are there anything that they can tap into as a free resource where they can use the technology? And more importantly, at what stage? At a very early stage, after reach a certain level of traction, what would you suggest as a technology person? How would you suggest? What would you suggest?
So you would know right off the start whether your business is going to involve technology or not. If it is not a tech product or a tech startup, let's say if it's in some other field, but still if there is room for technology, think about it alongside your idea. It has to come from the beginning. You can't just plug it.
That into your...
Yeah. Even if you don't have funding for it right now, think about what all you can do to prototype it with free resources, or like the Google for Startups accelerator programs. If you have an idea and you have a vision for it, just try out those things. That will allow you to see what are the resources out there that are. Just go and check the websites of these programs and just see what resources you can tap into to equip yourself with prototypes, to equip yourselves with applications. And not that you have to build all those things day zero, but at least think about it from the beginning. From beginning is what I would say.
So mystartuptv is a media house for startups, and we provide 360-degree coverage, an exclusive media house. What do you think about the work we're doing?
I really love the concept with media and news and information being digitized. I think that's the way to go. Definitely. I mean, I'm really excited about that. It's nice.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
About the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Welcome to My Startup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We are at the India Startup Festival 2023, day 2, and I have two lovely guests with me from the London Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Martha and also Altaf. So welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Let's start with you. Tell us about London Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Thank you very much. We are so happy to be here. It's such a tremendous opportunity, really, to be part of the Startup Festival. So, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to come to India. So, at the London Chamber of Commerce, we are there to connect, to support businesses. Business representing London, the global London as a gateway to the UK, and working with our members, and also working with members who are not just in London, but actually overseas, and hence the importance of this festival. With us here is Altaf. He represents one of our member companies. We are here at the festival with 12 other members, and we're here really to connect businesses.
So, Altaf, as a member company, could you throw some light on how it benefited you, for the benefit of others out there, to get a step into the UK market?
Absolutely. No, thank you very much, Major University. I think it's a privilege to represent the voice of the customer, because when you're new in London, especially businesses like ours. We've only moved into London a couple of years ago. There's so much of the London infrastructure that is available to those who know where it is available, that you could end up, spending years and not knowing what's available next to you. And it's a melting pot that offers every connection, every meaningful conversation, all in one place, while not just giving you the ability to find like-minded people, investors, talents, all in one place, but also puts together a curated set of events throughout the year. We get the privilege of experiencing 200 plus events online, in person, where you don't need to know the who's who, because they all know London Chamber of Commerce and want to deal with them. We have the privilege of being spoilt by the Chamber of Commerce, and it accelerates your business, it accelerates your reach, it takes your outreach and multiplies it, where others are trying to add. Our relationship in the past with other accelerators has been an addition. If anything, with London Chamber of Commerce, it's more of a multiplication equation.
Well, that's a lot, a lot to say about the work you're doing, right? So, is there any particular specific areas that you're looking at to engage with, or it's a wide open space where any sector, any industry could associate with?
Sure, of course. So, as a chamber, we serve all customers or all types of businesses, SMEs, startups, but also big companies. And here specifically, the Startup Festival obviously is so important because we know that SMEs and startups are really the lifeblood of an economy, or of any economy, really, and especially in India, but in the UK as well. So there is this very close connection in terms of just putting businesses together and giving those businesses a voice, access to the right type of support, the services that they need.
So, Altaf, could we start with, share that one moment where you thought, wow, this couldn't have happened if Chamber did not, back me up as support?
Absolutely. So, I've been now in this world of consulting without consultants for nearly a decade. We moved into the UK and we got instant recognition, instant love and admiration from the world of business. And we suddenly saw a transient economy of startups that were no longer, at the struggle state of startup. They were all successful established businesses where they're available and accessible in the busy life of what London has to offer, but unknown to us. And they all tend to use the London Chamber of Commerce as a watering hole. And in the 2 years that we've been in the UK, I've acquired 12 businesses, of which 7 have happened after having joined London Chamber of Commerce over a period of just 2 months, as opposed to the remaining taking nearly 18 months to take place. So for us, just the number of interested people that are looking to find the right kind of connections available all in one place is just phenomenal. And it's not happened once, it happens every single time I go there. So if anything, I'm a fan, and it's a privilege to be traveling with the celebrities that I'm a fan of. And it is such a diverse set of services that are available. It's not just businesses like us that have traveled from London. There are businesses from outside that are part of this, that are benefiting from this. It's an infrastructure and an ecosystem in its own that's available, where today there are other things we're working on. We're not just working on the startup infrastructure. London is known for the scale-up hub of the world. It has that scale-up infrastructure as well. And that is something that you cannot tap into unless you know the game makers and the game changers, which is what the lovely team of London Chamber of Commerce is.
Well, that's the second thumbs up Altaf has given to the Chamber.
Thank you.
So, for the benefit of the people out there, viewers out there, could you just quickly take us through the point form as what is the process to be part of the chambers?
Yeah, so it's very easy. In fact, we actually even have a special offer for those businesses that are not based in London, that are based overseas, don't have an address in the UK, but want to just visit London as a business and understand London better, the London ecosystem. So it's as easy as just literally scanning the QR code, and just signing up, and it's a very good value as well. and that's available to anybody really. And through this, they gain a variety of services. We will work with them to look at, what is it that they need, the specific industry that they are after. There is, when they come to London, there is a very lovely office, a meeting space that they can use where they can invite their clients, our potential clients, just to sit down and have a coffee, like similar as here really, and just engage. So all these services are there and many more.
So for Indian startups and the UK-based startups, especially London-based startup, is there a service where you kind of help them in matchmaking?
Yes, absolutely. Again, this is our role. We are the connector. So we do try to matchmake either through just simply the events, which are always very busy. It's great. It's a great buzz, a great connecting opportunity, either through events where businesses just simply, talk to each other and they start doing business, or where there a little bit more help is needed. We will do the research. We will have a look at our membership database and see, okay, well, you're interested in this particular segment. Here are members who are doing the same thing. Who are looking for example, for an investor, or who are looking, to connect with another startup because they might be an investor themselves. And this is how we connect them.
So could you throw some light on the?
I'd love to show you how that happens as well. So we have a LinkedIn of our own by LCCI that we tend to use. We have connections where we can make direct connections with investors. We can connect with other members as well. There are various platforms, various organizations that come together. There are connectors, events that take place. All of that is a closed door LinkedIn sort of environment that's available to users, and we're able to benefit from this. So Martha's a little too modest, I think. She's not really, but the fact is, there is every infrastructure support that you can imagine. Not just the set of offices that you can use at the Chamber of Commerce. They've got a string of hotels across London that we use for free to use for meeting rooms. And I have not paid a single pound since I've joined the London Chamber of Commerce for a single coffee in London City, because there's always a venue somewhere, a 5-star hotel or an office with a nice office that is kept available for us so that we can use the facility. All thanks to...
So that's the third thumbs up.
I should actually give the platform to Alta. So, he's the best testimonial.
From a user standpoint, or the people who are aspiring to connect with the chambers, coming from somebody who's using the service, kind of makes more sense. So. I just lost out on the thought.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No. We'll edit it anyway.
Yeah.
Going forward, you talked about the sectors that of interest. Could you throw some light on what are those sectors, probably your first 5 ones, or top 3 ones which you're interested in?
Sure. Well, there are several, really, because, London being such a metropolitan city, such a global city, we do cover so many different sectors. But just to mention a few, obviously, finance, professional services, this is one big sector. There is fintech, for example. London is very much a capital of fintech. But, life sciences as well. We have a very vibrant property group as well. But I should also mention our business groups, which are cross-industry. So, for example, we've got the Asian Business Association within the London Chamber, and this is where many companies, interested in India, also meet. And this is where not just the connections happen, but also the learning happens, because that's where the exchange of knowledge, can take place.
There might be companies or startups that may not need not really move to London. They might be still based out of India and work. So in that case, what kind of service they can use?
Yeah, so this is our overseas visitors membership. This is the package that I mentioned to you. Again, this is specifically for companies that are not based in the UK, that are based outside, but they are looking to do business in London. So it means that they might not be coming to London. That's fine. We will support them. But if they are coming to London and they want to have meetings in London, they can use that membership with all the services that it offers.
Finally, I know you have to go for a meeting, so another session. investor connect, especially for people based in UK to connect them to Indian startups. Is that service that you do? If yes, if you can share instead of service.
Yes, absolutely. Again, this is very much also through membership itself, because many of our members are investors. And we've been talking to Altaf. He started off with one company coming to London, and he's invested in a number of other startups. So this happens organically amongst the others, but also we do have very good connections with the City of London, being based in the City of London. So the whole network of big banks, legal firms, and so on, consultants.
Let me ask Altaf now. What's your takeaway from the India Startup Festival? What did you feel about it?
I have been exposed to the Indian Startup Festival from last year because I've invested in the winner from last year, which is Emilio. And at that point, we had only heard of the big debacle that had taken place last year. There was a big Indian Startup Festival that went, bust. Lots of people lost lots of money, and we were very skeptical about where this goes. But we saw it happen the first year. We found a gemstone of a business that we invested in. And this year, when we got the opportunity, when the founder of ISF came over to London, we got the opportunity to host him and have conversations with him. It was, very surreal to see, because I'm Indian by origin, and I love my country. To get to experience an opportunity where I get to represent London back home was phenomenal. And just to see the size and the girth and the impact of this show is just great. Frankly speaking, Major Saab, I've actually come here shopping, looking for my next set of investments. Have I found them? I can't tell you.
Definitely, I understand that.
But thank you very much. I've been following your work. I've seen your crew going around. I've done, a bit brief of what is it that you're doing. I think founders of startups don't have a voice because of the Shark Tanks of the world that give all of the voice and power to the voice of the investor. Thank you for giving a voice and power back into the hand of the founders. They need help, and I think you're doing a great service.
Thank you very much. So, Martha, what about you? About the event?
Well, I'm really absolutely amazed at the enthusiasm that is here, the potential, the opportunities, and really the sheer outgoing of those companies, really wanting to connect and move ahead. It's just a real entrepreneurial spirit, and I think this is what this event stands for, and that's why everybody really should come here.
Finally, My Startup TV as a media house, we're dedicated to startups.
Right.
All the four verticals, be it the OTT, be it the podcast or magazine. What are your thoughts about it?
Well, obviously you have great followers, so I would very much recommend anybody who wants to learn more about startups and the whole startup ecosystem, they should definitely tune in.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, thank you very much.
About the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Welcome to My Startup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We are the India Startup Festival 2023. We are on day 2 today. It's about to start. And I have a special guest with me, Flight Lieutenant BP Kumar, who was a former fighter pilot and today is founder of Axel Aero. Welcome to the show.
Thanks, Major.
So, I know in one, first I would start with, the journey from being a soldier to an entrepreneur. We also have a program called Soldierpreneur.
Yeah.
So, just give us a quick, brief about how was the journey.
So the journey was very exciting. After leaving the Air Force early, I got my commercial license. But after flying fighters, commercial flying wasn't very interesting. So I went ahead and did an MBA in aviation. I did entrepreneurship in West Africa. I made some money, used it for my MBA. After that, I worked in Qatar Airways as a data scientist for a very long time. And I moved back to India in about 2017. I was working in the IT industry as a data scientist. And during COVID, a course mate of mine who is a fellow fighter pilot and also a very accomplished civil pilot, Captain Krishnan. He gave this idea about usage of simulators in the military, which excited us, and we started conceptualizing the idea of next-gen simulator, how it should be and what it should do, and we started building the product. And ISF is one of the organizations that we won last year, and which gave us the opening which introduced us to how to develop this as a business. So that's pretty much my journey. India, Africa, Canada, back here.
Like a pilot, you travel quite a bit, isn't it? We also heard a lot of stories about you from Jay Chaudhary sir. How the whole thing came about in his interview. The whole I mean, you are the first ones, you are the only ones doing it in India, right?
Correct.
Talk about, Accelero itself as to what you're doing. You talked about flight simulators. Just give us paint a picture of what will it do for the industry, defense industry, especially for the fighter pilots training.
Correct. So Accelero is founded by 2 pilots and 2 engineers. Me and my course mate, Captain Krishnan. He is ex-DGCA. He's a designated examiner on A320. Between both of us, we have about 11,000 hours of total flying, plus 4,000 hours of simulator flying. And 2 outstanding engineers. Between us, we have 10, 11 patents filed, 5 granted, and millions of lines of code. Why this founding team is a bit important is, what we set out to do is, in aviation, when a pilot transitions from one airplane to another, he does his entire training on a level D simulator, and the first flight he does on the new airplane is with full passengers. That's the importance of a flight simulator in the aviation industry. Now, this technology is built in 1970s, and there are only 3 companies in the world which occupy 80% of the simulator manufacturing market. India imports all its high-end simulators. So when me and Krish were talking, Krish said, in civil we use the simulators and they're also realistic and this is what they can do. But unfortunately, military doesn't have simulators of this nature. The military simulator requires to move much more than the civil simulator. These steward platform-based civil simulators, they move only 20-30 degrees in all rotational axis. So we conceptualized the idea that we need to rotate it full 360 to train fighter pilots and have better visualization than the small window of visualization in a civil simulator. So virtual reality was a natural choice, and we are going ahead beyond that now. So we built our prototype ourselves, we did the design ourselves, we purchased things, we bootstrapped completely, and we are happy to say that we now have a working prototype which was test flown by Air Force pilots and doctors, and we were shortlisted for IDEX Open Challenge last week, and we had our presentation to the High Power Steering Committee, and we are awaiting the results. So that has been the nature. What it does is, the current simulators, the level D simulators of civil, they cost anywhere between $12 to $20 million. An hour on them costs $600 to $2,000. For helicopters, India has only one level D simulator. It costs 1.5 lakh an hour. So our technology can bring down the cost of training on high-end simulators below $100. It can provide realistic feedback. Most importantly, there is a particular aspect called spatial disorientation, which is the biggest reason for fatal air crashes and hull losses in the aviation industry, 12 to 30%. To train pilots for spatial disorientation, you need to move full 360.
The simulator has to do exactly what the aircraft does.
Otherwise, pilots who just sit with plus minus 20 degrees, and when they get disoriented and there is an upset attitude of the airplane, they fail to recover. There have been a lot of crashes. Air France 447, Fly Dubai in Rostov. Very often we see, in military we see it much more because of the nature of flying. So our simulator is ideal for it. And by perfecting this technology, we think we'll make India a net exporter of simulators from the 100% importer that India today is. So it's really passion and patriotism. We built it, and if it ends up in a profitable business, nothing like it.
Many congratulations to what you have achieved. It takes, I will not use the loaded word like passion and all, because that's all seen here, but the fact that the risk-taking ability to, leave something and get into something that you really believed in. When do you think, what's the road forward? When do you think this would become a commercial product, which will be used by the armed forces, especially the Air Force?
Yeah, the question same my potential investors are asking. So it's a long journey because this product didn't exist before.
Yes.
It's easy to sell something that existed which has a precedent. So when we are going to the market, I'm very happy that the pilots and the doctors of the Air Force, they They flew it and they said, yes, this is very useful, this could do this things, and more than what we imagined actually. For example, they mentioned that, hey, we could use this to screen candidates before they become pilots, rather than after they become pilots, and we didn't think about
that saves a lot of cost, isn't it?
Exactly, and also saves time of that youngster.
Life of the youngster.
Also, lives also, that's true.
So 3 things, life, time and money,
Money, everything.
All 3,
And so the process with the government takes time. Luckily, the current government has programs like Make in India, Atmanirbhar and IDEX, which are actually fast-tracking it and makes startups like us qualify for defense contracts or purchases which otherwise we wouldn't have qualified.
Which were unthinkable few
years ago. So there won't be any business at all. There is interest from DRDO. They visited us, and again I have to thank ISF. I'll mention it on the stage. JSR personally arranged meetings. He took me meetings with scientific advisor to the Raksha Mantri and DRDO directors. They visited our workshop. They saw the simulator, and we are working towards planning with them. At this point, it's really, I think it will take about a year for the full commercial product to start, and in about 18 months or so we should have the first product installed somewhere in the country.
And the very fact that, as you said, it's only 20-30 degrees experience versus even if your prototype 1, when it comes out, version 1, think of iPhone 1 to what we are today, right? 15th version. Even with all the money and the research, a big company like a $1 trillion company like iPhone can take 15 versions to come up with a best product. Correct. It would take time. However, the fact that today pilots don't have anything to having something which is better than what is existing is a big jump.
Is a big jump, yes.
Right?
We believe it will be a big jump, and made in India, our product is made almost 90%, 95% in India. We sourced everything in India. Has some advantages. Today, when one of these imported simulators, a component goes down, the services have to run helter-skelter, create a import invoice. It takes many months, and the equipment is down. And any modification becomes very expensive. And today we want to make Indian missiles, Indian weapons to the Indian airplanes, and we want Indian terrain, Indian runways. And these foreign vendors will charge a lot to do it because they don't have a business case.
Yes.
Whereas we, made in India, can quickly turn it around at a much cheaper cost, and we start with Indian terrains and Indian airplanes. So it's a big boost. And tomorrow, even experimental projects like LCA Mark II, if DRDO says, hey, we want to test, we should have a side stick or a central stick or this, or how would be this missile, what would be the RCS, etc. There are a lot of things which we can do pretty much as part of our job and say, hey, this is how this will work. It's our domain, we've been there, we flew those machines, and we've got fantastic engineers supporting us. So I think it's great for the country, great for the industry, and hope it will be good for us.
I would like to get your, comments on India Startup Festival. How has that helped you? I know they are the ones, but for the benefit of the founders, other founders out there.
See, India Startup Festival last year, I just came without knowing what it is. I didn't know JS, Dina, nobody. I just came as a neutral entity. I submitted my deck, got shortlisted, came and pitched, and we won 5th last year. And I didn't even know that there was a result to be announced. I just did a pitch and I left home. I went to Hyderabad. When I landed, I got a call, sir, where are you? We have to give you a present award. I said, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not there. Somebody else collected it. So after that was the interesting part. Normally I thought this is over. You got an award, keep it on your wall, it is done. But then Dina called me, and JSR and Dina personally visited the workshop. They saw the simulator, that what we presented was actually real, and said, what kind of help do you need? So I said, sir, the business is with the armed forces or the DRDO or the defense PSUs. I'm trying to get some meetings so that I can present this idea to them. Actually, we have not done any business development till then. We were just busy building the prototype. JSR actually took me personally to Dr. Satish Reddy on a table and introduced me, and I got time to pitch my idea to Dr. Satish Reddy, who was kind enough to call the DRDO program director, ADA program director, and say, have a look at this looks very interesting and useful. So this was pro bono. I mean, I did not expect this at all, and I'm here this time not just to participate in a pitching session, but to actually publicly thank ISF team and JSR. And for other entrepreneurs, what I would suggest is that first of all, it's a steep climb. 10,000 startups, 200 or 100 get shortlisted. That's a 1% chance of making it to the pitching contest. And it's not about the contest or about the awards. It's really There are Saturday mentoring sessions organized immediately after the IS event for almost every Saturday. Request to be there. There is groups available, and there are various mentors, small investors, big investors, industry experts. Seek help. Seek help. Like we sought help in making connections into an organization which, even despite being a former Air Force officer, I won't get. You know how hard it is to get very high level connections or even opportunity to talk to. Right. So that I would say JSR is well connected. ISF team is now, with so many people coming here, hopefully next year international, the reach would be much higher.
Finally, mystartuptv is a channel for startups and entrepreneurs like you. We showcase, the work. What are your thoughts about our channel, the kind of work we are doing?
Again, another, I must say, surprising thing I never thought. I do represent sometimes in media. I come there discussing aviation-related things, accidents, and the F-16 versus MiG-21 things. But a TV channel for startups alone shows how important this is, how the startup thing is growing in our country. And you also being a soldier like me, kudos to you for this idea and the persistent execution of it, right? And I really wish you all the best. I would like you to grow as much as I would like myself to grow.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for being on the show.
Jai Hind.
Jai Hind.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Welcome to My Startup TV. I am Major Sunil Shetty. Today we are at the India Startup Festival 2023, day 2, and I have a very interesting guest who's a doctor by profession, an innovator, and an entrepreneur, all blended into one. Dr. Vishal Rao, who's also worked on a device. Let's start with that. Let's hear from him. Doctor, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Sunil.
So your startup is Innovation Medical Devices.
Yes,
am I right?
Yes.
And you're talking about voice boxes.
Yes.
Can you start about talking about the device itself to start with?
So this was an accidental innovation that I think hit me as a destiny about 9 years back when I started on this journey of innovations. And it fundamentally started with being a surgical oncologist. I do a lot of cancers, and throat cancer is the area of my specialty. Whenever we do throat cancer surgeries, these patients lose their voice box, and after that they cannot speak. Now there are only 2 devices available in this world. One is from Europe and the other is from US, both patented and costing 45,000 to up to 1.5 lakhs only for the device, which needs to be changed every 6 months. And thereafter, the procedure charges and other things added up.
And also for the patient, the hassle of getting it changed every 6 months.
6 months. So many of the patients, thousands in India, would go speechless because they couldn't afford this device. So that's when I actually came up with this thing, because one of my patients was a security guard. After the surgery, because he was a chronic smoker, lost his voice box and then lost his job. When he came to me and said that because of this now I've lost my job, how do I help? I went back to him and I was thinking, and that was a serendipitous day when my partner Shashank Mahesh, who's the silicon guru, comes in, and we both like biking. So the discussion was not around medical, but I was telling him we should arrange a bike ride for raising money for these patients. So he asked me a very fundamental question. He said, how long do you think you can keep doing bike rides to raise money for patients? He says, why don't you yourself invent something? So I asked him, I said, what are we talking about? I said, I know the technique of it, I know the mechanism of it, but who's going to build it for me? I need a expert in all these silicon physics and materials and all that. He says, I'm the expert. He says, I know all of this. So the good part about biking, sometimes we don't want to know too much about each other, So that started the journey, and we thought it was a casual conversation. He said, I think we can disrupt this whole thing, and let's just aim at doing a prototype at less than 100 rupees. That was how we discussed about the whole thing. $1 से कम में उसको करेंगे. So it took us a couple of months to keep, what I would say is pondering over it when we would catch up for coffee, to taking baby steps. And then after that came a certain point of confidence when we thought, yes, it's time to accelerate it, because we were seeing it happen. Every step there was something that told us that can't be done. Every time somebody, God sent, would be telling me, saying, oh, you know what, this is not meant for you, this is not possible, this is not feasible. So we had various funny characters who came across to tell us
why it can't be done or
why
should be done.
Why it cannot or should not be done, and it's not possible, and it would be a waste of time. And anyway, we pursued it with a lot of due consideration, giving some ear to their opinions. And then I think these hurdles made us think and refine the product better, because every time they would come, they would pertinently, when people would tell me this, we would wonder why would they say this, and we would study the ecosystem rather than just rubbish somebody. So that finally led to this product, and today it's a US patent granted, third innovation in the world, and the only innovation by a surgeon for the world. I feel happy because today I have more than 2,000 odd patients who are speaking with it, some who have not spoken for 10 years, 14 years. It's been a difficult journey in innovations, but I realized that in the entire aspect of this entire journey, I have been able to gift voices. It's a small 1 centimeter device. I'll be able to show that sample to you. It just fits into your throat and converts your food pipe into a voice box.
And it doesn't need those 6 monthly interventions.
So we've now been able to show that this replacement requires about yearly. So we've been able to extend its life.
Better than, yeah.
Yeah, and we've been able to, with the partnership and support from Government of India and the state governments, make it more affordable under Ayushman Bharat scheme, make it freely available, and we've created an ecosystem. What's the most important learning for us from this entire innovation was, we realized that a problem doesn't come with as a single problem. It comes as a cluster. So as we started going deeper, we realized the depth of the problem was that it needed another ecosystem of innovations around it. So we actually worked with the Ministry of Social Justice to ensure that this is included under the Handicaps Act, because now I wanted to give not only its voice, but I also wanted to give the patients their job back. So that's how has this journey been. And I think in this entire journey, the entire philosophy has been that speech is a right and not a privilege. So every person due in this world who deserves to speak should be able to speak.
Very true. Very, very, very powerful statement in that. So, as a doctor, looking at tell about the journey itself, being from being a doctor to an innovator and an entrepreneur. Talk about that. How was that the mindset shift? I'm bringing this question because a lot of doctors out there, I'm sure they're facing every day similar challenges. And you made a very interesting point on the stage when you said, take that one patient and work around his problem or her problem, and then eventually it lead to other things. So just if you can touch that point and also talk about how is that journey being as a doctor.
I'll rephrase that presentation slide and I'll repeat it. A first year medical student, when I was giving a talk, asked me this question on how do I get a brilliant idea. And I told him, I said, look, hold on to one patient's problem through your life and you'll be flooded with ideas. Don't go and search for problems where the markets are. I often get people coming and telling me, look, there's an AI area and its potential is 3 billion. Let's do something in AI. I tell him you're going the wrong path. If you have a soul to a problem, you can take it to the masses and masses can become markets. And that is the way the innovation pipeline should be, rather than the reverse way. So if you ask me in my journey of entrepreneurial work, a couple of months back, WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization, put me as the personality of the month for some of the contributions I've done in innovations, and they conducted an interview, something similar to what you're doing now. And the lady, Catherine, asked me, she said, Vishal, how has your entrepreneurial journey been? And I'm going to repeat the answer. I said, as complex as the word entrepreneur, so is the journey. I still can't pronounce that and spell it right. So it's a difficult journey for every entrepreneur. And that's the beauty of it. Innovation is not about ease. Innovation is about navigation. Innovation is about, I would say, a series of innovations, a cascade of innovations that you'll have to do. And for me, every aspect of this journey has been to look at how do you cross the brick walls that have been made for you. And I think all you need to remember is those brick walls are made for you to just so that you get stronger. So every time that you come across a brick wall, just remember it's been made for you so that you get built stronger and you get better. So every time what we've been able to do over the years, many people said we'll perish within 2 years. It's been close to 9 years, 10 years. We are slowly scaling it up. But I think the most beautiful thing of this, in this what happened was with the support of Government of India, BIRAC, initially, they gave me a very beautiful idea to say that with such a beautiful innovation, don't leave it at one innovation, create an ecosystem. So I'm an advocate of Make in India version 2.0, which is Create in India. I believe that the second version of Make in India will be Create in India. Every single component will be from India. And that is when we will reach the zenith of our competition at the global scale. That is when we will change the game for the global conversation. And that is what I want to see in my lifetime, and I want to be that change. So if you look at my innovations around it, I believe in creating it here. I do not believe in importing from China and assembling in India.
That's commendable. Yeah, that's
so
that's how
today we have a full factory with silicon, with extruders, with the plastic moldings, tool room machines, LSD injection moldings. I've kind of partly become an engineer understanding all of these nuances, but it's been a very important learning journey.
There will be doctors out there, medical professionals like you, who are probably seeing the same thing and probably thinking, if somebody could build a product around it. And, it's a difficult journey. Are you open to collaborating with them, that their ideas can be, work with you, and they come as domain expert from their own domains as medical fraternity of money?
So when I've been doing this over the last many years, and one of the things that I created as an initiative and a platform is Maker's Nest.
For medical professionals?
For medical and overall innovations, where we say that if you look at the innovation ecosystem, it should be like a Formula 1. And TRL 0 to 6, which is research and development, and later deployment, 6 to 9 is deployment. Research and development should be like a Formula 1 pit stop. That's the only way the younger generation will be ignited to innovate. So I've created an ecosystem of this kind of a platform wherein people can actually connect beyond this to help improve their ideas, take it from idea to POC, before creating an entity, create an idea, a clear question, and then help create an entity. So we've created the Maker's Nest initiative, where we do makeathons like hackathons. We create initiatives on various things, and we've also included a very interesting theme. So what we help them with is, I believe the era of incubator is gone, and that's what I believe in. You don't need a table and chair for an innovator.
Yes.
What you need is 5 things. You need intellectual property, you need regulatory guidance, you need market access, market intelligence, and you need funding. Give him these 5 and he doesn't need a table and chair. He'll be roaming around. So now we said we'll be able to guide these people into these areas and handle them into the path of innovation. So with Maker's Nest program, what we created out of this was an ecosystem where we've also added a module called boundaryless thinking with one of our partners, wherein if you come up to me with an idea, like a vaccine company came up to me with an idea which they wanted me to mentor them with and guide them. So I make them pass through this session of boundaryless thinking, where I study from politics, sports, entertainment, art, mafia, and anything else, non-domain. And I came back to them and I said that there's a battery company in Israel that was functioning similar to the vaccine company's model. So that's the kind of disruption that we require today in cross-domain areas. What I see in this ecosystem today is, yes, with innovators, that we need to cross-collaborate across domains. And I think that is going to expand the scope of the ability to innovate, disrupt, and actually evolve new ideas.
Interesting. You also made a point, where you said ideas come to you. You don't own the idea. It's not your idea. Could you elaborate on that?
So this is an interesting meeting when I had with His Holiness at McLeodganj. There was a very beautiful, thought-provoking point that he had said, that an idea comes to you, not from you. Now, I thought this was very deep, because I always feel that I'm the owner of the idea.
All of us kind of think, all those entrepreneurs.
Yeah, but it was a very deep, powerful thought that an idea comes from you. It comes to you, not from you. So I'm not the owner of the idea. An idea is reaching hundreds of us at the same time. How many times, Sunil, have you woken up with that brilliant idea and Googled it up just to realize that you've just missed a Nobel Prize? So I've gone through this multiple times. Okay. And I keep thinking to myself, how have so many people already done it? I thought this is the most unique, brilliant idea that has just come across my life. And I wake up with the eureka moment, Google it, and I just go depressed with a cup of coffee sitting and thinking, I think 200 have already completed this. So I think that's the whole theme of an idea comes to you and not from you.
Interesting. Now let me switch the gear and ask you, what bike do you ride? And so because doctor, biking, and and just share a little bit about the biking side of the world.
So my dad loved biking, so he taught us biking at a very early age, and I have a Hayabusa now, a Suzuki Hayabusa. I believe that bikes are a form of meditation. So as a bike, it's a meditative state when you are with your machine. So biking has been a great passion for me and a great relaxation also. So I have had this very close camaraderie with these machines. They are like a part of my family and life.
Well, hope to see someday ride with you. I also go out. So
wonderful.
So thank you very much for being on our show.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'll just take one more question from you. MyStartuptv is a channel dedicated, or media house dedicated to startups and entrepreneurs. We cover everything around startups. What do you think about us? What we are doing?
When I first saw you all and your crew, and I was actually observing your shirts. I love the designs and the logos. I was quite flabbergasted. The first thing that comes to your mind is, are they crazy? How can this be happening? That's the first spontaneous thought that comes. Like somebody people told me, saying it's not possible. I think it's disruptive. I just simply think it's disruptive. And I think, this is what this ecosystem needs. You've given the world something that somebody conventionally cannot imagine. It's very beautiful. And I think that itself shows the disruption you've created in a small ecosystem. By creating something that is very much needed as a platform where people can actually voice out their ideas. And the next 10 years is for Create in India. And you could be the biggest contributor to this country's innovation system, because I think the biggest issue with us is there is so much great work done in this country, but people do not know about it. So playing this role of creating a platform for inventors, innovators, I keep saying this. Why hasn't India got a Nobel Prize in Science for so long? What does it take for us to improve the scientific temperament of a common man? And I think this is the kind of platforms that would make that small shift in your scientific temperament and inspire people to maybe contribute much larger to the country. So kudos to the entire team. I must tell you, under your leadership, this is a much needed initiative. I'm personally sold, very impressed, and I genuinely feel any support I can be of. I'm one of your brand ambassadors now.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. That reminds me. Can you talk something about the Mangalore ecosystem, emerging ecosystem? If you can do in Tulu, we'll give it to them.
Yes.
Yeah, please go ahead. Sort of a message saying, take away from...
as a Mangalorean, I was often told, whenever people say, you're a Mangalorean, they say, this coastal belt people, what do? They keep trying to push the borders all the time, So I was telling them, this coastal belt, this Mangalore belt, has something very interesting in it. We cover from the Miss World to the underworld, they've covered everything, very strangely. So I don't know, there's something about Mangalore. It seems to be a planet in itself, I feel. It's very unique. I don't know. I come from Mangalorean genes, so...
There's a Western Ghat which is kind of creating...
But I'm going to be living and dying a Mangalorean in my heart. So if we can have this conversation in Tulu, it will be more respectful for Mangalore.
Yes, definitely. So my Tulu is not that all that good, but I will still try to make an attempt at
Yes.
with all due apologies and respect to people from my own land.
No.
So now I have to think. Conversation was fine. The message korle because I will do it half.
Yeah, no problem.
In a message that Mangalore ecosystem, the emerging ecosystem about startups.
Startups patirno dumbu. Yanna entire ecosystem but kaltini vishay enjina. Lot of the times, innovation, disruption, jugad. Engulega college at Engul kaltuda. Now I feel when I look back into school and college, I studied at St. Aloysius College and school. ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಒಂಜಿ ವಿಷಯ ಪುನಂಜಿನ ಎಂಕ್ಲು ಏಪಲೆನ್ನು ಕುಡ್ಲದ ವಿಷಯ ಪಾತಿರ್ನಾಗ ಕುಡ್ಲದಕುಲು ಗ್ಲೋಬ್ ವಾ ಕಾರ್ನರ್ ಇಟ್ಲ ಮುಟ್ಟುದೇರಿತು ಯಾನ್ ತಮಾಷೆಗೆ ಏಪಲ ಅನ್ಪನ ಅಕುಲು ಮಿಸ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಇಡ್ದು ಅಂಡರ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾತ ಕವರ್ ಮಲ್ಪಿ
ಸತ್ಯನೇ.
ಸೊ ಈ ಇಕೋಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ the Kudlites have a very specific blend of courage, of some amount of out of the box thinking, and some unknown perseverance which comes from that salt water. I don't know what it comes from. So it's very interesting that the Kudla gene is very unique, and I can ಎಂಕಲ್ನ ಕುಡ್ಲದಕಲ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಂಕಲ್ನ ಮ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ದ ಪ್ಲಾನೆಟೇ ಬೇತೆ ಉಂಡು ಬಂತು ಕೆಲವು ಸತಿ ಅಪ್ಪ ಎಂಕಲು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂಜಿ ಬೇತೆನಿ ಸ್ಪೀಶೀಸ್ ದಲ್ಕ ತೋಜುವ ಎಂಕಲ್ನ ಕನ್ನಡ ಬೇತೆ ಈ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬರ್ತದೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಾತಾಡ ನೀವು ಮಂಗಳೂರಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲ ಬಂದ್ಬಂಡಿ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ವಿ ಸ್ಪೀಕ್ ಇನ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಪಾಲಿಶ್ಡ್ ಕನ್ನಡ which is not they have another slang to Kannada in Bangalore, in Mysore. It keeps changing the dialects, but Mangaloreans have a very soft, polished Kannada which many of them feel is very, very different and sometimes funny. So yenta maraya people tell me, which is what my people my friends make fun of me, but that is our Tulu style. And the problem is, suddenly we connect with each other.
Correct.
And our conversation goes in another direction. So I think I owe a lot of my inventions and my teachings, my philosophies to my teachers, to my mother and my parents, my father, and the ecosystem that Mangalore provided. Mangalore was the place where I actually felt I learned frugality. ಕುಡ್ಲಡ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಇನೋವೇಷನ್ ದ ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾಸ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ನಿ, ಕುಡ್ಲಡ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಜುಗಾಡ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ನಿ, ಕುಡ್ಲಡ್ ಎಂಕ್ಲೆಂಚ ಅನ್ಪ ಎಂಕ್ಲವೆನ್ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಕಟೆಡ್ ಎಂಕ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಆಲ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಸ್ ದಟ್ ಐ ಲರ್ನ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಟು ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಒಂದು, and some of the funny slangs that we keep thinking about today and laughing. Engulu ennaga panpa engulu that Kudla has a different flavor of its own. So alekadu Kudla ecosystem will have to, and just couple of days back I was telling that we want to propose a beach fest for innovation in Kudla. Yes. And we'll invite you to be a part of this beach fest, because I think Kudla will have to show some disruption from its own style, and Kudla signature will be seen in those disruptions, and one of them is mine. And today when my machine was taken to Davos, and when I'm taking major pride and claim that I'm a Mangalorean, and this blood has a different salt water that runs here, and I think it's very special to be a part of the Mangalore ecosystem where you have learned, you've bred there, and I think I often keep getting emotional when I talk about Mangalore, because
I can see that, I can feel that.
I think it's a story that can't be completed fully. So it just kind of keeps playing in front of me. But thank you for talking to me about it.
One final question. Mangalore startup ecosystem or business ecosystem develop arapanda youth role encha oppodu
sir enna prakaradu maandakadu and Mangalore specifically, it is only the youth who can drive this enna prakaradu, and this innovation ecosystem has to be disrupted from class 5 onwards or earlier. So enna prakaradu we'll have to go and penetrate into schools, start opening their minds to thinking beyond the conventional borders, educating them on unlearning some of the things and opening up the space, and that can only be done by the youth. We call this reverse mentorship, wherein the younger will teach the seniors, the startup will teach the corporation, the more agile and the mature will be taught by the more younger and the more crass people. This is the kind of ecosystem that we will require to disrupt ecosystems, and we'll have to listen to the youngsters. So Yanna Prakarata, the Kudla's youth power has to be harnessed into 1,000 manifold to bring out more innovative things. The power of education that we have and academia we have in Mangalore is unimaginable.
World famous.
So it just cannot be only an education hub. It has to become an innovation hub. It has to become an R&D hub. It has to be a place from where Nobel laureates will come from. And that is what I hope for Mangalore.
So let's collaborate and let's do something towards that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being on our show.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Stay informed about the startup ecosystem. Subscribe to My Startup TV.
Welcome to My Startup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We are here at the India Startup Festival, which is a day 2, and I have got 2 founders with me, Sarath, who's with Flying Duck, and also Satish, who's a co-founder of Flying Duck. Let's understand, very unique name, Flying Duck. Sarath, what's Flying Duck all about?
Flying Duck is a cybersecurity startup. We focus on supply chain security and secure delivery of the software. So we come at a very early stage of application development pipeline and gets integrated into multiple DevOps tools, and then provide continuous real-time security right from the early stage, continuously at each and every stage of the pipeline. So until the deployment in the cloud.
So Satish, as a company, your focus there is supply chain, right? So do they have to be big companies like the Amazon of the world, or they can be any startup? And how affordable would that be?
It's not necessarily a big company. So even we have a lot of SMBs who are startup companies in medium business segments who are actually adopting the DevOps strategies now. So where the deployments can be automated up to the production environments. So whoever are in this journey can start actually leveraging the supply chain security practices. So all SMBs actually can adapt this, cyber security product.
Sir, why is it important? Your service, why should they actually, in the first place, take your service? Could you talk about that?
Yeah. So typically what happens is security is an afterthought for many software companies or any product development companies as well. So developers build everything and then they do the security review. But because when we identify issues and towards the end, they have to go back. The developers have to go back, fix those things, and then continue the process. So because of that, they're spending a lot of time, wasting a lot of time, putting a lot of effort, and ultimately organizations are losing money because of that, right? So that's the reason it's important to start early, detect early, so that by the time the application is deployed, pretty much it has to be secure. That's the ideal way.
So Satish, you guys have made to the top 10 list of companies and startups here. What are your thoughts?
It was really excited, and this is the first time we are attending ISF here in 2023, and we came with just an excitement. We just wanted to be part of the ISF event, but we were really surprised when the Flying Duck was announced in the top 10 list, and we were really excited, and we are really thankful to the ISF team.
So, Sarthi, what's your take on the event itself, the way it's been organized?
Yeah, I think the event is great. It's good to see a lot of fellow startups, entrepreneurs, and especially with a lot of VCs coming here. which is sometimes not easily accessible, right? So I think it's a great event from that perspective. The location is good, the food was good, and yeah, it's good to be part of the entire event.
What do you think about MyStarTV? We are a channel for startups.
I think it's a great initiative because giving that option, like, for startups, just to talk about themselves, portraying what they are doing, and meeting the communities, fellow founders. I think it's very important for anybody who is actually in the growth plan, and you guys are doing a fantastic job in that. Thank you so much for taking this initiative.
Sir, what do you have to say?
Yeah, it's a very unique idea actually. I knew Startup TV for a while. I've been following your channel, and I thought when I first saw that, it's a very unique idea that you're trying to bring startups to talk about us. Most of the time, we spend our time in silos, right? Because we are building things, and so it's a great opportunity to showcase ourselves. And thank you for doing this.
And thank you for watching us and following us. Thank you very much.
About the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Welcome to My Startup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We are here at the India Startup Festival 2023. Today I have a special guest with me, Dr. Hari Krishna, who is the former chairman of Global Network. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Shetty. Wonderful to be part of your show. In fact, last year I still remember we had a great kind of interactions, sharing our ideas and some of our initiatives, what exactly we're doing. So this time for the India Startup Festival 2023 at Muddanahalli Satyasai Center. It is always a pleasure to be here, and this time I'm coming as a speaker to talk on a couple of initiatives on the technology and education side. So I run a multiple ventures. One of the thing is the Global Economic Forum. So the Global Economic Forum is something like most of you people might have heard of World Economic Forum, which happens in Davos in Switzerland, where all the premiers like prime ministers and presidents and CEOs and CIOs and chairmen of a lot of top multinational companies, they come once in a year to discuss about the economy and the latest things, what exactly happening across the world. So I attended a couple of these global economic forums in Davos when I was working in Novartis as well as after Novartis also, as a speaker, as a delegate. So what I observed in Global Economic Forum, different from World Economic Forum, is we want to focus more on India-specific things than talking about the global thing. And this year, the Global Economic Forum, we taken an initiative to join hands with G20 and started multiple initiatives. Like the first initiative is we started the India taken a presidency of G20 in Bali on November 16th, 2022 by Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi. So from that we started our journey of having the Global Economic Forum G20 Initiative Summit in Bali. So after that we moved to Japan, we moved to Sri Lanka. Now we are having one of the largest summit which is happening in the London Parliament in United Kingdom. The dates are 14th to 18th November. So this is how we are connecting a lot of industry leaders from all the G20 countries, because the G20 is mainly focusing India specific. So the G20 is organizing a lot of conferences in 200 cities in India, focusing on multiple sectors like maybe innovation, tourism, digital technology, education, healthcare, sustainability. All these things are happening. I was also part of a couple of the G20 summits in the last couple of months. So now the next crucial stage is we are going to have one of the biggest the G20 summit, which is happening in Delhi, where all the G20 premiers, the presidents and prime ministers are coming to India first time. And the dates are already announced from September 9th to 11th. So to support this initiative of India journey, we thought we should do something from Global Economic Forum. That's how we are taking all the business leaders from India, connecting with the G20 countries and having a series of summits. So after London, we are going to have one more in Egypt, in Cairo. Then after that, we are going to have one more summit in Istanbul, in Turkey. Then the last summit of the Global Economic Forum G20 Initiative Summit, which is again largest, is going to be in India. So then after that, the last one is in the USA. So the USA is 25th to 30th November. And today I had a fortune to launch this poster of invitation and invite Sadhguru Sri Madhusudara Sai, as well as the Chancellor of the University, Sri Narasimha Murthy, very well-known educationist, for this summit, along with a couple of the industry leaders who are part of this summit. So it is always a pleasure to connect the business leaders with other countries where there are tremendous opportunities for the business people, mainly into the collaborations, mainly into the research, mainly into the funding and multiple ways. So this is how Global Economic Forum is supporting all the industries to come to a platform. So we thought the India Startup Festival is again one more platform to connect all these people and to interact and to make a friendship and to invite people, like-minded people, for these kind of summits.
So, the presence, tell us something about the presence of Global Economic Forum within India. Where all do you have offices, or where do you operate from?
Yeah. So our main office, which is in Bangalore, then we have offices in Bombay, Hyderabad, Delhi, Mumbai, then Calcutta. These are the offices right now we have. But we have a presence across, I can say, in 39 countries. We have like a president and secretary, where the elected presidents, those are people who are belong to that particular country, and they are supporting this our initiative. So this is a continuous process. After G20, again, we will be having on multiple areas of interest, a series of meetings in different countries.
If companies or organizations, businesses want to be part of your organization, what are the criteria and what is the process?
Yeah. So we are from Global Economic Forum. What we are doing is we are giving a life membership. This is not a paid membership. This is given to the selected people depending on certain criteria. Like all other organizations, there are so many organizations. They collect money and they give a membership. So, but here, what we are doing is all the summits, whatever we do, in the summit, whoever comes as a delegate, as a speaker, all these people will get a life membership. And we also send an invitation to become a life member. So, where we give a life membership card to all these people to become a part of the global economy.
As business houses, what is the benefits that they get by becoming part of it?
Yeah. So one is every year we publish the hard copy as well as soft copy of a directory, where all the the member details, the contact details like a mail ID and contact details will be there, so people can able to connect all these people. And also we will give a short brief on each member about their company, about their profile, where people can able to browse and collect the information. Apart from that, every month we are trying to get in a newsletter on mainly on business and economy, where people can read and get benefits, insights about the thing, and everyone will get kind of invitations on all our events. So that is how it happens.
So as ISF 23. As India Startup Festival 2023 is focused on rural.
Yes.
How is your forum working towards contributing towards rural economy and rural entrepreneurship?
Yeah. So in fact, to talk about rural economy, this is what today also in the discussion it is coming quite frequently. Even Sadhguru Sai was telling about how we can build an organization for rural development. So, in fact, last time when I was here, I was talking on one of the projects which we launched as Go Valley. It is an Goshala, which we started in Dharmasthala. So, this going in a different shape now. We are able to connect with a lot of farmers, a lot of agriculture people, and trying to develop, apart from just milk and butter, ghee, and all this, we are trying to produce a lot of products using the ecosystem. From gobar gas to using cow dung, a kind of lamps and agarbatti, tube sticks, and a lot of medicinal products. So these all products we are trying to sell through using e-commerce platforms. And also our idea is to connect with all the farmers across India to replicate this idea of this Goshala and adoption of a cow in different places, and involving the local farmers and local agriculture people. So that's how I think definitely the future is agriculture. Today we see the prices of tomato, how it is going every day than the share market. So I think in future, all these products, today in US, there is a lot of scarcity of getting rice. People are on queue to buy rice in Patel Brothers stores. Not only in US, in UK, in Singapore, wherever the Indian community is there. So every product, because if farming will not be in focus, then we will have a tough time in coming years. The prices escalation. The same way, the prices of income of public will not go up. But the prices of products and commodity will definitely go up in coming years if we don't focus on agriculture. So as in India, we have a 1.45 billion people, which is one of the largest populations in the world. We have a great scope. We have a huge land bank. We have a great water resources. So we have to utilize this optimum. So if everybody wants to do join engineering and computer science and want to work in a lot of IT companies, then what will happen to all other specializations? What will happen to the ecosystem of our India? So we have to be in every field. I think this is a time where I request all the stakeholders of Indian Startup Festival to more focus on rural investments. People who are coming with the new ideas of agriculture, coming with the new product technology, farmers. These kind of ideas can be funded heavily. So definitely a lot of people will come forward and think innovatively, come forward and start this kind of companies. So I think definitely, I recollect 50, 60 years back how the agriculture revolution happening in India. I still remember, reading a couple of wonderful articles. During 1700, India is number one. That time we don't have IT. We don't have all these blockchain technologies, data science and augmented realities. We have only agriculture. And all the countries across the world used to come to India and buy our agricultural products. So I think still we have a scope, and definitely we will come back to that stage to become India as a number one. So now last year we celebrated the 75 years of independence, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and we are talking about the 100 years of independence, that is Amrit Kal. So definitely Amrit Kal is at a time where India will become the number one economy in the world with the 1.45 billion people, the Indian people. And the greatest advantage what I can see in India, unlike any economy, any country, is we have a demographic dividend. That means 60% of our Indian population is a youth below 35. That advantage is not there with any country in this world. So if this we can use in an optimal way, I think definitely India is a great country, and every people in the world will apply for a citizenship here.
So those are very valid points to make. Finally, MyStartuptv is a channel for entrepreneurs and startups. Yeah. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, I think I had a great interactions with you the last India Startup Festival 2022. I think you are doing a great work supporting the entire startup community, coming forward and focusing on each startup and projecting them in a right way. So I think only very few in this country have that kind of a mindset to support this ecosystem. I think My Startup TV is definitely doing a great, wonderful work in this direction. I wish great success for your idea and your innovation. Surely, I think all the startups will take advantage from My Startup TV ideas.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Startup Festival is mainly to focus on improving the rural economies through rural entrepreneurship. While Bangalore and other cities which are startup hubs for the country, they will progress because there are enough opportunity and the technology and availability of resources. But rural India is left behind. However, most of the youngsters are in rural India and they need to be encouraged. And they are very intelligent, they are very smart, they have ideas, but they need a little bit of mentoring, financing, hand-holding, which is the main idea of India Startup Festival, how to encourage such young rural entrepreneurs also to come up, and that is how we can realize the Gram Swaraj vision of Mahatma Gandhi, which wasn't possible that time, but it is possible now with the availability of technology, transportation, communication, and a lot of good mentors like Jay Chaudhary ji and several others who are a part of this India Startup Festival. They are hand-holding the young entrepreneurs from the rural villages, and that is the way to a progressive country and as we are talking about a developed nation. That's possible only when rural India develops. The rural India requires rural entrepreneurship, and that is the focus of India Startup Festival. Thank you.
A warm welcome to Indian Startup Festival 2023, happening in Mudenhalli, blessed, divine blessing by Sadhguru Sri Madhusudana Sai. I am Nagajyoti Osingi. I am a senior engineering manager in West Fargo. I am here as a volunteer from ISF. And I have my co-host with me, Rashmi Kumar.
A very good morning, everyone. Can we get some energy? I'm sure it's been a long wait. That's what every entrepreneur goes through also, and that is what we want to break here. So let's start the day with great energy and then get going. Are you all ready? You will be witnessing a lot of learning, lot of experience, and lot of new ideas. So welcome to the Startup Festival, India Startup Festival 2023, and a very warm welcome from the organizing team, and it's my pleasure to welcome all of you. My name is Rashmi. I am the CEO of Decode Consulting Services and also a Chief Strategy Officer of Technogen Inc.
Thank you, Rashmi. Let's look at the high-level agenda for today. We have a packed agenda, so let's make sure that we get most out of it. We are going to start keynote sessions. We have experienced speakers here on the dais. While this is happening in Premamrutam, please note that we are also having startup pitches, a competition which is going in another building, Krupa Shreyas. So just to give a context, we had around 10,000 startups which enrolled for this startup pitch competition. Out of 10,000, there is a lot of hard work which went in from ISF team. Today we have 100 top startups which are again competing. We will know winners later part of the day. So these are the two events which are going in parallel.
I'm sure all of you here, we have distinguished guests, we have startup entrepreneurs, we have serial entrepreneurs, we have successful entrepreneurs, we have investors, we have HNIs, and we have some wannabe entrepreneurs also. And all of these sessions that we have put together has been kept in mind for that you are here and we want you to take utmost advantage of it. Post the keynote session, post lunch is the area or is the time when you get to see all the different investors who have come across from all over the world for India Startup Festival 2023.
While these things are going on, please don't miss one session that we have, which is called as Master Class for CXO by Ramcharan Garu. It is going to happen in the same building. So please don't miss that session.
And once you have done all the learning, then what do we have, Jyoti?
Wow. We still have a fireside chat from Sadhguru Garu. Make sure that you are available in the hall. So let's listen from Sadhguru, and then we also have award ceremony for all startup winners. But I think what Rashmi is mentioning is beyond that. Rashmi, I think it is high time that you share that information.
Once you do all the learning, and definitely we have the startups who have won the session or won for the contest today, we really want to celebrate. And who do we have for that? We have Sai Symphony Orchestra that's going to perform for us, and trust me, I was part of the rehearsals and they are amazing. That's going to be our highlight for the day today as well. So be ready, tighten up your seatbelts and get set, go. Are you in for this?
Yeah.
All right. So with that, let me take this opportunity to introduce the brain behind India Startup Festival. He was Special Chief Secretary to the Andhra Pradesh government, head of several global industry forums like FICCI, AmCham, TIE, HICIA. He was the chairman of STPI for Hyderabad, Chennai, and Bangalore, founder and India Managing Director for global technology companies. He co-founded Talent Sprint, a leading edtech company in India. He also co-founded Portal Player, which was acquired by NVIDIA Corporation, a company that designed the core chip and software that powered iPods for Apple. Currently, he is the chairman of blockchain community at Bureau of Indian Standards. He is also the co-founder of India Startup Festival 2023, an entrepreneur, an innovator, an angel investor, and the industry leader. Please put your hands together to invite Mr. J. Chaudhary Garu to set the context for ISF. And I would also like to proudly say that he is the man behind most of us being part of this forum, including me. Thank you, J. Garu.
Good morning to all of you. I really want to thank both Vineet Roy and Prashant Prakash. They are all very busy venture capitalists. In fact, many startup companies, particularly early stage startup companies, they told me, sir, we want to meet Vineet or Prashant Prakash. It's very difficult for them to meet. Today they are available here. In fact, I was telling Prashant just inside when we met Swamiji, that a lot of startups wants to meet you, that we will have a MOU with India Startup Festival. Whichever startup that I'll bring to you, please give us some time. In principle is agreed. Same request I have with Vineet Roy also. So that's what India Startup Festival is all about. See, we normally for small startup company with a limited money, he will be able to bring the product, and he doesn't know how to really take it to the next level. He doesn't know how to convince the venture capitalists to put money in their companies. So many of them, they keep going around with a limited money. Ultimately, they will all get into the so-called startup death valley. So that's where I request both the pillars of the India's startup ecosystem, the very successful venture capitalists, they are all going to tell about the success stories, how they are able to help the startup ecosystem in the country, and going forward, how they are going to help the India Startup Festival startup companies through their startup ecosystem. With this, I really want to thank all the great leaders who have come, investors, angel investors, venture capitalists, and HNIs, and market leaders, the big MNC India heads, they're all here, including I see some former bureaucrats, the Director General of Telangana State, Mahendra Reddy is also here. So many such stalwarts are here, and this is the great opportunity for all the startup companies to meet with them and explore the possibilities of, because every individual who reached that level, they have their own network. So connecting the dots is very, very important. For a small startup company, they will not have that network. So go and meet with them and exchange your business idea so that you'll be able to get connected to that ecosystem. That is the success formula. So with this, I really want to thank all of you for gracing the India Startup Festival 23. Thank you.
With that, let's start our keynote sessions. Let me invite Murali Ulaganti Garu, founder and chairman, People Shore. People Shore is a public benefit corporation with a mission to empower underemployed young adults in underserved communities. People Shore is operating currently from 4 outsourcing centers within US. Before it, he is also a founder and director of Rural Shores. Rural Shores is, again, it focuses on how to get technology-enabled jobs for rural youth. So that's another organization that he has successfully run. His work is much appreciated. He received several awards, including prestigious Edison Award for Innovation. In ISF event, one of our core theme for this session is we want to look at rural development. I felt like this is the best way, what is the better way to invite Murali, because he is coming from that focus of rural development. With that, I request Murali Garu to come onto the dais. I request technology team to please showcase the presentation.
Good morning. Or rather, I don't know. Yeah, good morning still. So, what is a good way to start? By showcasing, as you know, as we embark on this 3-day event, Startup Festival, which has a theme of rural innovation and rural entrepreneurship, wanted to showcase one initiatives that is actually launched by Bhagwan Baba in 2008 and continued the legacy and the mission been continued by Sadhguru. Is called Rural Shows and People Shows. Rural Shows is all about generating the livelihood for the rural youth by creating business process outsourcing centers in the communities itself and bring the work to that centers, outsourced work, and take the rural youth, train them, and give them jobs. So that is the whole concept of rural shows. Right? So the whole idea is, Baba's concept is, rather than bringing the people to the jobs, why not bring the jobs to the people? Is all in the training. Why can't we train them? Plus, there's a connectivity available now in the rural communities. So leverage that to bring the work to the rural areas so that they can stay where they are, take care of the families, and improve their quality of the living standards, and also maintain the sanctity of the rural India. So that was the whole idea. With that, we started this initiative. I don't know who's controlling the slides. Move. Yeah, next one. So with that, we started in 2008. And the first center started here in Bagyapalli. We're not too far from here, which is about 40 miles from here. And Baba himself came to inaugurate the center. Which one? Yeah. So started, Baba himself inaugurated that center in 2008. Today, we have 12 centers spread across 8 states, and we have more than now 21,000 rural youth built their professional career paths through rural shows. They come, work, join, gain the skills, work for a few years, and then move up to become managers, leaders, and all. So and we have now more than 35,000 people have been skilled as well. And these people, folks, rural youth, are delivering work for marquee brand clients globally. As you see, some of the names, such as Amazon, American Express, EY, all these ones, both global and domestic corporates, doing amazing work and delivering high quality service. In the service levels are no less than what the companies otherwise would contract with companies like Accenture, Infosys, or Wipro. Same level of quality being delivered from these centers. And the rural stores has received many recognition and awards globally, and is also been a case study by Harvard and Stanford University, as well as the IIM Bangalore, and also been featured in New York Times, LA Times, and all these ones, plus received awards globally. And here are the pictures of the centers that we have across the country. Some of the pictures, not all of them, of the centers. Just to give you a visual idea of what it looked like. Now, 4 years ago, about 45 years ago, Sadhguru Madhusudan Sai asked me to take this initiative to the US, replicate the same thing in underserved communities in the US. These are rural, economically challenged rural communities, as well as the inner cities as well, to mainly support the minorities communities in that country, which are African Americans, Latinx, and Hispanics. So the mission started in 2017. Today, we have 4 centers already established, and 2 of them in rural communities like Arkansas and Mississippi, and 2 of them in inner cities like Brooklyn, New York, and also DeKalb in Georgia. And we have now, and here are the pictures of those centers and how they look and the people, and again, we have a marquee brand clients like Morgan Stanley, Fidelity Information Services, Blue Cross, outsource their work to us to manage the work from these centers. So they're doing a high-end quality work from these centers, just like in rural shows in India. So with that, just to give you, I wanted to give you a sense of these initiatives. The beauty of these initiatives is they're all social enterprises set up as for-profit social enterprises. In the US, in fact, we could register our people shows as public benefit corporation, which is a legal structure for social enterprises. In the US, we don't have, in India, we don't have equivalent one. So it is set up as a private limited, but the purpose takes the precedence over profit. It's a purpose-driven initiative with the commercial principles, but the profits are plowed back to scale the initiative. So that's in a nutshell. With that, there's a booth there, stall there, where both people shows and rural shows are featured, and we have our colleagues there happy to answer any questions you may have. So please take time to visit. But the most important task that has been given to me is to introduce the 2 distinguished guests on the dais here, my good friend Vineet Roy and Prashant Prakash. I was getting confused between which one is first name. So there's 2. And obviously they all very, as G.A. Garu mentioned, they're highly accomplished professionals, entrepreneurs, and they also nurtured many entrepreneurs. So it'll be a tough task to do justice to their background and introduction, but I'll give you a small synopsis of in my own words. So first, I would like to introduce you to Vineet Rai. He is a dear friend of mine, and also is is known as father of impact investment in India. He is the one who started this Avishkar group, and in 2001, when nobody knew, even not only in India, globally also, impact investment was not even defined was not even coined at that point. But he started along with his wife, Swati Roy. They started this Avishkar group, and since then they have not only invested but nurtured numerous social entrepreneurs in the country, be it microfinance companies or similar to rural shows, and in many spectrum. So there are a number of companies grown with the help of Vineet personally, Vineet and his team's support. We not only capital but also the mentorship, the advisory, and all other ones. They really scaled. Some of them even listed in the stock exchange, such as Woodcutt's Microfinance. So an amazing job that Vineet has done. He is regarded as a father of this impact investment, not only in India, but globally. Anywhere impact investment means his name has to come up, and he is not only doing that initiatives in India, but also in Africa and other parts of Asia. And obviously, Vineet has received many awards and recognitions globally. I cannot list any of them, because if I do, I'll be taking all the Vineet's time instead, his speaking time. Then I'll introduce Prashant Prakash, who is a managing partner at Axel, formerly is known as Axel Partners. Axel, which is an American venture capital firm. They also invest in early stage and also growth stage the enterprises. And at Axel, he led many investments, including the ones Book My Show and AgroStar and many others. Prashant started his investing career like Vineet very early stage, is in 2004 as a co-founder of Erasmic, one of India's first early stage funds in India. And Prashant holds a master's degree in computer science from the University of Delaware. So once again, please give a big round of applause and welcome Prashant and Vineet to the event, and we request Vineet to come and say a few words.
Still continues to be good morning, so good morning to all of you. When Dr. Chaudhary asked me to come here and talk to you, and he mentioned entrepreneurship, rural India and investing, and he said, you can add impact investing, I reflected on my 20 years. So I started my journey as an entrepreneur / investor in 2001. And one of the things that I was doing at that point of time was trying to convince the world that entrepreneurship could be a solution to the challenges that rural India faces. And you have to go back to 2000 to understand how wild that idea was. And just to give you a context, Indian economy on a whole was less than $500 billion. And we are now close to 3.5, 3.7 trillion. The rural economy was significantly smaller at few hundred billions. Today, and today's context is very important, the rural economy has reached close to $1 trillion in its own. So it's not really about what you can do for rural India, but what you can gain from rural India. It's large enough and larger than most economies in the world. Our 65% population still lives in rural India. You will be surprised that 20 million enterprises are non-farm based enterprises in rural India. That's more than all enterprises in urban India. 16 million is what you have in urban India. From the time when I started and where we stand today, 90% of the roads or access to rural India is metalled, and roughly everywhere you can find access to internet and mobile. Now these are significant changes from the time that I started off. Yet there are challenges and opportunities. The opportunity comes from scale. $1 trillion is a large scale. But the challenges comes along very fragmented, very small wallet size, a concept that most investors think about when you are working with a certain community. Do you have the right size of the wallet? The wallet size is very small. And all these actually creates a very conducive environment for technology to play a very large role if you want to transform rural India. And I think that's where the opportunity lies, and that's where the excitement for those who are entrepreneurs and those who are investors both lie. For me personally, I genuinely believe entrepreneurship is not an option. Today, a lot of people think you can become a doctor, you can become an engineer, or you can become an entrepreneur. They treat it as an option. Unfortunately, I just wanted to let those who are thinking about it as an option, that it's not an option. It's a choice you make, and along with the good comes the bad. Unfortunately, the bad is significantly and upward. So you get it up and you get it for long. So some of the challenges of entrepreneurship, those who are starting at the early stage, it's one place where there is no guarantee and uncertainty is your consistent companion. So you have to keep it in mind. Unlike a job, there is no guarantees here. But along with it, the upsides are the joy of being alone, the joy of leading something, being free, being a disruptor and a decision maker. So I made my choice in 2001. I'm a forester by training. I got introduced to rural India, and I was convinced taking capital to rural India is the right way to go. I started with 5,000 rupees of personal capital and struggled very badly. You don't really see foresters actually trying to raise capital. It was difficult to convince the world to give me money. But then I think honesty, transparency, integrity as conditions allowed people to participate in what I was doing. So I started with 5,000 rupees, borrowed 1 lakh rupee, and then reached 5 crore in 2005. And since then, our journey has struck us to around 12,000 odd crores in terms of capital, assets under management. We have invested in 75 companies. And all this we have done while trying to use entrepreneurship as a link to bring about change. Not only do we actually reach out to a large number of people and employ ourselves 10,000 odd people, but we also actually have impacted through the investments we have made roughly 10 crore individuals across India, Southeast Asia, and Africa. Generally, I normally meet an entrepreneur, I ask, what is it that you are doing? A large number of people are trying to copy what others are doing in the world. But I think there are enough problems around you, and it is important for entrepreneurs to look at a purpose that would lead them to a problem. And once you find a problem, generally if you are in India, you will build a very scalable business. I'll give you 2 quick examples. I met a young couple in 2010, and they came with a very simple example. They came to me and said, nobody in India produces pomegranate to export. Pomegranate is anar, in case those who don't know. So in 2010 of India, we exported 0 pomegranates. We used to produce them, but we used to export 0 pomegranate. In 2022, we export 1,000 crores worth of pomegranates. This gentleman and his wife, this is an IIT Kanpur computer engineers. He's actually an IIM Calcutta gold medalist, and he has built an enterprise and made massive difference to the lives of people by exporting pomegranates. Now, that's really purpose with profit and creating value for the people. Similarly, in 2013, I met a young entrepreneur who wanted to solve India's waste problem without taking money from the government. I gave him 3 crores. As happens with all young entrepreneurs, he lost that money very quickly due to a fire incident which happened. But we continue to back him and support him. And today, as I stand here, this gentleman is treating 600 tons of dry waste every day and converting it into wealth without having government paying anything to him. Now that's, to me, solving a problem with purpose. As I said, technology is very important and very critical, and it is therefore amazing to see how farmers and individuals and people coming from farming background have used technology to solve India's farmers' problem. I was part of the Prime Minister's task force on doubling the farmers' income. And we were asked continuously, can you give an example where you doubled the farmer income? So I'll take you and give you a story of a farmer or a son of a farmer who met me in Samastipur in Bihar. He came up with a very crude idea. He said, farmers don't have cash, they have grains. And I want to build a grain bank. And I want to build a grain bank where I will digitize grain. And I thought it was really a mumbo-jumbo idea. But given the context, given the challenge of where it was, we gambled with $500,000. Today, this guy just transformed India's, and he is actually operating in Karnataka now from Bihar. He crossed 200 crores as revenue. In a period of 10 years, digitizing grain actually can deliver farmer the income that they are generating, 70% of that instantly, and have a track record now of 6 years to continuously demonstrate 1.3 to 1.6 times increase in farmers' income every 6 months, not doubling. Similarly, there is another company called AgroStar, which has become a significant name in the idea of transforming the lives of the farmers, something where Prashant and I actually have jointly worked over a period of time. Now, to those entrepreneurs who are here and who are actually thinking of building large corporations, one thing that I would really like to impress upon is the idea of governance. I know a lot of you think governance is for the investor, for somebody else. Let me assure you, governance is the protection for yourself. Remember, you are dealing with capital which doesn't belong to you, and therefore a good sound governance helps and protects you from the risks that you don't know of. Building a business is not really about just making money. Building a business is about also buying credibility for yourself. So really think about it. The second thing which I'm very, very particular, and entrepreneurs don't like it, valuation is not value. Please do understand that. Remember, Prashant and I are not idiots that we will keep giving you big valuations. We slip in a clause called liquidation preference, which essentially means that when the downside happens, you get nothing. So if you genuinely believe that the valuation you have got is actually a great thing, please read your contracts carefully. Focus on building profitable, sustainable ventures, not necessarily valuation-seeking values. You may get yourself in Forbes, but it may not necessarily make you rich. I'll repeat again to the entrepreneurs, honesty, transparency, integrity is the only way to buy credibility. And once you buy credibility, your ingenuity can be put to right use. Do not allow yourself to be cheated. Finally, for entrepreneurs, see capital as an option. Entrepreneurship is a choice, but capital is an option. If you know and you have an idea to bootstrap, bootstrap. If you can't, raise capital, but make your choice for the right venture capitalist, impact investor, or the private equity. Remember that it is our job to buy into your dream. It is not my dream that you are investing or you are building on. It is your dream, your vision, your idea. We are the cheerleaders. Don't make us decision makers. For the investors, I know some of you are investors, and I can tell you that in India, specifically in this country, capital today is just a commodity. So if you have only capital to offer, this is not a great place to be an investor. Patience is a virtue. This applies both to entrepreneurs and investors. I would request you to really test your patience capability. This country tests you a lot. It rewards you, but first it tests you. So be patient, otherwise don't come here. To those who are chasing unicorn, remember that unicorn is a myth. It is a myth. So don't genuinely believe and try to see how many unicorns you have in your portfolio. It may vaporize as fast as it comes. So don't get too excited if you have unicorns in your portfolio. Understand what founder-friendly means. There are many different contexts to it. And those who are very excited about actually being on the board, understand board is a responsibility. It is not a privilege. So when you choose to be on the board, take yourself seriously. Just don't make it just because you have given somebody money. I started my career because I wanted to make poor rich. It's a funny statement to make poor rich. Now you will see, when will a poor become rich? Well, you become rich when you create choices for the poor. And I think in this room, the entrepreneurs and those at the back, you have the great opportunity to actually create choices for the poor by being ingenious. India has actually the capability to transform itself. And a beautiful way, Sustainable Development Goals, some of you may have heard of them, some of you not. 193 governments of the world came together to sign in 2015 what is known as Sustainable Development Goals. These are goals that G20 also enshrine and support. And these are goals that essentially imagine a world like we have never seen before. A world without hunger, without poverty, without inequity. Your ingenuity, your ideas, your capital can contribute in building a world that actually is without hunger, without poverty, without inequity in your lifetime. So do try to contribute to it. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and a very special privilege to share the dais with two impact investors that I really respect, and I've drawn a lot of inspiration from them. And it's these stalwarts that have shown the way for impact investing in India, and we who have come from slightly the more commercial side, if you may want to call, of investing, took a leaf from what they have done and have tried to participate in them. And I would like to also mention that I'm from this place. So this is my Karma Bhumi, this district where we are all seated. So it's a special honor for me to be here, and I think we are really privileged, at least I'm really privileged, to share the same space or location with Sadhguru. So that's a little bit of my own personal connection here. So I think Vineet gave you a little bit of a kind of a primer on what it takes to be an entrepreneur. What should you look at when you want to be an entrepreneur, and what it takes to be an entrepreneur in this country. So I'll probably give you a little bit of a high-level view of the ecosystem. So we started investing in India in 2004 as Erasmic, and it was one of the first technology funds in India. There was no technology funds in India in those days. In fact, I remember the early days, we would get one business plan a month, and that's probably one a second in India today. So there's, between 2004 and now, there's really a big transformation, and recognized now as the second largest startup ecosystem anywhere in the world. We have really come of age, and that is a big opportunity, like Vineet said, right? So when you imagine an entrepreneur in 2006 and an entrepreneur today, right? So you're really, in that sense, in a much better place to take advantage of what India has to offer. And there's better digital infrastructure, there's better physical infrastructure, there's better mentors, there's more capital. So I don't think there's a better time and a better place and a better country to be an entrepreneur than where you are today. In fact, I believe that the last decade, what we have seen is just, I think, the early part of our journey as a startup nation. I think the next 10 years is when you will really see a lot of this pervade to every part of the country. So I think you can see the presentation there. I think we have been through a good cycle. You know, we, from the days from Vineet started in the early 2000 and I started in 2000, when there was hardly any capital. So what really changed in 2008 is the Flipkart event, right? So what did Flipkart, so when we invested in Flipkart, I think the common belief was that you can build companies in India, but they really can't become very large. You know, it takes 20, 30 years to build large companies in this country. Right, so what Sachin, and in fact we are very fortunate that the first real role models in this country were somebody like Sachin and Binny, who could execute not only as great technology platform builders, but who could also become exemplary operational executors, right? So it's very rare to find a entrepreneurial team like Sachin and Binny that built not one company, but actually 3 companies at the same time. They built the e-commerce company, the logistics company, and the payment company. Of course, the payment ecosystem that they built, which is PhonePe right now, is a big giant in itself. So I think that where we went slightly overboard, I think, is when we thought that everybody can become a Flipkart. And I think that's the moment that we now have kind of come to understand and recognize that not, like what Vineet said, not everybody should aspire to become a unicorn. And I don't think becoming the unicorn is the North Star for everybody. I think the real North Star is, are you building value? And I think scale is important. So I think where we have to really, change from the first generation and the second generation, and now what I would call as the third real decade of entrepreneurship, is I think we have to learn from the past 2 decades, and we have to understand that scale is important. There are, of course, multiple. I'm not saying that only scaling is the only solution, but I think if you want to raise venture money, if you want to raise capital, and if you want to really go big, then I think you got to understand how to scale. So, and what has been learned in the last 2 years specifically is that you need to balance scale and growth and profitability at the same time, right? So that's the kind of the jugalbandi you need to get good at as an entrepreneur. So and I think it's a maturing process that we have all gone through in the ecosystem, and I think in this phase of entrepreneurship, I'm sure we're going to get better at frugally building our startups and getting to scale, but in a very managed manner. Historically, I think the urban consumer ecosystem is what really the last decade has been about, right? Whether it's fintech products, whether it is healthcare products, consumer e-commerce products, they've all been for urban India. And it's in the last few years that Vineet spoke about how agri-tech entrepreneurs, B2B entrepreneurs, climate tech, and some of these other spaces have now started to really come of age, right? So I think entrepreneurship has become a lot more broad-based, and which is great for a country like ours, because I don't think it should be just a phenomena that is linked to only the top 20, 30, 40 million. If those were the only consumers for our startups, then I don't think we can build 10,000 or 1 million startups in this country. Agri-tech, I think Vineet spoke about agri-tech, so now I'll not speak a little I'll just mention a little bit here that if you need to really have one space that intersects rural entrepreneurship and the India opportunity, it is agri-tech. And when I say agri-tech, it is multiple aspects of agri-tech. It is everything from helping the farmer on what to grow and how to grow, and mechanisms on organizing the farming ecosystem, it is global demand and solving for global food security. I think all of these are great opportunities. I think as a nation, we have punched way below our capacity in terms of agriculture. And I'm a strong believer that if entrepreneurship is going to become more secular and impact more people, then we got to learn to make agri-entrepreneurship work in this country. And the good news is it's becoming more mainstream. So there's a lot more capital coming into agri-tech as a space. So I think it's a right time to really become an agri-entrepreneur and look at the multitude of opportunities that exist there. I think agri is and working with agri entrepreneurship is one aspect, but I think consumption in rural India is itself very large. So we are talking about whether it's food or products, other products that are consumed in rural India, they are in hundreds of billions. So while we know that there is a $500 billion consumption in urban India, I think there is an equally large opportunity in what we call as Bharat. And here there's a little bit of insight that I would like to share. I think a lot of the VC ecosystem now believes it is time to move beyond urban India. And there is a strong conviction that the next unicorn, just to give it some scale, color of scale, the next set of unicorns are not going to come from urban India. It is very difficult to build the next Flipkart. It is very difficult to build the next Swiggy. So don't try that in urban India, right? There is a lot of untapped opportunities and there's a lot of untapped potential in serving rural consumers, and there are great examples like you see here. And I will share the presentation with the organizers here, and you can look at some of these, and these are companies that are getting to the 500 to 1,000 crores in revenue. They're not small anymore, right? So the first generation of rural entrepreneurs, like the ones Vineet experienced, took 10 years, 15 years to build the first 100 crores. We are seeing entrepreneurs like Wilcart build 500 crores in less than 5 years. That is not any slower than what we have seen in urban India. So this is a big takeaway. I think the opportunity landscape is shifting. The investor interest is shifting. I think it is up to you to capture this kind of virtuous sweet spot that we are kind of getting into. Climate tech, I think Vineet spoke a little bit about SDGs. I think SDGs were something that everybody believed would happen, but I think the climate realities has forced everybody to kind of rethink and recommit in the last 2 to 3 years, including our nation. I think this is an opportunity, a global opportunity that is as big as the IT services space, as big as the healthcare exports that the pharma exports that came out of India. I think everything that I believe we will build to mitigate and to transform and transition ourselves in this climate economy will all be applicable globally. So I think we had the whole SaaS opportunity of building in India for the rest of the world. We had the whole B2B kind of opportunities of building businesses in India and for the rest of the world. I think climate tech is the next huge space where we can build carbon mitigation and carbon removal and carbon tracking and management platforms, not only for India, but these will be applicable for the rest of the world. I think here there is a lot of businesses around the circular economy. I think Vineet spoke about a big space around recycling. But unfortunately, there is nothing wrong about, recycling, but we have made a very small impact with recycling globally. We have just not been able to move enough product that we consume back into the circular value chain. What is the solution? The solution is to invent, innovate, and redesign what we consume. And I think here is where I believe that we have what I would believe like two very large disrupting benefits that will accrue value to us as entrepreneurs, and a lot of them in rural. One is to be able to build sustainable materials from agri-waste. If you are going to build if you're going to build sustainable and compostable materials, I don't think there's a better place than India to build, because you have almost free raw material. I think it's very early days. We need more entrepreneurs, more capital that needs to go into the space. But Accel and many funds have really committed themselves to the space, and we think the next $500 billion opportunities are going to come from providing these materials for the consumptive West. So the global South, I think, will provide solutions for the global North and for solutions for ourselves to mitigate in this journey. So I'll probably stop here, because I can go on, but I just wanted to give you a very high-level idea on some of the areas that I would like to leave you with this idea that manufacturing has not changed in this country for the last 30 to 40 years. I think the services opportunity, the India consumption opportunities have kind of been tapped largely, but there are, like we spoke about, still some opportunities. But I think as entrepreneurs, you will see a new diversification of supply chains that will allow you to build manufacturing supply from India to the rest of the world like never before. So it's not necessarily going to be just about software and SaaS from India to the rest of the world, but I think it's going to be about building products and really what people call as not only moving bits, but moving atoms. So I think the next generation of entrepreneur, whether it's impact or not impact, is going to be about moving atoms, and not only moving atoms within our country, but for the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Prakash Prasad Garu. May I request Bipin Pendyara to please come on to dais for vote of thanks. I request audience to please stay back. We have a couple of announcements to make for the rest of day's agenda. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with the august audience and the speakers out here. I think it was a great session. I was sitting and listening to everyone, and I think a lot of takeaways. Thank you very much, Murali, for starting and sharing your personal examples of building scalable impact where the rural population can benefit in the longer term. And of course, Vineet, it was brilliant to listen to you. And the framework of purpose and profit that you talked about actually ties in extremely well with the ISF's perspective of looking at building entrepreneurship with ethics and with values. That was, a phenomenally good message. And I think the message that you brought to both the entrepreneurs as well as the investors to kind of get involved, be passionate, and not look at entrepreneurship as one more choice, but to only pick it up if you're really, really passionate, because it is a very arduous and hazardous journey, and it's something which you should pick it up only for the long haul. So brilliant message. Thank you very much for taking time and visiting us in Bangalore and actually sharing your time with us. Prashant, thank you very much. I think you really opened up the eyes for quite a few in the audience with your message about building value, building scale, but most importantly about the phenomenal opportunity that the Bharat 2.0, the rural brings up. Once again, a message which ties in extremely closely with the ISF perspective of looking at rural economy, rural agri, and rural fintech. And these are areas where I think you really validated with a lot of data and with your personal experiences. Once again, thank you very much for gracing the occasion and sparing your thoughts and sparing your valuable time with all of us. I would like to request Mr. Jay Chaudhary to hand over memento to Vineet Roy. Once again, a very heartfelt thank you, Mr. Vineet. Mr. Chaudhary Garu, please hand over to Prashant Prakash.
Welcome to mystartuptv. I'm Major Samir Shetty. We are at the India Startup Festival 2023 here in Bangalore. I have a very special guest with me, who's from Leaders for India organization.
Hello, sir. So glad to be here. Thank you for hosting us.
So, tell me about, just give a brief about what's Leaders for India organization.
So, Leaders for India organization is a business accelerator and it's an angel investment platform. So, our main motivation is to connect money to opportunity. So, what we do is we have a group of individuals, business owners, HNIs, industry leaders who come onto the platform and leverage their strengths for future benefits. Whether that is startup investing, a sector agnostic approach, business investments, debt financing, we want to build a one-stop shop solution where we are more of like a fund of funds. Whether you want to become an LP and multiple VCs, we will provide that type of guidance to you.
So how are you different to, there are a few accelerated companies.
Yes.
How are you different?
So there are three main ways in which we differentiate ourselves. One is I'll never take money, I'll never have LPs directly investing into my fund as a VC. Two, we have an application which connects all of our members on one common platform. Three, the most important thing in this startup ecosystem is trust. So we have multiple recreational events planned where there's a lot of in-person engagement between our members, and it's a close group of members, also know each other, a lot of commonalities in terms of business. So it's a very focused networking approach where the hit rate is much higher and we're able to raise funds much quicker. It helps the startup because they're not looking at 100 investors, they're just coming to one platform for their investment, where the founder is focusing more on their time. Two, for the investors, because you're able to invest in a company immediately, the startups are available at a slightly better valuation. So that is how we do.
So, as a presence, are you pan-India or are you limited to geography?
So, it has been 1 year since we began operations. So, till date, we've started out in Hyderabad. We have members across the globe, but our base is Hyderabad for now. Very soon, we'll be expanding to Bangalore, then Mumbai, then Delhi, then Pune. Today, we have 100 members, which we have from the last 1 year of operations. We have invested, facilitated over 16 crores. We've invested 12 startups, but more than that, multiple more business opportunities. We've evaluated over 200 plus opportunities. We have partnerships, MOUs signed with multiple VCs across the country. For now, 8 VCs based in Indore, Hyderabad, Chennai, Bangalore, and we're growing every day.
So, as the theme of India Startup Festival, rural innovation, what's your take on what is your focus? Does it include that part of your company?
Absolutely, sir. There are two main industries that I'm very, very focused in. One is edtech. How do we get high quality education in terms of academics, curriculum, content, infrastructure and sports and performance tier 2 and tier 3 towns? Also in terms of edtech, how do we enhance or exponentially grow these startups to those rural areas? So whenever there is a startup which comes from a rural area, we immediately connect them to the ISFP and we make sure we handle them through the entire process, whether they get funded or whether they acquire customers. Yes. Absolutely. My biggest message is that keep your moral compass intact, make sure your efficacies are in place, and work hard, you will definitely succeed. Whenever you need any help, any assistance from a startup, please reach out to Leaders for India organization. If you want to become a member, be part of the community and grow together, please join Leaders for India organization. Sir, in fact, your reputation precedes you. I've already heard of you and all the wonderful things that you're doing. So I'm looking forward to an extensive collaboration between Leo and my startup TV, so that we can really take startups and investment pieces out to the masses.
Thank you. Thank you, Waleed. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Mystartuptv, I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We are here at the India Startup Festival 2023. I'm a special guest with me, Ramna, who's from Food Tantra. Let's understand what Food Tantra is all about. Welcome to the show. Thank you. And tell us about Food Tantra. Let's start with understanding what Food Tantra is.
Food Tantra is a B2B tech SaaS product. When we say B2B, we have the corporate education institutions. So, you can say we are the single largest platform provider. Most of our India institutions are companies like IITs, IIMs, large private universities like EIT, SR, Shastra, and others. So, what do they do? What do we actually provide them as a service? There are two main products. One being interactive teaching and learning platform for coding. That's the reason we have named Focus. That's how we got to walk. And during COVID, we pivoted and created India's most secure, world's most secure and value efficient corporate assessment platform, during which many of our top universities, including IITs, have conducted their academic assessments, teacher academic exams, PhD exams, and so on.
So, one of the main questions that comes to mind is coding. All AI talk that's happening, like ChatGPT and write its own code. How do you see the relevancy of learning code? How important is it? And then your own, as a company, your own presence in that.
Very, very, very important question and frequent question nowadays. So, we have people ChatGPT provides tool that can help you fill a lot of things with respect to coding with good coding. Now, let's say you are doing a big project. Okay? You need to have the front end, the back end, and you will use ChatGPT based on the develop the independent markets and our CAD. But then you need to understand what coding is doing to actually integrate it and make the whole project work. And that is not possible if you yourself are not a coder, programmer, no works.
Definitely, somebody like me cannot do it.
So, in a simple statement, you have to phrase it for people who want to understand that you say, actually, a wonderful tool, great tool. But however great the tool is, if it is with the food, the tool remains a tool, food remains a food.
Very well, very well. So, going forward,
so, this pivot that we made during the COVID period from the assessment part from the teaching and learning platform, it was a need of the hour to invest, right? People are doing online teaching, we created the work system, standard efficient video teaching platform, Google Meet, Zoom, consuming 1 GB data per hour to a mobile phone in our platform it was 60 MB data. Okay? So that was a necessary thing at the time. Now we have adopted, we have changed for conducting digital assessments also. So same assessment which are popular now are digitalized. For example, you notice there on our screen you will see regular answer booklets that are written by students during their examinations are digitized and are now made available for all students. Today we have some patent also for question-wise answering evaluations from the point of view. So we don't see it as mutually competing, they're complementary because every academic institution has teaching and learning in an essential core component and assessments also for it. So we see both of them having very good outcomes.
And being a technology, advantages cuts development divide. And the key for this is India Startup Festival in rural. So where do you see your product fitting?
I'm very happy and proud to inform you that, as you can see, the top names that are there, associated with our brand, like we also cater to the tier 3 and tier 2 markets. Go to any village, okay, the remotest parts of Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, you will find a product using to teach their kids.
So that's really commendable. From the fear factor that is there around taxes, the way you said, code it in the code. I wanted to give a message, especially the kids out there who probably are worried thinking that their jobs will be taken over by AI. A message for them. What do you think? Why they should not fear? They should still make, their coding as their base.
Well, I don't think I'm the first one to actually answer this question. Many more experienced than me, like industry, have already expressed their views, saying actually are going to take jobs away. In fact, it will probably make you a better person, help you produce more code and be more efficient. And we will see any technological advancement would usually come with the initial fear, atmosphere, saying that because of this new technology, maybe we lose jobs. And that happened. I'm sure there are so many examples where everything from calculator to this. So I think it's just that phase. And the moment we cross this threshold and that generative AI becomes a norm in terms of its output influence and various industries. These are phase that's passed by people who don't even recollect they were in that fear.
Media house.
I think you're doing a commendable job because normally for a startup like us, it's not that easy to get a media presence and like that. So if you're focused on startups, I think you're doing it great.
Thank you very much for being on the show.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
What does wealth and money mean to you?
Culture, dharma, artha, kama, moksha. These are the 4 goals given to every human being. You are Indian, you are American, or any part of the world, does not matter. These goals are common. Dharma, righteous ways. Artha, righteous earning. This is the wealth part of it. Kama, righteous desires. And finally, moksha, the ultimate realization of the truth, which we call as moksha or atma sakshatkara. So wealth is only a part of the process which should help you to attain the higher desires, which is not just your welfare but everybody's welfare, and at the end attain the ultimate truth, which is union with the divine. So unless you lead a selfless life and you fulfill selfless desires using your wealth in the right way, wealth has no meaning at all. In fact, it can become detrimental to your own spiritual progress. So wealth is only an instrument, a means, and it's not the end. But unfortunately, in the modern times, wealth has become the end of everything. Why are you studying this subject? Because this is what is going to give us the best, salary job at the end. Why mechanisms? Force multipliers do anything, initiate anything which will include everyone in it as it progresses. That is force multiplier. You start anything which will help 100 others, not just you. By enabling them also to lead better lives, that kind of an action is force multiplier. It could be wealth, it could be a business, it could be education, it could be healthcare, it could be any act, even a kind word. When it increases, like today what is happening, it's a force multiplier because you all have come together, investors have come with good intentions to promote and protect entrepreneurs and give them the right opportunities. And imagine one company that comes up will give so many jobs. Each of them will be a better citizen. They will be able to handle their lives better. That way they'll contribute to the GDP. The indirect effects of it will be better tax collection that will go into public expenditure, social investments, thereby better education, better healthcare, better consumerism. So this is force multiplier. Do anything that will improve the lives of everybody around you. That is force multiplier.
Very true and very well said. The name of one entrepreneur that you believe has been, that has made a difference to this country?
There are plenty of them, but I think from the economic standpoint, I think Tatas are the best examples of entrepreneurship. And they started way back when there was nothing in place. We were not even an independent country. In those days when they started, and look at the model, it was not just about making money. That was never the priority. Money was only the means to the ends. Entrepreneurship is about people who provide solutions. So when you provide solutions, your right is only to the action solutions. So when you provide solutions, your right is only to the action. That's what Bhagavad Gita says. You define how much, in 6 months I'll be a unicorn. This is the most abused word, I think, in the present times. Unless I become a unicorn, I don't want to start this business. Why? Because this is not going to make me a unicorn. So what if it's solving a social problem and really giving people, some kind of benefit? So this idea is karmanyavadhikariste. You do things because you want to solve a problem, provide a solution, create value, and valuation will follow. So that is the straight away. But one more shloka of Bhagavad Gita I want to bring to your notice. It says, Yadyada charati shrestha tatta devetaro janaha. Sayat pramanam kurute lokastadnuvartate, which means as the noble people conduct themselves in the society, the ordinary ones follow them. Therefore, creating right examples is very important. In the last 3-4 years, the entrepreneurship models that have come up, they are very misleading. So they suddenly had a steep rise and a steep fall, we all know by now. And those who went to public bourses, they came back humiliated because public understood it, saw through this whole valuation game. So the idea is that you created wrong examples and wrong expectations out of entrepreneurship. But true reason why one should be an entrepreneur is because one really feels like solving a problem which is plaguing the society and giving a solution which is acceptable, accessible, affordable. That is the idea of entrepreneurship. So I think set right kind of examples. And as industry leaders, I think it's very important that you provide them with the right kind of narrative, right messaging, that entrepreneurship is about providing solutions, not about creating valuations, but creating value for the society. So that also Bhagavad Gita says, please conduct yourselves correctly, behave well, set an example for the rest of the country or next generation to follow. I think that also should be taken from there.
Everyone actually talks about valuations, right? But you've always spoken about value creation through free education, free nutrition, and free healthcare.
Yes.
Now, how does one sustain oneself in this sort of a model where everything is free? And I know you do it with all your institutions. And how have you pushed them to become self-sustaining?
Yeah, it's free for the beneficiary. It's not free to the organization. That's obvious. So the beneficiary must get it free because the beneficiary is incapable of paying for it. That is the simple thing. But does he need it? Yes, he needs it badly more than you and me. Can he pay for it? No, he cannot. So therefore, we have to provide it free to them. Most of our patients who come to us are from below poverty line kind of a segment. Most of our students come from rural areas, many of them from BPL. And I more importantly feel that education, health, nutrition, these are fundamental human rights. Everybody should be provided these. And this is the responsibility of the entire society, not just of the government or not just of an NGO, but everybody in the society should be sensitive to the idea that if somebody is incapable of accessing these fundamental rights, then they have to step up and provide for it. That is the basic idea. We give it free. How do we sustain it? I believe in the power of goodness and selflessness. How a family, a father would look after the children and won't charge. A mother won't call the son and say, today's dosa costs 20 rupees because it comes with masala in the breakfast. She gives it what she needs to give for the child because it's our collective responsibility. So far, we've been able to provide all these services, collectively up to $200 million worth services in the last 1 decade alone. And this happened only because of people like you who had the heart to share what they had with those who did not have. and we were just conduits or channels to bridge the gap between the two. So this is how it happened. I firmly believe that it will happen in the future as well. And I think India is becoming more and more charitable. Gone are the days of the 60s and 70s when life was a struggle. People were trying to make the two ends meet. But I think India is much wealthier than what it was. And it's no more about the lower parts of the Maslow's hierarchy, the security and social needs. It's about little more than that. Yeah, I think self-actualization. People are finding meaning and purpose in giving back. And I think in the next 25 years, India will give back much more than what it has given in the last 75 years. For two reasons. One, people have more than what they require, and they will open up to the idea that we must grow together. Two, I feel that the next generation is far more sensitive to this idea of giving than the previous ones. Naturally, they're coming from a different background. Soon after independence, no jobs, economic progress was slow, no opportunities. So they had this idea of holding back, withholding, for the sake of, secure future. But I think the next generation, especially, have a lot of hopes from Gen Z. And I feel they're very eclectic in their choices, and they really question authority, and they want to find new ways of living and not follow the old pattern. So they are the ones, I think, who will be really contributing to society at large, and I feel these organizations will continue to flourish because of the kind people in the society.
One of ISF's fundamental theme this year, I think, is something very close to your heart, on rural startups. I think you've always talked about that. How do you believe we create more opportunities to actually support them? And this year, I know we focused on agri-tech, health tech, ed-tech, clean energy, as some of the areas. So what do you think are the sort of opportunities for these startups, and what should we do to create more in the future?
I think to give you a context of why agri startups or anything to do with rural economies are going to flourish, I'm sure you all know it, otherwise you wouldn't get into the business in the first place. But I always tell, we live in an India which is not one India, but maybe three Indias. The top 10% of Indians are those who are very well to do. As I was mentioning to you just now, that their per capita is probably 12,500, 13,000 US dollars. And all the startups are after their money and after them. This top 120 million or so, they are the ones everybody is after. The second rung, tier 2, tier 3 cities, this consists of another 100 million people who have per capita of maybe 3,000 or 3,500 US dollars. That is the difficult market because they're very picky and choosy, and they won't just part with their money like that. Unless they really see value in it, they won't do that. And that is a difficult segment, but probably as big a segment as it is in the first tier. But the biggest segment is the third segment, what is called the bottom of the pyramid or so. Almost probably 1.2 billion people there. But their per capita may not be as high because naturally they are coming from agriculture, they are coming from small industries, small scale enterprises, and with a per capita of less than 100, maybe 1,500 US dollars or so. But the good part is that there is a possibility to scale things there. And anything that can be scaled will be successful in India. Premium ideas may succeed for some times and may not succeed another time. But anything that can be scaled will definitely succeed. So a lot of attention is shifting towards this tier 2, tier 3s only because it can provide you with scale. And it's a basic thumb rule. If any product you can sell to 300 million people, you know that you are going to be a successful company. And where are the 300 million people to sell to? They're at the bottom of the pyramid, but they will pay a price as it is comfortable for them. So I think the economies of scale is the model for startups to get into that space. But more than that, I personally feel that over the next 25, 30 years, incomes are going to increase in that bottom of the pyramid also. They will start competing with the tier 2, tier 3 cities, and tier 2, tier 3 cities will go to the tier 1 kind of income segment. So opportunities will naturally open up for us, but more than that, I think problems lie there, and nobody has given solutions to those problems to them, because it's not quick bucks there. It is a slow and steady kind of a race. And that needs some patience to wait it out. And that patience is what is lacking in this instant culture of the world where everybody wants to become profitable very quickly. I think that is where we need to follow those Tatas and of the past, because they took their time to grow into what they have grown into. They may not be the richest whatever the company in the country, but they have created the maximum value for the people. So that is the idea. If we will follow, definitely there is so much that can be done at the lower half of the pyramid. So many problems, but every problem is an opportunity according to me, and this opportunity is waiting for all of you. So please think that way. I think government is coming with very progressive policies when it comes to agricultural sector. Investments are coming, sustainable agriculture, what you call circular economy. All these are the things which even from the climate point of view are becoming very important. Because we all have to eat. We may not wear the same thing, we may not live in the same houses, drive the same cars, but we all have to eat our food every day. And that's why this is the most important sector that needs to be kind of influenced with right kind of entrepreneurship. So I think there's a lot of opportunity, and big companies should look that side and also help the rural economies to grow through rural entrepreneurship.
One of the things startups always struggle with is this divide between capitalism and socialism. Where I think the motto many times is about wealth creation for themselves. But you've spoken about something called compassionate capitalism a lot of times and quoted a couple of companies in the country. So it would be wonderful to hear that from you in terms of what is compassionate capitalism and what is the lesson for all of us in this room to take away and implement in our respective organizations in some form and shape.
Very true. As you said it, that capitalism has been a model for certain developed countries, but we have still seen the social divide over there. Not everybody progressed in their progress. Socialism also has not succeeded. Most of the time it has led to a kind of a disoriented kind of a social structure and entitlements, which has not led to any good for those countries as well. Now, India is much older than the history books, that whatever is said in the recorded history. And we have definitely mastered the art of wealth creation and value creation over several centuries, maybe even millennia. We might have forgotten, but if you go back and look at our principles of economics that we followed, Arthashastra is there. It always talked about the welfare of all. It was, in a way, welfare economics. So compassionate capitalism is truly a kind of a welfare economic model where you must make profits, but at what cost? At what price? That is the question. Not at the cost of the environment, not at the cost of the have-nots, not at the cost of ethics and governance. All these put together is compassionate capitalism. You earn money, you make profits, but not at the cost of all these things which are non-negotiables according to our scriptures. So dharma should be the basis of creating artha, and dharma is righteous way of doing things. And compassionate capitalism should be founded on this principle of dharma, that everybody's welfare should be included, including plants, trees, animals, water bodies, mountains, and environment as climate and everything else. And ethics and governance, of course, cannot be compromised. Then once you create the profit by doing the right things, this means your products and services are truly solving a problem. They are real solutions, not imaginary, funky, fancy solutions which are being pushed down the throats of unwilling consumers through heavy marketing and advertisement. It's not that kind of a solution. Real solution, and whatever profits comes out of it. I know all companies will have to pay taxes. That's your duty. But beyond the call of duty is to do more than just paying your taxes by reaching out to those unreached segments of the society which will not get that benefit even from the government's point of view. So there is that segment which is left behind, and they can never reach the same level unless somebody goes out and reaches out for them. Many of you have come from middle class or lower middle class families, and you have crossed the chasm or the bridge, but there are many who are left behind. Somebody has to go back for them. So compassionate capitalism also includes going back and reaching out to those who have still not crossed the chasm. And that should be the extra responsibility. That in India, 2% CSR being mandated, it's kind of hinting towards that compassionate capitalism, but it has come as a part of the government mandate, and I'm proud that India, at least, it is mandated. In most of the countries it is not, including large Western countries, it is not mandated. But Tatas, like people, were doing it even before. There were no rules at that time, yet they did what was needed to be done. So that is compassionate capitalism. I think if all capitalism takes that a little compassionate attitude, so many problems of the world can be solved. We are $100+ trillion world GWP, as they say. Yet we have hundreds of millions of people who don't have access to water, clean water, or electricity, energy, shelter, education. More than 300 million children are out of school at this point in time as we sit and talk. And probably in India, 400 million will go hungry to bed this night, this evening. What is happening is the question. I'm sure there is a possibility for us to do more.
than just make profits with good governance. I'm sure the ESG is what we're talking about. E is okay, G is okay, but the S part also has to be really paid attention to, and that S part is beyond the call of duty. It's not duty, it's beyond the call of duty, because you are getting penalized for the E part of it. You will definitely get penalized for the G part of it, but nobody penalizes you for the S part of it, So everybody's like, S is scot-free. You don't get stuck there. So, but I think that is where your beyond the call of duty comes, and compassionate capitalism should emphasize the role of this S, the social part of it in all companies. And that is what I think India can build its corporate structure based on these principles. And see how lucky we are. When one way of saying is in 75 years we didn't reach our true potential. Fine, bygones are bygones. Now what is that? We are at the cusp of a glorious future. And let us do it right is all that I'm trying to tell every one of you. Western countries have done it, but they haven't done it right. Eastern countries have done some of them, they have not done it right. It's our chance to teach the world how to do it right. As they say, show them how to do it. That is what India's chance is right now. So do it right, do it in an inclusive way, do it in a compassionate way. I'm sure we will all prosper together. That is the idea of compassionate capitalism.
Thank you. So is around Viksit Bharat that we keep hearing a lot about these days. One of the biggest goals that India has is getting to become the $5 trillion economy by 2024. How do you believe people in this room with their startups can actually contribute to this particular goal?
I was just mentioning to you, even behind that, $5 trillion economy is given. That is the growth trajectory we are on, not from today, but for the last 20 years we've been growing that way, that we will go and hit the $5 trillion economy unless and until another COVID happens, God forbid. But otherwise we are set to go there. We have a young population, as a working age population. Entrepreneurs like you are contributing to this growth. And more than that, even if you don't give opportunity to the young population, the survival instincts will kick in. They'll find a way to survive and grow. Whatever be the business model, ethical, unethical, but 5 trillion will be achieved at some point in time. But the idea is that, is it being achieved by including the women of the country, the other part of the country? I don't think that the representation of women in the workforce or in the management leadership positions, again, you know better because you are coming from that background. Is it including the rural geographies? Is it including that bottom of the pyramid? I do not think this $5 trillion dream is including all of that. So if you can include all of them also, the women of the country and the rural geographies, it will be not $5 trillion, it will be probably $10 trillion, because we are leaving almost half of the country behind and only catering to half of the country's needs, and yet we are going to become a $5 trillion economy. So the idea is that if you include them all as entrepreneurs, you think differently. I'm sure the cost of your whatever enterprise will be low, because the workforce available at that rural, if they can be skilled a bit, they are much cheaper labor. I'm not saying you should exploit them, but then that is the reality. You must worry about your bottom line, and that comes from there. And I'm sure the productivity of workforce can be grown faster than the cost of labor in India. For next 25 years, we focus on the rural geography, skill our youngsters, the rural youngsters. We will create a very productive workforce which is cheaper than most of the workforce available around the world. And that can be the model for rural geographies. If you include them in, and rural shows like one of the companies, that's precisely what it is doing. It started in 2003 or so. 2013, and now it has all become a force to reckon with, because it has created skilled workforce at the rural level. At rural level, what you can do is to skill them, include them in this growth story, and don't leave them behind. And that's a cheaper labor. It will make your enterprise more profitable. That is a win-win situation, isn't it? Why should you ignore that? Absolutely. So my idea is that, look at this median age of India, 28 years. 70% of these 28 years is in rural areas, not in the urban areas. They need education, they need skilling, they need all whatever support that you can give. And if you can set up your shop in those geographies, you'll have low cost of labor, inelastic workforce. That's very important. Less attrition, so you don't have to worry about again a cost of employee will be low. And you'll be able to create much value for the rural economies as well. And include them in this dream, not 5 trillion, will be 10 trillion then, because that's possible by including everybody, including the women, whose work goes unrecognized, even their household chores. If you put a monetary value to it, we'll be $10 trillion economy. Because they work so hard, but there is no monetization of their efforts.
Very true.
So the idea is that if you include and monetize that part, a lot of agricultural labor is not monetized at all. We do not calculate them as a part of our thing. And most of our consumption, the GDP is coming from where? 50-60% is private consumption. The rest is all exports. So our GDP of 50-60% is all that we are doing. If we can make it 100% consumption, export is surplus above or above that, definitely we will be better than that. So that my idea is to include everybody, invest in social sectors, invest in education, invest in healthcare, nutrition, skill building, capacity building at the bottom of the pyramid. And I'm sure we can do much better than $5 trillion. $5 trillion will happen, that is given. And we don't have to really pride ourselves by saying we achieve $5 trillion. We are on that growth trajectory. The demography does not allow us to achieve anything less than that unless we are suicidal in our nature. We want to destroy ourselves with a war or a pandemic. That's a different story. But if we are all other factors are in order, $5 trillion will happen, but we can do much better by including that 100 crore people which is in the bottom of the pyramid, and that workforce which is waiting to participate in this growth story, the women and the youngsters of the rural areas, they are to be included. That is what this group can do, is what my call is. That's why this topic group, bottom of the pyramid, you know.
Well, I think that's a very strong message to everybody in this room. Don't just go for the, the tier 1 cities and the guys who can, fund the sort of solutions you're creating. Look at tier 2, tier 3 and the bottom of the pyramid very, very closely as you build out your solutions and take those solutions to market. Your own startups and the ecosystem that you've created, right? One is education. You've always spoken about good education, and that being the only solution to all the problems in society. And you've actually created universities that you guys run, and you give stipend to students, not just free education, right? Where you're paying off for their fees and everything. I think that's fantastic. What made you actually think about this, and what was the need that you were trying to solve for?
I think I should give the background of why the university came into existence. We were running schools for a couple of decades, but children were studying till their 12th or whatever, intermediate as your PUC as we say. After that they were looking for education elsewhere. So then the university came into existence to cater to their higher education needs, especially for the disadvantaged sections which cannot pay a fee in the higher education segment. Because in India, while school education is still compulsory and free at a certain age, after that higher education in most of the part of the world also is not free. You pay for it. And that is where people were dropping out. The dropout rates is very high in India actually compared to that. Only 25% is the gross enrollment ratio into higher education. It means after 12th, only 25% of the entire 12th class whatever pass outs, they get into higher education. 75% does something else. They go and start a puncture shop or a small hotel or anything like that, but that is not their true potential. So that is one thing. Second thing, our university has a very clear goal that we want to create academicians and educationists, because our country lacks 1 million school teachers at this point in time, 300,000 vacancies in our higher education. So you can imagine that you are a country which is a young country where 80,000 children are born every day and they all have to go to school and meet a teacher. But you go to schools which are empty and there is no teacher, not in all the schools. So the issue is that because we haven't worked on creating teachers in the last 2 to 3 decades, everybody wanted to be an engineer or a doctor or an IS officer or something like that. But that idea didn't happen. Now we are running short of our teachers in our schools, and that's a crisis. Where will you send these children to? So this is where we thought we should create inspiration in young generation to become teachers. Now rural teachers only can go to rural schools and teach. So naturally rural children have to become rural teachers and they have to go back to rural schools. So that is the university model. Now including women in it, that's where the stipend thing came, because it was free. So girl children in India on an average get married off by the time they're 18, 19, in villages even 13, 14. Even today it happens, and we have seen it with our eyes. Rules, regulations, law and order is on one side, but what is reality is in the other side. So we saw women getting married and they don't get to go to job and things like that, not in the rural segments. It's a social norm there. It's not nothing evil or right or wrong about it. That is how it is. We have to accept that. So we thought, how can we encourage women to participate? Because God forbid something happens to their husbands or whatever, whomever, financial breadwinner, then this girl has nowhere to go. The in-laws don't accept her. The parents also reject her, and she does not have enough education to stand on her own 2 feet, and if she has children, they are doomed. So that is the problem that we were seeing in many places. To encourage women to continue their education, we said, graduation is free, allow the child to study, anyway she'll get a graduate degree, so that she can stand on her own 2 feet. Parents agreed till the graduation part, but after graduation we told, if they continue for 1 or 2 years internship with us, we will give them a stipend. And they can do post-graduation also during that period. So they do post-graduation for free and they get a stipend, because parents were not willing to wait after graduation for them to get married. So we told, give them a little more, 2-3 more years, and then they can, get married after that. And what happens during this time? Whatever money they have earned, they can pay for their own marriage expenses. Parents don't have to take loans. That was first logic. Most of the parents bought it. And the second logic was that if you allow them to work with us after post-graduation for 1 or 2 years, they will earn enough to leave behind a good sum for your retirement. Because once they get married and they work after their marriage, they can't contribute to their parents. Everything will go to the in-laws. So you have done so much for your girl child, let her also do her bit for you. So if a person gets a postgraduate degree from an institution, works for another 2 years, they can easily save up to 4 to 5 lakh rupees. And that they can leave behind for their parents before they get married. So that also kind of went well with the parents. And we thought, when we are spending crores to get them educated, it's no harm in giving them a monthly stipend to ensure that they don't stop their education halfway through. Now when we give it to girls, naturally it has to be equality, so we have to give it to boys also. And we ensure that all boys and girls in university get their stipend through their internship, through their post-graduation, and after that we absorb them in our organization. I'm very proud to tell you that all our students from our graduation and post-graduation, they have joined our institutions back, except 1 or 2 for some very genuine reasons. Where do you get this opportunity? You get education, you get employment soon after education, and while you are educating also, you are getting some stipend and income. And after all that, you become an independent, capable, self-confident girl in the society. You can face any challenges that come to you. And what it has done, force multiplier again, or what you call ripple effect. These girls, when they went back to their same villages where people had objected for their further studies, they became inspiration for the girls around. They talk so well, they speak in English, they use gadgets, they use computers. The whole village is mesmerized by their progress. And now the other girls who are in the village, they're pestering their parents, please put us also into the same school and university. So you have created that effect because of that.
That's very nice.
The first, it's a free medical school. This is the first of its kind attempted here in India. And again, the reason is to provide education to the rural poor who do not have the same level playing field when it comes to English education or when it comes to writing NEET exams. They are not at the same level as an urban child. So we wanted to provide them an opportunity, and free will help them to continue their medical education. And in our country, we need doctors, nurses, paramedics at the rural level. 75% of the medical staff or medical professionals are catering to 25% of the population in urban areas, whereas 75% of the rural population gets only 25% of the manpower or healthcare professionals. So that's where the crisis is, and COVID highlighted that problem. Now our idea was to give it free, first to ensure that children are able to access medical education, and with gratitude they will go back to rural areas and serve them. That is the first. The second, research is a very integral part because it's there in the name of the institution itself, and we put it on purpose because we realize that we have to find better solutions to country than just kind of dousing the fire when it is all caught up. So before it happens, preventive pathways and something that is predictive and precise. That is the need of our country, because we can't build tertiary care hospitals and cater to the need of everybody after they have fallen sick. We don't have that capacity. We cannot create that capacity for the size of country that we are. The only option is to prevent it, to predict the disease from happening before it happens, and prevent it in a precise way. So that is something that requires a lot more investment in the research side. With the kind of data at our disposal, we see close to around 3 lakh, 4 lakh patients a year. That data is very, very powerful, and we are working on that to, as I said, to find meaningful patterns and predict diseases before they happen and prevent it from happening. So that is why research becomes very important, and we are very happy that we are working with institutions like All India Institute of Medical Sciences and some programs under Stanford to create this kind of a research environment, innovation environment, and bring new ways of solving the same rural problems. So again, I said, this is value creation. This is value creation. When you invest in such an institution and research, you're creating value. You will have less employees taking leave, giving excuses for medical reasons, because everybody is healthy. And if somebody says, I'm not healthy, you can just check with us. And we will tell you they're perfectly fine because we have checked on them. So the idea is to create a social structure like this where everybody is mapped. Everybody's health is mapped and they're being tracked. And if there is a possibility that they will fall sick, they're advised on whatever lifestyle changes or medications they require, and we prevent a tertiary care emergency from happening. So that is where our research is largely going to focus.
Amazing, amazing. Problem that all of us would like to have your views on. The world we live in is quite demanding and very, very competitive, more so when you're heading organizations or a conglomerate, and you're playing that role of a leader in society. How can we maintain that balance of work, personal life, and also take a step towards our own inward journey of spiritual consciousness?
24 years from now, India will turn 100 years of independent nation. What is the unified vision that you envision when Bharat becomes 100 years old?
Nobody is hungry, nobody is uneducated, nobody is unhealthy, nobody is unsheltered. That is my first basic dream of a developed India. After that, everything else. Whether we are on Moon or Mars or Venus or Uranus, that's all after that for me. That is my vision of India, first 100 years, yes.
Sir, it was very inspiration of your thoughts of compassion and capitalism. Just I want your feedback on whatever the entrepreneurs now in climate mitigation crisis, like green hydrogen or clean energy, can they deliver with your compassion? Whatever you define, with that goal can they achieve?
I think these climate techs like green hydrogen and all are still a little distance away. They're all being just explored. But meanwhile, we would have done enough damage, isn't it, on the way? So I think the first technology we need climate tech is what, without that green hydrogen also, what can we do to run our companies more environmental friendly and in a better way? I think those technologies in the next 10-12 years will be more prosperous. Hydrogen and all the other things that we are talking about is perhaps still 10-15 years away. But in these 10-15 years, we can do enough damage to the planet. So my call to the entrepreneurs is that please find ways of mitigating that crisis within this decade itself. And that itself will become a very big business case, I'm sure, because world is becoming more and more conscious. We have targets on SDGs. How serious are we? That is a separate matter. But if as a country at whatever India at 100, we want to look good, that we have done right, we have to do it environmentally right. And there are several technologies. Starting with first, don't create such businesses which cause damage to the climate. Create businesses which are sustainable in the first place. And second, if there is already businesses running which is creating damage, find solutions to reduce the damage. Then go to a final stage of creating altogether a total environment friendly, energy based businesses, which is still some distance away. I think so. Meanwhile, we have lots of ground to cover, and these will be profitable businesses. As somebody was saying, there are carbon credits, which is becoming another market of its own. You commit sin and I will wash off your sins. That is the idea of carbon credit. But whatever, at least it is doing some good, right? So the idea is that this will prosper and people will come after you. They will ask for you. I'm not talking about how profitable or whether you will be a unicorn or not, but definitely you will be a profitable, sustainable, and a business with a purpose and value. That is possible in this decade for sure.
Good evening, Guruji. First of all, thank you for all your service. I'm Venkateshan Pillai from Dallas, Texas. I'm part of a NGO. I'm a philanthropist, a group called Nanban Foundation. We also work with a similar thing, zero hunger, education, and women empowerment. One thing that I see here in India lagging is youth philanthropy. Normally entrepreneurs start, do, and then giving back after that. What I believe is it has to be an integral part of it, as he was quoting in many times. And we need to take some action of, enabling youth philanthropy and talking about the kids, the young kids, about the social services and other things. My question here is, from your point of view, what are the steps that other entrepreneur can take that action, and what are the things that you do, your organization doing in terms of youth philanthropy, and what government has to do? In America, we have a lot of programs, especially focusing on youth philanthropy.
I understand the need for the youth philanthropy or creating that mindset in the youngsters. And there is no policy, there is no structured approach to it in India, at least as of now. In organizations like ours, philanthropy is a part of their lives. Everybody has to participate in service. It's a mandated thing. But for general educational institutions, corporates which are employing young professionals, there is no such system. But now I'm seeing a change. What I call it as the CSR is corporate social responsibility. That is how you should create ESR, employee social responsibility. And every employee should engage with the company to serve the society in some way. Many corporates are coming up with 1 day a year or something like that, which is a paid day for the people of the corporate to volunteer. So this volunteerism is slowly catching up. And corporates are talking about that. Is why I said you have to really focus on the S part of the ESG and include your employees, which are young professionals, into the S part. They can part with their resources if they have. A lot of matching programs are coming up in India too. In US it is a done thing. Employee, CSR, whatever philanthropy is matched with the corporate philanthropy. But in India also it is beginning to happen. And I think in the next 10, 15, 20 years we will see it grow. Employees will be engaging with things. And at the educational level, policy side, I want to tell through this forum to the governments and policy makers, please include social service as a part of their educational pedagogy. Don't just teach them science, maths, physics, chemistry and make them big brains, but also open their social side to it. And we had done an experiment with a local regional engineering college which is here. There are 2 credit courses was created on rural development. It doesn't exist in any of the regular mainstream colleges and education system, but it was created. And what it did is, it would take the children to the nearby villages and just expose them to what's happening over there. And many of the girls from that colleges, they saw the problem with girls' hygiene, So they started bringing hygiene products with them out of their own whatever pocket monies. Nobody funded them, but they were moved by the problems. They bought pencils, rubbers, notebooks, chalk boxes for the schools, rural schools. So you sensitize them to the need of the rural area. No funding was given to them. They were just given a credit course, because if there is no credit course, then they would not take this program seriously. So what policymakers can do is create a proper course, a structure for rural development or social service, and mandate it as a part of their educational pedagogy. They have to go out, see the rural areas and serve there. You don't have to do much. Take them to the rural areas. They themselves understand there is a problem and need. And young generation, as I said, they are very different. This, not millennials, but the Gen Z, because I deal with them. They are all a part of our university. Very open-minded. They are little painful at times. They question too many times, and you have to keep answering them. You can't just hush them like our generations. It's not possible anymore. But it's an investment that you must make in them by answering the questions. But they are very philanthropic in their approach. They may not be religious necessarily. They don't like rituals and orthodox ways of doing things. But they are very, very sensitive to social needs. They feel that they are responsible for the societal problems, and they are environmentally more active. And I think this is the generation that needs to be groomed. Some policy mandation is necessary. Like if there was no CSR of 2%, how many corporates would have come forward and given that? Today it is mandated, so they're doing, and organizations like us are benefiting. Similarly, if social service is mandated all the way from class 1 till their post-graduation, I'm sure it will do a lot good to the country by sensitizing them to the problems of the country. That is the policy ask that I have from the government, and we ourselves have rural development courses designed in our own university. The children go out to the local villages and help the people and solve the problems. So that is already a part of it. So I think that mandation will really help, and corporates should create this employee engagement with social service as the motivation and incentivize them. Who knows, pay them a little extra salary for that day. They will go happily and do the work and come back. So do something for them, and matching program, matching grants, please bring it up. Because employees cannot pay much, they can give a little part of their income, but they feel that is so little that it won't make a difference. So they hesitate from giving even that. But if the corporate backs it, saying that you give and I will 1:2 or 1:3, I will do it, they will happily do. And corporates also in the process will be able to engage with the employees better. So these 2 policy changes can really help.
It's like 2 things. If you take Chandrayaan, what we have launched, it's like a close to 600 crore to 1,000 crore, where it is going to the moon and trying to do the, all the research on that. But just you have given a statement like close to 400 million people, they're going on the hunger. So which one is on the priority? From the government standpoint as well as a private organization, of course, it's a human life is more important than research, right? So how do you balance, those things, when compared to the other country and then India? Love to hear your thought.
I think we have to have some short-term goals and some long-term goals, like everybody has, even the corporate has. In the short term, we have to allocate some resources, energy and time to solve some immediate problems which are becoming a crisis. And also have a certain long-term vision where we allocate certain resources, time and energy to solve long-term problems. So everybody should have this balance of vision. And I think that's where private sector or governments have to solve some short-term immediate problems. Somebody who's going hungry to sleep, what gratitude does he have for the country? And what does he think of those who are eating their stomach fulls and sleeping peacefully? the kind of social unrest that it can create, social polarization that it can lead to, you cannot operate businesses in such an environment then. So you have to solve some short-term problems now by feeding, educating, or protecting them, some social protection mechanism. At the same time, you also have to dedicate your some energies towards long-term vision to not make it happen again. So it's a balance that every corporate, every government has to find. So even as an NGO, we also have short-term and long-term goals. So we invest certain resources in short-term problem solving, certain resources in long-term solutions. So that balance has to be found everywhere.
So I have witnessed day before yesterday and yesterday also I visited the Prashanti Niketan at Kodapaka, Siddipet, and I really excited to see how girls are really how the interns who studied in this Sadhguru Medical College and they came back as interns, and their excitement in getting that internship, although they are from the underprivileged families, how they are having the high career goals, and they even a couple of them like Madhuri are the gold medal winners from President Ji. So I feel that the world is really very unequal to the women in the history, and we need from on the women empowerment perspective, we need a ripple effect of the policies to make this work or the next 5 years or the 10 years in terms of the policies. There should be a ripple effect. It is not on the one maternity policy which gets extended to 6 months. Should be in all the ways the women empowerment policies or everything should be done. I would like to know a couple of
Pranam Sadhguru. This is Dr. Hari Krishna Maram, founder, Global Economic Forum and Vision Digital India. We really appreciate the wonderful work your group of initiatives are doing across the world, not only in India. I keep traveling and meeting a lot of people. So the kind of initiatives were taken in Colombo, Sri Lanka, building a hospital and different places. So I just would like to ask you today, India is overtaken China in population. Today we are at 1.45 billion people. And the greatest advantage what we have, unlike any other country in this world, is our demographic dividend, the youth. So in the next 2 decades, how this youth, the demographic dividend of India, is going to help India to reach to the #1 position what we are talking or we are dreaming?
Demographic dividend is the common word that we have used for decades now. But is it really happening is the question that we have to ask. We have 250 million school-going children in the country. 60 to 80% of them go to government schools. 1 million teachers are missing from the government schooling system. And we are talking about demographic dividends. We have the largest population of malnourished children in the world by numbers. And we are talking about demographic dividends. We have mortality, maternal and child mortality, which is still far, far above the permissible levels as per the WHO. And then we talk about demographic dividends when young mothers are dying and children are stillborn. So we have a long way to cover before we talk about demographic dividend. Demographic dividend does not happen in just few urban pockets. If you want the true demographic dividend of the country, Then we have to go to the real problems where there can be a disaster if we don't address those needs now. That's where we need everybody's participation. And demographic dividend will happen only if we make it happen. It won't happen on its own. Demographic disaster can happen on its own. Dividend has to be made to happen. And that needs including rural geographies, going back to my same point, include rural education, rural healthcare, rural nutrition, rural skill building, rural infrastructure. All that is what is going to lead to the demographic dividend. So as I said, if that happens, $5 trillion is a done thing. You will go much beyond that. That's my view.
I actually see two people with mics, so these will be the last two questions. One here and...
He has secured a mic for himself.
Yeah, and she has as well, so...
Sadhguru Namaskar.
Namaskar.
And I'm happy to note the initiatives you have taken. And we all know Narendra Modi ji's declared the next, including this year, 25 is Amrit Kal. And to make it really an Amrit Kal, I think he's trying a lot. What is your, I know you're saying again the same point, rural and all, but any other points from you or the way in which the Bharat is progressing, any say on that? I would like to hear from you.
That's very kind of you to appreciate our work and also ask about what is happening at the leadership level, at the country's leadership level. I think we have got a very visionary leader at this point in time, and that's acknowledged and accepted not just by our country but by the world. And for the global south, definitely he is the leader that people are looking up to. And that's been accepted from public forums by global south leaders. So the vision of Amrit Kal itself is a great vision. Somebody at 75th year of independence says that next 25 years we are going to build a developed nation. It's a great vision. And not just it is about economic development. It's about the development which is inclusive. That is the bigger vision of the Prime Minister, which really I am very happy about. Even when the agricultural startup funding was coming down and things like that, they came up with the Agriculture Accelerator Fund. Immediate interventions, quick interventions. That is the key to this development, and that is what this leadership is able to achieve. Highly efficient system. A very quick decision making. Of course, the results of it takes time to show. You sow a seed today, you don't expect a fruit tomorrow. And we must give chance to the leadership to make it happen over a period of time. And I think some of the very big policy decisions which have been made in the last couple of years are very, very futuristic, very progressive, but unfortunately its results cannot be seen the next day. We can't unduly punish the government for that. We must give them a little more time and tenure to prove themselves right. That needs a little more time, but at the policy level, tremendous policies, from MSME policies to even startup ecosystem policies. The kind of support is coming from the policymakers is amazing. I don't think anywhere in the world you're getting that. Make in India, the kind of incentives, I don't see that happening in most of the parts of the world. And that is the reason why from 470 startups we are 84 or 83 or whatever thousand startups today. It's only because of the right kind of policies, and that is the biggest contribution of the government. Few asks I have still from the startup point of view. I think they need a little more push, especially when they're market ready. Giving them funding at the beginning just to start the product development is one thing, but testing it out, and when it is what you call, technologically ready for the market, they need another set of funding at that point of time to make it go to the market. And that also is something that policy in startup ecosystem can think about. Seed funding and angel funding is one thing. That's what is happening at that point of time. You are going to VCs, angel investors, they're called angel investors, so you go to them. And then you go to these other funding agencies, but they're very exacting, very demanding. And you know what has happened in the last 3 years? Most of these venture capital funds have come from abroad because the interest rates were low and there was a good opportunity here. Now all that is going back. And what you call as funding winter has taken over. This is the time when policy people have to intervene and make sure their funding is available to startups which are already on their way to the markets. They should not get aborted halfway through because of the lack of funding. And that's where I think the policy must cover the entire spectrum of startup ecosystem, not just give them the initial seed investment to start it off, but they must see to that the product goes to the market. Until then, they should hold the startups. That is one policy change or intervention that I I think I expect from the leadership. But we are very fortunate at this point of we have very good leadership, very decisive leadership, and that's what will make all these dreams that we have come true, I feel.
How do you manage your anger? Because us as entrepreneurs, there are so much of mood swings. We need to constantly have that patience, which sometimes we lose. As all of them were talking about various policies, but the first thing comes in is a sanity check for ourselves. How do we manage that in terms of all the mood swings? And how do you personally manage your mood swings and anger?
That's a very personal question. But for the benefit of all like that. See, our anger does not come from our personal failures, because we are here instrumenting God's will. So why should I get angry with myself or anybody who is doing their job purely with absolute selflessness, especially in our organization? Everybody is selfless. You go and check. From the gatekeeper till the chairperson, everybody is working selflessly. They may be getting a salary, but that is not the lookout. They are here to serve this community, and that purpose is there. And everybody is doing their very best. Some people may sometimes fall short, inadvertently, not on purpose. Nobody does it on purpose. So the reason to get angry with them is very little. But I do fake anger at times just to set things a little right. Sometimes you have to raise your voice and do things so just to get people serious about what they're doing. But that's not real anger. Real anger comes when you have ego, that you are the doer and you failed because these people did not support you, and you failed because you missed a step or two, and you start blaming yourselves, you start blaming others. It comes from a lot of doership and ego. But when you're an instrument in the hand of God, these issues are easily handled. So I think first thing that I was telling you, learn to be an instrument of that higher divine power which has chosen you to execute a will of its own, and you are just instrumenting that will. Then your issues with anger and mood swings will come down drastically. And even if it happens, let us say somehow you miss that whole feeling and then you get sucked into this whole anger. See, the thing is that you have to be watching out for the symptoms of it. When you are going on a road, you see a car coming on the opposite direction, you immediately get alerted, you give way so that you don't meet with an accident. Anger is like that, though it comes very swiftly, but you have to keep watching these patterns. And once you can get hold of these patterns in you, that these are the reasons when it triggers of my anger, you are more aware. And next time you are able to handle it better. You may still get angry for all said and done, but this time you are angry by being aware that you are getting angry, and not just getting angry without being aware. Next time you'll be even better at it. You'll start watching, these are the symptoms, and this is the fellow who is definitely going to trigger me off. So better I find another way to go away. I don't want to confront people and test my patience and my anger abilities. That's not required, just avoid. I always tell them, wherever there is a possibility of temptation, just take another route, even if it's longer. Avoid such situations where you have to unnecessarily get into that. But become aware of your weaknesses. Start working on them. Start working by taking time. And when you get angry, first thing you should do is leave the place. Leave the place. Don't try to confront and don't try to, give it back to them. Just leave the place at once. Half of your anger will disappear. Drink a glass of water, sit in a quiet corner and do anything that you like to do so that you take some time to overcome that. Just don't react. That is the thing which you have to manage over.
I am Dr. Kiran. I am from Hyderabad. I head an incubator. I am a teacher. And this is the second edition of ISF that I am attending. I attended the first one too. So I thought this forum is more than a who's who of the Indian startup ecosystem. I also see this as a think tank of the Indian startup ecosystem. And I really liked and I could resonate with the keyword that you used, that compassionate capitalism. Recently at Fab 23 Bhutan, I was actually asking the same question, but this forum is probably more the appropriate forum for our country to ask this question. So my question is, you were talking about social entrepreneurship and trying to give benefit to the beneficiaries who are not able to afford the benefits, the solutions. So is there any way that the ethico-legal, socio-political system that we have can actually allow at some level
a community IP system that is led by the government, driven by the government, with the support from the think tank, so that we can actually have solutions that don't really look for profit or scaling up. Because the social problems that we have, the social entrepreneurship, I'm sure the people here in the room will vibe with it, they cannot really always build solutions that are scalable. The solutions are very much close to the niche that they target, and there is no profit there. So can we actually build a community IP system of some kind, which can also bring certain economic viability to the social entrepreneurship? I wanted to hear from you because I really love that keyword. Thank you for that. Compassionate capitalism. Thank you, Guruji.
I think we are thinking on those lines, and some of the initiatives like the government took, like social stock exchanges and all that stuff, is towards building a kind of an investment channel for social entrepreneurship. However, it is still at a very nascent stage in India. It's not as evolved as western side of the world, but I think it is coming there. In the future it will happen. Meanwhile, we are also, I think tomorrow Jay Garu knows that we are also launching a forum called Rural Economic Forum. Something on the lines of World Economic Forum, which is going to, it's not just a think tank, but it's also a platform for like-minded people to join hands and support these kind of rural initiatives beyond the demands of profitability and things like that. If it's a genuine cause, it needs to be solved. And we want to engage with governments, we want to engage with industry, we want to engage with like-minded NGOs and people's participation, public participation at large. So something like that is in the offing. It'll take a few years before this matures and really makes an impact. But yes, your idea is very much in motion at this point in time.
So thank you so much, Swamiji, for this session.
I must have the last word.
Oh yeah, please.
So thanks to you for having organized this and come and asked the kind of question that will help everybody. And my ask is there from this forum, nothing comes for free, as they say. No free lunches, but here of course it is free. But the idea is, each one of you is capable of impacting so many lives. You have so much of potential within yourselves as an individual and as a corporate or a company that you're launching. Please keep a part of your efforts, energies and resources for a social cause. It need not be here, it need not be now, but make sure that in a disciplined way, earmark your abilities, your skills, your knowledge, your resources for some social cause or the other, through some organization or the other. Second piece of advice I will give you, you are in business, you are supposed to create profits. Don't get into opening foundations and charities and make a mess of both the business as well as the charity. Your core competence is business, please do it well, do it ethically, do it right, be profitable. Leave the charity to charitable organizations, because there are two different skill sets and you don't mix them both. When you are a big corporate, large corporate, you can afford a huge foundation with a lot of people. It's a different thing, but business mindset should not be applied in charity, and charity mindset should not be applied in businesses. So make sure that you keep these things too clear of each other. I think that is the way to a prosperous society. Do well, all the best to whatever for you to do, whatever you're doing, do it well, do it as an example for everybody else to follow. Leave behind footprints for others also to cross the bridge, cross the chasm. And I think this is a very punya bhuvi, this is a very sacred land. And this is my personal experience, that anything that we have thought about here with a pure heart, with pure sentiments, it has always succeeded. And one example is this very startup festival last year in October, when it was launched for the first time. It was in a very nascent infant stage. Jay Garu was himself surprised that how did it happen even in that short while. And today when I see 125 term sheets being signed, and that's a huge encouragement to the startup ecosystem. And I'm sure all this will lead to a lot of good, not just to you at your company and employees, but to the society at large. Let's not forget that part of our responsibility beyond the call of duty, compassion side of the capitalism. Let's keep that as the focus, that as the North Star, that as our guiding principle in every business that you undertake. So I wish you all the very best, and I thank Jay Garu and the entire team, volunteers of ISF. Also 100 of our university students are volunteering during this event. Most of them have come from rural India. They never knew how to speak in English, they didn't know how to deal with people, but you must be meeting them here and there. Wherever you meet them, shake their hands, pat their backs, and then only you go back. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Welcome to My Startup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We have the day 2 of India Startup Festival 2023. I have with me Soumil Mukherjee, who's the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Well, that's a big name. If you could start with explaining what it is all about.
The background of why this Office of Principal Scientific Advisor and why all of this, and why I'm here also. That also will explain, the reason. So, see, Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor dates back to 1999, with APJ Abdul Kalam being the first scientific advisor of the country before he went on to become the president of the country. And as we know, India has been evolving since the early 2000s to power economy, right? World power, be it nuclear or renewable energy, be it any sector. India is evolving as a entire innovation ecosystem in the world. So we are at the cusp of how our startups ecosystem can be leveraged for the benefit of social, impact, if you call it social investments, all of that can be driven. So Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor was set up primarily to do all pragmatic advice to the Prime Minister in terms of science and technology. Now we are in the leadership of Professor Ajay Sood. Professor Ajay Sood comes from the background of IISc. He is a semiconductor and nanotechnology expert. He is also a Royal Fellow of Physics member and has a successful experiments on Raman resonance effects on pacemaker systems of heart. Then also he is he has a number of patents from UK, US, and then he also chairs the G20 Chief Science Advisors Roundtable, which is global leaders in science and technology, and his office represents multiple scientists and technologies from Indian Academy of Sciences, Indian National Innovation Foundation, Indian Science Foundation, DRDO's, AIMS, Mr. V.K. Saraswat. All of them are a part of the Prime Minister's Science, Technology, Innovation Advisory Council. And the role of the PMST Act, which is the Innovation Advisory Council, is to drive the 9 national missions. So starting with the IML, NLP, which is National Language Portal Translation, quantum, biodiversity for human health, bioscience, all of that, right? So, for example, if you see the space policy that has come recently, this is also, a backbone of the, this Office of Principal Scientific Advisor, and increasingly all the quantum mission, even if you talk about it, is because of this office that has come up, and there are a lot more that can be told about the office. I am representing the Strategy Alliances Division, where we do industry academy engagement process.
So that brings me to a very important question with academics, right? So is there the policy we are coming up where the scientific mindset, should start at a very early age, isn't it? So is your organization working somewhere towards that, or as a policy?
Sure, of course. See, we have recently come out with a deep tech startup policy. I think if we look at the macro level of any policy that has been successful in its implementation, the major element is that it has to be done in consultation and concurrence with the industry, and in a mode which is adaptable to the economy that the country is going through or will be perceiving. Right, we heard from Mr. Ramcharan also yesterday, who is a mentor and a milestone in his own career with helping a lot of companies and success stories all across for entrepreneurs. So early stage, if we talk about, there is lot of it is debatable, and there is a lot of mixed approaches are there. But I think any entrepreneur or any startup, what is important is that he need to also visualize the failure as far as success. You cannot have anything overnight, right? Today you come across a dream, and tomorrow it's not a startup. It's not any a financial thing or any implication that you have. You just deliver it. It is your dream. You have to pursue like a dream. It's like your baby. So you have to mature it, and you have to have a gestation period for it, and then you have to deliver it. So you need to just think about it, right? Whether it is solving any real life problems or not. Identify the real life problems, and I think there are plenty of institutions and startups, IITs and IISs, all of the institutions, and they have their own R&D setups also, incubators who are willing to help you in the early stage. So I think overall this way, I think we are the overarching council. Definitely we have a lot of things to think about, and we are helping the early stage startups also. About 150 startups out of 500 we have set up are early stage actually, and at some point of time they were just nowhere. They were they were probably working in tandem with the MSMEs of the country, and there is a huge gap that is existing between the startups and MSMEs, because no utilization of MSMEs industry is happening, because MSMEs are at the forefront and they have all the expertise, but they cannot fund because they have their own set of challenges, right? They need power backups. They need a lot of things which are still detrimental in terms of the policy regulations that needs to be flexible. So I think early stage can always be done, and there are multiple ways that are startup program. So Office of Principal Scientific Advisor also launched a platform. I would not call it a portal. It's just called Manthan. It was launched on 15th August 2022, and which is there to address the gaps that are existing in the and the bottlenecks in the physical world. To remove all these bottlenecks we are in a VUCA world: volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity, all of that. And we need to have knowledge sharing practices, more of information dissemination knowledge on the platform. So we tried to build the platform, and we have this platform with us now, which was launched 15th August, so that industry, the demand side people, which are the industry, PSUs, the state governments or the central governments, the philanthropic organizations, high net worth individuals, they can all articulate their problem statements or their R&D issues, or CSR problem statements, anything that they want to do it collaboratively, and they have funds for that. So the idea is to have the funding reach the right people, instead of funding some proposals which are at random, may have relevance 10 years back or 5 years back, and have not researched, what we call is a translational research, but it has its own course of time. So Manthan gives that builds that gap, fulfills that gap of bridging the industry to the 1 lakh plus startups ecosystem, and the 5,000 plus topmost credible institutions, academic institutions, and the MSMEs, if we talk about NGOs and all of that, who are the implementers. And there are science technology clusters also in different cities, who are they are at the heart and soul of the cities, addressing on focused thematic areas, and working with 30-40 research institutions in a mode of with the state lab, state governments, the civil societies, the labs, philanthropy organizations, all of them they are working with. So they have the bandwidth, and they can also take up implementation projects if there is any challenge in funding gaps of CSR. So they can also fulfill that gap for any social enterprise or any startup to take those projects forward in the tribal areas and rural areas. We have multiple examples of projects that we have done so far, and it's an open invitation to all the startups and who have been a part and parcel and have been rewarded or have participated in some way in India Startup Festival to leverage this platform freely, because there is no financial implications, and it's a free, democratic and decentralized platform.
So as a support, what kind of support do you provide to startups?
So as I said, we do not fund any projects directly, or neither do we accept funds, because we are the government of India. And this platform is just a crowd-funded platform for the social benefit, for the social cause. So if I talk about how do we help, I think it is primarily for the industry, the problem statement that the industry is facing, why it is facing, and how it can be solved. There are different ways that it could be solved.
So you help connect the industry.
I help connect industry to the startups, the grassroots innovators, and not only connect, but also the startups can showcase their proposals, their innovations on the platform freely, So
That's
that
on the
industry,
Manthan
that's on the
platform?
Manthan platform. Yes. So the industry can, or the government can come in and they can pick up, hand pick proposals. So it's this Manthan platform is a combination of an Amazon or LinkedIn, a Facebook, research
So
get
a
combined
marketplace
together.
where they could provide a service. So finally, what's your thought about the event?
So this is a wonderful platform. I think I've rarely seen these kind of events because most of the events that we come across are either out of multiple dignitaries from the ministries or the central government's thing. Very few events that have been is like which has focused discussions and live pitches and commitments from the real commitments from the investors and angel investors, equity funders. All of them have been here, and there are international players and foundations also who are taking deep interest in the startups ecosystem of the country. And it is, I think, a brilliant platform. It should go its way for social impact, incubation, invention. Necessity is the mother of invention. And I think if the proper research and with proper data analytics, if startup is progressing, then I think the sky is the limit.
Could you say something about MyStartuptv? We are a dedicated media house for startups exclusively.
Of course, I think you're doing a fabulous job. I have not come across any platform so far, although we have tied up with our science and communication partners as Netflix and Amazon Prime and the Hotstars. But I have not come across. I would like to see you soon on my television screen on my living room. And kudos to you for doing this for the startups.
About the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
My name is Tarun Gulati. I'm the Chairman, President and CEO for Square Watermelon in the UK, but I also happen to be the co-founder and co-chair for the India Startup Festival. I live in London, but I've been a banker all my life. I've been chairman of a bank and I've been CEO for several entities, including UTI, the largest asset management company globally, and sat on some 48 boards. What brings me here is obviously my involvement with the Startup Festival. I've never seen anything like this. I've, as I said, lived all over the world. This is unique. This is not about one day running a startup or a 2-day festival. It's a continuous process around the year. The idea is some startups may need money, some startups need mentorship, some startups need the next stage. How do they go about doing that? So that is the whole idea, and I'm trying to bring my experience, global experience, and try and help startups and scale-ups to go to the next road of their journey and make them all very successful with indeed a societal angle. I do believe that one must give back. So I run several not-for-profit entities, including a award that is very global called the 21st Century Icon Awards, where winners and finalists have come from 44 countries, and media is with CNBC and others have shown it in 80 plus countries. So you can start small, but your vision has to be big, and if everybody thinks like that, they'll at least reach somewhere. So that's the message I would like to give today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. My pleasure.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Welcome to My Startup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We are at the India Startup Festival 2023. Today is day 2, and we are going to start the proceeding with Tarun Singhal, who is the director at Soprasteria. He's also on the board of British Business Group. Also, he's part of the Living Bridge concept, which Prime Minister Modi spoke about, which is connecting India to the global and global to India. So welcome to the show, Tarun.
Thank you, Major. Thank you so much. Delighted to be part of this conversation with you.
Perfect. So, let's start by the whole concept of living bridge, which you spoke about, before we started. For the benefit of people out there, who are also like you, there are many of them out there who are connecting India to the world and the world to India. So, yeah.
So when Prime Minister Modi was addressing the massive gathering at the Wembley Stadium in the UK, he coined the term living bridge. And it's very simple how every one of us in India can do more with global and vice versa. And that's where it's a bridge while we are able to connect with each other, which also links up with the theme of this ISF 2023, which is connect, collaborate and celebrate. So together we can do more, but individually we can't do more.
Correct.
So namaskar and Sai Ram, and I'm happy to be conversing with you.
You're also moderating a round table today. Do you want to talk about that in your, as a living bridge concept and that whole concept of connecting the world and to India?
It's very simple. I was having my conversation with Swamiji yesterday, and we were discussing about the round table because he is personally very keen on this diplomatic roundtable, which I have the honor with his blessings to chair and moderate today along with Seshadri ji. Now, it's all about how as India we can be able to collaborate with the global world. Now let me give you one very small example of how at Sopra Steria we are doing it, which I was discussing with Swamiji yesterday. We have presence across 30 countries, north of 55,000 people globally. And when it comes to community, it came out that we are working on one country and few schools in India, whether it is to do with healthcare, whether it is to do with education, and that's the concept we follow. So in simple words, when we were discussing about this, Swamiji said that, why don't you come across and start something like Force 15? And what he meant by Force 15 was, we give at the round table to all the diplomats, whether they're from Finland, they're from UK, they're from Australia, they're from US or United Kingdom or France, where we are actually working very closely as two countries together. One of the concepts which came out from Swamiji on Force 15 was that we give a target of 2 companies per country. So even if 7 to 8 countries subscribe to this concept, together 15 powerful companies, we come and work not on the visibility, because everybody is doing something on visibility. We want to create an impact. Like you saw here, Satya Sai Memorial Hospital. It's an impact. It's affecting so many people's lives, providing free healthcare for many. So I would be revolving around that and try to put that as an agenda as part of the FTAs being signed and take it forward from there.
Coming to your personal mission, what's your mission?
My personal mission is very simple: connect, collaborate, and celebrate. I would give a little bit more value to celebrate, because if you're celebrating and having fun, then you can do anything. Sky is the limit. And that is what is most important. Swamiji mentioned yesterday about $5 trillion economy. वो तो हो ही जाएगा. That is not a problem. The problem is how we can do something better and that mitigation of that. So I want to align my personal goals with the wider society goals. And that is where I am working towards, and that's the reason which brought me here in the ashram today.
So far, the day 2 of the event, what's your take from day 1? What are your thoughts?
I think day 1 was phenomenal. We all saw and witnessed 125 term sheets being signed. It is a world record. People would say startup festivals or startup conferences would be something in small scale, one small boardroom, small discussions, something like this where you have more than 10,000 people as delegates attending, more than 200 CXOs here, more than almost 100 venture capitalists here. Where else will you find this? Exhibitions area, people are exhibiting beautiful products in the range of education. We saw Sai Shore, which is the food and nutrition concept of Satyasai institution. It's all amazing, and I think highlight for me yesterday were, I would say, two highlights. One was fireside chat with Swamiji, where he mentioned very clearly how the CXOs and organizations can do more and better. And the other was the symphony, Sai Symphony Orchestra.
I would like to thank DG, CSIR and Secretary DSIR, Dr. Kalai Selvi, for coming for the inauguration of CCMB's One Week, One Lab. She is the first woman DG of CSR in its 80 years of existence. A dynamic, articulate, and a sharp leader who can grasp what she hears with lightning speed and then summarize it to you. The CCMB is located between IICT and NGRI. You can see the map where IICT is, the whole thing, this corridor is almost 400 acres. And all of them are CSR Institute. We are in the middle and the youngest. So we kind of eked out of IICT way back in 1977. It was at 1st April 1977, CCMB came into existence as a semi-autonomous laboratory. And in 1987, 26th November, the building that where CCMB houses was inaugurated. The basic idea was to conduct research in the frontier and multidisciplinary areas of modern biology and seek its potential applications of the work. In fact, one of the things about CCMB is that, there is a combination of art and science that was emphasized very, very aptly by our founder, Pushpa Bhargava. And you can see very clearly that there is an artist gathering that used to happen regularly in those days. This was one in 1989. And some of the art that you see within CCMB is depicted here. We have 3 campuses. The main campus is where right next door. It is a 17-acre campus. And then we have 2 other campuses called Annexe 1 Lacones, which is around 5 acres, located around 20 kilometers from here. And the third one is the Innovation Hub, about which Madhu will talk a little more, and there we have few activities including incubation center. So we have very strong presence in basic research including structural biology, developmental biology, stem cell biology, genomics, and all the way up to immunology. And then we have activities in innovation hub, where there is an incubation center, we have skill development and innovation cell. Societal relevance activities that we have, Lacones is missing here, but the Lacones has animal conservation, both plant and animal conservation activities in Lacones. We have done many things including diagnostics, crop technology, and wildlife forensics. Have almost 950 people. I don't want to look at this breakup just to show. And over a period of all these years, the work by our scientists have been well recognized. You can see that we have Padma Bhushan, Padma Shri, Ramachandran Gold Medal, Bhatnagar Awards, J.C. Bose Fellowships, Infosys Awards, and many other things, as you can very clearly see.
I can tell you that this is one of the very successful program across CSR labs. So we got more visibility than before, which is very much needed in changing times. Through this, CSR labs are connecting very much with all the stakeholders, particularly with young minds igniting about science and achievements in science, so that they can also contribute, and also young innovators, startups, academia, and industry to look for opportunities. That's how they get to know more about the institute. That's how they get interest in the science and also our institutes. Yesterday we were listening to Dr. Shivaram, is a very visionary leader as part of Amrut lecture series. It is always a pleasure to know about our CSR contributions and also history, which will always, which should also remind us about our duty and also our responsibilities, what we need to do. Thank you, madam, for giving time and visiting Hyderabad. Of course, we have been requesting you several times. Thank you for your time and visiting us. And as mentioned by Dr. Vinay, so Hyderabad is privileged to have 3 CSR labs, IICT, CCMB and NGRI in one stretch in this road, and we are neighboring each other. And this city has excellent ecosystem with so many academic institutions, research laboratories and many pharma industries and also biotech companies. Please do visit us frequently and interact with our scientists and students. And I can tell you all, madam is a great speaker. She has art of speaking. Like every time I listen to her, I became fan of her, and I'm sure you are going to witness her speech now. So in chemical sciences, IICT is the best in the country. And in biological sciences, CCM is the best in this country. And also in global scenario, these 2 labs have, at least people can notice these labs, at least even global scenario. So we are next to each other. And little disappointing is we could have done little more collaborative work between these 2 labs. Of course, we did work in few projects such as COVID projects, particularly where sewage water surveillance to detect the prevalence of the disease. For that contribution, we received award. I remember, madam, Golden Peacock Award. We all went to Bangalore to receive that. So I'm sure we can do much more. And me and Vinay, of course, we came from outside the institutes, and we don't have any, if at all, any bad memories. We don't have those memories. We're trying to get closer, as close as possible, and particularly in scientific manner. So we are already started interacting with our scientists. Also, we're putting them together. Already we put proposals together, and I'm sure we took 2 best labs sitting next to each other. I'm sure which we can contribute much more in the future, and I'm very hopeful that we'll contribute for the society and the science.
I congratulate Dr. Binay and the entire team of CCMB for celebrating this one of the very remarkable program of CSIR, 1 week, 1 lab. This has in time grown and flourished under the able guidance of our and also the leadership of our DG madam. And I would like to invite you all to come there, be a part of it, and see how our CSR NGRI is also connected to society, stakeholders, and to you. Let me first just briefly touch upon what CSR NGRI is. CSR NGRI is a unique laboratory in geophysics where all the divisions of geophysics and geology are under the same umbrella. And also we did some of the we developed some of the indigenous instruments ourselves in last 60 years to measure the geophysical signatures of our Mother Earth. We are engaged in 2 types of research. One is the basic fundamental research to understand the Earth, its structure and composition from surface to the center of the Earth, and also for R&D aspect of exploration of like earthquake hazard, the hydrocarbon exploration, like oil, gas hydrate, mineral. A gas hydrate, as you know, is a ice-like structure found in the very cold region, permafrost, or in the bottom of the seabed. So apart from this, we also work on extensively work on the unconventional energy resources. CSR NGRI has now the mandate or primarily engaged in resolving some of the fundamental science issues and also translating our knowledge to these
sustenance of our economic sustenance of our country. With this, I would again thanks Dr. Binay for inviting me and congratulate him and his entire team of CSR CCMB for this memorable day, and best wishes, and my support will be always there. As he said, that we all three labs are in a line, so any support, anything if he needs, then we are always ready.
One of the center that I'm looking after is promoted by CCMB. CCMB is a biology institute, so our focus has been on health and biotechnology. A lot of good things happen in institutes like ours, like IICT, CCMB, and NGRI, but many times they stay with us. There is also we always wanted to increase the impact of these technologies or the ideas that we have and take them out. So one of the things that this particular center, the incubation center, does is act as a bridge. How to take these things, that know-how, the expertise of the institutes to the society and make a difference. And in this particular activity, I want you to look at it as an opportunity as one of your future careers. And as you know, probably we are one of the top 5 countries in the world that generate knowledge. That means we know how to find solutions to our problems. But at the same time, we really don't make that happen as much as that we wanted to do. In the last several years, the ecosystem has changed so much. There are a lot of enablers who are created in the system. Like enablers like ours, a lot of incubation centers, a lot of government programs, and probably all of you must have heard of things like the slogans of the government about Atmanirbhar Bharat, or vocal for local, make in India. And these things have become much more prominent during the COVID time because we're totally dependent on other countries for our own good. So these things have really forced us to think deep to make our country more self-reliant.
CCMB is a great combination of arts and science, and especially for science on living things. I'm really happy to hear such kind of a very positivity. From now onwards, they will working with more and more collaborative projects. Now, COVID has done a lot of good things because it made all of us to understand that what are the hidden potentials, what is the kind of harmony that is required, what is the kind of collaboration which is to be made, and all these lessons were learned from COVID time, for which CSR labs are also not an exception. I should congratulate CCMB. He says every day he is inviting 300 school children. Meaning is before these 5 days are coming to a conclusion, at least around 1,500 school children will be visiting CCMB. Meaning is science will be able to reach a minimum of 1,500 students from this Hyderabad city alone, and therefore this is what is the main purpose for which CSR was created. Friends, you may be thinking that CSR is an organization wherein the science should be developed and it should be finding its application for Indian industries. But apart from that, what for this science is happening, what for Indian industries are existing? It is nothing but to serve the mankind, to touch the lives of the common people, and to serve the society. And therefore, I think in one of the mandates of CSIR, the Honorable Prime Minister, he asked at one point of time, what is it that you are doing it as a unique and a dedicated service to school children who are the next generation leaders? This is how Jigyasa program came into existence. So the moment Jigyasa started, all CSIR laboratories, we just made sure that every laboratory is getting visited by always hundreds and thousands of school children every year. It's only you and I, meaning is researchers and students, we only can do. And all the leaders, those who are decorating the dais, they are at the service of whatever is needed from your end. Please make the best usage of all this mentorship. Let us all stand in one line. Let us handhold each other. Let us take some kind of a pledge that whatever I'm going to do in the next 6 years is going to change the fate of this country for next 6 decades, and I should also be a part of the country to become a developed nation, and I should also contribute in terms of science and technology for the country to be celebrated in the global scenario for its science and technology. Let us all unite. Let us showcase our synergy. Let us all work together and fight against this climate change related consequences also. And let the journey starts from today. And this 1 week, 1 lab, I wish this program every success. And I wish to congratulate not only Vinay for his leadership, but the entire CCMB family, along with the family of IICT and NGRA, because all the three are working with respect to each other and they are supporting each other. I wish this event a grand success.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
I will just talk briefly about, give a brief background about CCMB. And do you have anything to? Yeah, there. The CCMB is located between IICT and NGRA. You can see the map where IICT is, the whole thing, this corridor is almost 400 acres. And all of them are CSR Institute. We are in the middle and the youngest. So we kind of eked out of IICT way back in 1977. It was at 1st April 1977, CCMB came into existence as a semi-autonomous laboratory. And in 1987, 26th November, the building that where CCMB houses was inaugurated. The basic idea was to conduct research in the frontier and multidisciplinary areas of modern biology and seek its potential applications of the work. In fact, one of the things about CCMB is that, there is a combination of art and science that was emphasized very, very aptly by our founder, Pushpa Bhargava. And you can see very clearly that there is an artist gathering that used to happen regularly in those days. This was one in 1989. And some of the art that you see within CCMB is depicted here. We have 3 campuses. The main campus is where right next door. It is a 17-acre campus. And then we have 2 other campuses called Annexe 1 Lacones, which is around 5 acres, located around 20 kilometers from here. And the third one is the Innovation Hub, about which Madhu will talk a little more. And there we have few activities, including Incubation Center. So we have very strong presence in basic research, including structural biology, developmental biology, stem cell biology, genomics, and all the way up to immunology. And then we have activities in Innovation Hub, where there is an incubation center. We have skill development and innovation cell. Societal relevance activities that we have, Lacones is missing here, but the Lacones has animal conservation, both plant and animal conservation activities in Lacones. We have done many things, including diagnostics, crop technology, and wildlife forensics. Have almost 950 people. I don't want to look at this breakup just to show. And over a period of all these years, the work by our scientists have been well recognized. You can see that we have Padma Bhushan, Padma Shri, Ramachandran Gold Medal, Bhatnagar Awards, J.C. Bose Fellowships, Infosys Awards, and many other things, as you can very clearly see. One of the very, very well-equipped biology labs in the country. We have very cutting-edge bioinformatic facility, advanced imaging facility, transgenic knockout facility, zebrafish facility, and X-ray facility. And with this kind of facilities, one is expected to do quite well as a scientist, and that is reflected by, we also recently got a cryo-EM facility. as I was stating, one is expected to do very well, and it is reflected by the kind of publications we get in cutting-edge basic science journals, such as Nature, all the way. I mean, so only some of them are represented here. But let me tell you that all these journals are quite difficult to publish in. So, and with respect to some of the societal activities, we would say that, the advent of DNA fingerprinting in India was started in CCMB. And it is by our fourth director, Dr. Lalji Singh. And, you can see very clearly that it was highly recognized, and it went on to become an institute by itself, CDFD, for which one of my our CCMB colleagues, two of our CCMB colleagues were directors there, Dr. Chandak and Dr. Tangaraj. And we have actually worked on improved Samba Masuri rice. Basically, Samba Masuri rice is severely affected by the bacterial blight disease. And they have Dr. Sonti, in collaboration with ICAR, has come up with this particular variety of Samba Masuri, which is resistant to the blight disease, and also it has low GI index. And this is another effort that is of ours, where we have introduction of the Indian mouse deer into the wild. And this is a program that is again a joint effort with the Central Zoo Authority, Telangana Forest Department. This is done in Lakhons. And we have actually, this was established by Dr. Lalji Singh regarding wildlife diagnostics. It's a thing where we can find out what is the animal. I mean, even if we have a small piece of an animal, we can find out both the what is the animal, as well as we can find out the sex of the animal. And this is important in the context of poaching that happens pretty widely in forests and other places. COVID is something where CCMB has contributed immensely. This involved any kind of a viral disease. When you talk about, there are multiple aspects, starting from diagnostics, vaccines, treatment, surveillance, and mitigation. Mitigation is communication. We have done a pretty good job of communicating with public over the last 3 years regarding COVID. Diagnostics, we have come up with one methodology. Vaccines, we have actually standardized the mRNA vaccine in CCMB. Treatment, we have tested drugs for many, both academic as well as commercial organizations. Surveillance, I would say we have done antibody surveillance, which is serosurveillance. We are involved in proving that COVID is through air. And genome surveillance, we have sequenced approximately 15% of all SARS-CoV-2 genomes that were sequenced in the country. Sewage surveillance is something that we even, along with ISCT, we got an award for. And sickle cell anemia is another program which we were heavily involved. If you really know what sickle cell anemia is due to one mutation which results in glutamate to valine conversion, the hemoglobin becomes sickled, which is essentially kind of tends to aggregate, creating a problem. And you can, this particular thing, we have sequenced we have screened almost 28 lakh people to find out that 11,000 of them are homozygous. And this was the initiative done and taken and done by Dr. Chandak. So we have, in addition to that, for the college kids who are here, we have a strong skill development program, and where we actually training programs at CCMB, various kinds of trainings we do, and this is throughout the year. Went a bit down during the COVID years, but now it came back. And we have very strong outreach activities, which involves young students, educators, users of the CCMB technologies, media, policymakers, and statesmen. Basically, we even have programs for the school kids called Young Innovators Program, and many other programs which will be available on the web. I urge all the students among, college kids and the students among you to actually check it out, and because there may be something that you may find it interesting and may give you an opportunity to spend some time in CCMB. This is our way of making you guys interested in more biology research. Right, and some of the articles which are available in web are given here. All right, and the last thing which I'm not going to talk about, but we have started an incubation center called Atal Incubation Center 6 years ago. It is CCMB, AIC CCMB, it is now referred to as. Here we have Dr. Madhusudan Rao sitting on the dais. is the CEO of this one. And this, we have a lot of companies. Anybody with an idea can test out their idea in this place. And some of these ideas have turned out to be good, and they have moved on to set up good companies on their own. Right? That was the vision and risk this thing. And they had 90 plus startups have incubated. This is just an overview of all our activities. You will certainly find among the audience, whoever are college kids will find information regarding more of what we do on our website. You can look it up. Something may interest you, something we may be able to allow you to spend some time with us. Thank you. Before I close, I would like to thank Srinivas for always extending this auditorium to us, and Prakash for always accepting our invitation and coming for all the events of CCMB. Without this interaction and brotherlyhood that we seem to have developed across the three institutes, it would kind of, there is a certain easiness that has developed over a period of time. I'm very happy about it. And thank you for all the support.
Thank you, Dr. Nandikuri, for taking us through the journey of CCMB, the kinds of work that happens at CCMB, and the kinds of opportunities that the Institute offers to people like you. At the same time, I think we are also in a position to hear about what happens in the other two CSR institutes in the city, IICT and NGRI, and we are joined by their directors. So I'll now invite upon Dr. Srinivas Reddy to tell us the work that happens at IICT and how you people can also contribute into it.
Respected Madam Dr. Kalai Selvi, Director General, CSIR, Secretary, DSIR, my fellow directors, Dr. Vinay and Dr. Prakash, Dr. Madhu, Dr. Somdatta, and all the dignitaries of the dais. There are many seniors sitting in the of the dais, and scientists, students. Very good morning to all of you, and welcome you to this 1 week, 1 lakh program of CCMB. Thanks to our Honorable Minister and Madam DG CSIR for giving suggestions and guiding us in conducting these 1 week, 1 lab programs. I can tell you that this is one of the very successful program across CSR labs. So we got more visibility than before, which is very much needed in changing times. Through this, CSR labs are connecting very much with all the stakeholders, particularly with young minds igniting about science and your achievements in science, so that they can also contribute, and also innovators, startups, academia, and industry to look for opportunities. That's how they get to know more about the institute. That's how they get interest in the science and also our institutes. Yesterday we were listening to Dr. Shivaram, is a very visionary leader, as part of Amrut lecture series. It is always a pleasure to know about our CSR contributions and also history, which will always, which should also remind us about our duty and also our responsibilities, what we need to do. Thank you, Madam, for giving time and visiting Hyderabad. Of course, we have been requesting you several times. Thank you for your time and visiting us. And as mentioned by Dr. Vinay, so Hyderabad is privileged to have 3 CSR labs, IICT, CCMB, and NGRI in one stretch in this road, and we are neighboring each other. And this city has excellent ecosystem with so many academic institutions, research laboratories, and many pharma industries, and also biotech companies. Please do visit us frequently and interact with our scientists and students. And I can tell you all, Madam is a great speaker. She has art of speaking. Every time I listen to her, I became fan of her. And I'm sure you are going to witness her speech now. So I always have very high regards to CCMB. Although it is a small lab, it is with powerful people, very high level science. And some of them are sitting here. Of course, some of them are superannuated, but many of them are sitting here. and many accomplishments and all possible decorations. I mean, all awards and all prestigious fellowships and everything you can name. So you have seen in one of the Vinay slide. So in chemical sciences, IICT is the best in the country. And in biological sciences, CCMB is the best in this country. And also in global scenario, these two labs have, at least people can notice these labs, even global scenario. So we are next to each other. And little disappointing is we could have done little more collaborative work between these two labs. Of course, we did work in few projects such as COVID projects, particularly where sewage water surveillance to detect the prevalence of the disease. For that contribution, we received award. I remember, Madam, Golden Peacock Award. We all went to Bangalore to receive that. So I'm sure we can do much more. And me and Vinay, because we came from outside the institutes and we don't have any, if at all, any bad memories. We don't have those memories, and we're trying to get closer, as close as possible, and particularly in scientific manner. So we are already started interacting with our scientists also. We're putting them together, and already we put proposals together. And I'm sure we two best labs sitting next to each other, I'm sure which we can contribute much more in the future. And I'm very hopeful that we'll contribute for the society and the science. So with this, once again, I congratulate CCMB and all colleagues of CCMB. I wish you all the best for this 1 week, 1 lab program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. I would now like to invite upon Dr. Prakash Kumar to share his thoughts.
Good morning to all of you. Honorable DG Madam, Secretary DSIR, my fellow directors, Dr. Binay and Dr. Srinivasa, senior scientists, my colleagues, students and friends from media. First of all, let me welcome our respected DG Madam to Hyderabad. Welcome you, Madam. And also, I am very much thankful to Dr. Binay for inviting me to his 1 week, 1 lab program, and asked me to be a part of this. I congratulate Dr. Binay and the entire team of CCMB for celebrating this one of the very remarkable program of CSIR, 1 week, 1 lab. This has in time grown and flourished under the able guidance of our and also the leadership of our DG Madam. Next month, CSIR NGRI is going to celebrate 1 week, 1 lab from 4th of September. And I would like to invite you all to come there, be a part of it, and see how our CSIR NGRI is also connected to society, stakeholders, and to you. Let me first just briefly touch upon what CSIR NGRI is. CSIR NGRI is a unique laboratory in geophysics where all the divisions of geophysics and geology are under the same umbrella. And also we developed some of the indigenous instruments ourselves in last 60 years to measure the geophysical signatures of our Mother Earth. We are engaged in 2 types of research. One is the basic fundamental research to understand the Earth, its structure and composition from surface to the center of the Earth, and also for R&D aspect of exploration of like earthquake hazard, the hydrocarbon exploration like oil, gas hydrate, mineral. A gas hydrate, as you know, is a ice-like structure found in the very cold region, permafrost, or in the bottom of the seabed. So apart from this, we also work on extensively work on the unconventional energy resources like coal bed methane, shale gas, and etc. But all these things we have to do in a very sustainable and ecological way. But as you know, in order to do ecological way, we have to have a resource, the supply of the resource. And this resource should be extracted in the R&D should be in a sustainable way. Because otherwise, if the extraction or the exploration will not be in a sustainable way, it will be a total mess, chaos. So we have to advise the mining in a sustainable way. We have to extract the groundwater in a sustainable way. But on the other hand, in order to become a developed country, we have to have a continuous supply of resources. And fortunately, our India has a huge resource accumulation. Varieties of resources are there. But the unfortunate part is that we could only extract less than 10% of it, that too from only the shallow surface of the earth. And so the deep-seated minerals, deep-seated resources, hydrocarbons, or the unextracted hydrocarbons are still lying. So with this, I would only say that the CSR NGRI, having the expertise spanning for last 60 years, it has developed the capability to address these problems in a very sustainable and it can provide a scientific solutions to it. So in the next few years, CSR NGRI has now the mandate or primarily engage in resolving some of the fundamental science issues and also translating our knowledge to the economic sustenance of our country. With this, I would again thank Dr. Binay for inviting me and congratulate him and his entire team of CSR CCMB for this memorable day. And best wishes and my support will be always there, as he said, that we all three labs are in a line. So any support, anything if he needs, then we are always ready. And my, again, best wishes, compliments for them a week long ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. Now we will change our gears and get into entrepreneurship and the field of startups, the world of startups. And to take you onto this journey and give you a brief overview of what it means to have a startup, how does the journey of an entrepreneur look like, I'll invite upon Dr. Madhusudan Rao, CEO of Atal Incubation Center, CCMB. I must also mention that after Dr. Rao's talk, we will have some time to take a couple of questions from all of you. So be ready with your questions.
Good morning. I thank the director of CCMB for the opportunity and also the other laboratory directors. And special thanks to the DG, Dr. Kalai for being with us to participate in our celebrations. Thank you very much for it. I look after a center called Atal Incubation Center at CCMB for the last 6 years. And good morning, all of you, the young and the restless. I'm sure you are young and the restless. What I'm going to do in the next couple of slides is to tell you what are all the opportunities out there for you besides the opportunities you normally see before you. One of the center that I'm looking after is promoted by CCMB. CCMB is a biology institute. So our focus has been on health and biotechnology. A lot of good things happen in institutes like ours, like IICT, CCMB, and NGRI, but many times they stay with us. There is also we always wanted to increase the impact of these technologies or the ideas that we have and take them out. So one of the things that this particular center, the incubation center, does is act as a bridge. How to take these things, that know-how, the expertise of the institutes to the society and make a difference. And in this particular activity, I wanted to, I want you to look at it as an opportunity as one of your future careers. So what I'll show you is, this one slide is a slide that tells you, it is a kind of very obvious thing that India has a lot of problems. And as you know, probably we are one of the top 5 countries in the world that generate knowledge. That means we know how to find solutions to our problems. But at the same time, we really don't make that happen as much as that we wanted to do. In the last several years, the ecosystem has changed so much. There are a lot of enablers who are created in the system. Like enablers like ours, a lot of incubation centers, a lot of government programs, and probably all of you must have heard of things like the slogans of the government about Atmanirbhar Bharat or Vocal for Local, Make in India. And these things have become much more prominent during the COVID time because we're totally dependent on other countries for our own good. So these things have really forced us to think deep to make our country more self-reliant. These enablers, there are so many enabling systems now in the startup ecosystem, and it encourages many of you who are young and want to do something on your own to become an entrepreneur. Remember, entrepreneurship is a business, but at the same time, while providing you a kind of financial security, it also provides you a kind of satisfaction of what you have been doing because you are impacting either society or somebody's life. So this is something that I thought I'll put it before you so that you would look at it as something, an option for your career to look forward. Please visit us at Atal Incubation Center or our tech show. In the tech show program also we have a lot of people, so please talk to them and see what kind of opportunities out there. So I'll tell you briefly about the advantages of institutes like CCMB in impacting. One of the things that we have done is during the COVID time, all of you know that the cost of a RT-PCR cost around $4,500, and it's a low-hanging fruit. So we did a lot of investigations supported by Bill Gates Foundation to assess the capacity of India in producing RT-PCR. Now we have them plenty. Similarly, we have done for Rockefeller Philanthropy to do the same thing for antigen testing. And we also supported by a society called Human Society International to come up with methodology to decrease the usage of animals in drug development. There are so many alternates that are there. All these things are generated from CCMB, but they're all being taken out so that in an applied context, we can make them work. Similarly, Rural Electrification Corporation has given us some money to take the wildlife conservation technologies that CCMB has developed to the various other states. So we started a lab in Kashmir. Imagine something several hundred, thousands of kilometers away. We are remotely controlling a lab in Kashmir to transplant our technologies to that place. So this is a snapshot or a dashboard of our incubation center. We have more than 100 startups that went through us in the last 6 years. And we have invested something like $650,000 in various companies. We have 20 portfolio companies, but that means we invest in these companies. And these companies have raised $25 million over a period of time. And these also filed patents, 31 patents in the last 6 years. So this tells you something about us. Please, there are so many opportunities which I'll show you. These are all various schemes that we operate. Nidhi Prayas, NSTDB, Startup India Seed Fund. These are all funding programs where I can give you money, not big money, 10, 20 lakhs, if your idea is good and you are passionate. Remember, in startups, the first criteria is the passion of the founder. The rest of the things come later. So we have money to give you if you have good idea and want to push it. So we also been supported by corporate social responsibility like REC and SPMCIL and Blaze. These are all the various companies that come to us to support in a different ways. So what I'll quickly show a couple of things is this is something that I talked about Humane Society International, where we want to develop a policy think tank, how to reduce the usage of animals in drug development, because there are so many alternative animal models available. So why kill animals? So this is something we do a lot. And also, as I mentioned, we started a lab some time back in Kashmir. And the next one is this. As I said, while you are in a metros like ours, you may be exposed to some of these things. How about the people in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities? In fact, we arranged a visit to the 3 different towns of Telangana, take our show to the road, and then try to tell them what kind of opportunities out there, something like what I'm talking to you right now. So in fact, when we did that, I also got a personal email from the Director General, just telling me that that's a good activity that we have taken up. Thank you for that. So this is our contact. If anybody, as you know, this program of this week is meant for those people to look at research organizations like ours and also the stakeholders come together and do something that benefits the country at large. If any of you are interested in looking at us further, please visit us. These are our social media handles. And thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rao. We are now open for a couple of questions, if anyone has. We have colleagues here with mics. So if you have questions, you just raise your hand. A mic will go to you.
I have 2 questions. First question is about research technology and what are the various fields that research technology can be used and what kind of problems can it solve through that. The second question is about can human cloning ever be possible?
You were asking about cloning of human beings. No. That's the easiest one to say. The first one is about technology transfer. CRISPR is a kind of very powerful technology, as you probably know. There's very good piece of compound of it. And it is now the routine activity in all the labs, any molecular it's a matter of for what purpose you use it. But otherwise, it's a very, very powerful technique to. I can answer
that. CSIR IGA actually has something called a Cas9, which is a very highly efficient Cas9, which does not make many mistakes. But as efficient as the Cas9, there is what is a patented abroad. And we have the technology, and IGNP collaboration with many other organizations like AIMS are looking into the possibility of using FMCAS9 for actually gene therapy. But this is in its infancy stages, but there is a possibility that the mutations that exist in the genomes of people can be corrected using the CRISPR technology. So what you do is you take the bone marrow cells, and from there you actually correct the mutation and put it back and hope that it gets propagated. It's a long shot, but it is something that work is in progress.
Are there more questions?
Not again.
In the Chandrayaan 3 is in progress, can in the future or is in the present Chandrayaan 3 biological research project any kind of thing can it be done in space also, or if it is being planned in the future projects of ISRO or simple answer to that, we don't have anything in the future.
Just to add to that, 2 companies, startups have approached us where they want to design experiments that can be loaded onto any of these space stations. A very nice biology. If you want to understand how the cell growth or the cell volumes in a zero gravity situation, there are companies that came to us who wants to find out those people who have these questions so that they can create a module so that they have a contact with the space centers so that they can put these experiments together and put them out there.
You talk about, young and restless people. And so do you have a scope for the old and restless?
See, you are younger than somebody who's 80. Of course, I mean, many of the, or all the things that I spoke about is not age specific. Anybody who is interested, many times because you are in a certain kind of a profession, certain inflexibilities come in because you can't just simply do something else because of your commitments to the main job. But now if somebody wants to come out and want to do something, even today, it's quite positive. In fact, I think yesterday somebody was telling me the so-called famous company called KFC was started by a guy who is 65-year-old. So there is never, age is a number. Nothing to do with...
Thank you very much, Dr. Rao, and all other guests here for engaging in the discussion. It is now time for me to introduce you to the chief guest of the event, Dr. N. Kalai Selvi. Dr. Kalai Selvi is the first woman Director General at CSIR. She is a leader in electrochemical power systems, especially in sodium-ion, lithium-sulfur batteries, and supercapacitors. Across 25 years of her experience, she has focused on developing better energy storage devices. This includes working on electrode materials, designing newer methods of synthesis, and optimizing the many processes of electrochemical reactions. It's almost a year since she has taken up the position of Director General at CSIR. Let us invite her to hear more about what CSIR does.
Namaskar, Vanakkam, and pleasant morning to every one of you. I'm very happy to share my happiness with CCMB and all the 2 sister laboratories. Even though they share brotherhood, love and affection, basically they are sister laboratories. So, one point is eternal. Even to celebrate brotherhood, you require sister relationship. So I'm here to just share my happiness, especially with CCMB. when they are getting geared up to celebrate the next 1 week exclusively for the sake of students, industries, or state government authorities, or startups, or entrepreneurs, so, or I would say the general public. So therefore, I thought that I should also come and just have or enjoy the small bit of it, and therefore I'm here. Friends, I should really thank the director, CCMB, Dr. Vinay, who is a very adamant person. He was going on telling, ma'am, you should come. I was also repeating my answer, I'll try and I'll try. You know, the way he just made me to say yes is, he said, ma'am, no, I'm coming. So we should really, many a times, and Dr. Vinay is one good example for that. And he is a very strategically very smart person. He said, ma'am, anyway, you are going to inaugurate this 1 week, 1 lab, but before that, I'll take you to some ongoing activities. Meaning is, he wanted another X crores for the ongoing construction. And therefore, no, he said, ma'am, you will be thrilled, you will be excited, and I'll take you to a different place, not the laboratory, but the place which is getting constructed. Maybe you not have seen the site work and all. Come, I'll show you all these things. But I understood. Because the hidden facts, like the way we have now with us Prakash, who will tell you the hidden potentials, whatever is there underground, whether it is water or metal or material. So with the help of Prakash, I understood, maybe the vibration of Prakash, I understood, oh, this is the hidden agenda. I got it. I should really thank, I forgot your name. Samnitha. So she really started this event by way of telling that CCMB is a laboratory which is really concentrating its research focus on living things. Because friends, there are two things in the entire world. So one is living, the other one is non-living. And Hyderabad, we have 3 laboratories and we are getting addressed all the possible disciplines of living and non-living. So living means whether it is plant or animal or human. I think whatever you say, this Vinay guy will come and say, ma'am, I have a program in it and I have some scientists working in that area. I have a project. If you are coming up with a scheme, I will submit 2 proposals. So I used to think what only this guy is doing. But now after reaching CCMB, I really understand that they have one more area which is called the modern art. And it is not a new area because he just made all of us to understand that it started as long as, 1989? 77. So I think CCMB is a great combination of arts and science, and especially for science on living things. And I'm really happy that he is always backed by Srinivas and Prakash. One person from chemical technology, he is helping CCMB in all possible ways of chemical technology, and rightly mentioned by Dr. Srinivas Reddy, because I always call him as Srinivas. I don't know whether he is Rao or Reddy. I think in Hyderabad, both are almost the same. So Srinivas was telling that COVID really made us to understand that we should work together. No, it's true. Many a times, friends, we will be sitting next to one person who will be able to give us all possible supports, but we would have never talked to each other, and we would have never made the other person also to understand what is it that I require from you, and it is vice versa. So I'm really happy to hear such kind of a very positivity. So Srinivas has already agreed upon that. From that time onwards, they are working, and from now onwards, they will be working with more and more collaborative projects. And I should say, because it is very easy to believe, because I am just residing in one colony, wherein just opposite to my house, another director of CRRI, he is also Central Road Research Institute. He is living just opposite to my house. And whenever I want to meet Dr. Parida, the director of CRRI, I need to have some conference or some directors meeting, because never we met in the campus, just opposite house only. So I always tell Parida, it's so good, you and me, the neighbors, we are meeting through a conference. So similarly, now COVID has done a lot of good things, because it made all of us to understand that what are the hidden potentials, what is the kind of harmony that is required, what is the kind of collaboration which is to be made, and all these lessons were learned from COVID time, for which CSR labs are also not an exception. Because all the engineering labs, they rose to the occasion. Whatever could be done from every possible angle, whether it is a physical laboratory or a chemical laboratory or a biology or engineering laboratory, so they all rose to the occasion. They wanted to repurpose their available technologies. Many of them were successful in repurposing their technology from CSIR laboratories. So this is how all the laboratories, they also realized the, I would say, unexplored potential from their end, and they reoriented themselves and they repurposed many of the technologies. And this is how CSIR laboratories, we came onto the surface. And we also proudly lifted up our collar and said that we are also there in the race of mitigating COVID. Now I say, from this 1 week, 1 lab program of to get at least 2 or 3 projects wherein all the 3 laboratories are closely knitted to each other. Because Prakash is a very important person, because Srinivas will be telling that to live on the earth happily, I'll give you medicine, I'll give you whatever is required in terms of chemicals, metals, materials, all these things, related technologies I will give. And Vinay will come and say, don't worry guys, I'm there. So whatever, whether it is a plant or animal or human being, all your challenges will be addressed by me. But you need Prakash, because Prakash will only come and tell you, hey guys, to live on the earth, you need the earth. You need the globe. You need some stability. Therefore, believe in me. I should only tell you how long you are going to be there, how long the earth is going to be stable, and how many tussles are happening. So, he is also equally important, and he is more than important than anybody else, because we always say, doctors, by putting the stethoscope, because sitting outside, they'll be telling, oh, inside your stomach, all these things are happening. Therefore, Hyderabad is a great, great combination. Even if you want to live on earth, or if you want to understand how long this earth will be really existing, you need to finally run to only Hyderabad laboratories. So this is a great, great opportunity for a city like Hyderabad. And I would say, you, the young researchers, I will call you not as students, I would say you are the future of this country. And I will call each and every one of you as budding scientists. I think you are having the greatest opportunity of listening to all the 3 versatile area-wise researchers from these 3 laboratories. Friends, once upon a time, whenever you ask people, who is your role model? I think sometimes spiritually they used to say, because I want to be like Rama, because I want to have perfect discipline in my life. And sometimes I'll say, I want to be like Harichandra, because I want to talk only the truth. So this is how once upon a time role models were quoted. Then people started, this is more of a spiritual thing or more of a philosophical thing. Then the role models got changed. People started telling, Gandhi is my role model. Vivekananda is my role model. Meaning is they started thinking in the direction of building the nation and how best the youngsters, the young Yanaji, how the team forming or how to fight for the right thing. What is the extent of freedom that you can expect? So all these things that gave the leadership role, and this is how role models were decided later on. But now, if you ask, who is your role model? Many a times people say, even Bill Gates also, because apart from science, in my opinion, I think business is also getting very important role in the current scenario. But of course, Dr. Abdul Kalam, he made a great, great zeal of enthusiasm. And at one point of time, if you ask any school student or a college student, including me, even at this age, whenever people ask me, who is your role model? Without any hesitation, I will immediately say, Dr. Abdul Kalam. I was just talking to Aishwarya yesterday because I used to say also, when we were kids, when we were the school children or college students, we have never had the kind of an opportunity to go near any kind of a scientist. We have seen only scientists in the textbooks, but now the opportunities are so abundant. You can come, touch, feel who a scientist is and how do they feel. Yeah, whenever I go to schools, the children will come and say, "Ma'am, can I touch and feel you?" I said, "Yeah, please." Because very innocently they will ask you, because they just want to know who a scientist is, how a scientist will look like. So I always tell them, scientists will never have any great identity. I also grew like you only. Therefore, you should just give them a kind of a feeling that scientists are not getting defined with a different kind of a specification. We don't have any unique specification. We are one among you. And we also grew like the way you are growing. And in fact, many things were not at all available when the time we were the school children or the college students like you. And therefore, friends, I will say the most privileged community is the present students only. So that way, I should congratulate CCMB. He says, every day he is inviting 300 school children. Meaning is, before these 5 days are coming to a conclusion, at least around 1,500 school children will be visiting CCMB. Meaning is, science will be able to reach a minimum of 1,500 students from this Hyderabad city alone. And therefore, this is what is the main purpose for which CSIR was created. Friends, you may be thinking that CSIR is an organization wherein the science should be developed and it should be finding its application for Indian industries. But apart from that, what for this science is happening, what for Indian industries are existing? It is nothing but to serve the mankind, to touch the lives of the common people, and to serve the society. And therefore, I think in one of the mandates of CSIR, the Honorable Prime Minister, he asked at one point of time, what is it that you are doing it as a Jigyasa program came into existence? So the moment Jigyasa started, all CSIR laboratories, we just made sure that every laboratory is getting visited by always hundreds and thousands of school children every year. And friends, so far, you were given the privilege of visiting the laboratories under the umbrella of Open Day, only on one day in a year, which is called the Open Day, that is the 26th of September every year. But I should again thank the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, who is always known for coming up with the new ideas, novel ideas. And it's a very thought-provoking way he said that, why don't you guys come up with the concept of 1 week, 1 lab? Meaning is, each lab should exhibit your science, your technology, your process, your product, and your technologies which are finding their application to industries and the society for a period of entire 1 week. There's a strong point that this 1 week, 1 lab is the platform by means of which we can always stay connected with students, industries, entrepreneurs, and startups. So at that particular thing, every lab is celebrating 1 week, 1 lab, and today CCMB is celebrating. And when the presentation was made by the director as well as by Dr. Madhusudan Rao, I think all of us were given a kind of a glimpse of activities. Friends, for a cellular and molecular biology laboratory, you will be thinking that some kind of basic science is happening over there. And therefore, for somebody, it is going to be Greek and Latin. And for somebody, it would be of your interest. And for somebody, it is a totally new learning process. But apart from this basic science, apart from the basic science for its translational and transformational technological inputs for the benefit of mankind, they have two very important attractive things. One is iHub, which was already narrated by Madhusudan Rao, and the other one is Lacoons. Friends, I always used to say the nature has blessed us abundantly with a lot of metal value, mineral value, mines, and also humans also. But apart from that, the endangered variety, whether it is a plant or an animal. So who is there to take care of its sustainability? Because now the mantra, the slogan of the entire country is, or I would say the entire globe is sustainability. So how are you going to ensure that certain things are going to be sustainable in the coming days. Therefore, it is whose responsibility? I think without even being asked by anyone, CCMB rose to the occasion. So they rose to the occasion and they say that we are here to take care of the endangered varieties and we will do different types of studies and we will try to understand the more of the endangered variety and we will also come up with some kind of technological solutions by means of which the sustainability will be assured at the end of the day. So this is one kind of a very, very interesting thing and very unique thing. And I was totally impressed by the way the scientists, they said that they used to travel, they used to stay in different ambience, they used to study, they used to collect, I would say, because it is not only DNA fingerprinting, but also the other ways of collecting maybe the residues, and they are able to come up with a kind of an understanding with respect to endangered varieties. And one day when I was just discussing with my people, someone said that CCMB is doing Samba Masuri. I said it is a cellular and molecular biology laboratory. What do they do with the plants? One day I asked Vinay also, Vinay, what is it that you are doing something on plants also? Then he said, yeah, we are working on Samba Masuri. So one of the slides he showed it, because now India is known for many things, our capability in IT, but also our greater strength in diabetes also. So India is becoming a diabetic-rich country across the globe, and therefore, again, this low GI index rice variety, again, healthcare. Dr. Vinay is the team director of healthcare, and they are really taking the health of human by way of coming up with this kind of a special rice variety also. Therefore, this lab, in my opinion, is a multifaceted laboratory. Whether it is health care of a plant, because we normally call as One Health. I used to tell in CSR family, One Health means it involves human health, animal health, plant health, metal health, material health, mind health, and these days I used to include data health also. I think you have not touched upon data so far. Leave it at least for 4PI. But I really appreciate the way the lab is trying its level best to find its relevance in all possible hot areas. Because now country is really looking for solutions, because somebody is really worried about human cloning, whether it will happen or not. ChatGPT has already started giving more than enough confusions, and you want to aggravate the confusion to the extent that human cloning should also happen. But science always considers all these factors in the very, very positive way. And the way you threw a question in terms of CRISPR technology is also again mind-blowing. Friends, I'm really happy that we were thinking that we are the only people who are all the time talking about this kind of CRISPR technology and all. But now we are so happy it is coming from the audience side. Are you a scientist? No? Thank you. So other than the professional researchers, professional scientists, somebody else is also totally aware of it, interested to know more about it. And therefore, this is the way the system should get learnings from CSIR laboratories. Friends, CSIR is an amazing organization. It was started in the year 1942 when there were no Indian industries, but it was named as Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. Then also you can ask what are the industries, Indian industries, which are getting benefit out of this CSIR. This is where Madhusudan Rao's role is coming into picture. Whatever we do within the laboratory, we can just give a scientific shape and we can go up to a particular technology readiness level. But always Indian industries, like the way which was told by Professor Shivram in his lecture yesterday, Indian industries, I would say even globally, all industries, they just want to take up any technology. They want to adopt any technology only when the profit ratio or the profit is completely assured and ensured. Therefore, everybody is interested to take up the technology at its technology readiness level of greater than 7 or 8. But we, the poor researchers, within the laboratory, we will be able to make up any technology up to a technology readiness level of 4, at the max 5. Therefore, who is there to support the in-between 5 to 8, this kind of a travel from TRL, that is technology readiness level 5 to technology readiness level 8. Who is going to support? So this is the very important and the heart area. It may look like a gray area today, but it is no longer a gray area because we already started thinking that CSIR is coming up with a kind of a concept of technology scale-up corridor. Just today morning, I was just sharing it with few of the topmost leaders of this particular laboratory. So technology scale-up corridors will be created across the country, I believe, because it is only a concept, it is only a suggestion. But CSIR is now suggesting it to the Government of India through various platforms, wherein the Government of India can come up with some kind of an arrangement, some kind of a funding, some kind of a scheme, some kind of an announcement by means of which maybe these kind of technology scale-up corridors should be made available in the country, not in 1 or 2 places, at least in 6, 7 places, by means of which the technologies from the laboratory, whether it is from the laboratory of an academia or the laboratory of a national laboratory, so these technologies will be getting their maturity in that technology scale-up corridor, because there the objective is only to scale it up. So already POC is done. So if you just want to make it in scales, you really need more money and you really need more confidence, because that involves some amount of risk also. So that is where the academia, industry and research organization, the so-called public-private partnership will happen. And if this concept is going to be implemented, I think days are not so far off. We will be able to come up with the so-called self-reliance. And Madhusudan Rao was talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, Vocal for Local and Make in India, AVM. He just showed it that way. So this kind of Atmanirbhar, Vocal for Local and Make in India, all these things are to ensure only self-reliant India, and we can very easily make it to happen. Therefore, as a first step, we from CSIR, NCL is the first laboratory to think about venture center, just to encourage the startup. Now the Government of India is really giving more than enough importance to startups. So once upon a time, the startup, I would say at least 9 or 10 years back, the number of startups was in few hundreds. 5 years back, it was around 4,000. But today, the number of startups is 100,000, meaning is 1 lakh startups are there. But the most important question is, among the 1 lakh startups, how many are going to be a sustainable startup? So the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Jitendra Singh Ji, will always put it as a question. You guys always proudly say that there are around 100,000, 1 lakh startups who are available today. But you from CSIR, what is it that you can do to ensure that these startups will remain as sustainable startups in the coming days? That is called handing over the technology. But friends, we from CSIR, we realize and we are practicing now, we are not only just handing over the technology, many a times we handhold the startup also. That is what Madhusudan Rao through his iHub is also doing. So I should really appreciate CCMB for this kind of an initiative, which is, they are doing it with the help of support from Niti Aayog. Now they are finding their financial support from MeitY, DBT and other organizations also. And this is the first time I'm listening to somebody from within my own CSIR family. Because normally people will say, ma'am, how much money you will give? But this is the first time he is coming and telling, I have some money. If at all you have some idea, I'm here to give you the funding. The first financial supporting system, my financier is now Madhusudan Rao. First time in this 1 year time, this is the first time I am just listening to somebody on the stage coming and telling, don't worry, if you have idea, I have money. Many times I want to say, but the words are not coming out. Why? Because you are flooded with ideas. And you know that if DG says yes, definitely she will give. But if I look back my kitty, it is not allowing me to say even one word. But Madhusudan Rao, I really appreciate you. You gave me the comfort zone. Now I can tell you, not only CSIR, even iHub of CCMB is also really willing to accept new ideas, willing to promote ideas, willing to support startups. And I'm so happy that he says that he is having 100 plus success stories and few crores have been raised by the startups who really incubated from his particular place. And when we were taking the breakfast, he shared the very great news of 4 research scholars in the recent times. They also started his particular place for doing this startup kind of research as well as technology transfer. Friends, yesterday, Professor Shivram made it as a point. When the country is planning for 2047, and when we from CSIR, we are planning for 2042, why? Because we will reach our 100 years in 2042 itself, because 5 years we are senior to independent India. So in the year 2042, what he said was, from the available number of scientists, a minimum of 1/3 of scientists should be converted, should really consider startup as their research culture. Are we making up our mind to consider this new culture? Because many a times, again, I would say the culture or I would say the fascination is also getting changed day by day. Once upon a time, people believed that the moment you join in any organization, especially for government organization, they will say it's a permanent job. So the day you join your life, you are settled in your life. You need not worry about anything and everything. But again, now the situation is getting changed. Even within government organizations, people, they resign, they switch over from one to another. That is hopping with respect to different organizations is happening. And IT field also really gave a lot of opportunities. They proved it in real-time applications that moving pebbles will also gather mass. Because we were believing moving pebbles gather no mass. That was the proverb. Today the proverb is moving pebbles also gather mass. Meaning is if you are capable, if you are willing to do something, there are so many takers. It is a way you should project, like the way Chandak projected today, that I am 60 years old and I am restless because I want to dissipate my energy in terms of science and technology. Do you have any provision for me? He put a straightforward question to Madhusudan Rao. Meaning is, I fully endorse the views of Chandak. Friends, once upon a time we believed that at the age of, up to the age of 40 is a performing age. No. Again, it is getting changed. The culture is getting changed. Now, yesterday also, I just made it as a point. Professor Devang Katkar, the former director of IIT Mumbai, he said, I am a 60 plus old person, but now only I feel that I am highly energetic. My health care is already taken care. I am fully available for the purpose of science and technology. So in my opinion, 60 plus is now assuming additional attraction in terms of their fitness in terms of health and their fitness in terms of capability, because the kind of exposure, the kind of experience that they gained, they will be able to share it, they'll be able to invest it. I won't even say share it, because nobody is willing to listen to advices now. So they will be able to invest it by means of which the country can really see the benefits. And therefore, I think in startups, when we talk about sustainable startups, Madhusudan Rao can consider recruiting 60 plus age people for mentorship so that the sustainable startup concept also gets its validity. It's easy to give advice, no? So I'm just giving to him. And so the culture is, again, in science and technology, what is the new culture that is to happen is, I again go with Professor Shivram's words. Friends, up to the age of 60, definitely we can do science and technology in the umbrella of CSIR. Maybe another 6 years or another 5 plus 5 years, 10 years in terms of maybe J.C. Bose Fellowship or some Bhatnagar Fellowship. Some name we can do all these things. But even up to that, like the way he said, how many of us are really making up our mind to get ourselves converted from the terminology or the definition of researcher to a startup? If at all of us are able to think in this direction, whatever I have learned, whatever I have experienced, whatever I have experienced and experimented in the laboratory, can I just put it in real-time application? Can I just become a startup by myself, or can I be a good mentor to another startup by means of which I can really see that it is getting its sustainability? So, Dr. Binay, so sustainability of plants you are taking care of, sustainability of animals you are taking care of, sustainability of human with a good health care you are taking care of. So sustainable startups also should be taken care by you. So you have the system which is already there in the arrangement, but you can take the help of other CSIR laboratories, come up with some kind of a concept. Let us make some kind of an arrangement by means of which startups see their sustainability in the coming days. And friends, I wish to conclude my talk by telling only one very, very important message. I used to tell it whenever I happen to meet students. It is nothing but reiteration from my end. Friends, to what extent, my young friends especially, to what extent you believe in yourself or you believe in India, I have no idea. Because it's becoming a fashion that it's happening in US, it's happening in Europe, it's happening in West. No, what's happening in India? Please have a look at it. No way we are inferior to anyone. And the history is now getting changed. Once upon a time, two countries were lofted by the entire globe for its population. One is China, the other one is India. Now China has rewritten the history. China has created a new history. I'm not going into the nuances of the history because the scientific ethics and other things, reliability, all these factors, putting aside all these factors, China has already proven to the entire globe that they have really redefined themselves because no longer anybody can laugh at China for the kind of population. They made it as an asset. They proved it as an asset. They came up with a kind of a concept that call back Chinese. They started it 2 decades back. 20 years back, they just initiated it as a kind of a campaign, as a kind of a movement, and they made it as a kind of a law also. To some extent, legally, most of them were called back to the country. And by the time the country made all the infrastructure available, and today now China is really rocking the globe with a number of science and technology related innovations also. But I will tell you, no, we are inferior because we are already bestowed with a lot of scientific talents, technological skill sets. Above all, we have a great belief in ethics and working culture, because for us 100 means 100. Unlike anybody else for whom 70 is equal to 100, for us 100 means 100. We don't even believe 100 is 99.99. No, 100 is 100. Therefore, with all kinds of this kind of a great belief in culture, great belief in scientific ethics, with a great human resource which is available in the country, whether you believe it or not, the globe started believing that India is going to be the global leader in terms of science and technology. So, the last century was not in our favor, but please believe this century is going to be the century of India, for India, and by India. So who can do that? It's only you and I, meaning is researchers and students. We only can do. And all the leaders, those who are decorating the dais, they are at the service of whatever is needed from your end. Please make the best usage of all this mentorship. Let us all stand in one line. Let us handhold each other. Let us take some kind of a pledge that whatever I'm going to do in the next 6 years is going to change the fate of this country for next 6 decades. And I should also be a part of the country to become a developed nation. And I should also contribute in terms of science and technology for the country to be celebrated in the global scenario for its science and technology. Finally, climate change is remaining as a sword, and this could be addressed not by XYZ, but it could be addressed only by means of science and technology. Let us all unite. Let us showcase our synergy. Let us all work together and fight against this climate change related consequences also. And let the journey start from today and this 1 week, 1 lab. I wish this program every success. And I wish to congratulate not only Vinay for his leadership, but the entire CCMB family, along with the family of IICT and NGRA, because all the three are working with respect to each other and they're supporting each other. I wish this event a grand success. Thank you so very much. Namaste. Have great times. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kalaiselvi, for that engaging discussion, ranging for our diversity of audience here today, the young and the older. We now have time for 2 questions, if anybody would like to ask from the audience.
What is the impact of AI and is there a possibility of integrating AI like these solutions? What is the impact of integrating AI like these solutions? Is there a possibility? So artificial intelligence and machine learning, I think that is the buzzword and that is the hot topic. And even in CSIR, we are completely so AI and ML, once upon a time, I used to tell a very simple example. When computer-related technologies became popular, once somebody was saying, my salary is computer design salary. How computer can design a salary? So there was this change to our once time. So every time, at those point of time, many things were unbelievable. Slowly, everything got supported by computer and related technologies. Now, we are moving to the next era of AI and ML, even quantum computing is also coming in the future. So AI and ML, I believe that can horizontally touch upon all the verticals of science and technology. Whatever you say, whether you talk about metals, whether you talk about human healthcare or plants or agri or bio or nutritech or even ecology or environment or civil infrastructure, because even we from CSIR, we are working under 8 thematic areas, and all the 8 thematic verticals could be joined horizontally, could be connected, touched upon horizontally by one particular area, which is the area. And we from CSIR, cautiously, we are also taking the course to come up with kind of a AI integration, which is already on the way. So they may have to give a priority to 2 important factors. One is smart agriculture, because smart agriculture and precision agriculture are the 2 very important forms of agriculture. I used to share always, once upon a time, farmers things, we had a kind of generation for farmers. But in the 21st century, farmers, you take just to look at a farmer who is just appearing to go to the coat suit and tie, and he's talking not only English but also he's talking in different languages. And he talks about the science behind his farmland, the science behind the grain that he's doing, whether it's paddy or any other grain. And he talks about the complete technology behind it also. So this is how the area of agriculture is becoming smart agriculture and precision agriculture. Drone technology is also adding value. That is one. And the second part of AI that we are already doing is with respect to metals and minerals. But we wish to just extrapolate to touch upon all the remaining metals also, and we are already at it. And next financial year also, another second version of AI and ML based mission program will be hugely funded by CSIR for its next version. So we are on the it. Did I answer the question? Because that's also
Anybody else? We have time for just one more question, if anybody has. Perfect.
Your eligibility criteria is finished right now, because already you have taken 2 questions. Now we consider her.
Because as you just discussed about the integrating AI with many other tools, I would like to ask you that we cannot ignore the negative impacts of AI that we are facing today. So, are there any measures you people have taken to compromise those negative effects? Because AI is the major concern is that AI to this any measures that you guys have taken to compromise people.
I think it's a good question. Whenever in the science and technology, any new technology or new invention happens, always it will be debated for its pros and cons. When computer technology became popular, also people said that when the computers are going to take a thing, I think a lot of employment problem is going to happen. And similarly with robotics, now also robotics is getting popularity. And in many cases, robotics-based automation is becoming the state of the art. It doesn't mean that the human will be completely thrown from that one. Even though we talk about driverless cars or gearless cars, again we need a human touch. Because when there is a sudden break happens at the NH, then the next coming car from behind, they should also have some kind of understanding. So all these things are already taken into consideration whenever science is coming up with new areas like that for which AI development is also not an exception. But in my opinion, AI and ML for this expansion will not affect the opportunities of university, because whenever you feel that my chair is getting occupied by Unite, before I should understand that, I should find a paper. So when whatever I was doing to be done by AI and ML, now I should think about what next. What is the area in which I should move on, the needs of which I should still able to prove that my existence is really required for the group for its existence. So, and I believe in circular economy, and also I believe in the balancing, natural balancing. So whenever this kind of innovations take place, automatically the next iteration will also happen. And we from scientific side, we should ensure that we are taking all these points into consideration. I can completely understand, because at your age, had I been you, I would also put the same question. But when you become like me at this age, you will understand that yes, it was not the mere words which were told by catalyze, which is getting proven eventually. So I still believe that whatever is being occupied by computers, whatever is being occupied by robots, whatever is being occupied by AI and ML, still there is a place for human brains. Because human brains only design all these things. Always we will remain as supreme power. And other nature can continue to remain as the most supreme power. So this is the arrangement of nature that we continue.
Thank you very much. Only for the paucity of time, I'll have to close the question and answer session right now. I would like Dr. I'd like Dr. Vinay to felicitate the chief guest, Dr. Enkalai Selvi.
ultra-pure water products for kidney dialysis as well as laboratories.
Okay.
So the kidney dialysis water has already been commercialized. It's in about 50 hospitals all across India. Now this is our second product. By the way, it's based on ISCT technology. Membrane is based on ISCT. So now this is milk water. Right? This is milk water. So we are looking for right. So we are looking for your support to put this in maybe CSIR labs first, and then go to the larger market.
Just make it as a pamphlet.
Yeah,
circulate it to all the laboratories.
Sure.
Then we can ask few people to share the feedbacks.
Yeah.
Then we can ask people.
And we've actually compared this on the HPLC with your MilliQ machines, and it's quite equivalent. So the measure we look for is resistivity and endotoxins and all that. We are very, very comparable to MilliQ.
All the very best.
Thank you.
One bite about what you feel about this startup. Just one bite, yes.
No, I think this entire arrangement is covering all the facets of not only the cellular and molecular biology, but also the human healthcare, plant healthcare, and animal healthcare. The kind of response that is being received from students and the general public is also just beyond my imagination. I'm really amazed, and I'm more than excited to see, because so far I have been just listening, but today only I'm just seeing. Seeing is believing. So I fully believe that real great science is going on here. I'm really happy. Thanks.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I will just talk briefly about, give a brief background about CCMB. And do you have anything to? Yeah, there. The CCMB is located between ISCT and NGRI. You can see the map where ISCT is, the whole thing, this corridor is almost 400 acres. And all of them are CSR Institute. We are in the middle and the youngest. So we kind of eked out of ISCT way back in 1977. It was at 1st April 1977, CCMB came into existence as a semi-autonomous laboratory. And in 1987, 26th November, the building that where CCMB houses was inaugurated. The basic idea was to conduct research in the frontier and multidisciplinary areas of modern biology and seek its potential applications of the work. In fact, one of the things about CCMB is that, there is a combination of art and science that was emphasized very, very aptly by our founder, Pushpa Bhargava. And you can see very clearly that there is an artist gathering that used to happen regularly in those days. This was one in 1989. And some of the art that you see within CCMB is depicted here. We have 3 campuses. The main campus is where right next door. It is a 17-acre campus. And then we have 2 other campuses called Annexe 1 Lacones, which is around 5 acres, located around 20 kilometers from here. And the third one is the Innovation Hub, about which Madhu will talk a little more. And there we have few activities, including Incubation Center. So we have very strong presence in basic research, including structural biology, developmental biology, stem cell biology, genomics, and all the way up to immunology. And then we have activities in Innovation Hub, where there is an incubation center. We have skill development and innovation cell. Societal relevance activities that we have, Lacones is missing here, but the Lacones has animal conservation, both plant and animal conservation activities in Lacones. We have done many things, including diagnostics, crop technology, and wildlife forensics. Have almost 950 people. I don't want to look at this breakup just to show. And over a period of all these years, the work by our scientists have been well recognized. You can see that we have Padma Bhushan, Padma Shri, Ramachandran Gold Medal, Bhatnagar Awards, J.C. Bose Fellowships, Infosys Awards, and many other things, as you can very clearly see. One of the very, very well-equipped biology labs in the country. We have very cutting-edge bioinformatic facility, advanced imaging facility, transgenic knockout facility, zebrafish facility, and X-ray facility. And with this kind of facilities, one is expected to do quite well as a scientist, and that is reflected by, we also recently got a cryo-EM facility. as I was stating, one is expected to do very well, and it is reflected by the kind of publications we get in cutting-edge basic science journals, such as Nature, all the way. I mean, so only some of them are represented here. But let me tell you that all these journals are quite difficult to publish in. So, and with respect to some of the societal activities, we would say that, the advent of DNA fingerprinting in India was started in CCMB. And it is by our fourth director, Dr. Lalji Singh. And, you can see very clearly that it was highly recognized, and it went on to become an institute by itself, CDFD, for which one of my our CCMB colleagues, two of our CCMB colleagues were directors there, Dr. Chandak and Dr. Tangraj. And we have actually worked on improved Samba Masuri rice. Basically, Samba Masuri rice is severely affected by the bacterial blight disease, and they have Dr. Sonti, in collaboration with ICAR, has come up with this particular variety of Samba Masuri, which is resistant to the blight disease, and also it has low GI index. And this is another effort that is of ours, where we have introduction of the Indian mouse deer into the wild. And this is a program that is, again, a joint effort with the Central Zoo Authority, Telangana Forest Department. This is done in Lakhons. And we have actually, this was established by Dr. Lalji Singh regarding wildlife diagnostics. It's a thing where we can find out what is the animal. I mean, even if we have a small piece of an animal, we can find out both the what is the animal, as well as we can find out the sex of the animal. And this is important in the context of poaching that happens pretty widely in forests and other places. COVID is something where CCMB has contributed immensely. This involved any kind of a viral disease. When you talk about, there are multiple aspects, starting from diagnostics, vaccines, treatment, surveillance, and mitigation. Mitigation is communication. We have done a pretty good job of communicating with public over the last 3 years regarding COVID. Diagnostics, we have come up with one methodology. Vaccines, we have actually standardized the mRNA vaccine in CCMB. Treatment, we have tested drugs for many, both academic as well as commercial organizations. Surveillance, I would say we have done antibody surveillance, which is serosurveillance. We are involved in proving that COVID is through air. And genome surveillance, we have sequenced approximately 15% of all SARS-CoV-2 genomes that were sequenced in the country. Sewage surveillance is something that we even, along with ISCT, we got an award for. And sickle cell anemia is another program which we were heavily involved. If you really know what sickle cell anemia is due to one mutation, which results in glutamate to valine conversion, the hemoglobin becomes sickled, which is essentially kind of tends to aggregate, creating a problem. And you can, this particular thing, we have sequenced we have screened almost 28 lakh people to find out that 11,000 of them are homozygous. And this was the initiative done and taken and done by Dr. Chandak. So we have, in addition to that, for the college kids who are here, we have we have a strong skill development program, and where we actually training programs at CCMB, various kinds of trainings we do, and this is throughout the year. Went a bit down during the COVID years, but now it came back. And we have very strong outreach activities, which involves young students, educators, users of the CCMB technologies, media, policymakers, and statesmen. Basically, we even have programs for the school kids called Young Innovators Program, and many other programs which will be available on the web. I urge all the students among, college kids and the students among you to actually check it out, and because there may be something that you may find it interesting and may give you an opportunity to spend some time in CCMB. This is our way of making you guys interested in more biology research. Right, and some of the articles which are available in web are given here. All right, and the last thing which I'm not going to talk about, but we have started an incubation center called Atal Incubation Center 6 years ago. It is CCMB, AIC CCMB, it is now referred to as. Here we have Dr. Madhusudan Rao sitting on the dais. is the CEO of this one. And this, we have a lot of companies. Anybody with an idea can test out their idea in this place. And some of these ideas have turned out to be good, and they have moved on to set up good companies on their own. Right? That was the vision and risk this thing. And they had 90 plus startups have incubated. This is just an overview of all our activities. You will certainly find among the audience, whoever are college kids will find information regarding more of what we do on our website. You can look it up. Something may interest you, something we may be able to allow you to spend some time with us. Thank you. Before I close, I would like to thank Srinivas for always extending this auditorium to us, and Prakash for always accepting our invitation and coming for all the events of CCMB. Without this interaction and brotherlyhood that we seem to have developed across the three institutes, it would kind of, there is a certain easiness that has developed over a period of time. I'm very happy about it. And thank you for all the support.
Thank you, Dr. Nandikuri, for taking us through the journey of CCMB, the kinds of work that happens at CCMB, and the kinds of opportunities that the Institute offers to people like you. At the same time, I think we are also in a position to hear about what happens in the other two CSR institutes in the city, IICT and NGRI, and we are joined by their directors. So I'll now invite upon Dr. Srinivas Reddy to tell us the work that happens at IICT and how you people can also contribute into it.
Respected Madam Dr. Kalai Selvi, Director General, CSIR, Secretary, DSIR, my fellow directors, Dr. Vinay and Dr. Prakash, Dr. Madhu, and Dr. Somdatta, and all the dignitaries of the dais. There are many seniors sitting in the of the dais, and scientists, students. Very good morning to all of you, and welcome you to this 1 week, 1 lakh program of CCMB. Thanks to our Honorable Minister and Madam DG CSIR for giving suggestions and guiding us in conducting these 1 week, 1 lakh programs. I can tell you that this is one of the very successful program across CSR labs. So we got more visibility than before, which is very much needed in changing times. Through this, CSR labs are connecting very much with all the stakeholders, particularly with young minds igniting about science and your achievements in science, so that they can also contribute, and also innovators, startups, academia, and industry to look for opportunities. That's how they get to know more about the institute. That's how they get interest in the science and also our institutes. Yesterday we were listening to Dr. Shivaram, is a very visionary leader, as part of Amrut lecture series. It is always a pleasure to know about our CSR contributions and also history, which will always, which should also remind us about our duty and also our responsibilities, what we need to do. Thank you, Madam, for giving time and visiting Hyderabad. Of course, we have been requesting you several times. Thank you for your time and visiting us. And as mentioned by Dr. Vinay, so Hyderabad is privileged to have 3 CSR labs, IICT, CCMB, and NGRI in one stretch in this road, and we are neighboring each other. And this city has excellent ecosystem with so many academic institutions, research laboratories, and many pharma industries, and also biotech companies. Please do visit us frequently and interact with our scientists and students. And I can tell you all, Madam is a great speaker. She has art of speaking. Every time I listen to her, I became fan of her. And I'm sure you are going to witness her speech now. So I always have very high regards to CCMB. Although it is a small lab, it is with powerful people, very high level science. And some of them are sitting here. Of course, some of them are superannuated, but many of them are sitting here. and many accomplishments and all possible decorations. I mean, all awards and all prestigious fellowships and everything you can name. So you have seen in one of the Vinay slide. So in chemical sciences, IICT is the best in the country. And in biological sciences, CCMB is the best in this country. And also in global scenario, these two labs have, at least people can notice these labs, even global scenario. So we are next to each other. And little disappointing is we could have done little more collaborative work between these two labs. Of course, we did work in few projects such as COVID projects, particularly where sewage water surveillance to detect the prevalence of the disease. For that contribution, we received award. Remember, Madam, Golden Peacock Award. We all went to Bangalore to receive that. So I'm sure we can do much more. And me and Vinay, because we came from outside the institutes and we don't have any, if at all, any bad memories. We don't have those memories, and we're trying to get closer, as close as possible, and particularly in scientific manner. So we are already started interacting with our scientists also. We're putting them together, and already we put proposals together, and I'm sure we two best labs sitting next to each other, I'm sure which we can contribute much more in the future, and I'm very hopeful that we'll contribute for the society and the science. So with this, once again, I congratulate CCMB and all colleagues of CCMB. I wish you all the best for this 1 week, 1 lab program. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. I would now like to invite upon Dr. Prakash Kumar to share his thoughts.
Good morning to all of you. Honorable DG Madam, Secretary DSIR, my fellow directors, Dr. Binay and Dr. Srinivas, senior scientists, my colleagues, students and friends from media. First of all, let me welcome our respected DG Madam to Hyderabad. Welcome you, Madam. And also, I am very much thankful to Dr. Binay for inviting me to his 1 week, 1 lab program, and asked me to be a part of this. I congratulate Dr. Binay and the entire team of CCMB for celebrating this one of the very remarkable program of CSIR, 1 week, 1 lab. This has in time grown and flourished under the able guidance of our and also the leadership of our DG Madam. Next month, CSIR NGRI is going to celebrate 1 week, 1 lab from 4th of September. And I would like to invite you all to come there, be a part of it, and see how our CSIR NGRI is also connected to society, stakeholders, and to you. Let me first just briefly touch upon what CSIR NGRI is. CSIR NGRI is a unique laboratory in geophysics where all the divisions of geophysics and geology are under the same umbrella. And also we developed some of the indigenous instruments ourselves in last 60 years to measure the geophysical signatures of our Mother Earth. We are engaged in 2 types of research. One is the basic fundamental research to understand the Earth, its structure and composition from surface to the center of the Earth, and also for R&D aspect of exploration of like earthquake hazard, the hydrocarbon exploration, like oil, gas hydrate, mineral. A gas hydrate, as you know, is a ice-like structure found in the very cold region, permafrost, or in the bottom of the seabed. So apart from this, we also work on extensively work on the unconventional energy resources like coal bed methane, shale gas, and etc. But all these things we have to do in a very sustainable and ecological way. But as you know, in order to do ecological way, we have to have a resource, the supply of the resource. And this resource should be extracted in the R&D should be in a sustainable way. Because otherwise, if the extraction or the exploration will not be in a sustainable way, it will be total mess, chaos. So we have to advise the mining in a sustainable way. We have to extract the groundwater in a sustainable way. But on the other hand, in order to become a developed country, we have to have a continuous supply of resources. And fortunately, our India has a huge resource accumulation. Varieties of resources are there. But the unfortunate part is that we could only extract less than 10% of it, that too from only the shallow surface of the earth. And so the deep-seated minerals, deep-seated resources, hydrocarbons, or the unextracted hydrocarbons are still lying. So with this, I would only say that the CSR NGRI, having the expertise spanning for last 60 years, it has developed the capability to address these problems in a very sustainable and it can provide scientific solutions to it. So in the next few years, CSR NGRI has now the mandate or primarily engage in resolving some of the fundamental science issues and also translating our knowledge to the economic sustenance of our country. With this, I would again thank Dr. Binay for inviting me and congratulate him and his entire team of CSR CCMB for this memorable day. And best wishes and my support will be always there, as he said, that we all three labs are in a line. So any support, anything if he needs, then we are always ready. And my, again, best wishes, compliments for them a week long ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. Now we will change our gears and get into entrepreneurship and the field of startups, the world of startups. And to take you onto this journey and give you a brief overview of what it means to have a startup, how does the journey of an entrepreneur look like, I'll invite upon Dr. Madhusudan Rao, CEO of Atal Incubation Center, CCMB. I must also mention that after Dr. Rao's talk, we will have some time to take a couple of questions from all of you. So be ready with your questions.
Good morning. I thank the director of CCMB for the opportunity and also the other laboratory directors. And special thanks to the DG, Dr. Kalai for being with us to participate in our celebrations. Thank you very much for it. I look after a center called Atal Incubation Center at CCMB for the last 6 years. And good morning, all of you, the young and the restless. I'm sure you are young and the restless. What I'm going to do in the next couple of slides is to tell you what are all the opportunities out there for you besides the opportunities you normally see before you. One of the center that I'm looking after is promoted by CCMB. CCMB is a biology institute. So our focus has been on health and biotechnology. A lot of good things happen in institutes like ours, like IICT, CCMB, and NGRI, but many times they stay with us. There is also we always wanted to increase the impact of these technologies or the ideas that we have and take them out. So one of the things that this particular center, the incubation center, does is act as a bridge. How to take these things, that know-how, the expertise of the institutes to the society and make a difference. And in this particular activity, I wanted to, I want you to look at it as an opportunity to, as one of your future careers. So what I'll show you is, this one slide is a slide that tells you, it is a kind of very obvious thing that India has a lot of problems. And as you know, probably we are one of the top 5 countries in the world that generate knowledge. That means we know how to find solutions to our problems. But at the same time, we really don't make that happen as much as that we wanted to do. In the last several years, the ecosystem has changed so much. There are a lot of enablers who are created in the system. Like enablers like ours, a lot of incubation centers, a lot of government programs, and probably all of you must have heard of things like the slogans of the government about Atmanirbhar Bharat or Vocal for Local, Make in India. And these things have become much more prominent during the COVID time because we're totally dependent on other countries for our own good. So these things have really forced us to think deep to make our country more self-reliant. These enablers, there are so many enabling systems now in the startup ecosystem, and it encourages many of you who are young and want to do something on your own to become an entrepreneur. Remember, entrepreneurship is a business, but at the same time, while providing you a kind of financial security, it also provides you a kind of satisfaction of what you have been doing because you are impacting either society or somebody's life. So this is something that I thought I'll put it before you so that you would look at it as something, an option for your career to look forward. Please visit us at Atal Incubation Center or our tech show. In the tech show program also we have a lot of people. So please talk to them and see what kind of opportunities out there. So I'll tell you briefly about the advantages of institutes like CCMB in impacting. One of the things that we have done is during the COVID time, all of you know that the cost of a RT-PCR cost around $4,500, but actually it costs $50, right? But we have the capability, but we never exploited that to our own needs. And it's a low-hanging fruit. So we did a lot of investigations supported by Bill Gates Foundation to assess the capacity of India in producing RT-PCR. Now we have them plenty. Similarly, we have done for Rockefeller Philanthropy to do the same thing for antigen testing. And we also supported by a society called Human Society International to come up with methodology to decrease the usage of animals in drug development. There are so many alternates that are there. All these things are generated from CCMB, but they're all being taken out so that in an applied context, we can make them work. Similarly, Rural Electrification Corporation has given us some money to take the wildlife conservation technologies that CCMB has developed to the various other states. So we started a lab in Kashmir. Imagine something several hundred, thousands of kilometers away. We are remotely controlling a lab in Kashmir to transplant our technologies to that place. So this is a snapshot or a dashboard of our incubation center. We have more than 100 startups that went through us in the last 6 years. And we have invested something like $650,000 in various companies. We have 20 portfolio companies, but that means we invest in these companies. And these companies have raised $25 million over a period of time. And these also filed patents, 31 patents in the last 6 years. So this tells you something about us. Please, there are so many opportunities which I'll show you. These are all various schemes that we operate. Nidhi Prayas, NSTDB, Startup India Seed Fund. These are all funding programs where I can give you money, not big money, 10, 20 lakhs, if your idea is good and you are passionate. Remember, in startups, The first criteria is the passion of the founder. The rest of the things come later. So we have money to give you if you have a good idea and want to push it. So we also been supported by corporate social responsibility like REC and SPMCIL and Blaze. These are all the various companies that come to us to support in a different ways. So what I'll quickly show a couple of things is this is something that I talked about Humane Society International, where we want to develop a policy think tank, how to reduce the usage of animals in drug development because there are so many alternative animal models available. So why kill animals? So this is something we do a lot. And also, as I mentioned, we started a lab sometime back in Kashmir. And the next one is this. As I said, while you are in a metros like ours, you may be exposed to some of these things. How about the people in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities? In fact, we arranged a visit to the 3 different towns of Telangana, take our show to the road, and then try to tell them what kind of opportunities out there, something like what I'm talking to you right now. So in fact, when we did that, I also got a personal email from the Director General, just telling me that that's a good activity that we have taken up. Thank you for that. So this is our contact. If anybody, as you know, this program of this week is meant for those people to look at research organizations like ours and also the stakeholders come together and do something that benefits the country at large. If any of you are interested in looking at us further, please visit us. These are our social media handles. And thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rao. We are now open for a couple of questions, if anyone has. We have colleagues here with mics. So if you have questions, you just raise your hand. A mic will go to you.
I have 2 questions. First question is about research technology and even and what are the various fields that research technology can be used and what kind of problems can be solved through that. The second question is about can human cloning ever be possible?
You were asking about cloning of human beings. No. That's the easiest one to say. The first one is about technology transfer. This one is a kind of very powerful technology, as you probably know. There are very good things have come out of it. And it is not the routine activity in all the labs, any molecular analysis. It's a matter of for what purpose you use it. But otherwise, it's a very, very powerful technique to. I can answer that.
CSIR has, IGA actually has something called a film Cas9, which is a very highly efficient Cas9, which does not make many mistakes, but as efficient of Cas9 that is a patented abroad. And we have the technology, and IGA in collaboration with many other organizations like AIMS are looking into the possibility of using FM-Cas9 for actually gene therapy. But this is in its infancy stages, but there is a possibility that the mutations that exist in the genomes of people can be corrected using the CRISPR technology. So what you do is you take the bone marrow cells and from there you actually correct the mutation and put it back and hope that it is propagated. It's a long shot, but it is something that work is in progress.
Are there more questions?
Not again.
In the Chandrayaan 3 is in progress. Can in the future or is in the present Chandrayaan 3 biological research project any kind of thing? Can it be done in space also, or if it is being planned in the future projects of ISRO or any kind of thing?
Simple answer to that, we don't have anything.
In the future,
Just to add to that, 2 companies, startups have approached us where they want to design experiments that can be loaded onto any of these space stations. A very nice biology. If you want to understand how the cell growth or the cell volumes in a zero gravity situation, there are companies that came to us who wants to find out those people who have these questions so that they can create a module so that they have a contact with the space centers so that they can put these experiments together and put them out there.
We talk about, young and restless people. And so do you have a scope for the old and restless?
See, you are younger than somebody who's 80. Of course, I mean, many of the, or all the things that I spoke about is not age specific. Anybody who is interested, many times because you are in a certain kind of a profession, certain inflexibilities come in because you can't just simply do something else because of your commitments to the main job. But now if somebody wants to come out and want to do something, even today, it's quite possible. In fact, I think yesterday somebody was telling me the so-called famous company called KFC was started by a guy who is 65-year-old. So there is never, age is a number. Nothing to do with...
Thank you very much, Dr. Rao, and all other guests here for engaging in the discussion. It is now time for me to introduce you to the chief guest of the event, Dr. N. Kalai Selvi. Dr. Kalai Selvi is the first woman Director General at CSIR. She is a leader in electrochemical power systems, especially in sodium-ion, lithium-sulfur batteries, and supercapacitors. Across 25 years of her experience, she has focused on developing better energy storage devices. This includes working on electrode materials, designing newer methods of synthesis, and optimizing the many processes of electrochemical reactions. It's almost a year since she has taken up the position of Director General at CSIR. Let us invite her to hear more about what CSIR does.
Namaskar, Vanakkam, and pleasant morning to every one of you. I'm very happy to share my happiness with CCMB and all the 2 sister laboratories. Even though they share brotherhood, love and affection, basically they are sister laboratories. So, one point is eternal. Even to celebrate brotherhood, you require sister relationship. So I'm here to just share my happiness, especially with CCMB, when they are getting geared up to celebrate the next 1 week exclusively for the sake of students, industries, or state government authorities, or startups, or entrepreneurs. So, or I would say the general public. So therefore, I thought that I should also come and just have or enjoy the small bit of it, and therefore I'm here. Friends, I should really thank the director, CCMB, Dr. Vinay, who is a very adamant person. He was going on telling, ma'am, you should come. I was also repeating my answer, I'll try and I'll try. You know, the way he just made me to say yeses, he said, ma'am, no, I'm coming. So we should really, many a times, this and Dr. Vinay is one good example for that. And he is a very strategically very smart person. He said, ma'am, anyway, you are going to inaugurate this 1 week wonder, but before that, I'll take you to some ongoing activities. Meaning is he wanted another X crores for the ongoing construction. And therefore, no, he said, ma'am, you will be thrilled, you will be excited, and I'll take you to a different place, not the laboratory, but the place which is getting constructed. Maybe you not have seen the site work and all. Come, I'll show you all these things. But I understood. Because the hidden facts, like the way we have now with us Prakash, who will tell you the hidden potentials, whatever is there underground, whether it is water or metal or material. So with the help of Prakash, I understood, maybe the vibration of Prakash, I understood, oh, this is the hidden agenda. I got it. I should really thank, I forgot your name. Samnitha. So she really started this event by way of telling that CCMB is a laboratory which is really concentrating its research focus on living things. Because friends, there are two things in the entire world. So one is living, the other one is non-living. And Hyderabad, we have 3 laboratories and we are getting addressed all the possible disciplines of living and non-living. So living means whether it is plant or animal or human. I think whatever you say, this Vinay guy will come and say, ma'am, I have a program in it. And I have some scientists working in that area. I have a project. If you are coming up with a scheme, I will submit 2 proposals. So I used to think what only this guy is doing. But now after reaching CCMB, I really understand that they have one more area which is called the modern art. And it is not the new area because he just made all of us to understand that it started as long as, 1989? 77. So I think CCMB is a great combination of arts and science, and especially for science on living things. And I'm really happy that he is always backed by Srinivas and Prakash. One person from chemical technology, he is helping CCMB in all possible ways of chemical technology. And rightly mentioned by Dr. Srinivas Reddy, because I always call him as Srinivas. I don't know whether he is Rao or Reddy. I think in Hyderabad, both are almost the same. So Srinivas was telling that COVID really made us to understand that we should work together. No, it's true. Many a times, friends, we will be sitting next to one person who will be able to give us all possible supports, but we would have never talked to each other, and we would have never made the other person also to understand what is it that I require from you, and it is vice versa. So I'm really happy to hear such kind of a very positivity. So Srinivas has already agreed upon that. From that time onwards, they are working, and from now onwards, they will be working with more and more collaborative projects. And I should say, because it is very easy to believe, because I am just residing in one colony, wherein just opposite to my house, another director of CRRI, he is also Central Road Research Institute. He is living just opposite to my house. And whenever I want to meet Dr. Parida, the director of CRRI, I need to have some conference or some directors meeting, because never we met in the campus, just opposite house only. So I always tell Parida, it's so good, you and me The neighbors we are meeting through a conference. So similarly, now COVID has done a lot of good things because it made all of us to understand that what are the hidden potentials, what is the kind of harmony that is required, what is the kind of collaboration which is to be made, and all these lessons were learnt from COVID time, for which CSIR labs are also not an exception. Because all the engineering labs, they rose to the occasion. Whatever could be done from every possible angle, whether it is a physical laboratory or a chemical laboratory or a biology or engineering laboratory. So they all rose to the occasion. They wanted to repurpose their available technologies. Many of them were successful in repurposing their technology from CSIR laboratories. So this is how all the laboratories, they also realized the, I would say, unexplored potential from their end. And they reoriented themselves and they repurposed many of the technologies. And this is how CSIR laboratories, we came onto the surface. And we also proudly lifted up our collar and said that we are also there in the race of mitigating COVID. Now I say, from this 1 week, 1 lab program of to get at least 2 or 3 projects wherein all the 3 laboratories are closely knitted to each other. Because Prakash is a very important person because Srinivas will be telling that to live on the earth happily, I'll give you medicine, I'll give you whatever is required in terms of chemicals, metals, materials, all these things, related technologies I will give. And Vinay will come and say, don't worry guys, I'm there. So whatever, whether it is a plant or animal or human being, all your challenges will be addressed by me. But you need Prakash because Prakash will only come and tell you, hey guys, to live on the earth, you need the earth. You need the globe. You need some stability. Therefore, believe in me. I should only tell you how long you are going to be there, how long the earth is going to be stable, and how many tussles are happening. So, he is also equally important and he is more than important than anybody else because we always say, doctors, by putting the stethoscope, because sitting outside, they'll be telling, oh, inside your stomach, all these things are happening. Therefore, Hyderabad is a great, great combination. Even if you want to live on earth, or if you want to understand how long this earth will be really existing, you need to finally run to only Hyderabad laboratories. So this is a great, great opportunity for a city like Hyderabad. And I would say you, the young researchers, I will call you not as students. I would say you are the future of this country. And I will call each and every one of you as budding scientists. I think you are having the greatest opportunity of listening to all the 3 versatile area-wise researchers from these 3 laboratories. Friends, once upon a time, whenever you ask people, who is your role model? I think sometimes spiritually they used to say, because I want to be like Rama, because I want to have perfect discipline in my life. And sometimes I'll say, I want to be like Harichandra, because I want to talk only the truth. So this is how once upon a time role models were quoted. Then people started, this is more of a spiritual thing or more of a philosophical thing. Then the role models got changed. People started telling, Gandhi is my role model. Vivekananda is my role model. Meaning is they started thinking in the direction of building the nation and how best the youngsters, the young Yanaji, how the team forming or how to fight for the right thing. What is the extent of freedom that you can expect? So all these things that gave the leadership role, and this is how role models were decided later on. But now, if you ask, who is your role model? Many a times people say, even Bill Gates also, because apart from science, in my opinion, I think business is also getting very important role in the current scenario. But of course, Dr. Abdul Kalam, he made a great, great zeal of enthusiasm. And at one point of time, if you ask any school student or a college student, including me, even at this age, whenever people ask me, who is your role model? Without any hesitation, I will immediately say, Dr. Abdul Kalam. I was just talking to Aishwarya yesterday because I used to say also, When we were kids, when we were the school children or college students, we have never had the kind of an opportunity to go near any kind of a scientist. We have seen only scientists in the textbooks, but now the opportunities are so abundant. You can come, touch, feel who a scientist is. And how do they feel? Yeah, whenever I go to schools, the children will come and say, "Ma'am, can I touch and feel you?" I said, "Yeah, please." Because very innocently they will ask you, because they just want to know who a scientist is, how a scientist will look like. So I always tell them, scientists will never have any great identity. I also grew like you only. Therefore, you should just give them a kind of a feeling that scientists are not getting defined with a different kind of a specification. We don't have any unique specification. We are one among you. And we also grew like the way you are growing. And in fact, many things were not at all available when the time we were the school children or the college students like you. And therefore, friends, I will say the most privileged community is the present students only. So that way, I should congratulate CCMB. He says, every day he is inviting 300 school children. Meaning is, before these 5 days are coming to a conclusion, at least around 1,500 school children will be visiting CCMB. Meaning is, science will be able to reach a minimum of 1,500 students from this Hyderabad city alone, and therefore this is what is the main purpose for which CSIR was created. Friends, you may be thinking that CSIR is an organization wherein the science should be developed and it should be finding its application for Indian industries. But apart from that, what for this science is happening, what for Indian industries are existing? It is nothing but to serve the mankind, to touch the lives of the common people, and to serve the society. And therefore, I think in one of the mandates of CSIR, the Honorable Prime Minister, he asked at one point of time, what is it that you are doing it as a Jigyasa program came into existence? So the moment Jigyasa started, all CSIR laboratories, we just made sure that every laboratory is getting visited by always hundreds and thousands of school children every year. And friends, so far, you were given the privilege of visiting the laboratories under the umbrella of Open Day, only on one day in a year, which is called the Open Day, that is the 26th of September every year. But I should again thank the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, who is always known for coming up with the new ideas, novel ideas. And it's a very thought-provoking way he said that, why don't you guys come up with the concept of 1 week, 1 lab? Meaning is, each lab should exhibit your science, your technology, your process, your product, and your technologies which are finding their application to industries and the society for a period of entire 1 week. There's a strong point that this 1 week, 1 lab is the platform by means of which we can always stay connected with students, industries, entrepreneurs, and startups. So at that particular thing, every lab is celebrating 1 week, 1 lab, and today CCMB is celebrating. And when the presentation was made by the director as well as by Dr. Madhusudan Rao, I think all of us were given a kind of a glimpse of activities. Friends, for a cellular and molecular biology laboratory, you will be thinking that some kind of basic science is happening over there. And therefore, for somebody, it is going to be Greek and Latin. And for somebody, it would be of your interest. And for somebody, it is a totally new learning process. But apart from this basic science, apart from the basic science for its translational and transformational technological inputs for the benefit of mankind, they have two very important attractive things. One is iHub, which was already narrated by Madhusudan Rao, and the other one is Lacoons. Friends, I always used to say the nature has blessed us abundantly with a lot of metal value, mineral value, mines, and also humans also. But apart from that, the endangered variety, whether it is a plant or an animal. So who is there to take care of its sustainability? Because now the mantra the slogan of the entire country is, or I would say the entire globe is, sustainability. So how are you going to ensure that certain things are going to be sustainable in the coming days? Therefore, it is whose responsibility? I think without even being asked by anyone, CCMB rose to the occasion. So they rose to the occasion and they say that we are here to take care of the endangered varieties and we will do different types of studies and we will try to understand the more of the endangered variety and we will also come up with some kind of technological solutions by means of which the sustainability will be assured at the end of the day. So this is one kind of a very, very interesting thing and very unique thing. And I was totally impressed by the way the scientists, they said that they used to travel, they used to stay in different ambience, they used to study, they used to collect. I would say because it is not only DNA fingerprinting, but also the other ways of collecting maybe the residues, and they are able to come up with a kind of an understanding with respect to endangered varieties. And one day when I was just discussing with my people, someone said that CCMB is doing Samba Masuri. I said it is a cellular and molecular biology laboratory. What do they do with the plants? One day I asked Vinay also, Vinay, what is it that you are doing something on plants also? Then he said, yeah, we are working on Samba Masuri. So one of the slides he showed it, because now India is known for many things, our capability in IT, but also our greater strength in diabetes also. So India is becoming a diabetic-rich country across the globe, and therefore, again, this low GI index rice variety, again, healthcare. Dr. Vinay is the team director of healthcare, and they are really taking the health of human by way of coming up with this kind of a special rice variety also. Therefore, this lab, in my opinion, is a multifaceted laboratory. Whether it is health care of a plant, because we normally call as One Health. I used to tell in CSR family, One Health means it involves human health, animal health, plant health, metal health, material health, mind health, and these days I used to include data health also. I think you have not touched upon data so far. Leave it at least for 4PI. But I really appreciate the way the lab is trying its level best to find its relevance in all possible hot areas. Because now country is really looking for solutions, because somebody is really worried about human cloning, whether it will happen or not. ChatGPT has already started giving more than enough confusions, and you want to aggravate the confusion to the extent that human cloning should also happen. But science always considers all these factors in the very, very positive way. And the way you threw a question in terms of CRISPR technology is also again mind-blowing. Friends, I'm really happy that we were thinking that we are the only people who are all the time talking about this kind of CRISPR technology and all. But now we are so happy it is coming from the audience said, are you a scientist? No? Thank you. So other than the professional researchers, professional scientists, somebody else is also totally aware of it, interested to know more about it. And therefore, this is the way the system should get learnings from CSIR laboratories. Friends, CSIR is an amazing organization. It was started in the year 1942 when there were no Indian industries, but it was named as Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. Then also you can ask what are the industries, Indian industries, which are getting benefit out of this CSIR. This is where Madhusudan Rao's role is coming into picture. Whatever we do within the laboratory, we can just give a scientific shape and we can go up to a particular technology readiness level. But always Indian industries, like the way which was told by Professor Shivram in his lecture yesterday, Indian industries, I would say even globally, all industries, they just want to take up any technology. They want to adopt any technology only when the profit ratio or the profit is completely assured and ensured. Therefore, everybody is interested to take up the technology at its technology readiness level of greater than 7 or 8. But we, the poor researchers, within the laboratory, we will be able to make up any technology up to a technology readiness level of 4, at the max 5. Therefore, who is there to support the in between 5 to 8, this kind of a travel from TRL, that is technology readiness level 5 to technology readiness level 8? Who is going to support? So this is the very important and the hot area. It may look like a gray area today, but it is no longer a gray area because we already started thinking that CSIR is coming up with a kind of a concept of technology scale-up corridor. Just today morning, I was just sharing it with few of the topmost leaders of this particular laboratory. So technology scale-up corridors will be created across the country, I believe, because it is only a concept, it is only a suggestion. But CSIR is now suggesting it to the Government of India through various platforms, wherein the Government of India can come up with some kind of an arrangement, some kind of a funding, some kind of a scheme, some kind of an announcement by means of which maybe these kind of technology scale-up corridors should be made available in the country. Not in 1 or 2 places, at least in 6, 7 places, by means of which the technologies from the laboratory, whether it is from the laboratory of an academia or the laboratory of a national laboratory, so these technologies will be getting their maturity in that technology scale-up corridor, because there the objective is only to scale it up. So already POC is done. So if you just want to make it in scales, you really need more money and you really need more confidence, because that involves some amount of risk also. So that is where the academia, industry and research organization, the so-called public-private partnership will happen. And if this concept is going to be implemented, I think days are not so far off. We will be able to come up with the so-called self-reliance. And Madhusudan Rao was talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, Vocal for Local and Make in India, AVM. He just showed it that way. So this kind of Atmanirbhar, Vocal for Local and Make in India, all these things are to ensure only self-reliant India, and we can very easily make it to happen. Therefore, as a first step, we from CSIR, NCL is the first laboratory to think about venture center, just to encourage the startup. Now the government of India is really giving more than enough importance to startups. So once upon a time, the startup, I would say at least 9 or 10 years back, the number of startup was in few hundreds. 5 years back, it was around 4,000. But today, the number of startups is 100,000, meaning is 1 lakh startups are there. But the most important question is, among the 1 lakh startups, how many are going to be a sustainable startup? So the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Jitendra Singh Ji, will always put it as a question. You guys always proudly say that there are around 100,000, 1 lakh startups who are available today. But you from CSIR, what is it that you can do to ensure that these startups will remain as sustainable startups in the coming days? That is called handing over the technology. But friends, we from CSIR, we realized and we are practicing now, we are not only just handing over the technology, many a times we handhold the startup also. That is what Madhusudan Rao through his iHub is also doing. So I should really appreciate CCMB for this kind of an initiative, which is, they are doing it with the help of support from Niti Aayog. Now they are finding their financial support from MeitY, DBT and other organizations also. And this is the first time I'm listening to somebody from within my own CSIR family. Because normally people will say, ma'am, how much money you will give? But this is the first time he is coming and telling, I have some money. If at all you have some idea, I'm here to give you the funding. The first financial supporting system, my financier is now Madhusudan Rao. First time in this 1 year time, this is the first time I am just listening to somebody on the stage coming and telling, don't worry, if you have idea, I have money. Many times I want to say, but the words are not coming out. Why? Because you are flooded with ideas. And you know that if DG says yes, definitely she will give. But if I look back my kitty, it is not allowing me to say even one word. But Madhusudan Rao, I really appreciate you. You gave me the comfort zone. Now I can tell you, not only CSIR, even iHub of CCMB is also really willing to accept new ideas, willing to promote ideas, willing to support startups. And I'm so happy that he says that he is having 100 plus success stories and few crores have been raised by the startups who really incubated from his particular place. And when we were taking the breakfast, he shared the very great news of 4 research scholars in the recent times. They also started his particular place for doing this startup kind of research as well as technology transfer. Friends, yesterday, Professor Shivram made it as a point. When the country is planning for 2047, and when we from CSIR, we are planning for 2042, why? Because we will reach our 100 years in 2042 itself, because 5 years we are senior to independent India. So in the year 2042, what he said was, from the available number of scientists, a minimum of 1/3 of scientists should be converted, should really consider startup as their research culture. Are we making up our mind to consider this new culture? Because many a times, again, I would say the culture or I would say the fascination is also getting changed day by day. Once upon a time, people believed that the moment you join in any organization, especially for government organization, they will say it's a permanent job. So the day you join your life, you are settled in your life. You need not worry about anything and everything. But again, now the situation is getting changed. Even within government organizations, people, they resign, they switch over from one to another. That is hoping with respect to different organizations is happening. And IT field also really gave a lot of opportunities. They proved it in real-time applications that moving pebbles will also gather mass. Because we were believing moving pebbles gather no mass. That was the proverb. Today the proverb is moving pebbles also gather mass. Meaning is if you are capable, if you are willing to do something, there are so many takers. It is a way you should project, like the way Chandak projected today, that I am 60 years old and I am restless because I want to dissipate my energy in terms of science and technology. Do you have any provision for me? He put a straightforward question to Madhusudan Rao. Meaning is, I fully endorse the views of Chandak. Friends, once upon a time we believed that at the age of, up to the age of 40 is a performing age. No. Again, it is getting changed. The culture is getting changed. Now, yesterday also, I just made it as a point. Professor Devang Katkar, the former director of IIT Mumbai, he said, I am a 60 plus old person, but now only I feel that I am highly energetic. My health care is already taken care. I am fully available for the purpose of science and technology. So in my opinion, 60 plus is now assuming additional attraction in terms of their fitness in terms of health and their fitness in terms of capability, because the kind of exposure, the kind of experience that they gained, they will be able to share it. They'll be able to invest it. I won't even say share it because nobody is willing to listen to advices now. So they will be able to invest it by means of which the country can really see the benefits. And therefore, I think in startups, when we talk about sustainable startups, Madhusudan Rao can consider recruiting 60 plus age people for mentorship so that the sustainable startup concept also gets its validity. It's easy to give advice, no? So I'm just giving to him. And so the culture is, again, in science and technology, what is the new culture that is to happen is, I again go with Professor Shivram's words. Friends, up to the age of 60, definitely we can do science and technology in the umbrella of CSIR. Maybe another 6 years or another 5 plus 5 years, 10 years in terms of maybe J.C. Bose fellowship or some Bhatnagar fellowship. Some name we can do all these things. But even after that, like the way he said, how many of us are really making up our mind to get ourselves converted from the terminology or the definition of researcher to a startup. If at all of us are able to think in this direction, whatever I have learned, whatever I have experienced, whatever I have experienced and experimented in the laboratory, can I just put it in real-time application? Can I just become a startup by myself, or can I be a good mentor to another startup by means of which I can really see that it is getting its sustainability? So, Dr. Vinay, so sustainability of plants you are taking care of, sustainability of animals you are taking care of, sustainability of human with a good health care you are taking care of. So sustainable startups also should be taken care by you. So you have the system which is already there in the arrangement, but you can take the help of other CSIR laboratories, come up with some kind of a concept. Let us make some kind of an arrangement by means of which startups see their sustainability in the coming days. And friends, I wish to conclude my talk by telling only one very, very important message. I used to tell it whenever I happen to meet students. It is nothing but reiteration from my end. Friends, to what extent, my young friends especially, to what extent you believe in yourself or you believe in India, I have no idea. Because it's becoming a fashion that it's happening in US, it's happening in Europe, it's happening in West. No, what's happening in India? Please have a look at it. No way we are inferior to anyone. And the history is now getting changed. Once upon a time, two countries were lauded by the entire globe for its population. One is China, the other one is India. Now China has rewritten the history. China has created a new history. I'm not going into the nuances of the history because the scientific ethics and other things, reliability, all these factors, putting aside all these factors, China has already proven to the entire globe that they have really redefined themselves because no longer anybody can laugh at China for the kind of population. They made it as an asset. They proved it as an asset. They came up with a kind of a concept that call back Chinese. They started it 2 decades back. 20 years back, they just initiated it as a kind of a campaign, as a kind of a movement, and they made it as a kind of a law also. To some extent, legally, most of them were called back to the country. And by the time the country made all the infrastructure available, and today now China is really rocking the globe with a number of science and technology related innovations also. But I will tell you, no, we are inferior because we are already bestowed with a lot of scientific talents, technological skill sets. Above all, we have a great belief in ethics and working culture, because for us 100 means 100. Unlike anybody else for whom 70 is equal to 100, for us 100 means 100. We don't even believe 100 is 99.99. No, 100 is 100. Therefore, with all kinds of this kind of a great belief in culture, great belief in scientific ethics, with a great human resource which is available in the country, whether you believe it or not, the globe started believing that India is going to be the global leader in terms of science and technology. So, the last century was not in our favor, but please believe this century is going to be the century of India, for India, and by India. So who can do that? It's only you and I, meaning is researchers and students. We only can do. And all the leaders, those who are decorating the dais, they are at the service of whatever is needed from your end. Please make the best usage of all this mentorship. Let us all stand in one line. Let us handhold each other. Let us take some kind of a pledge that whatever I'm going to do in the next 6 years is going to change the fate of this country for next 6 decades. And I should also be a part of the country to become a developed nation. And I should also contribute in terms of science and technology for the country to be celebrated in the global scenario for its science and technology. Finally, climate change is remaining as a sword, and this could be addressed not by XYZ, but it could be addressed only by means of science and technology. Let us all unite. Let us showcase our synergy. Let us all work together and fight against this climate change related consequences also. And let the journey starts from today and this 1 week, 1 lab. I wish this program every success. And I wish to congratulate not only Vinay for his leadership, but the entire CCMB family, along with the family of IICT and NGRI, because all the three are working with respect to each other and they're supporting each other. I wish this event a grand success. Thank you so very much. Namaste. Have great times. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kalaiselvi, for that engaging discussion, ranging for our diversity of audience here today, the young and the older. We now have time for 2 questions, if anybody would like to ask from the audience.
What is the impact of AI and is there a possibility of utilizing AI for like these scenarios? What is the impact of utilizing AI for like these scenarios? Is there a possibility? So artificial intelligence and machine learning, I think that is the buzzword and that is the hot topic. And even in CSIR, we are completely so AI and ML, once upon a time, I used to tell a very simple example. When computer-related technologies became popular, once somebody was saying, my salary is computer design salary. How computer can design a salary? So there was a change for once upon a time. So every time, at those point of time, many things were unbelievable. Slowly, everything got supported by computer and related technologies. Now, we are moving to the next era of AI and ML. Even quantum computing is also coming in the future. So, AI and ML, I believe that can horizontally touch upon all the verticals of science and technology. Whatever you say, whether you talk about metals, whether you talk about human healthcare or plants or agri or bio or nutritech or even ecology or environment or civil infrastructure, because even we from CSIR, we are working under 8 thematic areas, and all the 8 thematic verticals could be joined horizontally, could be connected, touched upon horizontally by one particular area, which is the area. And we from CSIR, cautiously, we are also taking the efforts to come up with kind of a AI and which is already on the. So they may have to give a priority to 2 important factors. One is smart agriculture, because smart agriculture and precision agriculture are the 2 very important forms of agriculture. I used to share always, once upon a time, farmers things, we had a kind of generation for farmers. But in the 21st century, farmers, you take just to look at a farmer who is just appearing with the coat suit and tie, and he's talking not only English but also he's talking in different languages. And he talks about the science behind his farmland, the science behind the grain that he's doing, whether it's paddy or any other thing. And he talks about the complete technology behind it also. So this is how the area of agriculture is becoming smart agriculture and precision agriculture. Drone technology is also adding value. That is one. And the second part of AI that we are already doing is with respect to metals and minerals. But we wish to extrapolate to touch upon all the remaining materials also, and we are already at it. And this financial year also, another similar version of AI level based mission program will be hugely funded by CSIR for its next version. So we are already at it. Did I answer the question? Because that's also
Anybody else? We have time for just one more question, if anybody has. Perfect.
Your eligibility condition is finished because already you have taken 2 questions. Now we consider her.
joining as you just discussed about the integrating AI with many other tools. I would like to ask you that we cannot ignore the negative impacts of AI that we are facing today. So, are there any measures you people have taken to compromise those negative effects? Because AI, the major concern is that AI, so there's any measures that you guys have taken to compromise people?
I think it's a good question. Whenever in data science and technology, any new technology or new invention happens, always it will be debated for its pros and cons. When computer technology became popular, also people said that when computers are going to take advantage of everything, I think a lot of employment problem is going to happen. And similarly with robotics, now also robotics is getting popularity. And in many cases, robotics-based automation is becoming the state of the art. It doesn't mean that the human will be completely thrown off from that one. Even though we talk about driverless cars or gearless cars, again we need a human touch. Because when there is a sudden break happens at the edge, then the next coming car from behind, they should also have some kind of understanding. So all these things are already taken into consideration whenever science is coming up with new areas like that for which AI level is also not an exception. But in my opinion, AI and ML for this expansion will not affect the opportunities of humanity, because whenever you feel that my chair is getting occupied by AI, before I should understand that, I should find a people. So when what I was doing to be done by AI and ML, now I should think about what next. What is the area in which I should move on, by means of which I should still able to prove that my existence is really required for the group for its existence. So, and I believe in circular economy, and also I believe in the balancing, natural balancing. So whenever this kind of innovations will take place, automatically the exhalation will also happen. And we from scientific side, we should ensure that we are taking all these policy into consideration. I can completely understand, because at your age, had I been you, I would also put the same question. But when you become like me at this age, you will understand that yes, it was not the mere words which were told by Tyson, which is getting proven in PhD. So I still believe that whatever is being occupied by computers, whatever is being occupied by robots, whatever is being occupied by AI and ML, still there is a place for human brains. Because human brains only design all these things. Always we will remain as supreme power. And other nature will continue to remain as the most supreme power. So this is the arrangement of nature that we continue.
Thank you very much. Only for the paucity of time, I'll have to close the question and answer session right now. I would like Dr. Vin. I'd like Dr. Vinay to felicitate the chief guest, Dr. Catalyze LV.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I'm very happy to share my happiness with CCMB and all the 2 sister laboratories. Even though they share brotherhood, love and affection, basically they are sister laboratories. So, one point is eternal. Even to celebrate brotherhood, you require sister relationship. So I'm here to just share my happiness, especially with CCMB, when they are getting geared up to celebrate the next 1 week, exclusively for the sake of students, industries, or state government authorities, or startups, or entrepreneurs, so, or I would say the general public. So therefore, I thought that I should also come and just have or enjoy the small bit of it, and therefore I'm here. Friends, I should really thank the director, CCMB, Dr. Binay, who is a very adamant person. He was going on telling, ma'am, you should come. I was also repeating my answer, I'll try and I'll try. You know, the way he just made me to say yes is, he said, ma'am, anyway, I'm just going to have it on the day you are going to come. Meaning is, he's trying to just to reschedule the entire calendar of 1 week, 1 lab. Therefore, I thought that, okay, no, I'm coming. So we should really, many a times, this kind of adamancy is really winning at the end of the day, and Dr. Binay is one good example for that. And he is a very strategically very smart person. He said, ma'am, anyway, you are going to inaugurate this 1 week, 1 lab, but before that, I'll take you to some ongoing activities. Meaning is, he wanted another X crores for the ongoing construction, and therefore, no, he said, ma'am, you will be thrilled, you will be excited, and I'll take you to a different place, not the laboratory, but the place which is getting constructed. Maybe you not have seen the site work and all. Come, I'll show you all these things. But I understood, because the hidden facts, like the way we have now with us Prakash, who will tell you the hidden potentials, whatever is there underground, whether it is water or metal or material. So with the help of Prakash, I understood, maybe the vibration of Prakash, I understood, oh, this is the hidden agenda. I got it. I should really thank, I forgot your name, Samnitha. So she really started this event by way of telling that CCMB is a laboratory which is really concentrating its research focus on living things. Because friends, there are 2 things in the entire world. So one is living, the other one is non-living. And Hyderabad, we have 3 laboratories, and we are getting addressed all the possible disciplines of living and non-living. So living means whether it is plant or animal or human. I think whatever you say, this Binay guy will come and say, ma'am, I have a program in it, and I have some scientists working in that area. I have a project. If you are coming up with a scheme, I will submit 2 proposals. So I used to think, what only this guy is doing? But now, after reaching CCMB, I really understand that they have one more area which is called the modern art. And it is not a new area, because he just made all of us to understand that it started as long as, 1989? 77. So I think CCMB is a great combination of arts and science, and especially for science on living things. And I'm really happy that he is always backed by Srinivas and Prakash. One person from chemical technology, he is helping CCMB in all possible ways of chemical technology. And rightly mentioned by Dr. Srinivas Reddy, because I always call him as Srinivas. I don't know whether he is Rao or Reddy. I think in Hyderabad, both are almost the same. So Srinivas was telling that COVID really made us to understand that we should work together. No, it's true. Many a times, friends, we will be sitting next to one person who will be able to give us all possible supports, but we would have never talked to each other, and we would have never made the other person also to understand what is it that I require from you, and it is vice versa. So I'm really happy to hear such kind of a very positivity. So Srinivas has already agreed upon that. From that time onwards, they are working, and from now onwards, they will be working with more and more collaborative projects. And I should say, because it is very easy to believe, because I am just residing in one colony wherein just opposite to my house, another director of CRRI, he is also Central Road Research Institute. He is living just opposite to my house. And whenever I want to meet Dr. Parida, the director of CRRI, I need to have some conference or some directors meeting, because never we met in the campus, just opposite house only. So I always tell Parida, it's so good, you and me, the neighbors, we are meeting through a conference. So similarly, now COVID has done a lot of good things, because it made all of us to understand that what are the hidden potentials, what is the kind of harmony that is required, what is the kind of collaboration which is to be made, and all these lessons were learnt from COVID time, for which CSIR labs are also not an exception. Because all the engineering labs, they rose to the occasion. Whatever could be done from every possible angle, whether it is a physical laboratory or a chemical laboratory or a biology or engineering laboratory, so they all rose to the occasion. They wanted to repurpose their available technologies. Many of them were successful in repurposing their technologies also. And NAL, which is known for aerospace laboratory, they came up with the first of its kind PPE from CSIR laboratories. So this is how all the laboratories, they also realized the, I would say, unexplored potential from their end, and they reoriented themselves and they repurposed many of the technologies, and this is how CSIR laboratories, we came onto the surface, and we also proudly lifted up our collar and said that we are also there in the race of mitigating COVID. Now I say, from this 1 week, 1 lab program of CCMB, I think all 3 labs should start thinking in the same line, and I wish to get at least 2 or 3 projects wherein all the 3 laboratories are closely knitted to each other. Because Prakash is a very important person, because Srinivas will be telling that to live on the earth happily, I'll give you medicine, I'll give you whatever is required in terms of chemicals, metals, materials, all these things, related technologies I will give. And Vinay will come and say, don't worry guys, I am there. So whatever, whether it is a plant or animal or human being, all your challenges will be addressed by me. But you need Prakash, because Prakash will only come and tell you, hey guys, to live on the earth, you need the earth, you need the globe, you need some stability. Therefore, believe in me. I should only tell you how long you are going to be there, how long the earth is going to be stable, and how many tussles are happening. So, he is also equally important, and he is more than important than anybody else, because we always say, doctors, by putting the stethoscope, because sitting outside, they'll be telling, oh, inside your stomach, all these things are happening. So this is how doctors do diagnostic thing, and in the same way, he is now doing with Mother Earth also. Therefore, Hyderabad is a great, great combination. Even if you want to live on earth, or if you want to understand how long this earth will be really existing, you need to finally run to only Hyderabad laboratories. So this is a great, great opportunity for a city like Hyderabad. And I would say you, the young researchers, I will call you not as students, I would say you are the future of this country. And I will call each and every one of you as budding scientists. I think you are having the greatest opportunity of listening to all the 3 versatile area-wise researchers from these 3 laboratories. Friends, once upon a time, whenever you ask people, who is your role model? I think sometimes spiritually they used to say, because I want to be like Rama, because I want to have perfect discipline in my life. And sometimes I'll say, I want to be like Harichandra, because I want to talk only the truth. So this is how once upon a time role models were quoted. Then people started, this is more of a spiritual thing or more of a philosophical thing. Then the role models got changed. People started telling, Gandhi is my role model, Vivekananda is my role model. Meaning is they started thinking in the direction of building the nation and how best the youngsters, the young Yanaji, how the team forming, or how to fight for the right thing, what is the extent of freedom that you can expect. So all these things that gave the leadership role, and this is how role models were decided later on. But now, if you ask, who is your role model? Many a times people say, even Bill Gates also, because apart from science, in my opinion, I think business is also getting very important role in the current scenario. But of course, Dr. Abdul Kalam, he made a great zeal of enthusiasm. And at one point of time, if you ask any school student or a college student, including me even at this age, whenever people ask me who is your role model, without any hesitation, I will immediately say Dr. Abdul Kalam. I was just talking to Aishwarya yesterday because I used to say also, when we were kids, when we were the school children or college students, we have never had the kind of an opportunity to go near any kind of a scientist. We have seen only scientists in the textbooks, but now the opportunities are so abundant. You can come, touch, feel who a scientist is. And how do they feel? Yeah, whenever I go to schools, the children will come and say, "Ma'am, can I touch and feel you?" I said, "Yeah, please." Because very innocently they will ask you, because they just want to know who a scientist is, how a scientist will look like. So I always tell them, scientists will never have any great identity. I also grew like you only. Therefore, you should just give them a kind of a feeling that scientists are not getting defined with a different kind of a specification. We don't have any unique specification. We are one among you. And we also grew like the way you are growing. And in fact, many things were not at all available when the time we were the school children or the college students like you. And therefore, friends, I will say the most privileged community is the present students only. So that way, I should congratulate CCMB. He says, every day he is inviting 300 school children. Meaning is, before these 5 days are coming to a conclusion, at least around 1,500 school children will be visiting CCMB. Meaning is, science will be able to reach a minimum of 1,500 students from this Hyderabad city alone, and therefore this is what is the main purpose for which CSIR was created. Friends, you may be thinking that CSIR is an organization wherein the science should be developed and it should be finding its application for Indian industries. But apart from that, what for this science is happening, what for Indian industries are existing? It is nothing but to serve the mankind, to touch the lives of the common people, and to serve the society. And therefore, I think in one of the mandates of CSIR, the Honorable Prime Minister, he asked at one point of time, what is it that you are doing it as a unique and a dedicated service to school children who are the next generation leaders? This is how Jigyasa program came into existence. So the moment Jigyasa started, all CSIR laboratories, we just made sure that every laboratory is getting visited by always hundreds and thousands of school children every year. And friends, so far, you were given the privilege of visiting the laboratories under the umbrella of Open Day, only on one day in a year, which is called the Open Day, that is the 26th of September every year. But I should again thank the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, who is always known for coming up with the new ideas, novel ideas. And it's a very thought-provoking way he said that, why don't you guys come up with the concept of 1 week, 1 lab? Meaning is, each lab should exhibit your science, your technology, your process, your product, and your technologies which are finding their application to industries and the society for a period of entire 1 week. And the moment it was just suggested by the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, we just made it as a strong point that this 1 week, 1 lab is the platform by means of which we can always stay connected with students, industries, entrepreneurs, and startups. So at that particular thing, Every lab is celebrating 1 week, 1 lab, and today CCMB is celebrating. And when the presentation was made by the director as well as by Dr. Madhusudan Rao, I think all of us were given a kind of a glimpse of activities. Friends, for a cellular and molecular biology laboratory, you will be thinking that some kind of basic science is happening over there, and therefore it is, for somebody it is going to be Greek and Latin, and for somebody it would be of your interest, and for somebody it is a totally new learning process. But apart from this basic science, apart from the basic science for its translational and transformational technological inputs for the benefit of mankind, they have two very important attractive things. One is iHub, which was already narrated by Madhusudan Rao, and the other one is Lacoons. Friends, I always used to say the nature has blessed us abundantly with a lot of metal value, mineral value, mines, and also humans also. But apart from that, the endangered variety, whether it is a plant or an animal, so who is there to take care of its sustainability? Because now the mantra, the slogan of the entire country is, or I would say the entire globe is sustainability. So how are you going to ensure that certain things are going to be sustainable in the coming days? Therefore, it is whose responsibility? I think without even being asked by anyone, CCMB rose to the occasion. So they rose to the occasion and they say that we are here to take care of the endangered varieties, and we will do different types of studies, and we will try to understand the more of the endangered variety, and we will also come up with some kind of technological solutions by means of which the sustainability will be assured at the end of the day. So this is one kind of a very, very interesting thing and very unique thing. And I was totally impressed by the way the scientists, they said that they used to travel, they used to stay in different ambience, they used to study, they used to collect, I would say, because it is not only DNA fingerprinting, but also the other ways of collecting maybe the residues, and they are able to come up with a kind of an understanding with respect to endangered varieties. And one day when I was just discussing with my people, someone said that CCMB is doing Samba Masuri. I said it is a cellular and molecular biology laboratory. What do they do with the plants? One day I asked Vinay also, Vinay, what is it that you are doing something on plants also? Then he said, yeah, we are working on Samba Masuri. So one of the slides he showed it, because now India is known for many things, our capability in IT, but also our greater strength in diabetes also. So India is becoming a diabetic-rich country across the globe, and therefore, again, this low GI index rice variety, again, healthcare. Dr. Vinay is the team director of healthcare, and they are really taking the health of human by way of coming up with this kind of a special rice variety also. Therefore, this lab, in my opinion, is a multifaceted laboratory. Whether it is health care of a plant, because we normally call as One Health. I used to tell in CSR family, One Health means it involves human health, animal health, plant health, metal health, material health, mind health, and these days I used to include data health also. I think you have not touched upon data so far. Leave it at least for 4PI. But I really appreciate the way the lab is trying its level best to find its relevance in all possible hot areas. Because now country is really looking for solutions, because somebody is really worried about human cloning, whether it will happen or not. ChatGPT has already started giving more than enough confusions, and you want to aggravate the confusion to the extent that human cloning should also happen. But science always considers all these factors in the very, very positive way. And the way you threw a question in terms of CRISPR technology is also again mind-blowing. Friends, I'm really happy that we were thinking that we are the only people who are all the time talking about this kind of CRISPR technology and all. But now we are so happy it is coming from the audience said, are you a scientist? No? Thank you. So other than the professional researchers, professional scientists, somebody else is also totally aware of it, interested to know more about it. And therefore, this is the way the system should get learnings from CSIR laboratories. Friends, CSIR is an amazing, amazing organization. It was started in the year 1942 when there were no Indian industries, but it was named as Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. Then also you can ask what are the industries, Indian industries, which are getting benefit out of this CSIR. This is where Madhusudan Rao's role is coming into picture. Whatever we do within the laboratory, we can just give a scientific shape and we can go up to a particular technology readiness level. But always Indian industries, like the way which was told by Professor Shivram in his lecture yesterday, Indian industries, I would say even globally, all industries, they just want to take up any technology, they want to adopt any technology only when the profit ratio or the profit is completely assured and ensured. Therefore, everybody is interested to take up the technology at its technology readiness level of greater than 7 or 8. But we, the poor researchers, within the laboratory, we will be able to make up any technology up to a technology readiness level of 4, at the max 5. Therefore, who is there to support the in-between 5 to 8, this kind of a travel from TRL, that is technology readiness level 5 to technology readiness level 8? Who is going to support? So this is the very important and the hot area. It may look like a gray area today, but it is no longer a gray area because we already started thinking that CSIR is coming up with a kind of a concept of technology scale-up corridor. Just today morning, I was just sharing it with few of the topmost leaders of this particular laboratory. So technology scale-up corridors will be created across the country, I believe, because it is only a concept, it is only a suggestion. But CSIR is now suggesting it to the Government of India through various platforms, wherein the Government of India can come up with some kind of an arrangement, some kind of a funding, some kind of a scheme, some kind of an announcement by means of which maybe these kind of technology scale-up corridors should be made available in the country, not in 1 or 2 places, at least in 6-7 places, by means of which the technologies from the laboratory, whether it is from the laboratory of an academia or the laboratory of a national laboratory, so these technologies will be getting their maturity in that technology scale-up corridor, because there the objective is only to scale it up. So already POC is done. So if you just want to make it in scales, you really need more money and you really need more confidence, because that involves some amount of risk also. So that is where the academia, industry and research organization, the so-called public-private partnership will happen. And if this concept is going to be implemented, I think days are not so far off. We will be able to come up with the so-called self-reliance. And Madhusudan Rao was talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, Vocal for Local and Make in India, AVM. He just showed it that way. So this kind of Atmanirbhar, Vocal for Local and Make in India, all these things are to ensure only self-reliant India, and we can very easily make it to happen. Therefore, as a first step, we from CSIR, NCL is the first laboratory to think about venture center, just to encourage the startup. Now the government of India is really giving more than enough importance to startups. So once upon a time, the startup, I would say at least 9 or 10 years back, the number of startup was in few hundreds. 5 years back, it was around 4,000. But today, the number of startups is 100,000, meaning is 1 lakh startups are there. But the most important question is, among the 1 lakh startups, how many are going to be a sustainable startup? So the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Jitendra Singh ji, will always put it as a question. You guys always proudly say that there are around 100,000, 1 lakh startups who are available today. But you from CSIR, what is it that you can do to ensure that these startups will remain as sustainable startups in the coming days? Many a times we think that the moment we hand over the technology to the startup, I think they can survive on their own. That is called handing over the technology. But friends, we from CSIR, we realized and we are practicing now, we are not only just handing over the technology, many a times we handhold the startup also. That is what Madhusudan Rao through his iHub is also doing. So I should really appreciate CCMB for this kind of an initiative, which is, they are doing it with the help of support from Niti Aayog. Now they are finding their financial support from MeitY, DBT and other organizations also. And this is the first time I am listening to somebody from within my own CSIR family. Because normally people will say, ma'am, how much money you will give? But this is the first time he is coming and telling, I have some money. If at all you have some idea, I'm here to give you the funding. The first financial supporting system, my financier is now Madhusudan Rao. First time in this 1 year time, this is the first time I am just listening to somebody on the stage coming and telling, don't worry, if you have idea, I have money. Many times I want to say, but the words are not coming out. Why? Because you are flooded with ideas. And you know that if DG says yes, definitely she will give. But if I look back my kitty, it is not allowing me to say even one word. But Madhusudan Rao, I really appreciate you. You gave me the comfort zone. Now I can tell you, not only CSIR, even iHub of CCMB is also really willing to accept new ideas, willing to promote ideas, willing to support startups. And I'm so happy that he says that he is having 100+ success stories. And few crores have been raised by the startups who really incubated from his particular place. And when we were taking the breakfast, he shared the very great news of 4 research scholars in the recent times. They also started his particular place for doing this startup kind of research as well as technology transfer. Friends, yesterday, Professor Shivram made it as a point. When the country is planning for 2047, and when we from CSIR, we are planning for 2042, why? Because we will reach our 100 years in 2042 itself, because 5 years we are senior to independent India. So in the year 2042, what he said was, from the available number of scientists, a minimum of 1/3 of scientists should be converted, should really consider startup as their research culture. Are we making up our mind to consider this new culture? Because many a times, again I would say, the culture or I would say the fascination is also getting changed day by day. Once upon a time, people believed that the moment you join in any organization, especially for government organization, they will say, it's a permanent job. So the day you join your life, you are settled in your life. You need not worry about anything and everything. But again, now the situation is getting changed. Even within government organizations, people, they resign, they switch over from one to another. That is hopping with respect to different organizations is happening. And IT field also really gave a lot of opportunities. They proved it in real-time applications that moving pebbles will also gather mass. Because we were believing moving pebbles gather no mass. That was the proverb. Today the proverb is moving pebbles also gather mass. Meaning is, if you are capable, if you are willing to do something, there are so many takers. It is a way you should project, like the way Chandak projected today, that I am 60 years old and I am restless because I want to dissipate my energy in terms of science and technology. Do you have any provision for me? He put a straightforward question to Madhusudan Rao. Meaning is, I fully endorse the views of Chandak. Friends, once upon a time we believed that at the age of, up to the age of 40 is a performing age. No. Again, it is getting changed. The culture is getting changed. Now, yesterday also I just made it as a point. Professor Devang Katkar, the former director of IIT Mumbai, he said, I am a 60+ old person, but now only I feel that I am highly energetic. My health care is already taken care. I am fully available for the purpose of science and technology. So in my opinion, 60+ is now assuming additional attraction in terms of their fitness, in terms of health, and their fitness in terms of capability, because the kind of exposure, the kind of experience that they gained, they will be able to share it, they'll be able to invest it. I won't even say share it, because nobody is willing to listen to advices now. So they will be able to invest it, by means of which the country can really see the benefits. And therefore, I think in startups, when we talk about sustainable startups, Madhusudan Rao can consider recruiting 60 plus age people for mentorship, so that the sustainable startup concept also gets its validity. It's easy to give advice, no? So I'm just giving to him. And so the culture is, again in science and technology, what is the new culture that is to happen is, I again go with Professor Shivram's words. Friends, up to the age of 60, definitely we can do science and technology in the umbrella of CSIR. Maybe another 6 years or another 5 plus 5 years, 10 years in terms of maybe J.C. Bose Fellowship or some Bhatnagar Fellowship. Some name we can do all these things. But even after that, like the way he said, how many of us are really making up our mind to get ourselves converted from the terminology or the definition of researcher to a startup? If at all of us are able to think in this direction, whatever I have learned, whatever I have experienced, whatever I have experienced and experimented in the laboratory, can I just put it in real-time application? Can I just become a startup by myself, or can I be a good mentor to another startup by means of which I can really see that it is getting its sustainability? So, Dr. Vinay, so sustainability of plants you are taking care of, sustainability of animals you are taking care of, sustainability of human with a good health care you are taking care of. So sustainable startups also should be taken care by you. So you have the system which is already there in the arrangement, but you can take the help of other CSIR laboratories, come up with some kind of a concept. Let us make some kind of an arrangement by means of which startups see their sustainability in the coming days. And friends, I wish to conclude my talk by telling only one very, very important message. I used to tell it whenever I happen to meet students. It is nothing but reiteration from my end. Friends, to what extent, my young friends especially, to what extent you believe in yourself or you believe in India, I have no idea. Because it's becoming a fashion that it's happening in US, it's happening in Europe, it's happening in West. No, what's happening in India? Please have a look at it. No way we are inferior to anyone. And the history is now getting changed. Once upon a time, two countries were lauded by the entire globe for its population. One is China, the other one is India. Now China has rewritten the history. China has created a new history. I'm not going into the nuances of the history because the scientific ethics and other things, reliability, all these factors, putting aside all these factors, China has already proven to the entire globe that they have really redefined themselves, because no longer anybody can laugh at China for the kind of population. They made it as an asset. They proved it as an asset. They came up with a kind of a concept that call back Chinese. They started it 2 decades back. 20 years back, they just initiated it as a kind of a campaign, as a kind of a movement, and they made it as a kind of a law also. To some extent legally, most of them were called back to the country, and by the time the country made all the infrastructure available, and today now China is really rocking the globe with a number of science and technology related innovations also. But I will tell you, no way we are inferior, because we are already bestowed with a lot of scientific talents, technological skill sets. Above all, we have a great belief in ethics and working culture, because for us 100 means 100. Unlike anybody else for whom 70 is equal to 100, for us 100 means 100. We don't even believe 100 is 99.99. No, 100 is 100. Therefore, with all kinds of this kind of a great belief in culture, great belief in scientific ethics, with the great human resource which is available in the country, whether you believe it or not, the globe started believing that India is going to be the global leader in terms of science and technology. So, the last century was not in our favor, but please believe this century is going to be the century of India, for India, and by India. So who can do that? It's only you and I, meaning is researchers and students. We only can do. And all the leaders, those who are decorating the dais, they are at the service of whatever is needed from your end. Please make the best usage of all this mentorship. Let us all stand in one line. Let us handhold each other. Let us take some kind of a pledge that whatever I'm going to do in the next 6 years is going to change the fate of this country for next 6 decades. And I should also be a part of the country to become a developed nation. And I should also contribute in terms of science and technology for the country to be celebrated in the global scenario for its science and technology. Finally, climate change is remaining as a sword, and this could be addressed not by XYZ, but it could be addressed only by means of science and technology. Let us all unite. Let us showcase our synergy. Let us all work together and fight against this climate change related consequences also. And let the journey starts from today, and this 1 week, 1 lab. I wish this program every success, and I wish to congratulate not only Vinay for his leadership, but the entire CCMB family, along with the family of IICT and NGRI, because all the three are working with respect to each other and they are supporting each other. I wish this event a grand success. Thank you so very much. Namaste. Have great times. Thank you. From this 1 week, 1 lab program of CCMB, I think all 3 labs should start thinking in the same line, and I wish to get at least 2 or 3 projects wherein all the 3 laboratories are closely knitted to each other. I would say you, the young researchers, I will call you not as students, I would say you are the future of this country, and I will call each and every one of you as budding scientists. I think you are having the greatest opportunity of listening to all the 3 versatile area-wise researchers from these 3 laboratories. Friends, you may be thinking that CSR is an organization wherein the science should be developed and it should be finding its application for Indian industries. But apart from that, what for this science is happening, what for Indian industries are existing? It is nothing but to serve the mankind, to touch the lives of the common people, and to serve the society. And therefore, I think in one of the mandates of CSIR, the Honorable Prime Minister, he asked at one point of time, what is it that you are doing it as a unique and a dedicated service to school children who are the next generation leaders? This is how Jigyasa program came into existence. So the moment Jigyasa started, all CSIR laboratories, we just made sure that every laboratory is getting visited by always hundreds and thousands of school children every year. And friends, so far, you were given the privilege of visiting the laboratories under the umbrella of Open Day, only on one day in a year, which is called the Open Day, that is the 26th of September every year. But I should again thank the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, who is always known for coming up with the new ideas, novel ideas. And it's a very thought-provoking way he said that, why don't you guys come up with the concept of 1 week, 1 lab? Meaning is, each lab should exhibit your science, your technology, your process, your product, and your technologies which are finding their application to industries and the society for a period of entire 1 week. And the moment it was just suggested by the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, we just made it as a strong point that this 1 week, 1 lab is the platform by means of which we can always stay connected with students, industries, entrepreneurs, and startups. So at that particular thing, every lab is celebrating 1 week, 1 lab, and today CCMB is celebrating. And when the presentation was made by the director as well as by Dr. Madhusudan Rao, I think all of us were given a kind of a glimpse of activities. Friends, for a cellular and molecular biology laboratory, you will be thinking that some kind of basic science is happening over there, and therefore it is, for somebody it is going to be Greek and Latin, and for somebody it would be of your interest, and for somebody it is a totally new learning process. But apart from this basic science, apart from the basic science for its translational and transformational technological inputs for the benefit of mankind, they have two very important attractive things.
Welcome to My Startup TV. In today's segment, we bring you an exciting update from the world of science and innovation. Recently, the Director General of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, Dr. N. Kalasalvi, paid a visit to the AICCCMB Incubation Center. Accompanied by CEO Dr. N. Madhusudhana Rao, COO Dr. Ramji Pallela of AICCCMB, and Director CSIR CCMB, Dr. Vinay K. Nandikuri, Dr. Kalasalvi's visit was marked by insightful interactions with startup founders during her walk through the incubation center. Let's delve into the details of this engaging encounter.
Probably you may have heard of Parkinson, which is
for the cancer
treatment,
okay,
which is popular for blood cancers. It costs anywhere above 1.5 crores and things like that in the West. Only 2 approvals were there by but there is so much of optimization that can be done. So this particular company is trying to bring it down and bring the price down. In fact, IIT...
To what extent? From 1.5 crore
25
to
lakhs.
25? Wow.
Because there is so much of validation, quality validation is there out, it's an autologous, transfusion. You take the body cells, put them back, expand them and put them back.
I think it's a drastic difference. 1/6 of its value.
Like, there is one company from IIT Mumbai. It was bought out by a company by Laurus, Laurus.
Okay.
So because they are also into CAR T cell therapy. There is one company in Bangalore, Biocon bought it to put more money, 100 crores, 150 crores to make it more quickly. You can reach that target. Each one is, if you look at it, we made this partition so that each enclosure is one company, and we provide almost something close to 80 equipment, which I bought bought it from the money of Niti Aayog. And it's common equipment. They don't have to pay for it. Pay-per-use is not there. So that equipment and lot of this 24/7, -80s, -30s, all Wi-Fi, it's an enclosed space. Security.
Only thing is they have to pay for the office space.
Office space, their own consumables and HR. I think we take a little bit of pride in it is create a lot of network, mentors network. Like if somebody wants to go out and do something, like they want hospital samples. It's not easy for them to get.
We will facilitate.
We will facilitate. And also each of these companies are biotechnology companies. The moment they do any recombinant work, they need biosafety approvals and bioethics approvals. And
so meaning is you are not only offering the office space, but also you facilitate the connect, and also you handhold them up to their certifications.
Yes. Not only that, I mean, certification is a bit of a long journey because here we take it to lead to POC kind of stage. Start. So we also try to bring in a lot of investors.
Okay.
I mean, keep on bring them and talk to them, and then it clicks. Actually, it clicked in 2 cases recently, where they got good amount of funding, almost 8 crores.
So you create the interactive platform?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact,
I think that's very much needed. What is your success rate?
Yeah, it's about 12 to 13% today, actually, if I can say, and the country. Because we launched we missed on the vacation, but 13 products were lifted off from here.
Very good.
Out of the about 80-90 companies by the time in October.
Okay.
In October.
And how long any startup will stay with you on an average?
On an average, 2 years.
2 years. Oh, after 2 years, you ask them to go, or they go by themselves?
They go by. For example, a company like this, we typically give 300 square feet. They wanted more space. We gave them 600. But there are people who ask us for thousands. Obviously, we can't give. They wanted to do many things together.
Hereafter, I will tell you, whomsoever is asking you for more space, and if you're not able to accommodate, but still you can really help them, you can just ask them to go to Mumbai IC. See?
You can think of that.
And also, you people can also travel once or twice a week to Mumbai, and you can just keep them motivated or give them the kind of interactive platform that's what you do.
We want to go
because
there.
that interactive platform also, instead of doing it only in Hyderabad, you can do it in Mumbai also. So I am really encouraging all the 37 laboratories, whomsoever wants space, we will give. What I'm telling is, in the same name of your Atal Incubation Center, you can just you just make it as your satellite center. Then you rent a space. Then in that space, you make your own clients to be there. So ask them to practice their technology, or just you make it as a meeting room, and you can make all these interactions to happen.
So maybe 50% of the companies that come here from outside Hyderabad. Probably, I think your model where it works, some people they can be incubated there itself.
So we keep the common equipment like this, which can be accessed by anybody. And and if they want any special equipment, they put their enclosures. But since I was in a lab for a long time, I know exactly what they want. So they don't have, and we duplicate it in both the floors, so there is no downtime for anything. And that way, they are very comfortable in getting it out. So one of the things that we kind of facing now is one of the things that you mentioned in the morning. Scale up. Like, if somebody does something, they want to scale it up, there's really not a facility. And outside we have private players.
The technology scale comes into existence. Then what we can do is, you all will become the support system. So you will just make them to grow up to that level. Then you will push them to technology scale up corridor. Then they will reach the market automatically.
Yes. So that is what is missing. So that now what happens is we'll send them out to other cities. Like, they need a 50-liter capacity ferment around a liter 3 batches. They want to use ECGI. We can't do it. And if they go outside, it costs them around 15 lakhs. They can't afford it. So they're always kind of struggle to get these jobs. So that is something that we were, really want that kind of facility to come up.
Let's try. No, I think my idea is getting strengthened day by day.
Scale up is really...
And therefore, for scale up, you need to do little more studies. So that is where the risk component is also important. So scale up is definitely the need of the hour.
So now they came up with a Gene Power X recently now. They give samples to CCMB and other institutions, private companies also. ICT interventions in healthcare that we are promoting. Morning we interact with 4 fellows. That is a Sparsh project. So they will be sitting here and developing their MVPs and prototypes here.
Very lucrative. This is very
Aniket
lucrative.
is the TIDE program manager.
Okay, good. Very good.
This company primarily does in season. So the intention is to come up with.
You said 4 students.
Yes, one of the students.
Good. Very good. I think it's a good decision you have taken.
They raised over $100,000 in the past 1.5 years.
And what's the work on?
Primarily on wound healing, diabetic wound healing. So the idea is to make so far all wound healing applications are based on prevention of infection. But here they are trying to come up with how to use the body's ability to improve its own healing. They're using growth factors. People have tried that, but it didn't work. But here they are trying to do with growth factors that resist breakdown, so that they'll stay in the wound for a longer time, so the healing would be better. That's the idea. But that's where they're trying to go.
I think that's a good thing. Okay.
These are natural. We get some mutations to make it more stable in our body.
And also the bonus, if it works out, everything is that many of these things are the main cost components in clean meat kind of technologies. Clean meat, you have to use serum, which is very, very expensive. The expensive component are growth factors. If you are able to make these growth factors in bacterial system, then you might bring down the cost of the clean meat quite a bit. These are all the kind of benefits that come out of it.
Good, very good. All the best to you. Because now CCMB's expectation on you is more.
The local companies put their boxes, you keep the samples, they'll take it for sequencing. These are all the kind of small benefits they get for being here. So, Concycle is one of the most experienced and senior. He worked in so many MNCs, so many companies. What he does is he is identified. Apparently, pomegranate peel has anti-malarial effects, which is a folklore thing in Odisha. So what he does is, with us, he looked at the extracts and then separated the fractions and tested that fractions in CCM. CCM is probably heard of Puran Singh. He actually does all the malarial work. So I know he was the expert advisor for him to do the experiments. Now I identified the active component. Now he's going to the market with that.
And we also tested that against artisanate resistant strains. They are also found it to be highly efficient. So we got to a big brand and we did the proof of concept established in vivo models. Now we are scaling it up, and that we have characterized and purified, standardized, and that is clean.
I think this peel and its extract, it is being used in many other.
COVID also they applied. COVID also it shows some results.
We also did this as an antiviral in CCMB, and they showed that 99% in vitro it is eradicating those.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Very good. Very good. Good.
So this company, Fix 44 is a environment company. They're literally Fix 44 is carbon dioxide.
Okay.
Fix 44, it rhymes with that.
Okay. So we are trying to the alternative protein domain, and we're trying to get the milk, dairy proteins from the microorganisms. So the idea is that it will basically, so the name itself is like Fix 44. We want to fix carbon dioxide. So that is the the team of like 2 teams that are in Bangalore and all. We are mostly training.
You are engineering the bacteria?
Yes.
We are
Yeast
using
mostly.
microorganisms. Yeast is our cycloplasm.
You are kind of knocking out putting things.
So
you are knocking out things
yes.
and
So
putting things.
initially the aim was like we get the expression, and once we have the base level of expression, we are trying to get a lot of things knocked in and knocked out, both in terms of deletion of proteins and putting in some more things to help the protein to come out.
Basically, they make all the caseins, all the 3-4 caseins of milk in the yeast system, mix them up and make milk. So there is no cow in between.
So something similar to vaccines and all. The only thing is we need to get it at a larger amount because it's ultimately going into food. The unit economics has to matter.
Did you have any point of time CHCR as connect? No?
Milk
powders, they also.
No, we didn't.
If at all need be, you just connect.
Sure.
Maybe I'm leaving it to you.
We'll do.
Yeah. And these days, I see a change in the thought process. Youngsters, especially, they believe that anyway, I'll be living for about 70 to 80 years. The kind of risk that I'm going to take is only going to be max 3 to 5 years.
Yes.
It's a small fraction.
Yes.
Why should I not take risk for a period of just 5 years throughout my entire lifetime? So this kind of a thought process also is coming, and I always encourage people to think in this direction.
I know.
It's a small fraction. It's worth taking a risk. After
I
it is
agree.
going to be a very small portion of your entire lifetime. So no harm in taking risk. But I wish before that 5 years you will reach success. All the best. Thank you.
So they're interested in developing mRNA vaccine. Okay, not the one that West does, the Moderna and Pfizer's. They have their own platform. They also raise big money. He's a very good seller in marketing. He raised almost $12 million and a promise of 18 million. And now maybe shortly he'll get out of this place because he wants to go to a GMP facility which we can't provide obviously. So he's building. Yeah.
That's where we are now planning for.
Those kind of things. GMP facility is very much required for the next stage. Anybody has TRL 4 to 5, they want to go for a DCGI approval. It has to be filled and finished or made in a GMP facility, otherwise they won't accept.
This is with the 10 crore of
Okay. Good. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you. We run a company called PopFacts here, and these folks have been extraordinarily helpful to us from the very beginning without any to understand.
That's so nice of you. And I was also told that you are becoming rich and richer. Both with us. Not in terms of finance. I didn't finish it. In terms of science, technology, apart from finance.
We're trying to. That's what we're trying to do. Absolutely.
Good that. Because we from our research side, we always believe the growth of a client is a real growth of our research also.
Absolutely.
So keep growing.
Stay tuned for an inspiring update ahead.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Start with this. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed judges, Northeastern University partners from Boston, and the talented participants across the country, Geetam welcomes you all. We also have our sponsors, ecosystem partners, and the heads, representatives from the various schools across the 3 campuses with us today here. Geetam welcomes you. Geetam's VDC, E-Club members and the student teams across the schools within Hyderabad welcomes you all again. Let's congratulate for a minute for each one of us on achieving this incredible milestone of the nation's first moon landing, Chandrayaan-3. This achievement is for our nation's scientific and technological progress. Here's to reaching our stars and beyond. This is just a starting, guys. There's a lot to do with this. A very warm and hearty welcome to the 4th National Entrepreneurship Competition, an event that embodies the spirit of innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurship. We are thrilled to have you all here today at Geetam Hyderabad campus, where excellence in education and innovation converge. We had 1,009 applications for this event across 25 states on 4 themes like frugal innovations, food and tech, sustainable fashion, and one more thing, sustainable fashion. Sorry. This competition is a result of remarkable collaboration between Geetam, a hub of scientific and academic excellence, and Smart India, a government initiative dedicated to fostering innovation and entrepreneurship. Furthermore, we are honored to have Northeastern University representatives as our esteemed partner, a renowned institution with a rich history of nurturing entrepreneurship and innovation. Today we stand at the crossroads of opportunity and ingenuity, where the brightest minds from across the nation have gathered to showcase their entrepreneurial prowess. Each of you, the participants, represents a unique vision for the future and for the commitment for nurturing, turning innovative ideas into practical solutions, which is truly commendable. Our sponsors not only provide the financial backing that makes this foundation feasible, but they also bring a wealth of knowledge, experience, and resources to the table. Through their mentorship, guidance, and industry connections, they contribute significantly to the growth and development of the participants. Their support extends beyond this event, it extends to the broader journey of entrepreneurship where they continue to inspire and empower us all. But it's not just about the sponsors, it's about the entire ecosystem that surrounds us. This ecosystem includes our esteemed judges, mentors, and advisors who bring their expertise to help participants refine their ideas, navigate the challenging waters of entrepreneurship. It includes our academic institutions like GITAM, which provide the education and research platforms necessary for innovation to thrive. It encompasses government initiatives like Smart India, which are dedicated to creating a conducive environment for entrepreneurs to flourish nationwide. In the grand tapestry of our nation, entrepreneurship is a thread that weaves economic growth, social development, and technological progress. It's a force that propels us forward, driving change and creating opportunities for all. In line with the vision of Startup India and the ethos of Northeastern University, we believe that entrepreneurship should not merely be a buzzword, but a way of life. It's about embracing challenges, taking calculated risks, and daring to dream big. Throughout this competition, you will not only present your ideas, but also engage with like-minded individuals, mentors, industry experts who share your passion for innovation. You will have the chance to learn, collaborate, and refine your concepts under the guidance of experienced professionals. Our esteemed panel of judges, experts in various fields, will evaluate your projects and pitches not only on their potential for commercial success, but also on their capacity to create a positive impact on the society. We value entrepreneurship that is not only profitable but also socially responsible. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all those who have contributed to making this event possible, to our collaborators, Startup India, Northeastern University, thank you for believing in the power of entrepreneurship and education. To our participants, thank you for your dedication, hard work, and passion. And our audience, thank you for being here to witness and support the future of entrepreneurship in our nation. As we embark on this exciting journey of innovation and creativity, let us remember that entrepreneurship is not just about winning or losing, it's about the lessons we learn, the connections we make, and the impact we create. So I encourage each and every one of you to give your best, to learn from each experiences, and to grow as entrepreneurs and individuals. Once again, a warm welcome to the Student Startup Pitching Competition. May the next few days be filled with inspiration, collaboration, and innovation. Together, let us set the stage for a brighter, more entrepreneurial future for our nation. And thank you and wish you the best of luck. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sri Sansivar, Deputy Director of Faculty, Chandrasekhar, Control as Chief Innovation Officer, Krish, Nair, Kumar, Dr. Sridev. It's wonderful to be here in front of all these hours and kind of thinking through what is the right message to give, right? What is the theme for this young crowd? This 10-15 minutes I spend on stage, what are the right things to say? After thinking through, of course, there is startups. Yes, I already talked about stages of startups, how we build companies. What I thought would be relevant is to actually talk about building blocks. Right? Some fundamental building blocks that are applicable, that young people can use to their future. Right? Again, no specific module, what are those skills? I mean, there are a ton of skills that we can go on to talk about. But I picked a few. These are four to be exact. I wanted to talk about curiosity, courage, character, and communication. Right? Again, there's a lot more on the list, but that a lot more time. So let me talk about curiosity first. When I mean curiosity, it means learning, right? It's continuous learning. We live in an ever-changing world. What is today is irrelevant tomorrow. We live in a fast-evolving world. The only constant is change, right? We've heard of this before. The only constant is change. So the way to stay relevant, the way to survive, the way to thrive is to learn and adapt. Also, when I say learning, I mean relevant learning. We live in an information age. There is a lot of knowledge, a lot of content, a lot of data around, right? So, we have to make sure that we're focused. So all this information is an advantage, but also a disadvantage if you don't know how to use it properly. So in learning, right, I often see startups and people. What I see, there is a common theme between people that learn things quickly, adapt quickly. I see that people that actually learn from a wide variety of things have an advantage. Right? So cross learning is very, very, very critical. Learning from diverse fields is very, very critical. I think if you are getting a degree in a specific area, I don't think you should limit yourselves to that. Whether it's music or arts, or if you're physics, if you're in biology, etc. Right? So please make sure that you increase that breadth, because these things are going to be very, very, very important as we move ahead. Right? Cross-connecting things, connecting those dots is going to be very critical as we grow. Knowledge adds and compounds, so please focus on that. The second theme I thought was courage. Again, courage, I was kind of looking through the definition. Courage is not the absence of fear. Right? Courage is not the absence of fear. Courage is when you have fear, but you realize that there is something more important than fear. Despite having that fear, moving ahead, that is courage. Again, I often see a lot of people very, very, very risk averse these days. Right? I mean, I do that mistake with my kids. Everybody's overprotected. We kind of, most of the kids coming out now have an umbrella or a shadow over them. Right? So there are a lot of choices we make in our everyday life. Being somewhere that consciously and unconsciously we make about 35,000 decisions every single day, right? So I think having the courage to decide is a superpower. Having the courage to move ahead is a superpower. And I see a lot of great minds that can decipher big problems, think through and analyze complex situations, but that they are not good decision makers. Please get uncomfortable to be wrong, we're humans after all. Please make sure sometimes it is more important to move in the right direction, to take a decision, move forward, than kind of overthink things. Decision making is a muscle. Like you go to the gym, I think the more you exercise that decision making muscle, the stronger you become. Believe me, that's going to make a big difference with wherever you are. Courage gives you freedom, and that's the only way to move forward. The third thing on my list was character. I also kind of merged it with culture. Like again, as an individual, working in a company, leading a company, building a company, I think building the right character is very, very, very important. If you don't define your company's character and culture, an outsider or somebody outside will define it for you, which is not ideal. So, please write down those basic things, and it could be different for different people or different organizations. So write it down, make sure that you know what you're working for, what you represent. Basic things like respecting your colleagues, actively listening, giving people independence are very, very important. long-term thinking, delayed gratification. These are all subjects that I can talk through for a whole day. I think there is a big problem with people wanting more in the moment, right then and there. I think that is something again we should practice, which is delayed gratification. These are again important skills that will help you in the future. To me, again, we see hundreds of companies, thousands of companies and people coming through pitching to us. I've seen it with me, colleagues in the companies that were the easiest way to grow and prosper, is to be kind, be polite, be generous, and be considerate. Right? It makes sense for two reasons. I'm not talking from a philosophical or an ethics point of view. Of course, it makes sense to be kind, but even from a financial point of view, right? It makes a lot of sense. I'm talking selfishly. So many instances, right, whether it's not just your people sitting on top of the pyramid, we're so interconnected, right? You don't realize how much interdependency there is. So I think it's very, very important to be kind. It's very, very important to be polite and considerate. It's the cheapest thing you can do. It's the easiest thing you can do, but it goes a long way. Right? And the last theme I had was communication. This is by far my favorite. I see a lot of people that are very, very smart. I was popular in class, but a lot of times they come up with great ideas. If you're not able to communicate, it means nothing. Some of the greatest founders, some of the greatest investors, some of the greatest people that you see in magazines and the Fortune 500, right? They have one thing in common. They're all good storytellers. So make sure that you practice this. I'd like to, I'm sure a lot of you have heard about Warren Buffett. He went to Columbia, and while he was actually in Columbia, he took a course that his boss did, because he said that it profoundly changed him, right? Not his Ivy League degree, but $100 certification he get from their family. Again, that's a good book. It's a very old classic, How to Influence and Influence People. So if you haven't read it, I highly recommend that you do. Again, communication, right? Some people are born with it. This is something that you can definitely learn and improve on. The only way you get better at this is to practice, practice, and practice. In fact, I'm practicing that now, standing in front of you. It's like riding a bicycle, learning to swim. You cannot do that without actually getting, you cannot ride a bicycle by reading a book. You cannot swim by reading a book. You have to jump in on that seat. You have to fall down, get up, dust it off, and move on. Right? That's the only way to learn. So please focus on these basic little things. Please join those classes, whether it's art of communication or another field, etc. Cross connect things. I thought I'd keep it short. I make myself, within 10 minutes. But I also work in healthcare, right? As Rashid said, I am the chairman of Hyderabad Network. More importantly, what really moves me and what I'm passionate about in healthcare. I thought I'd give an example. I work in cancer, right? There are two sets of doctors we see, right? Two sets. One is a brilliant doctor in the field of medicine. They're perfect with their knowledge, they're good with what they do, they can kind of figure out what's going on with the patient, etc. Come from great institutes. The second is a doctor who's a healthcare provider, right? The difference between them is this. Right? One is treating a disease, right? The other is treating a patient. I want you to think about this. treating a disease versus treating a patient is very, very different. So you may have the best of qualifications, you may have the best of technical expertise, but a personalized approach in your field makes all the difference. Let me also end by, with an Albert Einstein quote: "The true sign of intelligence is knowledge, not knowledge, imagination." I'll repeat it. The true sign of intelligence is not knowledge, but imagination. So I hope you gained something from this 10 minutes. I surely did. It's wonderful to be in front of all of you. Whenever I sat in these meetings or talks 25 years ago, I remember very little, but I hope you do. The times are different. Thank you very much for having me here. It's a pleasure. Thank you. It's brilliant that there are about 1,000 people that actually applied. A few that have been selected. This is a wonderful, wonderful thing. I can congratulate Peter University for making this happen, and I wish to continue this in the future.
Actually, I'm very happy that we are all here for supporting this small idea on along with our Chandrayaan 3, one more news is there, that is Pragnananda. Just played was me. We are all required for this kind of youngsters. You're all young, and you should be there and always in the limelight. That is what is required. Sorry, research is much harder and much faster than before. I won't again explain because it's key. I think there are 6 ways we brought in this innovation. First wave, second wave, third wave, fourth wave, fifth wave, sixth wave. And the sixth wave where we have the climate challenges changing and clean tech and reshape the business models and consumption habits. Again, these 6 waves are explained here. Where it started from water power to the digital transformation. The social innovations of it you are told about that is what climate change, education, health, quality and clean water. So these innovations nowadays the research are going on. And breaking conventions and reinventing our lives. You would have seen that the SpaceX by Elon Musk, and Tesla electric cars, which has changed the whole automation industry, and the where the gene change began. COVID-19 vaccines, there the vaccines actually where the innovations have come, like Meta and the Moderna and all the Indian vaccine. Those breakthroughs are there along with solar power advancement, where our continuous data centers also is there in that. Then along with that you got generative AI and you got 3D printing, then you know this Uber, how they have come up in the market, like drones and plants. From innovations and places that are done, behind these innovations in the 21st century, that is about the smartphones which have come and they have changed the whole. There are a lot of, I think, innovations that come in 21st century, where you can have a look at that and how the innovations are being transformed into the industry now. You know what technology, actually you know about technology, you're not there in technology, you know about these innovations. Okay? And we know the artificial intelligence which has started the market now, that has changed the whole world. I think everybody knows about ChatGPT and the latest thing is in data centers where we tell about edge computing. Data center innovations now, the edge computing is there where the small data centers can be made. Then you come up with a lot of modular data centers we have. Then hybrid multi-cloud data centers we have. Then we have optical. Again, networking also is there. Then quantum computing is set. There are data center and analytics is happening in the data center industry. So a lot of data center innovations are from in which countless data centers that we take on. Then these are all the people to whom inspiring states so it's around Steve Jobs is there. Mask, everybody, these all the people who have brought innovations into the world. Short-term focus, the regulatory barriers, the rapid technological changes, bureaucracy, lack of innovation culture, cultural barriers, market uncertainty, intellectual property issues, then sustainability issues, competition, siloed thinking, and environmental concerns. These are all the potential roadblocks for the global cloud computing market now, where you have external clouds, then external incumbent, 120 billion to go to in 2028. Yes. This is about my company, that is the Catalyze Data Centers, which was formed in 2008. And it is Asia's largest data center and serving 20 of Fortune MNCs. It is a service provider that customers than 15 data centers across the country and locations and 1.2 million area. Then we have 4 companies along with us, that is Cloud4C, which actually we go into Cloud4C. It is actually formed in 2014, and we serve all the hyperscalers like Google Cloud, AWS, Azure, OCI, all these hyperscalers we serve them. And we are into cloud, there is private cloud, public cloud, hybrid cloud. Along with we are the premium partners to SAP. A lot of freshers they join us in Cloud4C. And the second is Apple, where the data center industry, we do all the data center analytics, data center audits, everything we do. That buying e-labs, which is actually, I can say, where we take information from 15,000 customers, which is very important for you and which is interesting to you. It's called Regulating Innovations, which was founded in 2019, where the automation product platforms we take care portfolio, and we are into artificial intelligence operations and develop set of AI and ML. Because I'm one of the members for Hyderabad Central University, where I'm representing Hyderabad Central University for the UNESCO funded program that is called Artificial Intelligence on Cyber Security. I'm representing already, I've addressed all the European professors in recent conference. That is one of the Dean of Milan University has shared with my program. So we are into artificial intelligence, and we and the latest technologies that our cloud and our medical company where we serve, or we are giving those solutions. You can call it even the RPA, robotic process automation. We are there in development, and we there for all the AI tools. We are doing it. Then all the I can say how the company has come from 2003 to 2030 and now where we are. So our controllers data centers, we have 3,000 employees and we are giving service to from our cloud different countries all over the world. He was young, energetic, my CEO, Mr. He is the pilot for data centers, and he's now we are becoming the world's largest data center in the world. And he has got 200 innovations under his belt for data centers. So such a great visionary we have for our organization. Because he supports all the employees, he is with us, and he wants that to ship whatever is available in data center or automation, he wants us to do that. And he funds us whatever certification you want to do in the organization. He is there for us. Each and every certification, like I'm sure what you call it, we are there. Such a wonderful personality we have with our organization. Areas we have. And we give network services, we give actually disaster recovery as a service, BCP, and we give the security operator, that's called Cyber Defense Center. I am the cyber security mentor for the organization because I am the master trainer for NASCOM, where I taught all the IT professors in universities like Mumbai University, Shivaji University, Vellore Institute of Technology, Pune University, and other universities. So we take all the sessions in which we take the spectrum of services of our controllers data centers. And now I think everybody knows about IoT. You have any idea? Do you have any idea about iOS? The latest buzzword. It's not Internet of Things, it's the Internet of Senses, where you will feel the technology, whatever is happening. So, audiovisual, whatever technology is there. So, Internet of Senses is going to play a vital role in the future. I think by 2030, we'll get all those technology. These are our partners for controllers. We are into banking and finance, all the things we have with us. And we are serving them. We have about 4,000 clients all over the world. And we are serving them. This is how we make the value. And what I've seen here, the kingdom has got its own values like diversity, inclusion. And we know values like disruption, and we are going into impact. Advantages, actually, we have the innovation, we are coming up with sustainable green energy with 1,000 acres of solar plants. We are coming up and we are going to give them products in the future. That is, we are going to develop biggest power plant. And the largest rated DC company is the world, and the total ownership is there. We have that we call it iPhone, that means 10 power. Uninterruptible power to view all the operations where they keep us. And going to bandwidth services and networking services, easy information great place to work. So you can think of as a very open. When you come again, like making true zero waste because there's a lot of innovations going to happen. Climate changes or healthcare or there are buzzwords as of yet. So I request all of the students to be aware, take themselves into latest technological things like AI,